As the torrential rain descended upon the city, accompanied by flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder, Gu Heng stood at the entrance of his modest medical clinic. The sound of raindrops, akin to beads striking the eaves, echoed in the air, yet a twinge of restlessness stirred within him. Such inclement weather was hardly conducive for patients seeking treatment. Yet, the ferocity of the storm was beyond the control of any, even those of the cultivation realm. As an ordinary transmigrator, he was even less equipped to alter its course. Having traversed into this so-called Xiantian realm for 2 decades, Gu Heng found himself in a world where strength reigned supreme. Initially, he harbored ambitions of becoming a cultivator, but he soon realized his body was incapable of absorbing any spiritual energy, rendering him utterly inept in a society that revered practitioners. He was, in essence, a complete failure. While he possessed a system, it did not aid him in cultivation. Rather, it nurtured some rather unconventional hobbies. Painting and medicine were relatively common pursuits, while forging, health cultivation, and fortune-telling were more obscure interests he dabbled in. With no patients to attend to, he stifled a yawn and activated his system panel. Host, Gu Heng. Cultivation level, uninitiated. He pressed his lips together, dismissing this information, and scrolled down to view the proficiency levels of his skills, none of which contributed to his cultivation. His skills included painting, calligraphy, medicine, forging, fortune-telling, and body refinement. The latter, in reality, consisted of some rudimentary techniques provided by the system to enhance his physical condition. However, beyond that, they proved futile. All skills had reached the pinnacle of mastery, yet Gu Heng felt deceived by the system, for true mastery presupposed a foundation in cultivation. For instance, those who transcended into the realm of painting could effortlessly imbue their works with profound philosophical essence, while calligraphy masters infused each stroke with genuine intent. Seers could discern the past and future, unraveling the mysteries of life and death, while adept healers could conjure elixirs with a mere flick of the wrist, reviving the deceased. Such feats were far beyond the reach of mere mortals. Only cultivators could achieve them, and he was not among their ranks. Cultivation comprised 10 stages, with the pinnacle, the sage, being the most formidable, while the first stage, chi refinement, was the least advanced. Since the awakening of his system, Gu Heng had aspired to cultivate, but despite his efforts, he remained at the very bottom, devoid of even the first stage. Disheartened, he eventually resigned himself to the reality and maxed out his other skills. These skills, however, bore little utility, as even the most ordinary foundation cultivator surpassed him by leaps and bounds. Thus, with the skills he had honed, he chose medicine to sustain himself. After all, mortals required healing, and Gu Heng's earnings came from their ailments. Though meager, it sufficed, and he had reconciled with his fate, accepting that perhaps he was simply incapable of cultivation. Yet, even amidst the downpour, an undeniable festive atmosphere permeated Qingmu City. Gu Heng gazed outside, where the sky shimmered with ethereal light, adorned with lanterns and decorations, creating an ambience reminiscent of a grand wedding celebration. Ah, a wedding on a rainy day. Who fears it to be inauspicious? Gu Heng scoffed. Dr. Gu, you must have received the wedding invitation as well? The one who spoke was a vendor from the grocery store next to Gu Heng's clinic. Indeed, I have, Gu Heng replied, producing a crimson invitation from his robe. The wedding was for the eldest son of the Mo family, the most prestigious clan in Qingmu City, a family of immense power. Naturally, such a grand occasion would be celebrated with great pomp, and this invitation was merely an allowance for some common folk to partake in the feast. The bride, however, belonged to the Bai family, a clan of far greater stature than the Mo family. Gu Heng found the situation rather peculiar, for this marriage was hardly a match of equal status. Rather than a union, it felt akin to the sale of a daughter. This evening's wedding at the Mo residence, if you have the time, shall we indulge in some fine dining together? The vendor waved the invitation in his hand. No, let us not intrude upon the festivities of the cultivators. You may go alone. Gu Heng dismissed the notion, showing little interest in such matters. Gu Heng considered his keen observational skills. Amidst the torrential downpour that threatened to engulf the earth, a solitary figure wandered desolately, as if a mere specter. Upon closer inspection, It was a woman of exquisite beauty, emanating an aura of melancholy. This woman, Bai Fei, once the pride of the Bai family, a prodigious talent in cultivation. Cherished within her clan, the object of admiration and envy from countless young aspirants, now found herself sold off to the Mo family's eldest son. Bai Fei lowered her head, allowing tears to mingle with the rain as they streamed down her cheeks. The origin of her plight lay 3 months prior, when she had ventured into the imperial secret realm, only to fall victim to the insidious schemes of malevolent cultivators. After succumbing to poison, despite her family's efforts to procure renowned physicians and elixirs, and while the true demon goo was expelled, her foundational roots in cultivation lay irrevocably shattered. The residual toxins continued to erode her powers, and the prospect of detoxification remained unattainable. To cleanse her of the poison would be tantamount to forfeiting her life. This poison, known as the true demon goo, could swiftly deplete one's cultivation, obliterating their foundational essence, ultimately reducing them to a mere shell of their former self. Indeed, this venom, while not fatal, was far more insidious than outright murder. Since you have become a wastrel, perhaps you might at least contribute to the family, was the last remark she had heard from her father. This marriage was nothing short of a farcical tragedy. It epitomized the fall of a once great talent, with countless onlookers reveling in her misfortune. Ironically, despite the vast disparity in status between the Mo and Bai families, the Bai family even went so far as to offer financial incentives to secure this humiliating union. Upon arriving at the Mo household, she found herself betrothed to a rather mediocre young master, a cultivator of merely the second stage of Dan formation, who treated her with utter disdain. Truly, how the tides of fortune have shifted. At the tender age of 18, she had already attained the 5th level of the nascent soul realm. Within the entire Sunfire Empire, only a handful could stand alongside her. Yet now, she had been cast down from her pedestal, her cultivation plummeting back to the 8th level of chi refinement in a mere 3 months, and this meager level continued to dwindle. Even now, drenched in rain, a chilling sensation enveloped her, intensifying her frailty. 3 months prior, a mere flick of her sword could have cleaved through the curtain of rain. Clutching her soft sword tightly, she found herself nearly devoid of the strength to unsheath it. Why dost thou torment me so, heavens? I refuse. I shall not accept this. Bai Fei lifted her gaze towards the overcast sky, lamenting, yet her voice was swiftly drowned by the downpour. In that moment of disorientation, death suddenly seemed less daunting. Perhaps it would be better to end her life here, rather than being disgracefully wed to the debauched scion of the Mo family, she pondered. Lowering her head, she stared at the sword in her grasp, her gaze growing ever colder. Her fingers trembled as she slowly withdrew the blade. Just then, a voice echoed from behind her. My lady, on such a rainy day, what brings you to walk alone on the road? Bai Fei tournit abruptly, startled to find a young man standing before her. His eyes were strikingly beautiful, dark and clear, reminiscent of a tranquil autumn lake, warm and pure. He held a paper umbrella, temporarily shielding her from the rain. You. Initially taken aback, Bai Fei realized that no man had ever come so close to her. Yet, considering that he was the only person who had appeared out of nowhere on this rainy day to offer her shelter, she found him rather intriguing. Thank you, kind sir, she replied quietly, sheathing her sword, which had been drawn halfway. It was but a trifling effort. There is no need for thanks, Gu Heng replied. The rain is heavy. I implore you to seek refuge in my clinic for the time being. Bai Fei hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded in agreement. The two entered the clinic side by side. The furnishings were simple, yet clean and tidy. While Gu Heng prepared tea, Bai Fei observed him. He was merely a mortal, devoid of any trace of true energy. In her previous life, she would not have spared a glance at a mortal, considering them akin to ants. Yet now, she too was on the verge of becoming an ant. Here, have some warm tea to ease your chill, Gu Heng said, returning with a cup of tea and placing it before her. He studied Bai Fei's face, which was indeed quite lovely. She noticed his gaze and felt a flicker of annoyance, thinking that his scrutiny was rather bold. Then unexpectedly he asked, my lady, do you suffer from an ailment? Taken aback by his inquiry, Bai Fei paused, then forced a bitter smile. Indeed, I do suffer from a grave illness. The fact that even a mere mortal could discern her affliction, which had seeped into her very bones, revealing a cancerous condition, filled her with a profound sense of despair. Ah, this condition has persisted for some time, has it not? He observed, moving closer to examine her, gently placing his hand on her pale wrist to take her pulse. This gesture caused her to feel a twinge of resistance, yet she managed to suppress it, reminding herself of his compassionate nature as a healer. In contrast to the arrogant young master of the Mo family, this mortal before her exhibited a genteel courtesy, embodying the qualities of a true gentleman. Here, I possess a few medicinal herbs that, if consumed by the young lady, will facilitate her recovery. Gu Heng immediately approached the counter, hastily gathering several handfuls before retreating to the back room to prepare the concoction. Bai Fei found it rather amusing. How could an ordinary mortal comprehend her plight? This was a dilemma that even the most skilled physicians of the imperial dynasty could not remedy. Although she understood that mortal medicine was utterly futile, Bai Fei felt it prudent not to dismiss his kind intentions. When a medicinal brew was finally prepared and handed to her, she cradled the steaming bowl and cautiously sampled a sip. Instantly, her countenance shifted to one of astonishment, for that seemingly unremarkable potion transformed upon her tongue into a pure, potent force of medicinal power, coursing through her veins and muscles like a mighty river. In that fleeting moment, all remnants of the lingering toxins within her vanished, and her previously weakened body began to regain its vitality. In that instant, Bai Fei glimpsed a flicker of hope, though disbelief lingered in her heart. She stared vacantly at the bowl of brown liquid, murmuring to herself, "Is this truly the cure?" Almost immediately, her long-lost cultivation surged back, culminating in a swift breakthrough from the foundation establishment stage to the core formation stage. Ultimately reaching the 7th level of the nascent soul, she had achieved a breakthrough, all from a mere sip of this potion. Bai Fei sat motionless in her chair, her gaze clouded as she stared out at the torrential rain, her shock beyond measure. What kind of elixir was this? Chapter 2. Who are you, extraordinary master? Bai Fei felt her body once again brimming with vital energy, yet she found herself unable to control even her own hands. At that moment, having returned to the nascent soul stage, she realized that the bowl of medicinal soup before her contained an extraordinarily terrifying potency. Previously, she had failed to notice this simply due to her inadequate cultivation, which rendered her incapable of perceiving it. The brown liquid shimmered with a luminous brilliance akin to stars and moons. Even a mere drop was beyond her comprehension, leaving her to wonder about the sublime alchemical techniques employed and the precious herbs utilized. Ah, the young lady's complexion appears significantly improved now, Gu Heng observed, a sense of satisfaction swelling within him. For a healer, nothing brings greater fulfillment than witnessing a patient recover through one's medicine. However, the girl before him gazed blankly at the soup he had presented, her body seemingly trembling with emotion, which struck Gu Heng as peculiar. His medical skills were indeed quite remarkable. After all, as the system had proclaimed, they were nothing short of extraordinary. The concocted medicine always looked appealing and tasted delightful. So why did this girl appear as if she had seen a ghost? Yet Bai Fei found it difficult to meet Gu Heng's gaze, for she was acutely aware that the most adept medical practitioners among the imperial lineage possessed knowledge of how to eradicate the residual toxins within her. However, the cost was exorbitant. It required the growth of the longevity ironwood for over 100,000 years, combined with the red gold grass that crystallized from the depths of the abyssal lava, along with a measure of ancient dragon-tooth powder, and the intervention of a grandmaster with at least triple the saintly cultivation, proficient in medicinal arts, who would take 49 days to refine a single drop of Star Moon divine water capable of curing her ailment. Yet, that was an impossibility. Firstly, the longevity ironwood available in the world was limited. The Bai family could procure only those aged up to 50,000 years at most. Beyond that, the entire Xiantian realm possessed little. After extensive efforts, they had only learned of a 12,000-year-old specimen stored in the transcendent holy land of the Wenyangong, outside the imperial court. Such a treasure was beyond compare. As for the abyssal lava, only those of the great ascension stage could enter. Any who ventured within would meet their demise, let alone those who sought to gather herbs there. Her father, the head of the Bai family, was only at the 7th level of tribulation cultivation. The ancient dragon tooth powder. The ancient dragon clan regarded any remnants of their kin as taboo. Even the most audacious outsider who dared to disturb the remains of an ancient dragon would face death. Thus, at that moment, Bai Fei'er understood her dire predicament. Not to mention the Bai family. Even the emperor of the Sinflar dynasty could not procure such celestial treasures. But this bowl of medicinal soup, was it not precisely the star moon divine water spoken of by the esteemed medical sage? In this humble clinic of a small town, a mortal man had managed to refine it in the brief span of a single tea time. Who on earth was he? Miss, are you all right? Gu Heng inquired with concern, prompting Bai Fei'er to suddenly regain her composure. She hastily masked her expression, feigning calmness as she said, "Esteemed sir, no, esteemed senior, may I inquire about the ingredients within this bowl of soup?" Though she still struggled to believe it. Deep down she felt that the man before her was anything but an ordinary mortal. Rather, he was an extraordinarily powerful being whose strength she could not fathom. Moreover, he was a medical sage of unparalleled skill. Thus, this request was somewhat impolite. A careless utterance could easily offend him. The moment Bai Fei'er's words left her lips, she felt an overwhelming sense of regret. Well, it was merely 3 types of medicinal herbs, nothing particularly complex. Gu Heng was somewhat puzzled as to why this rather charming young woman referred to him as her senior. The request itself was not unreasonable. He assumed she merely wished to clarify the prescription for future reference, allowing her to practice at home. Approaching the medicine cabinet, he casually selected a few herbs and placed them on the table. Bai Fei'er swallowed hard and stepped closer, her eyes widening in astonishment. The everlasting ironwood shimmered with a silvery luster, its quality undoubtedly exceeding 10,000 years. Then there was the crimson goldgrass, which appeared unremarkable. Yet Bai Fei'er recognized it from ancient texts. This herb should not be touched carelessly, for even a powerful cultivator at the Great Ascension stage could suffer burns. And the ancient dragon tooth powder. Just a fleeting glance was enough for her to hear the whispers of dragons. Heavens! Such precious herbs. And he simply presented them so casually. These were treasures coveted by top-tier sects. If outsiders were to learn that such artifacts resided within this modest clinic, it would undoubtedly incite a storm of bloodshed. Yet, he could concoct the celestial moon water and so readily offered it to a stranger like her. All while residing in this small establishment. It was clear he was undoubtedly a reclusive master, detached from the mundane world. "These are merely trifles from my humble clinic. Nothing of great significance," he remarked. The herbs were not collected by Gu Heng himself, but rather provided by the system. The system possessed a marketplace interface filled with numerous items, such as medicinal herbs, books for self-cultivation, and even the so-called heavenly books for divination, as well as practice sketches for painting. There was an abundance of items, yet none pertained to cultivation, leading Gu Heng to perceive it merely as a general store. Items in the marketplace could be acquired freely, provided one unlocked the requisite permissions. With each level gained, corresponding points were awarded, and the higher the points, the more permissions unlocked. Thus, all these herbs were obtained by Gu Heng from the system without cost. He had accumulated a substantial amount of points and unlocked all permissions, allowing him to take whatever he pleased from the marketplace. These points seemed to have other uses, but Gu Heng had yet to discover them. However, regarding the herbs in the marketplace, to be frank, Gu Heng found them rather unimpressive. The ironwood firegrass and beast tooth powder before him appeared to be the most inferior of herbs. The notion that teeth and wood could be utilized for medicinal purposes was indeed a challenge to Gu Heng's preconceived notions. Nevertheless, he had brewed medicine for others on numerous occasions, and the results had been satisfactory. These items are not of great consequence. I hope the young lady does not take offense at my concoctions. Gu Heng casually picked up a piece of everlasting ironwood, and, with a gentle squeeze, it shattered effortlessly. Bai Fei'er's eyelids twitched violently. Though the everlasting ironwood was a medicinal material, its solidity was astonishing. Even a piece aged 30,000 years could only be shattered by cultivators at the tribulation stage. Within the Sunfire dynasty, there existed a specimen aged 70,000 years that was used by Great Ascension cultivators to test the power of their techniques, as it was virtually indestructible. The man before her effortlessly crushed the ancient ironwood, which had existed for countless ages. Bai Fei'er felt a cold sweat trickle down her back. She realized how fortunate she had been not to display any dissatisfaction moments ago. If he had wished to end her life, it would have been as simple as squashing an ant. No, even easier. She opened her palm, staring blankly at her hand, as if it were not her own body. A peculiar joy enveloped her being, causing her to tremble with excitement. The sensation of regaining power was intoxicating. Not only strength, but also authority, status, and the freedom to live as she desired. It had all returned to her. Yet, a lingering daze enveloped her. She had unwittingly consumed a potion brewed by such a formidable being, initially dismissing it as worthless. The Star Moon Divine Water could only be refined by those of the utmost sanctity, complemented by extraordinary medical skills. In the vast world, only a handful of renowned medical sages possessed such abilities. Each of them commanded immense influence, capable of toppling forces far mightier than the Sunfire dynasty with a mere word. In comparison to such individuals, what was she, a mere genius of the Bai family? Bai Fei'er felt a shudder of fear at her earlier arrogance. Having once felt utterly defeated and hopeless, she had unexpectedly been granted a new lease on life, all thanks to this remarkable figure before her. The shimmering light danced in her violet eyes as she slowly lifted her gaze to Gu Heng, her expression filled with admiration and gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed elder, for your gift of medicine. I am unable to repay you, so please allow me to bow in your honor." With that, she prepared to kneel. Gu Heng quickly reached out to halt her action, smiling as he said, "Since we have crossed paths, it is fate that binds us. Our meeting is but a fleeting encounter, and there is no need for such notions of repayment. Such things hold little significance." Bai Fei'er paused momentarily. Indeed, to the esteemed sage before her, the Star Moon Divine Water was merely a potion he could concoct with ease, hardly worthy of his concern. However, for her, that bowl of water, something she could never have obtained in her lifetime, had restored her cultivation, transforming her from a waste into someone even more proficient. "Thank you for your guidance. Esteemed elder, I understand now." "Ah, Bai Fei'er, such a lovely name. The beauty of the young lady aligns perfectly with its elegance," Gu Heng remarked with a gentle smile. Bai Fei'er's cheeks flushed crimson, and she shyly lowered her gaze. "Your praise is unwarranted, esteemed elder. I am but a humble willow, unworthy of such compliments." These days, young women tended to be quite modest, and Gu Heng found such humility quite endearing. Outside, the rain began to cease. Bai Fei'er took a deep breath and once again performed a grand gesture of respect. "Esteemed elder, I must apologize. I am compelled by pressing matters and cannot linger. However, I will undoubtedly return to repay your kindness, and I hope you will not turn me away when I do." Bai Fei'er was determined to return to the Mo family and shatter this farcical marriage with a single stroke of her sword. Gu Heng nodded. "Should you wish to come, then come you shall. In any case, the medical clinic is often rather desolate. The frequent visits of beautiful ladies would indeed be a delightful occurrence." Bai Fei'er pursed her lips, a warm sensation blossoming within her heart. She turned around, and with a few fleeting movements, her vital energy surged forth, causing her to vanish. Gu Heng was left astonished, his mouth agape. It turns out this young lady is also a practitioner of the mystical arts. Chapter 3. The 9-live cat that came knocking Bai Fei'er had departed, yet the rain continued to pour. Gu Heng returned to the back room, placing the medicinal soup that Bai Fei'er had merely sipped on, unwilling to waste it. Upon reflection, he found the young woman rather intriguing. His medicine could only heal mortals and was utterly ineffectual against cultivators. She, a gentle soul, had appeared burdened by her own thoughts, aimlessly drenched in the rain, yet still willing to indulge in a charade that brought a moment of levity to both of them. Alas, it seemed unlikely they would cross paths again. He was but a mortal, while she was a youthful cultivator. Gu Heng rubbed his aching neck, preparing to cook a meal, hoping to rest for a while after eating before seeing if anyone would come for consultation in such inclement weather. Suddenly, he heard a sound. Meow. A cat's cry piqued Gu Heng's curiosity, and he glanced toward the clinic's entrance, where a small white head peeked out. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a tiny white kitten, likely weaned only recently. Unfazed by his approach, the kitten gazed at Gu Heng with large gray-blue eyes. Ah, a stray cat. Gu Heng squatted down and scooped up the little creature. The kitten offered no resistance, seemingly dazed, and nestled quietly in his arms. He stroked its soft fur, feeling a surge of affection. This kitten was utterly adorable, with a coat as white as snow, resembling an ice lotus from a snowy mountain. Strikingly beautiful. A closer look revealed a delicate purple mark on its forehead, quite enchanting, prompting Gu Heng to gently kiss its brow. However, upon further inspection, he noticed numerous tiny wounds adorning the kitten's body. Its lower abdomen was stained with blood, the pristine fur marred by the severity of its injuries. Indeed, after yesterday's relentless downpour, even humans felt troubled by such torrential rain, which could be a deadly calamity for a small creature. Gu Heng furrowed his brow. "You're gravely injured." The white kitten licked the hem of Gu Heng's garment. He chuckled softly. "Wait a moment. I shall fetch you some medicine." He placed the kitten on the counter and retreated to the back room, while the kitten squinted its eyes, licking its paw, a hint of malice flickering in its gaze. Ah, how the mighty have fallen. A tiger reduced to being bullied by dogs. A phoenix that has descended to the level of chickens. She was Su Jinxia, a formidable guest elder beneath the throne of the Demon King, the matriarch of the Nine-Live Cat clan. She was meant to seize the night of the full moon in the demon realm to successfully transcend her tribulation and ascend to the great transcendent stage. Yet, midway through her tribulation, she had been ambushed by other demon clans. Her attempt had failed, the lightning strikes leaving her on the brink of death. Wounded, Su Jinxia fled rapidly, running for a day and a night, unaware of how far she had come, ultimately finding refuge in a secluded mountain. Unable to maintain her human form, she was forced to revert to her true feline self. To make matters worse, in the nearby Qingmu city, there resided an elder of the Mo clan, a formidable figure with cultivation at the 8th stage of the spirit division. That wretched old man had detected her presence and immediately set out to hunt her down. Unfortunately, Su Jinxia could muster no more than 2 or 3/10 of her full strength, and in a confrontation, she found herself at a disadvantage, compelling her to expend her last remaining teleportation talisman to escape into the city. This time, Su Jinxia's losses were significant. In a desperate bid for survival, she employed numerous magical artifacts, yet the tribulations of thunder were not easily endured. Countless formidable beings had perished beneath the wrath of the heavens, and though she clung to life, her physical state was gravely compromised, having just engaged in a fierce battle with the ancestor of the Mo family. Her cultivation of the 10th layer of tribulation was rendered utterly ineffective. Furthermore, she found herself in the enemy's territory, and it would not be long before the Mo ancestor discovered her presence. In times past, 100 of the Mo ancestors would have been no match for her. Su Jinxia, who could have dispatched them with a single strike. Now, however, her fate appeared grim. Yet, Su Jinxia was unwilling to surrender so easily. Before her lay a mere mortal. If she could consume him, perhaps she could restore some of her powers and even find a glimmer of hope. Moreover, that human had audaciously touched her all over and even kissed her. Su Jinxia, the most beautiful of the 9-lived demon cats, had rebuffed countless suitors from her own kind with disdain, and now she had been reduced to being pawed at by a human. It was a profound humiliation. She felt an urge for vengeance that could not be quelled. As she lay low, eyes closed in concentration, enduring the pain of her injuries, Gu Heng returned with a medicinal broth. Upon seeing the small cat sprawled across the table in slumber, he could not help but chuckle softly. "Little one, it's time to wake. Healing is of utmost importance." He placed the broth on the table and gently patted the white cat's back. He recalled that the portion meant for Miss Fayeur had gone unfinished, so he would let her have it. It would warm her, and he would bandage her wounds afterward. The white cat lazily opened her eyes, surveying her surroundings. Upon realizing that this mortal had indeed brought her medicine, she felt a twinge of disdain. The concoction would be of no use to her, as it lacked the precious celestial materials required to heal the hidden injuries from the thunder tribulation. However, lacking any power, she resolved to feign interest in the broth to lower the mortal's guard. Then, what? Meow. Su Jinxiu suddenly sensed something amiss. The broth contained an immense and pure healing potency. Stunned, she discovered that after just a few sips of the brown liquid, her internal injuries from the thunder tribulation were rapidly mending. Furthermore, she sensed a burgeoning potential for her demonic form to evolve. In the demon realm, the evolution of one's form was not bound to cultivation levels, but rather to fortuitous opportunities. For instance, the 9-lived demon cat's lowest form bore black fur, followed by purple, white, silver, and jade hues. Though blessed with exceptional talent, Su Jinxiu had found it challenging to evolve her form in tandem with her cultivation, as bloodline determined limits. Thus, while she possessed the 10th layer of tribulation, her form remained merely white. But now, having imbibed the broth, she felt her form, which had stagnated for centuries, beginning to evolve. Gu Heng, initially bored, had been watching the small cat drink the medicine, but now he noticed something unusual. Her fur was gradually turning a shimmering silver. He blinked in surprise, observing that her eyes glimmered with a faint silver light, seemingly brighter than before. The silver hue is indeed more striking than white. It has been quite some time since I last beheld a silver cat. Although the fur of the little wildcat had inexplicably changed color, Gu Heng paid it no mind. The world is full of wonders, and a change in fur hue hardly warrants astonishment. To his surprise, Su Jinxiu found herself breaking through barriers that had confined her for centuries after sustaining severe injuries and finding refuge in a human town. After merely sipping a few spoonfuls of medicinal soup in this humble clinic, she underwent an evolution. Not only that, but the hidden injuries from her lightning tribulation had also completely healed, allowing her to wield her cultivation of the 10th stage of tribulation at will. Yet paradoxically, she felt a newfound caution. Before her lay a broth that shimmered with the luminescence of stars and moons. This was the legendary star moon, divine water, ranked 11th on the divine medicine list. Generally, even a single drop is a treasure beyond measure. Yet before her was a full half bowl, and that mortal, no, he was far from an ordinary mortal. She understood that no mere human could ever hope to come into contact with star moon divine water. For them, this divine remedy was akin to a lethal poison. Strangely, she could not discern the cultivation level of this young man before her. She, Su Jinxiu, was a being of the 10th stage of tribulation. If there existed a formidable entity whose cultivation she could not fathom, it could only be a transcendent being at the saint level. What could this possibly imply? The individual before her must undoubtedly be a powerful saint. A sense of trepidation enveloped Su Jinxiu. How could such a formidable being remain oblivious to the fact that she was a 9 lives demon cat? His indifference suggested that, in his eyes, the 9 lives demon cat lineage bore no distinction from a mere wildcat. Both were inconsequential. Indeed, this was the reality. Even the clan leader of the 9 lives demon cats possessed only the 4th stage of the Great Ascension. To him, the 9 lives demon cats were akin to wildcats, to be treated with the same casualness. The thought of attempting to siphon his soul filled her with dread. Was she not courting death by living so long? With this realization, Su Jinxiu raised her head cautiously. Gu Heng was staring intently at her, his gaze imbued with an icy indifference, and in that moment, she felt an immense pressure descend upon her, rendering her speechless. "Be obedient and finish your medicine," Gu Heng said, wrapping the soup bowl lightly, his tone laced with seriousness. This little cat seemed reluctant to drink the bitter concoction, but she needed to warm her body after being drenched in the rain for so long. Caring for small creatures required a display of the owner's authority. Su Jinxiu, trembling, raised her paw and gulped down the medicinal liquid, then quickly withdrew her paw to cradle her belly, gazing up at Gu Heng with a look of eager acquiescence. Gu Heng was amused by her antics. "From now on, follow me, and I shall take care of you." Meanwhile, in the grand hall of the Mo family estate in Qingmu City, the eldest son, Mo Cheng, wore a disgruntled expression. His useless fiancée, he had abandoned her duties to try on wedding attire, and had ventured out instead. She was utterly disregarding his dignity. This marriage was personally orchestrated by the ancestral patriarch. Even though the patriarch was aware that the Bai family regarded the Mo family as a mere eclectic store, and that they were marrying off a worthless daughter, taking Bai Fei as a bride still established a connection with the Bai family. In truth, Bai Fei had become of no value to the Bai family, merely a discarded burden. Yet by marrying her, Mo Chung could now claim familial ties with the Bai family. For Mo Chung, this mattered little. However, it was bewildering that Bai Fei, now reduced to a state of worthlessness, had the audacity to look down upon him. Her future husband. Nonetheless, Mo Chung had resolved that Bai Fei, once a genius beyond his reach, was now merely a discarded obstacle, and the Bai family would no longer support her. After the wedding, she would surely experience the consequences of his power. At that moment, Bai Fei, braving the relentless downpour, entered the hall. "Where have you been?" Mo Chung exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table, rising in anger. "Where's your patriarch?" Bai Fei shot him a scornful glance. She could see through Mo Chung entirely. His cultivation at the second level of foundation establishment was so superficial, a mediocre and incapable dandy, and she was to be wed to such a man. Bai Fei suppressed her fury, barely restraining herself from drawing her sword to strike him down. "The patriarch is out on business. He has no interest in meeting with a worthless woman like you." Mo Chung scoffed, eyeing the rain-soaked Bai Fei. She raised an eyebrow, well aware that her current cultivation was at the 7th level of nascent soul. How could Mo Chung possibly perceive that? This fool believed she was still the fading waste he once knew. "Listen, Bai Fei, the Mo family has shown you courtesy due to your former brilliance. Otherwise, you wouldn't even qualify to be my servant. Now, go back to your room and try on your wedding gown properly, or do not blame me for my lack of mercy," Mo Chung threatened, pointing towards the door with malice. "Try on the wedding gown, is it? Very well." Bai Fei smirked, casting a sarcastic glance at him before turning to leave. As she walked away, a cold, sharp smile graced her lips. Since the Mo family valued this marriage so highly, she would ensure that at the most grand occasion, she would trample their dignity underfoot. Chapter 4. The ancestor of the Mo family is infuriated by Fei's attitude, truly incensed Mo Chung. As the eldest son of the Mo family, he might have been aware that the Mo family was far inferior to the Bai family. Yet he could not fathom why she, Bai Fei, failed to recognize her own worth. Her haughty demeanor left Mo Cheng's expression twisted in fury. "Humph, this wretched woman. Once I tire of her." In that moment, an elderly figure appeared at the entrance, draped in a flowing white robe, with hair and beard as silver as moonlight, exuding an otherworldly aura. However, his eyes harbored a sinister glint. Upon entering, he immediately caught sight of Mo Chung's distorted countenance and frowned, his voice deep and commanding. "Why do you wear such a displeased expression at this hour?" Grandfather, upon recognizing the visitor as the esteemed ancestor of the Mo family, Mo Chung quickly donned a sycophantic smile, preparing to lay blame on Bai Fei. It's all that Bai Fei, completely oblivious silence. The Mo ancestor rebuked him sharply, fixing him with a piercing gaze. His tone severe. "Even if that Bai Fei is a mere waste, you must not display such disdain until this marriage is finalized. The elder from the Bai family is nearing, and should he witness your demeanor, he may deem our Mo lineage as lacking in promise and unworthy. Even with this alliance, it shall be difficult for our Mo family to leverage the Bai family's reputation." His words were exceedingly stern, draining the color from Mo Cheng's face. He was not the favored descendant of the ancestor. Otherwise, the task of marrying a waste would not have fallen to him. Nevertheless, Bai Fei was undeniably beautiful, and if he incurred the ancestor's wrath, he feared he would lose everything. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Mo Chung hastily nodded, bowing deeply. "Grandson acknowledges his error. Please, grandfather, punish me. I hope you remember this. Now go, and during tonight's wedding, do not bring shame upon the Mo family." The ancestor of the Mo family waved him away, dismissing the unworthy descendant, and seated himself within the hall, his expression still grim. It was not merely the marriage that belittled the Mo family. Rather, the ancestor felt a precious opportunity slipping through his fingers. Just moments ago, he had sensed the presence of a gravely injured demon outside Qingmu City and had rushed there, only to encounter a formidable creature, a 9 lives demon cat at the tribulation stage. At that moment, the MO ancestor believed that fortune was finally favoring his advanced years. Regardless of her injuries and current plight, if he could obtain her demon core, he could achieve a breakthrough in his stagnant cultivation, potentially transcending the divine separation stage and entering the integration stage. With the attainment of the integration stage, the ancestor's lifespan could be extended by another millennium, allowing the MO family, under his guidance, to reclaim its former glory. Such temptation was irresistible to the MO ancestor. Like all cultivators, he yearned for greater strength and longevity, and he was no exception. Of course, a demon cat of such formidable prowess would undoubtedly hold a significant status within its clan. Acting recklessly could invite retaliation from the demon tribe. Yet even so, he was determined to acquire that 9 lives demon cat's core. The esteemed ancestor of the MO family had meticulously orchestrated his plans. However, he could hardly have anticipated that the feeble and critically weakened 9-lived demon cat would manage to escape with the aid of a magical artifact. He was utterly confounded, having failed to capture even a single hair of the elusive creature. Despite his exhaustive search through the dense forest spanning thousands of miles, the cat remained elusive, leaving the MO ancestor exceedingly vexed. Ultimately, it was futile. The demon cat would not be foolish enough to return to Qingmu City and meet its demise. Aside from venting his frustration on his descendants, the MO ancestor found himself bereft of further recourse. More pressing matters demanded his attention. This night heralded the grand wedding between the MO and Bai families. If he could successfully navigate this affair, the MO family's reputation would once again resonate throughout the illustrious Sun Yin Empire. As night fell, Gu Heng sat at the entrance of the clinic, cradling a bowl of sweet soup in his hands. Today had not been particularly idle. After discovering the little wildcat, the torrential rain had ceased, leading to an influx of patients seeking treatment for various mishaps caused by the downpour. Gu Heng had been occupied until now, with no time to prepare a proper meal. Thus, he had resorted to concocting a bowl of sweet soup using some sugary, medicinal herbs from his cabinet. As he sipped the sweet liquid, he gazed westward, where the MO residence was adorned with festive decorations, exuding an atmosphere of joy. Numerous cultivators soared through the night sky, having traveled great distances at the behest of the MO family to witness the nuptials, creating a lively spectacle. With a sigh, Gu Heng set the bowl of sweet soup down on the stone table beside him. For one who was not a cultivator, life felt quite insipid. Although Gu Heng had come to terms with his fate of never becoming a cultivator, the Xiantian realm remained a world that revered strength above all else. While the system had not transformed him into a formidable being, it had at least afforded him some means of sustenance. As an ordinary mortal, he could only content himself with his modest existence. Unbeknownst to Gu Heng, the small wild cat, its fur shimmering silver, had leapt onto the stone table, curiously licking the sweet soup. Seeing the wildcat linger in his clinic, Gu Heng felt a sense of companionship. After all, he had no one to share his days with, and having another cat would provide him with solace in times of melancholy. "Little Shi, is this sweet soup to your liking?" Gu Heng inquired, observing the cat nod in response, prompting an involuntary smile to grace his lips. The cat was remarkably intelligent. Gu Heng had discovered that it comprehended human speech. Upon rescuing it, he had administered some medicine, and, as he contemplated a name, he initially intended to call it Little Ian. However, the cat vehemently shook its tail and head in refusal. After numerous attempts with paper and pen, he finally discerned that it accepted the name Little Shi. "If you find yourself without a place to go in the future, you may stay with me. I promise to treat you well," Gu Heng assured, stroking the cat's soft fur, which felt exceptionally pleasant to the touch. As Su Jianxin savored the sweet soup, she felt the potent medicinal energy coursing through her body, a revelation that left her astounded. For this elder had carelessly combined the petals of the extreme abyss snow lotus and the crimson gold demon flower in a mere iron pot for refinement. The conflict between these two extraordinary attributes is rather terrifying. A single misstep by the alchemist could result in devastation within 1,000 miles. Yet, the alchemical prowess displayed is nothing short of astonishing, as Su Jinsi observes. Without the aid of any alchemical furnace, and without even witnessing true qi, this individual skillfully melds these two substances in a mere iron pot over a fire, sweetening the concoction into syrup. She even ascends the medicinal cabinet, rummaging through the myriad of herbs. The dozens of ingredients she encounters are treasures capable of inciting chaos in the outside world, yet here they are laid out nonchalantly. Moreover, his alchemical techniques are unparalleled. The potency of these precious materials is so immense that they would be akin to deadly poison for mortals. However, he manages to control it so adeptly that a significant portion of the medicinal power dissipates, rendering it just sufficient to heal the ordinary. It is truly a waste of natural resources. But what can Su Jinsi do? Concealed in this humble locale, he utilizes these invaluable herbs, for which countless cultivators would willingly risk their lives for the benefit of mortals. The mind of a true master operates on a different plane. Perhaps this is the essence of indulging in the mortal realm. In any case, it is to Su Jinsi's advantage, consuming these herbs and gradually refining their medicinal properties. She believes that one day, her demonic form may evolve once more. Since this recluse wishes to nurture her, Su Jinsi does not resist. After all, the benefits she gains from his side far exceed any accolade she might receive from her kin. Even the demon emperor may not bestow such gifts upon her. She finds herself reluctant to depart. This grand wedding of the Mo family appears quite splendid. With an invitation in hand, she can indulge in the feasting. Heng retrieves the invitation from his pocket, gazing towards the Mo family estate, pondering his next move. However, before he could act, little she leaps into his embrace, playfully tapping the large character for Mo on the invitation with her paw, wagging her tail. In that moment, comprehension dawns upon him. Very well, I understand you are hungry. Let's go and partake in a feast. Heng cradles little she and leisurely strides toward the Mo family estate. Meanwhile, within his arms, Su Jinsi's eyes glimmer with a chilling brilliance. Chapter 5. I by Fei shall not marry a waste. The esteemed leader of the Qinyu sect graces my humble abode. It is an honor beyond measure for the Mo family. Enough of this. Elder Mo Xen, your words are truly flattering. Yet on this momentous day of matrimony, I shall present a millennium-old purple soul flower as a token of goodwill from the Qinyu sect. The Mo residence is vast, with an exquisite layout among its courtyards, adorned with pavilions and towers aplenty. The banquet has long been set, with over 100 guests already in attendance, though not an overwhelming number. These individuals are renowned cultivators within the Dian Empire, each representing their own formidable factions, none weaker than the Mo family. At this moment, the Mo family ancestor occupies the main seat of the banquet, feeling a surge of satisfaction as he observes the bustling scene of guests flocking to their home. Once, the illustrious glory of the Mo ancestors was precisely like this. Alas, the descendants have proven lackluster, losing their family's heritage and now reduced to reigning over the Qingshan city. In times past, these very factions that now come to celebrate would have relied on the Mo family's favor for survival. Yet now, the Mo family enjoys an unprecedented grandeur. Although this is somewhat indebted to the prestige of the Bai family, the Mo ancestor feels a secret delight within, his face displaying a benevolent smile as he addresses the assembly. Esteemed guests, allow me to raise a toast to you all. Upon finishing his words, he lifts his wine cup. Today marks the grand wedding of my eldest grandson, Mo Chung. I toast to everyone. As his voice falls, he drinks heartily, and the surrounding guests raise their cups in unison, downing their drinks as well. Praise and flattery pour in, filling the Mo ancestor's face with joy. He relishes these sycophantic remarks. Yet, the thought of the 9 lives demon cat brings a pang of regret. How could she have escaped? Contemplating this, the Mo ancestor's eyes flicker as he settles back down, glancing at the table nearby, where Mo Chung is jovially conversing with a group of debauched youths. This sight causes him to frown. This scoundrel truly is a wretched case, yet he is still of his bloodline. Although the Bai family has sent a wastrel into their midst, Bai Feier, whom the Mo ancestor has met, is undeniably of exquisite beauty. It is not a poor match for Mo Chung. He merely awaits the Bai family elder to bring out Bai Feier, and the wedding vows shall follow naturally. Meanwhile, Gu Hong arrives at the gates of the Mo residence, with Xiao Shi peeking out from his embrace, remarkably serene. Many mortals have gathered to witness this grand wedding, most merely seeking to revel in the celebratory atmosphere and enjoy a splendid feast, showing little interest in the matrimonial affair itself. Gu Hong produces the wedding invitation, and the guarding Mo family servants permit him entry. However, as he crosses the threshold, he overhears disdainful remarks from behind. Humph, a bunch of useless gluttons, here only to mooch off the feast, truly uncultured. Upon hearing this, Gu Heng's steps momentarily falter, yet he does not turn back. He continues onward into the depths of the residence. However, Su Jinx gazed at him in astonishment. Such a transcendent hermit of medical arts, humiliated by mere mortals who were hardly superior, remained so nonchalant. It appeared that such a state of detachment was not something to which just any powerful individual could ascend. At least she, Su Jinx, was incapable of achieving it. The venue was expansive, with ordinary folk seated at the periphery on modest benches. Ah, Dr. Gu has arrived. How rare. Dr. Gu, do choose a seat. The dishes are truly delightful. Gu Hong approached, greeted by numerous acquaintances. Among those present, few had not sought his services at the clinic, all loyal patrons. He responded to each salutation and casually selected an unoccupied seat, an array of exquisite dishes laid before him, while the little she leaped from his arms onto the table. At that moment, the esteemed ancestor of the Mo family stood at the highest point of the banquet, basking in the attention of those around him, exuding an air of satisfaction. "Behold, that is the ancestor of the Mo family," remarked a middle-aged stonemason, patting Gu Heng's shoulder and gesturing towards the elevated figure of the Mo ancestor, his face alight with envy. Gu Hong recognized this stonemason, who had once been a cultivator himself, though he never progressed beyond the foundation stage. He had suffered severe injuries from a conflict, rendering his foundation utterly ruined. However, having once traversed the path of cultivation, he had glimpsed the broader world, and thus, when he spoke, Gu Hong followed his gaze. Oh, it is merely that. In truth, Gu Hong had never encountered a cultivator of such standing, yet he remained indifferent, having come to terms with his own limitations. If he could not be a cultivator, living as a mortal was still a leisurely existence. Alas, Dr. Gu, your perspective is rather limited. The Mo ancestor has been at the splitting spirit stage for over a century. There are scarcely a dozen such cultivators in the entire Dayan Empire. To witness one in our lifetime is indeed a stroke of fortune. The stonemason shook his head, lamenting with expressions of regret. Gu Hong, disinterested but willing to engage, continued the conversation with him. This elder truly exhibited remarkable patience. Souveni, fidiking hertail, muset silently. How could she be trifled with? With a lifespan spanning thousands of years, her experiences were vast. Yet, among the myriad herbs in the apothecary, there were some she had never encountered, making the stonemason's remarks seem utterly ludicrous. The cultivation level of the individual before her was beyond her comprehension, and the stonemason, too, could not perceive it, mistakenly viewing Gu Hong as an inexperienced mortal. After all, he was a medical sage at the supreme level, capable of concocting elixirs without even the use of a cauldron or true energy. She longed to exclaim this, but to avoid startling these mere mortals and disrupting Gu Heng's leisurely existence, she bit her tongue. Moreover, today she intended to reclaim her dignity. That Mo ancestor dared to host a wedding. She, Su Jinx, the illustrious elder of the Nine Lives Demon Cat, would not tolerate such a disgrace while weakened. Soon, she would stir up trouble for the Mo family. At that moment, the atmosphere of the banquet was fervent, guests mingling and toasting with fervor. Finally, the Mo ancestor cleared his throat twice. This sound reverberated through the gathering, prompting all attendees to raise their heads in unison towards the Mo ancestor. Suddenly, a melodious sound resonated, and the previously boisterous banquet fell into an eerie silence, for the bride had made her entrance. Gu Heng gazed toward the scene, where a woman clad in a crimson gown, adorned with a vibrant red veil, descended gracefully, gliding like a celestial lotus. With each step she took, an alluring charm seemed to emanate from her, piercing the very souls of the men present, provoking a chorus of hushed gasps. Beside her stood an elder in a blue robe, his expression stern and somewhat anxious, which intrigued onlookers. However, the commoners, there merely to indulge in the festivities, paid little heed to such matters. Truly, she was as beautiful as a divine being. How remarkable it was that the Mo family had managed to procure such a gem from the Bai family. Yet, rumors suggested that the Bai family had initiated this union. There were tales behind it, and the lady who was to wed seemed to be a mere shadow of her former self. The crowd buzzed with speculation, many already captivated by the woman's enchanting presence. Gu Heng squinted, a contemplative glimmer in his eyes. Who was she, hidden beneath that veil? He felt an inexplicable familiarity. At that moment, the patriarch of the Mo family spoke, his voice resonating like a thunderclap. Esteemed guests, today marks a momentous occasion for the Mo family. As the daughter of the Bai family, Bai Fei weds our esteemed young master, Mo Cheng. We invite you all to bear witness. The atmosphere surged once more, with guests echoing their approval, while Mo Cheng rose to stand beside the patriarch. Yet, no one could discern the expression hidden beneath Bai Fei's veil. Only the patriarch seemed to sense something amiss. Then she advanced, and in an instant, a flash of sharp sword light erupted. With a single stroke, she severed her own veil, unleashing the overwhelming aura of a seventh-level nascent soul, commanding the spiritual energy within 10 paces around her, stunning all who beheld it. The force surged towards Mo Cheng, leaving him aghast. But fortunately, the patriarch intervened with a swift motion of his sleeve, deflecting the onslaught. Marry you? I, Bai Fei, was once a prodigy, and I remain one. I shall never wed a useless fool like you. Bai Fei's sword pointed directly at Mo Cheng, her long hair billowing, the crimson gown resembling flames. This unexpected turn of events left the entire assembly dumbfounded. Su Jinxie observed the scene, stifling a laugh. It appeared that this grand wedding was not solely her desire to see the Mo family humiliated. Gu Heng was equally astonished, for the woman in the crimson gown, now poised for confrontation, was none other than Bai Fei, who had visited his clinic earlier that day. Chapter 6. Bai Fei calls off the engagement. Su Jinxie seeks revenge. You, what is this? Upon the elevated platform, Mo Cheng gazed at Bai Fei, whose countenance was as frigid as ice and whose sword's edge gleamed with brilliance. His face was a mixture of horror and disbelief, trembling as he felt the overwhelming aura emanating from her. How could this be possible? Just 3 or 4 days prior, Bai Fei had arrived in Qingmu City, appearing as a mere shadow of her former self, her cultivation nearly reduced to that of a novice. The reason he had dared to treat her with such disdain was precisely because he perceived her as a worthless woman, her family's influence notwithstanding. He believed no powerful clan would support a seemingly impotent scion. Yet, why had this Bai Fei suddenly regained such formidable prowess? I refuse to believe it. You, a mere waste, were sold to the Mo family, and now you have the audacity to feign superiority here. Mo Cheng gritted his teeth, casting a venomous glare at Bai Fei, clearly unable to bear such a blow. He could not fathom that a waste could, in such a fleeting moment, attain her peak once more. The more incredulous he became, the more Bai Fei's expression morphed into one of scorn and mockery, her piercing gaze sweeping over Mo Cheng as if he were nothing more than an insect. Waste? Then what are you? A scion of debauchery. You are unworthy of my name, Bai Fei. As she uttered these words, she unleashed a fierce strike with her sword, a streak of light slicing through the air towards Mo Cheng. The spectators, notable cultivators from around Qingmu City, were utterly astonished. They could discern that Bai Fei was indisputably in the nascent soul stage. The illustrious titles of the Bai family as eldest daughter and a prodigy of the dynasty rang in their ears. but nothing compared to witnessing the might of her strike firsthand. The sword sliced through the air with a brilliance that left onlookers speechless. Do not act recklessly. Even the patriarch of the Mo family had not anticipated such a turn of events. Now, he understood the source of his unease, yet he could not afford to consider his dignity. As by Feyer's sword technique surged forth, he waved his sleeve to intercept it. He, being at the 8th level of the Spirit Division stage, believed he could effortlessly block her attack. Yet by Feyer's strike was far from simple. The shimmering sword shadows split into countless forms, and a significant portion of her sword energy eluded the patriarch's grasp entirely. Boom! In an instant, Mo Cheng's garments were shredded, and his body was sent flying as if struck by lightning, plummeting from the platform. He coughed up blood, his eyes filled with terror and resentment. You deceived me. You must be deceiving me. Mo Cheng roared in madness, unable to accept this reality. Why had this waste suddenly become so powerful? Bai Feier let out a cold laugh. Ha, deceive you? What are you that I should waste my breath? With a frigid demeanor, she sheathed her sword and turned her gaze toward the patriarch of the Mo family. This engagement is hereby terminated. The patriarch of the Mo family felt a twitch of his facial muscles as he sensed the scrutinizing gazes of the guests below. His fury surged, yet he was compelled to restrain himself, for the elder from the Bai family had now stepped forward. Mo Xian, since my daughter's cultivation has been restored, there is no longer any need to proceed with this marriage. As for the gifts previously bestowed by my Bai family, you may keep them. The Bai elder cared not for the dignity of the Mo patriarch, nor did he find it necessary to do so. With merely his status, he surpassed the Mo patriarch, and the illustrious Bai family had no obligation to apologize or show courtesy to the Mo family. Respect is reserved solely for the powerful. Without awaiting any response from the Mo patriarch, Bai Feier descended from the high platform and strode towards the gates of the Mo residence, closely followed by the Bai elder. What a splendid performance, Gu Heng remarked, raising his wine glass with a playful smile in his eyes. He hadn't anticipated the situation escalating to this extent. I told you, a wedding on a rainy day is inauspicious. Just look at how it has unfolded, he continued, clicking his tongue as he observed the dismay of the Mo family. Their reputation is utterly tarnished. Those in attendance are influential figures, and when they recount this incident, oh, the stonemason chimed in. Who could have foreseen that the young lady would encounter such a peculiar fate? Just as the Bai elder was about to exit, he cast a fleeting glance to the side, and that singular glance left him momentarily stunned. Amongst the mundane banquet tables sat a petite silver cat. Yet, within the depths of the cat's eyes, the Bai elder perceived an overwhelming pressure that he found impossible to resist. How could there be a 9 lives demon cat here? In a rush, the Bai elder recalled a cold, haughty voice resonating in his mind, and as he regained his composure, he noticed the cat swishing its tail. However, he felt an instinctive dread that remaining any longer might lead to his own demise. Thus, he hastened his departure. Su Jinxie scoffed inwardly before leaping back into Gu Heng's embrace. The Mo family's wedding has fallen through, and I've had my fill of this farce. I shall return now. The clinic requires my attention. Gu Heng gently patted her fluffy head and bid farewell to his table companions before departing. If there was any regret on his part, it was that he hadn't sampled a single dish from the table. Yet, he felt satiated by the spectacle. Upon the high platform, Mo Cheng was assisted to his feet by several guards, his garments tattered, and his spirit shattered. He appeared nearly deranged, muttering nonsensical phrases like I do not believe it. At this sight, the Mo patriarch could no longer contain his ire and struck Mo Cheng, causing him to stagger. You wretched child, you have brought disgrace upon the Mo family. He trembled with rage, yet felt powerless. Bai Feier's public annulment of the engagement had thoroughly humiliated the Mo family. Moreover, he, the esteemed patriarch of the Mo family in the Spirit Division, had been unable to thwart the swordplay of Bai Feier, who was in the nascent soul stage. Now, his own dignity lay in ruins, while Bai Feier's reputation would only soar higher. As I observe the varied expressions of the invited guests below, it is evident that after this night, the fate of the Mo family in Qingmu City hangs precariously in the balance. Whether they will rise to prominence or merely maintain their current status is uncertain. However, despite his anger, the patriarch of the Mo family must feign a smile and apologetically inform the guest that the marriage proposal has fallen through, provided she had not made an appearance. Ah, indeed, what a splendid performance. It seems the Mo family truly lacks resolve. In the heavens above, a haughty laughter resounded, its unabashed mockery igniting fury within the patriarch, who, stroking his beard, bellowed, "Who dares to be so audacious? Reveal yourself." As his words echoed, a magnificent figure draped in purple hovered above the estate, gazing down upon the assembly with an air of disdain that was both intimidating and captivating. The crowd stood entranced, their eyes fixed upon her. With a scornful smile, Su Jinxia delicately traced her alabaster fingers along her lips. "And who might you be?" The patriarch narrowed his eyes, sensing an unsettling aura from this striking woman, whose beauty was almost otherworldly. "Is it possible that you do not recognize the very incarnation you pursued relentlessly this morning?" Su Jinxia's smile widened, her tone flirtatious, red lips curving into an enticing arc. Yet, as she spoke, her voice turned icy, causing the patriarch's pupils to constrict as a sudden realization struck him. "You are the severely injured, nine-lived demon cat." "Indeed, that is I," she replied, her hand unfurling as an overwhelming force brewed within, distorting the very fabric of space. With a solemn gaze, she declared, regrettably, "I am no longer in a state of injury." The immense pressure emanating from her caused everyone present to kneel before her. Even those with strength rivaling the patriarch found themselves powerless against her commanding presence. The implication was unmistakable. She was a formidable being of the tribulation stage. In the entire Sinflar Empire, there existed but a handful of such powerful entities. Before they could ponder the calamity that had befallen the Mo family, the patriarch, his face pale with terror, unleashed his energy in a desperate bid to flee. Even if my true self does not intervene, should I allow you, an insignificant insect, to escape while merely utilizing this incarnation, my name, Su Jinxia, would be tarnished." With an indifferent smile, she casually waved her delicate hand, instantly binding the patriarch in midair. Ignoring his pleas, he cried out, "Please, Senior, spare my life. I was blind and have offended you. I implore you, grant me mercy." "Spare your life?" Su Jinxia scoffed. "Did you consider showing me mercy when you relentlessly pursued me in my weakened state?" The patriarch was drenched in sweat, trembling before the overwhelming presence of a fully realized tribulation stage powerhouse. "Senior, please spare me. I recognize my errors. I shall never transgress again. I only hope for your magnanimity to grant me a sliver of life." Observing the patriarch's pathetic display of desperation, Su Jinxia offered a disdainful smile. "It is too late." With a graceful motion of her slender hand, she effortlessly crushed the patriarch of the Mo family. With a muffled thud, the sound of flesh and bone shattering rendered the onlookers silent, their hearts gripped by terror as they beheld the mangled remains of the once living body. Fear coursed through them, leaving them trembling uncontrollably. Su Jinxia surveyed her surroundings with a frigid gaze, addressing the gathered crowd with an icy tone. "What transpired today is a personal vendetta between him and me, and shall not implicate anyone else." With that, she transformed into a wisp of violet smoke, dissipating into the air, leaving behind the haunting stillness of the Mo family estate. The Mo clan, witnessing their ancestor reduced to a mist of blood by the enigmatic woman, were first struck with shock, which soon morphed into a profound sense of despair. It was all over. As the silence faded, the guests, shaken from the fear and pressure brought forth by Su Jinxia, began to regain their composure. They beheld the Moke family, who appeared as if they were mourning the loss of their ancestors, and amidst their astonishment, new thoughts began to take root. The Moke family's once prominent reputation was poised to suffer greatly due to Bai Feier's incisive rejection of the marriage, and the death of the Moke patriarch further plunged their situation into peril. In a world where strength reigned supreme, the Moke family's dominance in Qingmu City had largely been attributed to the patriarch's presence. Yet now, he was gone. He had fallen at the hands of an unknown adept in the tribulation stage. The Moak family's adversaries would undoubtedly seize this golden opportunity, and the guests present began to entertain ulterior motives, for the Moak family's assets were vast. With their cornerstone now fallen, if they did not take this chance to carve out their share, it would merely benefit others. Soon, Qingmu City might witness yet another storm of bloodshed and turmoil. Meanwhile, the ordinary folk who had come to partake in the wedding festivities and witness the powerful cultivators seemed to drift into a reverie. For the events of the night had unfolded in a series of increasingly sensational revelations, leaving them in a daze. However, none of this concerned Gu Heng. He cradled the small pet cat he had found that day and leisurely made his way back to the clinic. On the following day, Gu Heng opened the doors of his clinic. The event from the previous night at the Moak residence was the talk of the town in Qingmu City. Curiously, he inquired with a nearby vendor and learned that after Bai Feier had boldly called off the engagement, a strikingly beautiful adept had arrived and swiftly dealt with the Moak patriarch. Listening to the vendor's lamentations, Gu Heng smiled, contemplating how he had missed what seemed to be a splendid spectacle. Alas, the Moak family was now irrevocably crippled. Indeed, the vendor scoffed, his expression one of disdain. Although Gu Heng was unable to cultivate himself, he grasped the principle of the survival of the fittest. Since his arrival in this realm, the Moak family had consistently stood as the foremost lineage in Qingmu City, with the patriarch being indispensable. Yet with his demise, the Moak family's aspirations to maintain their supremacy were rendered futile. Having occupied the top position for so long, they must have ruffled some feathers. One could only fear that they would soon face further calamities. Of course, Gu Heng merely sighed at the turn of events. What did it have to do with him? Meanwhile, Bai Feier was with the elder from the Bai family, who remained in Qingmu City, gazing from a distance at Gu Heng's clinic, hesitant to approach. This is the place Uncle Mo, Bai Feier pointed out to the Bai elder. This senior truly seems indifferent to appearances. Bai Mo observed the clinic, which was quite old but not dilapidated, and spoke with a tone of careful consideration. In truth, he was quite astonished. Why was that so? Due to the fact that Bai Feier was initially afflicted by a venomous curse, her cultivation continuously waned, a reality that Bai Mo observed with great concern. Having watched Bai Feier grow, he was pained to see such a prodigious talent suffer a grievous setback, plummeting from grace overnight. Naturally, Bai Mo felt an overwhelming urgency. Yet he found himself bereft of viable solutions, ultimately resigned to witnessing Bai Feier become a mere shadow of her former self, sold off to the Mo family under the guise of matrimony. To be frank, Bai Mo was vehemently opposed to this union. However, his dissent bore no weight against the collective decision of the Bai clan, of which he was but a humble elder. Yet, upon encountering Bai Feier last night, he was astonished to discover that the remnants of the curse had been eradicated from within her, and her strength had surged remarkably. Previously, she had been at the 5th level of the nascent soul stage, but now she had ascended to the 7th level. Her transformation left Bai Mo both astonished and elated. The Bai family's initial intention was to marry off Bai Feier, who had seemingly lost the ability to cultivate, to allow her to contribute to the clan one last time. However, with the fallen prodigy now rising anew, the impending marriage to the Mo family ought to be annulled. For the Mo family was undeniably inferior to the Bai family, and thus did not warrant any consideration for their pride. What truly piqued Bai Mo's curiosity was the manner in which Bai Feier had achieved such a feat. What fortuitous encounter had she experienced? Bai Feier then recounted her extraordinary experience from the previous evening amidst the rain while walking through the streets, sharing every detail with the elder closest to her. Thus, they found themselves here. The ability to effortlessly concoct the top-tier divine medicine, star and moon sacred water, and to bestow it upon an unrelated junior, indicated that the benefactor held such treasures in utter disregard, perhaps viewing the incident as a mere triviality in their otherwise serene existence. Bai Mo perceived that the elder's assistance to Bai Feier was rendered with casual ease, yet he felt compelled to express the Bai family's gratitude appropriately. Regardless of the circumstances, they could not afford to appear ungracious. The Bai family had to make statement. To his surprise, within the Dayan Empire, there existed such an extraordinary individual. Let us proceed. Although you have already expressed your thanks for assisting in your restoration, the Bai family must not remain unacknowledged. Bai Mo guided by Feier toward the clinic. Bai Feier felt a mix of exhilaration and trepidation, rehearsing her words in her mind. Yet the more she contemplated, the more daunting the prospect of speaking became. Bai Feier, who prided herself on being an exceptional talent, had previously looked down upon many young aspirants, and her affliction had only compounded her disheartenment. Yet, due to the elder's seemingly unintentional aid, she found her heart stirring with newfound emotions. The elder appeared youthful and handsome, yet his true age remained a mystery. He likely regarded her as nothing more than an inexperienced girl. Upon entering the clinic, they found the diagnosis room completely vacant. Just as Bai Mo pondered the whereabouts of the clinic's owner, his gaze suddenly froze in disbelief. For there, perched upon the table, was a silver kitten, its indifferent eyes fixed upon him. It was the 9-lived demon cat he had encountered the previous night. The white-eyed gaze of Bai Mo was filled with astonishment, yet he found himself rooted to the spot. Although he was a practitioner at the spirit-severing stage, his strength surpassing that of the venerable ancestor of the Mo family. At this moment, under the piercing stare of the demon cat, he felt as though he had plunged into a frigid abyss, an icy chill enveloping him. He had never experienced such profound terror before. It stemmed from an absolute suppression of his cultivation. Merely being the target of its gaze made him feel as if his very blood were freezing. The mere hint of murderous intent in the demon cat's eyes could manifest as a tangible death blow, striking him down. Could it be that Mo Xian was jilted? Bai Mo, however, did not hastily escort Bai Feier away from Qingwu City. He was acutely aware of the turmoil that had befallen the Mo family after their departure the previous night. A powerful being at the Tribulation Crossing stage had swiftly annihilated the Mo family's ancestor. His mind raced, effortlessly connecting the 9-lived demon cat he had encountered at the banquet with a formidable entity that had dispatched the Mo family elder. Why would a Tribulation Crossing 9-lived demon cat appear here? As far as he knew, this was a prominent clan among the myriad of demon races, deeply favored by the sage-level monarch of 10,000 demons, and logically should not easily manifest in human territory. Uncle Mo, what is going on? Bai Feier noticed by mos unusual demiano. Yet, as her gaze fell upon the silver feline, she too was overwhelmed by the same sensation of dread, which felt even more oppressive. Is that you, Miss Feier? As Gu Heng emerged from the inner chamber, the immense pressure surrounding Bai Feier and Bai Mo dissipated instantly. The 9-lived demon cat leapt from the table, scampering over and nestling into Gu Heng's embrace. Bai Feier and Bai Mo stared in stunned silence at this scene until Gu Heng approached them, cradling the 9-lived demon cat, prompting them to awaken from their stupor and bow respectfully. Miss Feier pays her respects to the esteemed elder. Miss Feier remains quite modest, Gu Heng remarked, gently stroking the fur of the little cat with a smile. May I ask about this? Bai Feier glanced at the obedient 9-lived demon cat in Gu Heng's arms, her lips parting slightly, yet unsure of what to articulate. Are you referring to Xiaoxi? I took her in yesterday, seeing her in a severely injured state. I simply healed her and decided to keep her as a pet. She seems quite content with it, doesn't she? Gu Heng raised his hand to pat her back. Meow, Su Jinxi nuzzled against Gu Heng's palm, letting out a soft mew as if in agreement. What reason could there be to refuse such an arrangement? After all, this individual might be a reclusive master even more powerful than the monarch of 10,000 demons, possessing a treasure trove of celestial materials. If he were to care for her, Su Jinxi would be 100 times willing. Bai Mo watched this unfolding scene, unable to suppress his wide-eyed astonishment, feeling as though he had transcended into another realm. This was a 9-lived demon cat, notorious among the demon clan for its ferocity. To think it could be so gently caressed and willingly accepted as a pet was utterly unimaginable. The capability of this elder to achieve such a feat was both awe-inspiring and terrifying. Chapter 8. How expensive this tea is. Gu Heng gazed at the silver kitten nestled in his arms, delighting in its obedient demeanor before strangers. Although puzzled by the evident interest of the two individuals in the feline, He whimsically entertained the notion that he might have stumbled upon a rare breed of stray cat. Dismissing such thoughts, he was nonetheless taken aback upon seeing Bai Feier re-enter his clinic. The previous night, he had witnessed her assertively confronting her husband, a spectacle that had left a vivid impression on him. Now, observing her vibrant spirit and radiant beauty, it was difficult to avert his gaze. During their initial encounter, she had been drenched in the rain, her hopes seemingly extinguished, resembling a mere shell of a person. Now, she appeared far more resplendent. Though Gu Hong had no intention of embellishing his own role, he could not help but ponder whether their chance meeting in the rain had provided her with some solace. Naturally, he refrained from voicing such thoughts, as Bai Feier was notably humble, and he, an ordinary physician, did not wish to appear presumptuous. Meanwhile, Bai Mo had been scrutinizing this seemingly youthful, yet undeniably enigmatic young man since Gu Heng's arrival. Despite his keen observations, Bai Mo could discern no trace of spiritual energy emanating from him. The mastery exhibited by Gu Hong was astonishing, prompting Bai Mo to silently marvel. Even the 9-lived demon cat, which Gu Hong treated as a pet, eluded his perception, yet he could sense its latent danger. Conversely, Gu Hong exuded an aura of profound humility, an unpretentious charm that instilled both respect and trepidation in Bai Mo. It was evident that one who could harbor a demon of such caliber as a pet was beyond the comprehension of a mere spirit division cultivator like himself. Who might this be? Gu Hong finally acknowledged Bai Mo, raising an inquisitive brow. The middle-aged man appeared vaguely familiar, yet Gu Hong dismissed the thought. Bai Feier had left a more lasting impression with her beauty. Upon noticing Gu Heng's inquiry, Bai Mo hastily bowed, introducing himself. I am Bai Mo. I have heard of your particular kindness towards our young lady, and I have come to express my gratitude. I hope my visit does not impose upon you unduly. Although Gu Hong felt his actions had been inconsequential, merely providing shelter from the rain and a bowl of nourishing broth, he recognized that Bai Mo, who referred to Bai Feier as Miss, was likely a servant of the Bai family. He appeared to be an ordinary man, yet Bai Feier held him in some esteem. Gu Hong mused that even in the eyes of cultivators, not all mortals are to be regarded as insignificant. It was plausible that Bai Mo had nurtured feelings for Bai Feier throughout her upbringing, and she likely reciprocated those sentiments, since they were both mere mortals. Gu Hong believed in the merit of mutual respect. If Bai Mo felt compelled to express his gratitude, Gu Hong could only respond with a smile, saying, "It was but a trifling effort, nothing of consequence. Miss Feier is exceptional. I dare say, had it been another, they might have acted similarly. The realm of this esteemed elder is indeed unparalleled. In a world rife with contemptible matters, he still harbors such a genuine and unpretentious heart." This sentiment stirred a multitude of reflections within Bai Mo, leaving him feeling utterly inadequate. For Bai Feier, this was akin to a rebirth. Yet Gu Hong appeared to regard it as a trivial matter. Bai Mo had initially intended to express his profound gratitude, asserting that the Bai family would unhesitatingly repay such a monumental favor, but now he found himself at a loss for words. The elder viewed this as a mere trifle, and to insist upon any form of recompense might very well displease this reclusive sage. Alas, how careless of me to have neglected the proper etiquette, standing here in the hall and conversing so casually. Let us move to the back room and enjoy some tea. Suddenly, Gu Hong tapped his head in realization, smiling apologetically. After setting the small cat, Su Jinsi, down onto the table, he gently instructed, "Be good and stay put." The little feline licked its paw, settling quietly in place. "Thank you, esteemed elder," Bai Mo said, a sense of solemnity washing over him, recognizing the respect the elder was bestowing upon them. Naturally, he could not refuse and followed Gu Hong into the back room alongside Bai Feier. The back room was impeccably maintained, but further back lay a small courtyard, which was rather disheveled, particularly unsuitable for the eyes of unexpected visitors. Bai Mo and Bai Feier seated themselves at a tea table, while Gu Hong poured them each a cup of tea he had prepared that morning. Bai Mo and Bai Feier accepted the cups with utmost reverence, not daring to be remiss in their manners. "By the way, may I inquire your esteemed name?" Bai Mo set down his cup, suddenly recalling that he had yet to learn the name of this reclusive sage. Bai Fei had been so taken aback during their chance encounter that she had not thought to ask, and now, as a mere young junior, she felt unqualified to speak up. My surname is Gu, and my given name is Heng. You may call me Gu Heng, or even Dr. Gu, if you prefer. We are all friends here. There's no need to be so formal. Gu Heng replied with a warm smile, taking a sip from his cup. That seems inappropriate. How could I dare to offend one as esteemed as you? By Montag hesitated. There's no harm in it. Gu Heng waved his hand dismissively, indicating that Bai Mo need not be concerned. I do not favor being addressed as elder, and if it's too difficult, you may simply call me young Master Gu. After all, I'm still quite young in the prime of my life. You appear to be much older than I, and it makes me feel as if I have aged hundreds of years. Bai Mo cast a hesitant glance at Bai Fei. Young Master Gu is right. Even fleeting encounters are a form of fate, and we risk becoming overly formal with one another, Bai Fei said with a gentle smile, quickly adapting her thoughts. Since Gu Heng preferred not to be called elder, addressing him as young master would suffice. Very well then, young Master Gu, Bai Mo deliberated for a moment, feeling unable to refuse further, yet his heart raced with anxiety as he lifted the teacup to his lips, hoping to quell the tumult within. However, upon tasting the tea, his pupils widened in astonishment. In this delicate tea, a robust and invigorating essence surged through my limbs, surpassing even the finest spring water. Bai Mo felt an unparalleled sense of comfort envelop him, nearly losing his composure. What is wrong? Is the tea not to your taste? Gu Heng inquired, noticing Bai Mo's unusual reaction. He had acquired these tea leaves for free from the system marketplace and had yet to serve them to anyone. It was not out of reluctance, but rather the products from the system were hardly presentable. Moreover, Gu Heng found their flavor to be rather mundane. Although Bai Mo and Bai Fei hailed from distinguished families, their refined palates had likely savored countless delicacies, and he feared his modest offering might not suffice. Oh no, not at all. This tea is soothing and refreshing. It is truly exceptional. Bai Mo hastily set down his cup, concealing the tumult within his heart. He was unaware of the secret behind Gu Heng's brew, but it was evidently made from leaves of extraordinary quality, imbued with potent medicinal properties. Is that so? Well then, I happen to have an abundance of these tea leaves. Allow me to gift you some to take home and brew, Gu Heng suggested, observing Bai Mo's genuine appreciation for the tea. His thoughts shifted, realizing perhaps his rustic nature had rendered him incapable of truly appreciating finer things. With that in mind, he rose and retrieved a wooden box from a nearby cabinet, presenting it to Bai Mo. This, Sir Gu. You are too generous, Bai Mo replied, trembling slightly as he accepted the box. Upon opening it, both Bai Fei and Bai Mo were struck with awe. The tea leaves within gleamed like jade, lustrous and translucent, emanating a rich aroma. What captivated them most was the faint golden glow that enveloped the leaves, a sign of their immense medicinal potency. Bai Mo recognized these precious leaves. They were Bodhi leaves, the pinnacle of spiritual flora, used in medicine and alchemy to replenish vitality and alleviate severe deficiencies in blood energy. They could also consolidate one's spiritual foundation, proving especially crucial for practitioners in the realm of spirit separation seeking to break through their boundaries. He had only seen such a leaf once, gifted by the emperor of the Sunfire dynasty to a favored courtier, and that meager fragment paled in comparison to the treasures contained within this wooden box. Bai Fei, equally astonished, had already witnessed the hidden wonders of Gu Heng's old clinic, yet his generosity never ceased to amaze her. The efficacy of these leaves, when brewed as tea, would scarcely yield a fraction of their potential. It could only be said that, in their eyes, Gu Heng's seemingly humble existence, amidst the mundane world, was extravagantly lavish beyond imagination. Chapter 9. You gifted me a sword, and I shall gift you one in return. Bai Mo suppressed the greed and longing that dwelled deep within his eyes. As he closed the wooden box, he found it hard to believe. Bai Fei noticed the hesitation on Bai Mo's face. After all, the Bodhi leaf was indeed a rare treasure. Not to mention giving it to Bai Mo, even bestowing it upon her father, who was always calculating, would be considered a significant gift. However, Bai Fei had witnessed true celestial treasures. She softly spoke a few words, revealing to him that within the collection of this reclusive elder, the Bodhi leaf was not particularly precious, certainly not as esteemed as the longevity ironwood she had encountered, which was over 100,000 years old. Upon hearing her words, by mos hesitation diminuit consida appli, observing Gu Heng's nonchalant demeanor, he realized that if he continued to be overly sentimental, it would reflect poorly upon him. Indeed, to a powerful figure like him, who possessed supreme medical expertise, such items were not particularly valuable. Young Master Gu, your generous gift is truly overwhelming, Bai Mo expressed. Gu Heng was momentarily taken aback, but then broke into a hearty laugh. It is merely some leaves for brewing tea. If you find them to your liking, I can offer you more. He thought the flavor of the tea was rather unremarkable, but since Bai Mo appreciated it, he felt it inappropriate to voice his indifference in front of him. Bai Mo promptly declined. That is unnecessary. One must not be greedy with such a precious item. Having this much is sufficient for me. Gu Heng raised an eyebrow, pondering that Bai Mo likely had a greater appreciation for such things than he did. It seemed that even living in a prominent family, this mortal still lacked confidence. He had clearly observed that had Bai Fei not intervened, Bai Mo might have felt too embarrassed to accept Gu Heng's gift. By the way, Miss Fei, it seems many have witnessed quite the spectacle last night. Gu Heng suddenly shifted the topic, smiling as he turned his gaze toward Bai Fei. Her heart skipped a beat, and she looked at him, wondering if young Master Gu had also been present at the Mo family residence last night. Since the Mo family provided me with this invitation, I had every reason to attend, did I not? And indeed, I was fortunate to witness some intriguing events, Gu Heng replied, producing the wedding invitation and waving it gently. Upon seeing the invitation, both Bai Fei and Bai Mo were taken aback, their astonishment coupled with a sense of pity for the Mo family's lack of discernment. Wedding invitations were quite common. Not only the Mo family, but even the more peripheral relatives of the Bai family would issue such invitations to mortals for celebrations. Yet, they understood that Gu Heng was no ordinary mortal. Despite the seemingly antiquated and dust-laden appearance of his medical establishment, the treasures within the apothecary's cabinets surpassed even the royal treasury of the Sun Flame dynasty. Moreover, he kept a 9-lived demon cat, a pet that had reached the tribulation stage. Therefore, at the Mo family's wedding, it was only fitting that Gu Heng occupied a position of greater honor than even the Mo family's ancestors. However, the Mo family chose to send him an invitation meant for mere mortals. It was a testament to their short-sightedness. It seemed they had long forgotten the truth that there are always greater beings beyond their own. Upon observing Gu Heng's expression, it could hardly be deemed unpleasant. Rather, it bore a hint of self-deprecation. It seemed he regarded his esteemed status as the unparalleled medical sage, hidden away from the world, only to find himself treated as a mere plaything by the local aristocracy. In Bai Mo's heart, there was a sense of understanding. Having dwelled in the mundane for so long, his perspective had become remarkably detached. Perhaps he had ascended to the pinnacle of his craft, having grown accustomed to the vicissitudes of life, thus refraining from quibbling over trivial matters with the Mo family. That day, when I invited you in to escape the rain, were you troubled by the matter of marriage? Gu Heng suddenly inquired, gazing at Bai Fei. Startled, Bai Fei blushed and nodded slightly. Were it not for young Master Gu, I would have been sold off to that debauched scion of the Mo family last night. I truly have no means to repay this kindness. Upon finishing her statement, she pressed her lips together and lowered her gaze. For her, Gu Heng's assistance in purging the lingering poison and restoring her cultivation felt akin to a rebirth. Yet, she understood that for Gu Heng, such matters might not weigh heavily on his mind. Perhaps in a few days, he would forget entirely. Gu Heng remained silent for a moment before suddenly laughing. Although he considered himself an ordinary mortal who merely invited her in to avoid the rain and offered her a bowl of hot soup, he was perplexed as to how he had helped this talented woman, who now spoke of gratitude so fervently. Yet, as the world often asserts, the path of cultivation is one of cause and effect. Even as a mere mortal, he may have inadvertently played a role in Bai Fei's destiny. Indeed, It must be so. Otherwise, how could this young, beautiful, and exceedingly modest woman harbor such profound gratitude towards him? A healer's benevolence. I assisted you merely out of convenience. It hardly qualifies as a debt of gratitude, so there is no need for you to dwell upon it. Furthermore, a young lady like you, endowed with remarkable talent and resolute character, is a rarity in my lifetime. You are bound to achieve great things. You should feel at ease and not be hindered by trivial worldly matters that could ultimately obstruct your path. Gu Heng's words were spoken with utmost sincerity, albeit with a hint of boastfulness. In truth, he had never encountered a prodigy like Bai Feier, yet as a cultivator, he felt compelled to adopt a certain air of mystery in his discourse, lest he appear too superficial. However, these words fell upon Bai Mo's ears like thunder. It became evident that this esteemed elder had immediately recognized his young mistress's extraordinary talents. No wonder he had concocted the celestial moon water to aid her in reclaiming her former glory. Having watched Bai Feier grow, Bai Mo had been a witness to her every triumph and tribulation. From the moment she reached an age capable of cultivation, she had been lauded with accolades and praise, which naturally inflated her pride. Yet, excessive pride is seldom a virtue, and thus misfortune befell her. Stricken by a deadly poison, she plummeted from grace. The heights of her former glory rendered the subsequent blows all the more devastating, ultimately leading her into a valley of despair amid the mockery of those who once praised her. Yet to Elder Gu, these tribulations likely seemed nothing more than inconsequential worldly affairs. He may have long foreseen that Bai Feier was destined to endure this hardship. Yet, she bravely bore the humiliation and ridicule, traversing a significant distance. Gu Xinbei must have believed that Bai Feier's fate had not yet reached its terminus. Thus he extended his assistance to her. This thought stirred Bai Mo's heart, filling him with profound respect. He inhaled deeply, striving to calm his emotions before he clasped his hands in a gesture of gratitude. Thank you, young Master Gu, for guiding my esteemed lady through this predicament. Upon hearing these words, Bai Feier awakened from her reverie, and with graceful poise, she bowed deeply. Your words resonate deeply, young Master Gu. I shall forever remember the teachings you have imparted today, etched in my heart. Gu Heng waved his hand with a gentle smile, displaying no trace of pride or self-satisfaction. He simply nodded, acknowledging that although he was but a mortal, he comprehended the intricate web of cause and effect that the cultivators espoused. In truth, it was merely a matter of preserving one's dignity. He found a sense of accomplishment in assisting these two. Look, although I am but a mortal, I am intertwined with the fates of cultivators, and I have aided her. You have offered me immeasurable assistance, young Master Gu, although I lack the means to repay you. Please accept this sword. If you refuse, I shall find no peace. Bai Feier declared, reverently presenting the exquisite silver-sheathed sword from her waist. Gu Heng glanced at it. Recognizing that this gesture of gratitude could not be declined, he extended his hand to receive it. The blade felt cold to the touch, yet bore a certain weight. He examined it closely, drawing it from its sheath, only to find it rather unremarkable. This sword was somewhat ordinary. Gu Heng was not dismissive of the gift. Rather, it appeared inferior to the discarded weapons he had forged himself. Yet, observing Bai Fei's earnest expression, he understood this sword was likely her trusted companion. Reluctantly relinquished, this young lady, hailing from a prominent family, wielded such a weapon of mediocre quality. One would think that a formidable weapon would serve better. Otherwise, wielding a lackluster blade would merely serve as an encumbrance. Yet perhaps this was Bai Feier's intention, to hone her skills and techniques through deliberate practice with such a weapon, accumulating her momentum. Truly, she was a remarkable woman. This sword is named Qingming, a treasure I chanced upon. I hope, young Master Gu, you do not look down upon it. Bai Feier felt a pang of reluctance to part with the Qingming sword, a mystical artifact she had discovered in the great secret realm of the Empire, one that had even birthed a weapon spirit. It was on the verge of ascending to the Earth tier. Regrettably, during her time in the Imperial secret realm, she had not only acquired this divine weapon, but had also succumbed to a lethal poison, causing her cultivation to plummet. She had scarcely wielded the sword. As the saying goes, one must lose to gain. Yet, Bai Feier felt this gain was rather meager. Nevertheless, compared to Gu Heng's assistance, this treasured sword seemed trivial, especially in the eyes of reclusive masters who would undoubtedly regard such a mystical weapon as inconsequential. Gu Heng held the sword in his hands, inspecting it from various angles, unable to suppress a chuckle. Though this sword appears somewhat ordinary to me, since you, Miss Feier, have bestowed it upon me, what shall you do? There is no need for young Master Gu to worry. Although I have little else to offer, I am not in haste. Gu Heng chuckled and replied, How can that be? While it is said that one should not be overly concerned with the value of gifts, I can see how much you cherish this sword. If I were to let you take it, I would feel a sense of regret. Bai Feier was taken aback. Is that so? Fear not. You may gift me as well, she responded hesitantly. Miss, let us heed young Master Gu's words. This is truly a kind gesture on his part, Bai Mo interjected gently. Bai Feier bit her lip, pondering for a moment before finally nodding in agreement. Without further delay, Gu Heng proceeded to the small courtyard behind the main hall and opened a dusty room that had been untouched for years. Inside, it was filled with an array of weapons, including swords, halberds, and even 9-section whips and double-edged axes. He set aside the Qingming sword and selected the most exquisite soft sword from the dusty rack. This sword was one of Gu Heng's earlier creations. He had forged it with an eye for beauty, from the blade to the scabbard, adorned with intricate silver patterns. While it was indeed visually appealing, its quality was merely mediocre among the neglected weapons on the rack. Of course, this soft sword was well suited for a lady. Yet to a cultivator, a weapon forged by mortals was ultimately unremarkable. However, that was of little consequence. As a gift, it would serve as a memento for Bai Feier. She certainly did not lack for fine swords, and this ordinary weapon would merely serve to hone her skills. Thus, Gu Heng returned to the main hall with the sword and presented it to Bai Feier. Miss Feier, please accept this. The moment she grasped the sword, Bai Feier felt an unsettling sensation. The patterns on the scabbard seemed to conceal the sword's formidable essence, as if it were a living entity. Upon her touch, a fierce chill surged forth, as though it could slice through her skin at any moment, causing her to instinctively shrink her neck. This sword, was it infused with a spirit? Her heart raced, as she glanced at Gu Heng, who nodded slightly. With extreme caution, she gripped the hilt and drew the sword. As it emerged from the scabbard, Bai Feier felt her vision consumed by the sword's power, while Bai Mo's eyes widened in astonishment, struggling to maintain his composure. What an extraordinary weapon this is. Chapter 10. Senior, are you truly nurturing the young lady? Bai Feier was utterly astonished by the scene before her. Her gaze was entranced by the intricate cloud patterns adorning the hilt, and her hand gripping the sword hilt trembled uncontrollably. This soft sword, merely unsheathed a fraction, exuded such sharpness and imposing aura that it was almost unfathomable to imagine its full potential when fully revealed. The swordsmanship she practiced was characterized by subtlety and fluidity, yet the encompassing and majestic presence emanating from this blade resonated with her profoundly. Moreover, it truly possessed a spirit. It was softly humming, joyfully calling her name. This sword had birthed a complete sword spirit. In the realm of magical artifacts, much like elixirs and cultivators, there exists a hierarchy. The celestial products, known as the upper 3 grades, are revered, while the earthly and mysterious grades are considered the lower 4. Below the yellow grade, although distinctions exist, the disparities are minimal. Only from the yellow grade onward does a genuine divide emerge, with each tier reflecting significant differences in capability. Celestial artifacts are the most potent and are regarded as legendary entities. It is said that once a weapon reaches the celestial grade, it can transform into human form, possessing considerable intelligence. Unless it willingly recognizes a master, it cannot be wielded by others. However, even those beneath the celestial grade are rare treasures. Even imperial grade artifacts possess mature spirits capable of harnessing the forces of heaven and earth, making them extraordinary rarities. Such treasures are scarce, even among the few extraordinary factions in this realm. The Sunflower dynasty boasts a sacred grade sacrificial cauldron, unveiled only once every 50 years for celestial offerings. And Bai Feier, as father, the clan leader, only possesses a lower-tier heavenly artifact, a legacy passed down through generations. Despite her status as the clan leader's daughter and a prodigy of the Bai family, she could not wield imperial-grade weapons, reserved solely for the elders. Otherwise, why would she risk venturing into the perilous depths of the imperial secret realm for a mere weapon? Yet, the sword gifted to her by Gu Heng possessed such a complete spirit. The intricate designs on the scabbard and blade were not only exquisite, but also imbued with profound and enigmatic forces that were difficult for Bai Feier to comprehend. This soft sword undoubtedly surpassed the heavenly grade. Could it possibly be a sacred grade divine weapon among the upper 3 tiers? She had seen her father's heavenly sword. Yet in comparison to this blade, that sword appeared dull and unremarkable. Moreover, the sword spirit seemed to be calling her name, as if it delighted in being in her hands. Mr. Gu, this Bai Feier, stood frozen in place, gazing at the soft sword, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Gu Heng, somewhat embarrassed, pouted slightly. He understood that his sword was indeed impractical, its only merit being its beauty. Yet, Bai Feier did not seem displeased. She appeared captivated by its exquisite appearance. That was even better. A beautiful sword complements a beautiful lady. This sword was crafted by me a few years ago, and it should still be considered aesthetically pleasing, though its quality may not be exceptional. Nonetheless, in the spirit of reciprocity, Miss Feier, please accept it. It cannot be deemed mere scrap metal. The warmth and generosity in his tone instantly enveloped Bai Feier in a profound sense of goodwill. Yet, if even this sword is considered not particularly remarkable, then what of her previous weapons? Were they not all akin to worthless iron? Compared to such a divine artifact, even if one were to scour the entire Sinflar dynasty. Aside from the royal family's sacred ritual tripod, nothing could rival this sword. Indeed, they would all amount to mere scrap iron. Bai Mo trembled, disbelief flickering in his eyes. But more than that was exhilaration. Having witnessed more than Bai Feier and possessing a stronger cultivation, he could sense the chilling sword intent firmly sealed within the scabbard. Even without touching it, upon glimpsing the short blade, he felt a frosty power swirling around it. This sword is undoubtedly a sacred artifact, and among sacred artifacts, it is of the highest caliber. Bai Mo could not help but glance at Gu Heng, his heart surging. It seemed that this esteemed senior intended to invest considerable effort in nurturing Bai Feier. Not only had he aided her in detoxification and restoration, but he had now bestowed upon her such a divine weapon. If he were to provide her with ample resources, to what heights could she ascend in the future? Bai Feier, momentarily overwhelmed with excitement, finally subdued the tumultuous blood surging within her chest. She solemnly bowed to Gu Heng, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, young Master Gu, for the sword. I ought to decline, but since you offer it with such sincerity, I shall cherish it." She endeavored to maintain an air of composure, not wishing to appear as a shallow woman who revels in her good fortune. Yet unbeknownst to her, this very steadiness only served to enhance her extraordinary beauty in the eyes of others. Gu Heng smiled and replied, "Miss Feier, you're being too polite." It was reassuring that at least this striking sword caught her eye. Among all the skills bestowed upon Gu Heng by the system, while he had already mastered them to a remarkable degree, there existed a hierarchy and personal preferences. His initial focus was on body refinement, aimed at strengthening his physique, followed by forging and healing techniques, not for any other reason, but because other skills such as fortune-telling and calligraphy proved to be rather impractical. In times past, before Gu Heng opened this medical clinic, he primarily practiced forging. He had thought to become a blacksmith, crafting weapons and making repairs for a living, but in reality, a mere mortal blacksmith had little prospect, as no amount of forging could compare to those with cultivation who specialized in the art of forging. Moreover, weapons held limited utility for common folk. Ultimately, Gu Heng found himself pivoting to the study of healing methods. The reliance of mortals on healing far exceeded that on forging. Thus, although he had achieved mastery in forging, he had long since ceased crafting weapons. Today, upon encountering Bai Feier, who expressed no disparagement towards his work, Gu Heng felt a flicker of warmth in the forge of his fervor, which had been ruthlessly quelled by the harsh realities of life. It had already garnered much. and Bai Fei was eager to return to her family, prompting Gu Hong to escort them to the entrance of the medical pavilion, watching as they departed. As Bai Fei and Bai Mo traversed the streets of Qingmu City, they both sensed that this visit had been immensely rewarding, particularly Bai Fei, whose gaze continually drifted to the silvery soft sword in her hand. She had even named this blade Frostheart, and its spirit responded favorably, relishing the appellation. This journey has bestowed upon you countless benefits for years to come, Bai Mo remarked, filled with admiration. Bai Fei nodded, acknowledging that her greatest gain was not the restoration of her cultivation or the sword itself, but rather the profound awakening of her mindset, akin to a sudden enlightenment. She recognized her previous arrogance, which had perhaps led to a loss of reverence and humility. She had erred too many times and inevitably found herself in a trough. However, that esteemed Gu Sr. undoubtedly understood that her path was not yet severed. It merely required a transformation of her inner self. Emerging from a medical pavilion, Bai Fei found herself profoundly influenced by Gu Heng's grounded and unpretentious disposition. Within the Dian dynasty, there was none whose temperament could rival his. Moreover, he was indeed strikingly handsome, if only he were considerably younger. Bai Fei was taken aback by these thoughts that surfaced in her mind, feeling a twinge of embarrassment before hastily dismissing them. Who would have thought such a remarkable individual would choose to live in seclusion within Qingmu City? Bai Mo had numerous reflections upon returning home. It was imperative to convey the details of Gu Sr.'s matters to their clan, ensuring they. Bai Fei scoffed softly, then sighed, lifting her gaze to the sky, her eyes clear and bright as water. The ridicule she faced from many within the Bai family weighed heavily upon her. Yet upon her return, she would undoubtedly silence their mockery. Miss, the imperial competition is fast approaching. You could certainly participate and claim the crown, earning the admiration of the world, Bai Mo reminded her. Bai Fei contemplated this. She had always been the most distinguished, and originally, she had intended to secure first place in this competition. However, after succumbing to a lethal poison and falling from grace, she had endured countless jeers from those who took pleasure in her misfortune, rendering her participation seemingly impossible. Yet now, under Gu Heng's guidance, her mindset had undergone a metamorphosis, and with such a divine weapon at her disposal, she was destined to emerge as the victor in the imperial competition. If only Gu Sr. could witness her triumph, she would surely make him proud. Chapter 11. The return of a long-lost friend. A week slipped away, quietly like water flowing through one's fingers. The crimson clouds adorned the horizon, draping the distant mountains in a veil of orange-red. The evening breeze stirred, causing the leaves to rustle gently. Gu Hong bade farewell to the last patient, glanced at the dimming sky, and returned indoors. Before leaving, he placed his pet, Xiao Shi, who was seated on the desk, in the consultation room, instructing her to inform him if anyone arrived. Xiao Shi nodded obediently. He felt a sense of joy. The clinic often experienced a lull, and today was no exception, with few patients seeking treatment. However, having acquired such an intelligent companion, one who understood human speech and could even comprehend written words, certainly made his days more pleasant. Though she remained silent, Gu Hong knew she understood his intentions, often nuzzling against him, seeking affection. Each time he stroked her soft fur, a soothing satisfaction enveloped his heart. Her fur was delightfully smooth and comforting to the touch. Gu Hong made his way to the backyard, preparing to rekindle his forging furnace and craft some weapons anew. Since his creations had garnered the approval of Bai Fei, he resolved to revive a skill he had long neglected. Mastery of forging had been achieved years ago, but he had since focused solely on his medical expertise, leaving weapons uncrafted. Now, a newfound vigor surged within him, prompting him to rejuvenate his spirit. Forging was not a daunting task. The system's marketplace boasted an abundance of materials and guidance books on forging techniques, all of which he had committed to memory. Gu Hong navigated the system's marketplace interface, locating the forging section and scrolling to the bottom. All items within the marketplace had been unlocked for retrieval. It had been ages since he last perused the forging materials. Unsurprisingly, no new stock had been added. Therefore, without hesitation, he took 100 pieces of the highest grade star iron. Before long, 100 pieces of the finest star iron appeared on the table before Gu Heng. Oof. The system marketplace remains unchanged. Gu Heng's lips twitched as he grasped a piece of the star iron, scrutinizing it. What is this highest grade star iron? It is clearly nothing more than inferior iron ore. Within the ore, a multitude of fine impurities mingled, dark and unrefined. It bore no resemblance to anything of high quality. However, Gu Heng had learned not to dwell on the system's wordplay, and thus he let the matter slide. Once everything was in order, Gu Heng commenced his forging process. His forging furnace had long been prepared, and his skills had reached an extraordinary level. Although he had not wielded the hammer in years, the moment it graced his hand, the familiar sensation returned. With a light clang, the hammer descended, striking the heated star iron ore. In an instant, sparks flew. The commotion from the back room caught the attention of Su Jinxiu, who was observing the gallery at the front. She leapt down, her short legs carrying her swiftly to the rear, and upon arrival, she was astounded. There stood Gu Heng, rhythmically wielding a forging hammer, and the glowing iron ore had begun to take the shape of a sword embryo. Yet, what truly astonished Su Jinxiu was not merely Gu Heng's knowledge of forging, but rather the profound intricacy of his technique, which eluded her comprehension. Each unassuming strike of the hammer resonated with an overwhelming force that captivated her very essence, drawing her into a trance-like state. He had seamlessly infused countless nuances of his forging mastery into the Tao. Su Jinxiu felt that even a mere glance at his hammering technique was enough to ensnare her in its enigmatic and powerful allure. As if she were submerged in a molten pool of lava, her blood boiling with an insatiable desire to plunge into the depths. The intensity of this sensation was overwhelming. She hastily shut her eyes, striving to suppress the tumultuous surge of her inner energy. Unbeknownst to Gu Heng, his pet was observing from behind. He remained focused, tirelessly striking the forge. With each blow, the once indistinct iron ore became increasingly refined. Clad in simple robes, his extraordinary charisma could not be concealed. He stood tall and robust, his posture resembling that of a spear, exuding an air of formidable presence. His facial features were sharply defined, with piercing eyes that seemed to harbor a myriad of expressions. With a resounding clang, Gu Heng struck the iron once more, a sheen of sweat forming on his brow. He set down the hammer, stepping aside to catch his breath while evaluating his creation. The star iron had taken shape, approximately 2/3 complete, with the remaining portion still undergoing refinement. A satisfied smile graced Gu Heng's face as he observed it. The blade remained sharp. He quenched the sword embryo in water, then resumed hammering for another quarter of an hour. At last, the 3-foot-long sword had assumed a substantial form, adorned with intricate and exquisite patterns. These were not meticulously crafted by Gu Heng, but rather a natural result of his inclination towards aesthetics, an ingrained habit he could not shake. Gu Heng decided it was time for a brief respite. The task of forging was no trifling matter. It demanded both time and energy. He could brew potions swiftly, yet forging required meticulous attention. Su Jinxiu, still in a state of shock, gazed at the nascent sword embryo, her astonishment deepening. This sword embryo measured approximately 4 feet in length, its blade shaped like a diamond, emanating a chilling azure radiance. The entire sword appeared as a crystalline pool of autumn water, and the patterns on its surface seemed to embody the most profound mysteries, fully integrated into the blade. As for its quality, with a complete weapon spirit and the essence of profundity infused within, it was undoubtedly a sacred artifact. Yet, this was merely a sword embryo, an extraordinary existence in its own right, in a world where few artisans could forge weapons of the 3rd tier. Such craftsmanship was indeed rare, though not as scarce as the revered medical sages capable of reviving the dead. Nevertheless, it remained an exceedingly rare phenomenon. Su Jinxiu's expression shifted as she regarded Gu Heng. Not only is the art of medicine so profound, but can the path of forging also reach such an extraordinary level of mastery? The longer she lingered by his side, the more her worldview was inevitably refreshed. As she was lost in thought, she suddenly heard Gu Heng say, "Xiao Shi, did I not mention that someone has arrived?" Do you wish to speak with me? What? Someone has come? Su Jinsi abruptly returned to her senses and, at that moment, noticed a figure standing by the door of the back room. It was a middle-aged man with a cold and serene demeanor. His eyes were deep and piercing, exuding an aura of sharpness. Even in silent repose, he instilled a sensation akin to being pricked by thorns in Su Jinsi. His cultivation. Su Jinsi vaguely sensed a subtle pressure emanating from him, one that surpassed her own. The middle-aged man merely stood there, silently observing the sword blank on Gu Heng's forge. Gu Heng set down his forging hammer and smiled, saying, "It has been a long time, Brother Zhuge." "Indeed, it has been quite a while." Zhuge Qian silently entered the back room, extending his hand. Yet before he could touch the sword blank, a flicker of emotion crossed his visage. Ultimately, he sighed softly and withdrew his hand. "You still maintain this mysterious demeanor. If one did not know better, they might think you an ancient specter." Gu Heng remarked with a chuckle, "Since you are here, please take a seat. Compared to you, I am certainly no ancient relic." Zhuge Qian muttered under his breath as he found a place at the tea table in the back room. Gu Heng heard his words but paid them no mind. He had known Zhuge Qian for quite some time, and the circumstances of their acquaintance were rather peculiar. Moreover, Zhuge Qian was a bit eccentric, though not of ill intent, merely somewhat stubborn in his convictions. When they first met, Gu Heng was still honing his forging skills, still a ways from achieving mastery. At that time, the medical clinic was merely a workshop. He crafted weapons for himself and occasionally repaired household items like kitchen knives and iron pots for the neighbors. One day, Zhuge Qian arrived at his door. Having watched Gu Heng forge a long spear, he proposed a contest. The so-called contest entailed both of them using identical materials to forge the same type of weapon, in a bid to see who could create the more exquisite piece. Zhuge Qian claimed to be a wanderer, journeying through the world. It was then that Gu Heng realized he had come to Qingmu City to challenge him, likely believing himself to be quite skilled in forging and seeking opponents to test his mettle. Admiring Zhuge Qian's determination, despite him being a mere mortal and a traveler, Gu Heng agreed. He provided the materials and venue, and they engaged in their contest for 4 days, each forging a willow leaf blade. In the end, Zhuge Qian lost, thoroughly. Chapter 12. The loss of technique and state of mind. The judgment of victory and defeat had, in truth, been determined long before their contest during the forging of blades. Zhuge Qian observed Gu Heng's forging techniques and the profound essence behind each strike, each blow resonating with a unique charm, as if the most enigmatic forces of the universe had been woven into his craft. This competition spanned 4 days, and by the conclusion, Zhuge Qian was acutely aware that he had been bested. This man, concealed within the bustling streets, was a rare and genuine master craftsman. Though Zhuge Qian felt a pang of resentment at his defeat, he could not allow himself the luxury of indignation. At his level of mastery, he comprehended that he could not triumph over Gu Heng. The only recourse was to seek out others, to continue honing his own forging skills, until the day he could return to this place and challenge Gu Heng once more. Over the ensuing years, he traveled extensively, engaging in contests of craftsmanship with the most renowned artisans across the realm. His reputation flourished alongside his journeys, and his techniques continued to evolve as he grasped new concepts. Years later, Zhuge Qian returned with a singular purpose: to compel this master of unparalleled forging techniques, hidden amongst the common folk, to acknowledge his superiority. Su Jinxiu lay quietly in Gu Heng's embrace, her gaze fixed on Zhuge Qian, as a flicker of recognition ignited within her. This was none other than the legendary Zhuge Qian, the saint craftsman of the universe. Her recollection of him was vivid, for he had wandered the world, challenging both celebrated and obscure craftsmen, his audacity unmatched. Over a century past, Zhuge Qian had ventured into the demon domain, challenging the most formidable craftsmen under the throne of the demon emperor. At that time, Su Jinxiu had been a favored confidant of the emperor. Thus she bore witness to that monumental contest. For 7 days, a grand arena was established within the demon emperor's city, where both artisans forged a type of magical artifact simultaneously. Ultimately, Zhuge Qian emerged victorious. Yet, upon his triumph, he felt a profound disappointment, for despite his extensive travels, he had found no artisan capable of surpassing his skills. This contest became the talk of the realm, tarnishing the reputation of the demon race, though the demon emperor, in his magnanimity, ensured Zhuge Qian's safe departure from the demon domain. Could it be that this individual had once competed against that esteemed predecessor, who emerged victorious? Zhuge Qian's years of wandering seemed to have borne fruit. Gu Heng prepared tea for him, using leaves sourced from the system's marketplace. As Zhuge Qian gazed into the cup, admiring the golden hues dancing upon the surface, he reflected on Gu Heng's choice to serve him such exquisite leaves, evoking a complex mixture of emotions within him. Not quite a triumph, I suppose. My journeys across this realm have led me to seek out worthy adversaries in the art of forging, yet they ultimately pale in comparison to you. Zhuge Qian's gaze flickered toward the forge behind Gu Heng. He had long arrived at the entrance of this medical hall and witnessed Gu Heng meticulously crafting the sword blank. Not to mention that Gu Heng's skills had surpassed those of several years ago. The materials he used were none other than the celestial meteorite iron. This meteorite, imbued with the majestic power of the stars, was among the most arduous materials to forge in existence. Even now, he could not confidently assert that he could shape such an extraordinarily precious gift from the heavens. Having traveled extensively, his current realm was incomparable to what it once was. Thus, Zhuge Qian comprehended that this contest was utterly unnecessary. The outcome would remain unchanged. He would still lose, and the defeat would be even more humiliating than the last. The matter of victory or defeat was already forgotten. If Zhuge Qian were to dwell on past grievances, it would only serve to hinder him. Gu Heng remarked with a faint smile. He understood Zhuge Qian's discontent regarding their previous encounter, yet there was little he could do. The forging techniques imparted by the system, while not rivaling those of cultivators, posed no challenge against mere mortals. At that time, Zhuge Qian's expression was as if he had never experienced defeat. But Gu Heng had shown him the true meaning of their always greater talents. Unfortunately, the flawed system could not elevate Gu Heng to the ranks of cultivators, but it could mold him into a remarkably proficient mortal. Zhuge Qian could not prevail, yet Gu Heng hoped he would not become overly entrenched in this dilemma, for it could lead to extremities. Ah, Gu Xiong, your words have indeed unveiled the deficiencies in my mindset, Zhuge Qian replied with a wry smile. He felt a sense of pride, for since embarking on his journeys and achieving fame, he had never tasted defeat. Zhuge Qian even dared to kick open the grand doors of the Sacred Forge Palace and challenge its master, a figure renowned for millennia. The Sacred Forge Palace was one of the three great palaces in the world, a truly extraordinary power and a sanctum in the hearts of all artisans. The audacity of a mere itinerant cultivator to do so spoke volumes of Zhuge Qian's arrogance. Yet, even the palace master, reputed to forge imperial-grade divine weapons, could only achieve a stalemate against him. Zhuge the sacred craftsman had never known defeat. It was only upon arriving in Qingmu City that he chanced upon this reclusive master, Gu Heng, who had delved deeply into the mortal realm. Zhuge Qian's proud record was shrouded in an indelible dust due to Gu Heng. He had always sought to reclaim his honor, but upon returning to Qingmu City, Zhuge Qian found himself with no opportunity for victory. Gu Heng's forging techniques had grown even more profound, as if picking up a hammer would allow him to look down upon the world, unmatched by any. This setback made him suddenly realize that he ought not to be so arrogant. The world was indeed filled with hidden talents. Even as the saint craftsman of the universe, he still needed to maintain a humble and cautious heart. Indeed, compared to Gu Heng, he had relied on his skills to challenge others, garnering the attention of countless onlookers and accumulating fame. Yet, Zhuge Qian was not the strongest. Ultimately, he had been defeated, diminishing all the pride he had amassed. The true strongest had long since renounced fame and fortune, retreating into obscurity, entirely indifferent to the so-called notions of winning and losing. Zhuge Qian suddenly realized that he had not only lost in skill, but also in mindset. Brother Zhuge, it is time to relax your heart. Destiny and causality are predetermined. Who knows, one day you may achieve enlightenment and advance further, right? Gu Heng chuckled, his words serving as a consolation to Zhuge Qian. After all, as mere mortals, he admired Zhuge Qian's passionate ambition much more than his own complacency. Gu Heng was reluctant to see Zhuge Qian's fervor wane. Ha ha ha, you speak wisely, brother Gu. Zhuge Qian laughed heartily, but soon his smile faded into a sigh. He looked at Gu Heng and inquired, "But how has brother Gu come to open a clinic? Healing is also my forte, and the path of forging requires deep reflection," Gu Heng replied. Naturally, Gu Heng could not express that forging was less lucrative than medicine. After all, he was a person of higher caliber, and such profit-driven thoughts could sour their friendship, which had blossomed despite their initial rivalry. Zhuge Qian had witnessed Gu Heng's exceptional alchemical skills, which were equally astonishing. It was remarkable that one could master both forging and healing to such an extent. Although Zhuge Qian was not well versed in alchemy, he had seen many renowned practitioners. None, however, wielded the precise control over medicinal potency that Gu Heng exhibited, making the crafting of elixirs seem effortless, as if he could conjure any miraculous potion with a mere flick of his wrist. It seems, brother Gu, you lead a life of leisure and elegance here. What leisure and elegance? I merely seek tranquility. After all, I have little left to desire, Gu Heng replied with a gentle shake of his head. The tedium of mortal life remained, yet he felt he could ask for nothing more. Unable to become an immortal, many places in this world were not easily accessible. Zhuge Qian pondered for a moment and surmised that Gu Heng's forging and healing arts were indeed unparalleled. He could not fathom Gu Heng's true capabilities. Such a master must have few desires. Yet, it appears that staying in Qingmu City may not be suitable, Gu Heng sighed. What do you mean, brother Gu? Zhuge Qian asked, uncertain of Gu Heng's intent. Just then, several figures streaked across the sky above Qingmu City, exuding an imposing aura. Zhuge Qian sensed their presence, but paid them no heed. A quick scan of his consciousness revealed them to be mere late-stage Yuan Ying or out-of-body practitioners, weaklings in his eyes. With the demise of the Mo family's patriarch, Qingmu City would soon plunge into turmoil as factions fought over the territory once held by the Mo family. In these turbulent times, Gu Heng felt he might be swept along with the tide. Chapter 13. Bai Fei has a plan. Zhuge Qian was well aware of the events transpiring in Qingmu City. He had journeyed a great distance to challenge Gu Heng once more in the art of forging, only to hear of a rather humorous incident that had occurred in Qingmu City the previous week. He also learned that the ancestral figure of the Mo family had been swiftly eliminated by a formidable being in the tribulation phase. However, this did not particularly concern him. The notion that a mere distraction phase cultivator could self-proclaim as an ancestor in such a place was utterly ludicrous. It was likely that this individual, unaware of their own limitations, had provoked a powerful opponent, leading to their demise. To Zhuge Qian, the Mo family's patriarch was nothing more than a weakling easily dispatched with a single move. With the Mo family stripped of its strongest member, it was no surprise that many would rise against them. Such is the nature of the world. The one with the strongest fist dictates the truth, while the weak are rendered voiceless. Zhuge Qian snorted dismissively. Unfortunately, it was the ordinary citizens of the city who would suffer the consequences. Gu Heng nodded in agreement, as Zhuge Qian's words resonated with the realities of this realm. In the face of absolute martial power, so-called rules are mere trivialities. Are you worried that those oblivious individuals will disturb your peace? Zhuge Qian furrowed his brow. He could sense Gu Heng's melancholy. It seemed the only reason for such a demeanor was his prolonged existence among mortals. After spending many years in Qingmu City, he had finally found a tranquil refuge, only to have it threatened by the weak. It was understandable that he would be quite displeased. Gu Heng shook his head. Indeed, I do not wish to trouble you, but it is not merely about peace. As an ordinary mortal, should I become entangled in the conflicts of cultivators, it would result in my utter destruction. Then why not? Zhuge Qian realized Gu Heng's intent. He had initially thought to suggest that maintaining peace in the city would be effortless. A mere display of his power would silence those petty instigators. In the entire Sunflame Empire, none would dare to act unruly in front of Gu Heng. Yet, such an approach would be futile. Gu Hong was inherently indifferent to fame and fortune, seeking only tranquility, and now he was being asked to intervene, drawing unwanted attention. Was this not putting the cart before the horse? You understand my perspective, Zhuge Qian remarked, though Gu Hong was uncertain of what Zhuge Qian was muttering. Why not consider a different location? Zhuge Qian suggested, setting down his teacup. Oh, do you have a suitable place in mind? Gu Hong raised an eyebrow. White Emperor City would be an excellent choice, Zhuge Qian replied with a smile. That place is quite pleasant. It lies within the territory of the Bai family of the Sun Flame Empire. The Bai family is known for their kindness towards commoners. Although the patriarch, Bai Qianshan, may not possess the most amiable temperament, he provides considerable care for the people under his rule, far surpassing the conditions in Qingmu City. Baidi City is the stronghold of the Bai family. According to Zhuge Qian's conception, Gu Heng's arrival in the mortal realm would not entangle him with the Bai family, who treat mortals with kindness, thus ensuring tranquility. This notion is rather appealing, thought Gu Hong, raising an eyebrow. The Bai family, one of the 4 prominent clans of the Dian dynasty? This thought reminded him of Bai Fei'er, yet he realized that the beautiful maiden held little relevance to his own life. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Hong concluded that it would be wise to set forth in due time. He had spent a considerable period in Qingmu City, becoming acquainted with numerous individuals. While not particularly close, the prospect of starting anew in an unfamiliar place as an unremarkable mortal was undoubtedly daunting. Nevertheless, such trials were preferable to remaining here, embroiled in the conflicts of cultivators, ultimately leading to an untimely demise. After 3 rounds of tea, the two took their leave. Watching Zhuge Qian depart, Gu Hong cradled Xiao Shi, stroking her fur as he murmured, "It seems we must leave this place. Would you accompany me to explore new horizons?" Xiao Shi merely nodded. Baidi City. When Bai Fei'er and Bai Mo returned on their swords, she gazed upon the grand and imposing city, her eyes reflecting a myriad of complex emotions. Her previous departure had been marked by a state of utter desolation, and the loss of her cultivation rendered her no longer the most distinguished prodigy of the Bai family. After her powers plummeted overnight from the nascent soul stage to the core formation stage, she still received some concern from her kin. However, as she fell further to the foundation establishment stage, that concern transformed into cold disdain and whispered mockery. Following the dynasty's dispatch of the finest medical cultivators to treat her affliction, Bai Fei'er was stripped of her status entirely. Even her father, the patriarch of the Bai family, regarded her with more disappointment than sorrow, a sentiment that was overwhelmingly apparent. When the engagement with the Mo family was settled, Bai Fei'er found herself devoid of the right to refuse, becoming a forsaken woman devalued by her own clan, while the Mo family held her in utter disregard. This humiliation was a stain on Bai Fei'er's existence that she could never erase. A soft chuckle escaped her lips, her gaze momentarily lost. Yet she quickly regained her resilience. Regardless of the circumstances, she remained a daughter of the Bai family. The pride coursing through her veins prevented her from bowing to anyone. It was thanks to a reclusive elder that she was extracted from the depths of despair. Should her cultivation be restored, those who once looked down upon her would surely be astonished. Bai Fei'er lifted her gaze towards the densely packed buildings of Baidi City, a flicker of amusement crossing her features as she recalled the faces of those who had once turned against her during her trials, as well as those who had not abandoned her in her moments of need. She acknowledged that her past arrogance was excessive, yet she was grateful for the guidance of her esteemed predecessor. "Miss, there is something I must mention." Bai Mo stood hesitantly beside Bai Fei'er, his expression peculiar. Bai Fei'er turned in confusion, noticing the odd look on by Mo's face. "What is it?" she inquired. "As I journeyed to Qingmu City, I realized that the clan competition was about to commence, and today marked the decisive battle to determine the ultimate victor." "Oh, is it truly at this moment?" Bai Fei'er narrowed her eyes slightly. The clan competition serves as a contest among the offspring of various clans. Those who can distinguish themselves amidst the crowd will naturally acquire greater resources for cultivation. This event also acts as a preliminary round for those within the clans before they participate in the imperial competition. In other words, The imperial competition pits participants against the renowned youth of the entire dynasty. If one cannot dominate within their own clan, there is little reason to venture outside and risk humiliation. Although the dynasty does not impose specific regulations regarding this, it has become an unwritten rule. Bai Fei has always participated in this clan competition, achieving resounding victories. However, this time, the competition has already begun, and few believe that she, the daughter of a clan leader who has been sold off, would return to Bai D City. At this moment, the two had arrived outside Bai D City, and from a considerable distance, they could already hear the cheers emanating from the grand arena. Oof! Bai Fei let out a cold laugh. How lively! Without my participation, this event would undoubtedly lack excitement. Numerous clan elders, along with some individuals who maintained good relations with the Bai family, had been invited, presenting a splendid opportunity for her. Bai Fei was determined to redeem herself in the final showdown of this clan competition. Chapter 14. A chance for redemption for the two of you. Bai Fei composite herself, and together with Bai Mo, soared towards the grand martial arena on their swords. At this moment, the arena was embroiled in fierce competition. On the stage, a man and a woman were engaged in a fierce exchange of mystical arts, their powers clashing intensely, illuminating the surroundings with radiant energy and creating an oppressive atmosphere. The crowd surrounding the arena was densely packed, their cheers echoing as excitement surged through the air. Bai Fei recognized both combatants, and they happened to be the two individuals she detested the most. Among all her relatives in the Bai family, only two could truly irk her: her cousin Bai Mei, who was duplicitous in nature. On the surface, she acted like Bai Fei's devoted follower, but behind her back, she conspired to tarnish Bai Fei's reputation. After Bai Fei uncovered Bai Mei's hypocritical facade, she severed ties with her. During a time when Bai Fei was afflicted by a curse and her powers waned, Bai Mei exacerbated her plight by ridiculing her and even orchestrated the disgraceful sale of Bai Fei to the Mo family. As for the man, Bai Hao Xian, he was the most notorious young man of the Bai clan, notorious for his reckless behavior, often needing the family to clean up his messes. Had he not possessed a modicum of talent, he would have long been cast out for his disgraceful conduct. The animosity between Bai Fei and Bai Hao Xian ran deep, primarily because he had toyed with the affections of one of her friends, a young lady from another prominent family, causing a scandal throughout the city that Bai Fei could never forget. Bai Hao Xian wielded a silver spear, while Bai Mei brandished a black mace. Both displayed formidable prowess. Their battle evenly matched. These two individuals, even in my absence, have managed to place themselves among the top contenders of this clan competition. Bai Fei remarked disdainfully from her elevated position atop her sword. Ordinarily, she rarely acknowledged their presence, considering them bothersome. Why should she concern herself with them? However, at this moment, Bai Fei thought it fitting to use them to re-establish her authority within the Bai family, settling both public and private grievances in one fell swoop. Miss, perhaps we should first seek an audience with the clan leader. There's no need to. Bai Mo, aware of her intentions, attempted to dissuade her, knowing well Bai Fei's temper. If she were not careful, she might inadvertently cripple Bai Hao Xian and Bai Mei, which would lead to complications. Rest assured, I will exercise restraint, Bai Fei replied with unwavering conviction. Yet, Bai Mo felt no sense of relief. Restraint? If it weren't for her notorious past, Bai Mo might have believed her words. Nevertheless, given the circumstances, Bai Mo understood that she could not deter Bai Fei any longer. As they arrived, an immediate wave of gazes swept over them, and the previously boisterous crowd fell into an abrupt silence. Is that Bai Fei? Their entrance captured the attention of many, particularly due to Bai Fei's exquisite and enchanting presence, which astounded onlookers. Her beauty was unparalleled within the realm of the Sunlight Empire, and none could forget her captivating visage. Is it truly her? Wasn't she supposed to have lost her powers and married far away? How is it that she has returned? TSK. It seems she is utterly confused about her own identity, perhaps believing that by marrying off, her arrogant disposition could be altered. The crowd buzzed with chatter, rife with mockery. Their gazes toward Bai Fei are filled with derision and scorn, as if she were merely a pitiful creature. Yet, Bai Fei remained unfazed by the gossip. and as Bai Mo descended with his sword to the grand martial arena, she leapt down gracefully, landing firmly in the center of the field. Bai Haoshuan and Bai Mei had long noticed her presence, but chose to ignore her, for this was the finals of the clan competition, and they were engrossed in a heated battle, hardly inclined to pay attention to the discarded waste that had been married off. However, upon Bai Feier's arrival in the arena, their attacks abruptly ceased, fixating their gazes upon her. "Oh, is that not Bai Feier? What brings you back to Bai D City? Shouldn't you be dutifully attending to your husband?" Bai Mei, upon seeing her, felt a surge of bitterness, yet recalling that Bai Feier had already fallen from grace. A wave of satisfaction washed over her. With a feigned air of nobility, she mockingly taunted, "Do you find your husband lacking in charm and consideration, and wish to return to seek another match from the clan?" The surrounding relatives erupted in laughter at Bai Mei's sharp tongue. "Ha! Bai Mei truly has a venomous wit." They chortled. After all, she cannot compare to Bai Feier's beauty. The whispers grew louder, but Bai Feier, undeterred, surveyed the scene with a calm demeanor, and smiled, a smile so captivating that it rendered several young men utterly spellbound. Indeed, Bai Feier was deserving of such admiration. Her beauty was unparalleled, her figure a perfect hourglass, voluptuous in all the right places and delicately slender elsewhere. Clad in a flowing white gown, she seemed to descend from the heavens, ethereal and enchanting, exuding an otherworldly grace that left many a man entranced. This only fueled Bai Mei's ire, her envy simmering, though she considered herself quite attractive. In the presence of Bai Feier, her radiance was eclipsed, even as Bai Feier had become a mere shadow of her former self, married off and deemed a failure. Bai Mei felt she had never seized the opportunity to claim her rightful place. The animosity that can brew among women over beauty is profound. Despite Bai Feier's current status, Bai Mei had triumphed over her opponents in several rounds of the clan competition, yet upon Bai Feier's return, she remained the one beneath the foot of her rival. Were it not for the multitude gathered for the clan competition, including the clan leader, elders, and invited guests, she would have certainly marred Bai Feier's visage in that moment. Even you, too, managed to reach the finals of the clan competition. It seems the Bai family has no capable youth to boast of. Bai Feier scoffed, observing Bai Mei's countenance darken swiftly. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Bai Mei retorted angrily. "What? Are you too afraid to admit it?" Bai Feier continued to provoke, stepping closer to the two, each movement exuding an air of elegance, akin to a regal princess gracing the scene, captivating all who beheld her. "I shall not return. Only then do you two wretches have the opportunity to vie for a pitiful first place here, do you not? Umph! How dare a mere waste utter such audacious words?" Bai Haoshuan forcefully slammed his silver spear into the ground, raising the tip to point directly at Bai Feier. "You have lost all your cultivation. Regardless of your reasons for returning, you are not fit to participate in this clan competition. Depart at once." Bai Feier narrowed her eyes, her indifferent gaze sweeping over Bai Haoshuan. "Waste? You dare call me that? Indeed, you are the real waste. Your cultivation has even regressed to the qi refining stage. Has it not? If you are not a waste, then are we not unparalleled geniuses in the world?" "Precisely." Bai Mei glared fiercely at her, tossing aside her black mace. "You have lost your cultivation, yet you still wish to gain attention in the clan competition? I advise you to abandon this futile hope. This competition is meant to select the elite of our clan, not for you, a mere failure to flaunt your prowess." Bai Feier suddenly burst into laughter. These two, indeed, have no inkling that not only has she restored her cultivation, but she has also advanced further. The spirit of the sword bestowed upon her by Elder Gu is aiding her in concealing the fluctuations of her true energy. Even if her father stood before her, he would be unable to discern her actual level of cultivation if she wished to keep it hidden. Furthermore, these two have yet to even step into the nascent soul stage. It is worth noting that within the Sunflower Empire, there are indeed prodigies who can be compared to her, albeit rare. Those individuals have all advanced to the nascent soul stage, making these two contenders for first place in the competition appear utterly mediocre by comparison. This clan competition is of utmost importance to the Bai family. Those irrelevant to the matter must swiftly withdraw. At this moment, the elder responsible for officiating the event finally took the stage, shouting at Byfair. Byfair cast him a glance, slowly suppressing her smile. "Do you consider me among the irrelevant?" The elder frowned. "Byfair, do you intend to cause trouble? This is not a place for your wild antics." Byfair, however, remained silent. She gazed at the high platform of the martial arts arena, where her father, the clan leader, undoubtedly sat, observing everything. But she was not waiting for her father's response. Instead, she raised an eyebrow and a wicked smile crept across her lips. "Let us dispense with the nonsense. I shall give you both an opportunity to join forces and defeat me." As soon as her words fell, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Such audacity was indeed excessive. Did Byfair believe she was still that unparalleled genius, adored by all? What a jest. Now she has lost her cultivation and is utterly defenseless. Ha! Byfair has truly gone mad. How could she utter such grandiose claims? Has her mind deteriorated? Does she really think she can defeat Bai Haoxuan and Bai Mei? A delusion indeed. The crowd buzzed with ridicule and mockery. Yet Byfair paid them no heed, maintaining an air of tranquility, her gaze fiery as she fixed her attention upon Bai Haoxuan and Bai Mei, as if victory were assured and within her grasp. Bai Haoxuan and Bai Mei exchanged a glance, both discerning a trace of indignation in each other's eyes. They had long been overshadowed by Byfair, who had basked in countless glories. Now that they had finally emerged from her shadow, how could they possibly tolerate her disdain for them, reduced to mere insignificance? Such an affront was utterly unacceptable. Byfair, since you seek your own demise, we shall oblige. Bai Haoxuan and Bai Mei simultaneously assumed their stances, displaying a lack of concern for whether Byfair's behavior was overly peculiar. Meanwhile, the elder serving as the referee was in a state of utter panic. How had things escalated to this point? Chapter 15. The unnecessary draw of the sword. Is Byfair intentionally seeking trouble? This clan competition is of utmost importance to the Bai family. Byfair, now a mere shadow of her former self, despite being the daughter of the clan leader, has already been married off to a distant place. Yet, upon her return, she dares to provoke Bai Haoxuan and Bai Mei during the finals, audaciously suggesting they both face her together. Is she not simply trying to create chaos? Such actions will undoubtedly turn the Bai family into a laughingstock. Has Byfair lost her mind? This is a clan competition. She must cease her provocations. An elder, eager to silence Byfair, felt powerless to act against her, for she is the clan leader's daughter. As the referee, he found himself in a precarious position, neither here nor there. Nevertheless, Byfair turned a deaf ear to his concerns, retorting with biting sarcasm, "This is none of your business. Step aside." The elder seethed with anger, yet his hands were tied. As an elder, he was expected to maintain his composure. Otherwise, his embarrassment would eclipse that of the younger generation. Bai Mei and Bai Haoxuan exchanged determined glances, their eyes ablaze with fighting spirit. In this clan competition, victory would bring immeasurable honor, not only skewing family resources in their favor, but also paving the way for the subsequent imperial competition. Yet, ever since Byfair returned, they had been overshadowed by her presence. It was a disgrace. How things had changed. They were the true prodigies deserving of the family's attention. Not this once promising girl who had now become a mere waste, yet dared to speak so boldly. Byfair, today I shall make you regret your actions. Bai Haoxuan gritted his teeth. Bai Mei chimed in with a cold laugh. Byfair, I will have you kneel before me, begging for mercy. But first, I shall ruin your pretty face. With that, the two lunged at Byfair. To them, this battle seemed utterly devoid of suspense. Byfair, they assumed, had regressed to merely the chi refining stage, while both of them were at the 9th level of the core formation stage, just a step away from the nascent soul stage. A single casual strike would be sufficient to shatter her, and even if she possessed protective treasures, they would prove futile. As their formidable auras erupted, they transformed into a tangible gale that howled forth. Bai Mei swung her black mace, aiming directly for Byfair's face, while Bai Haoxuan plotted a more sinister assault targeting below. Yet to Byfair, their movements appeared agonizingly slow. These two were hardly worthy adversaries. She did not even need to draw her sword. The Frost Heart, a divine weapon of the highest order, granted her the strength to contend with even those at the out-of-body stage. Against these two, barehanded sufficed. Humph. Mere core formation cultivators dare to act so recklessly before me? Have you forgotten who I am? Bai Fei glared with fury in her enchanting eyes, her jade hand striking forth with decisive force. In an instant, her palm shadow surged forth like an avalanche, crashing down upon Bai Haoshuan and Bai Mei. With a splatter of blood, their relentless assault crumbled, and both spewed forth crimson. Sent flying backward, a single strike, and they were defeated. How could this be? Bai Haoshuan, leaning on his silver spear, staggered to his feet, his complexion pale and his eyes wide with disbelief. As for Bai Mei, she had been the target of Bai Fei's earlier assault, which struck with a sharpness akin to a blade. Upon landing, not only was her attire torn, but her face bore several lacerations, though not disfiguring. Her injuries were far more severe than those of Bai Haoshuan. The crowd gathered at the edge of the martial arts arena erupted in a clamor. What was happening? Just moments ago, the two prodigies had exuded confidence, only to be swiftly defeated. The might of Bai Fei's palm was truly formidable. Yet this was inconceivable. Everyone knew she had been afflicted by a venomous curse that had stripped her of her powers. How could she ever turn now? Was it possible that, suddenly, someone in the crowd slapped their thigh and exclaimed, "I thought so. No wonder she has been absent for so long. They say she was married off far away." But in truth, she must have been seeking a way to restore her powers. Indeed, how could Bai Fei allow herself to remain powerless? She must have ventured out to regain her strength. Many members of the Bai family shared this sentiment, unaware of the true nature of Bai Fei's plight. Having only heard rumors that painted a distorted picture of her situation, they believed she had merely lost her powers and subsequently reclaimed them. However, for Bai Haoshuan and Bai Mei, such thoughts were sheer fantasy, especially for Bai Mei, who was acutely aware of the curse afflicting Bai Fei. She understood that the rare star moon divine water needed to cure her was a treasure that only a handful of adept practitioners in the world could produce. The Bai family could never hope to enlist such a powerful figure, nor could they procure the precious medicinal materials. It seemed a foregone conclusion that Bai Fei was destined to be rendered powerless. Yet why was it that now she could defeat them without even drawing her sword? Truly pathetic. Bai Fei narrowed her eyes, a glint of danger flashing within them as she advanced, step by step, closing the distance. Bai Mei, feeling the pain etched across her face and with her eyes reddened, seemed to drift into a haze. She glared furiously at Bai Fei, screaming, "Bai Fei, how dare you? No, this must be an illusion. She certainly hasn't recovered her powers. She must be using some kind of artifact. She is most skilled with a sword. How could she not draw it? I will kill you." In a frenzied state, she sprang from the ground, brandishing a black mace and charging forward, her disheveled appearance evoking pity. Bai Fei remained unmoved. Has she lost her mind? She shook her head and struck again. With a swift motion, her palm sent Bai Mei hurtling backward, crashing to the ground below the stage, her face smeared with blood, unable to rise for a considerable time. Once more, she had triumphed with a single blow. Silence enveloped the surroundings. Bai Mei lay sprawled on the ground, a pitiful sight with blood trickling from her mouth. "Ah, you truly have recovered. How is this possible? I refuse to believe it. I will not accept this." Bai Mei screamed in a fit of desperation, her eyes ablaze with intense resentment. The flames of jealousy nearly reduced her to ashes. Bai Mei screamed, her eyes crimson, as if she had lost her sanity. She fumbled in her bosom and withdrew a pill, hastily stuffing it in her mouth, desperately channeling her internal spiritual energy, causing it to surge violently. "You wretched creature, perish!" she cried, leaping forth, wielding her heavy mace, lunging once more at Bai Fei. In that moment, her strength multiplied manifold, her speed quickening exponentially. The fluctuations of her true energy surged, breaking through to the nascent soul stage in an instant. Bai Mei had consumed a temporary enhancement pill, yet the side effects would be catastrophic. Nonetheless, even with the pill, how could she pose a threat to Bai Fei? Perhaps it merely ignited within her the desire to strike. Bai Feier offered a cold smile, grasping the hilt of her sword, deftly unsheathing it. A melodious chime resonated through the air. In an instant, the glistening ice blade manifested before the onlookers, radiating a dazzling brilliance that was captivating, resplendent, and magnificent. It resembled a rising sun, enchanting, awe-inspiring, and worthy of reverence. Swish! The surrounding spiritual energy surged towards the sword's edge like a tidal wave. She stood proudly, untainted, as if a celestial being descended upon the mortal realm. This time, not only the Bai family disciples, but even the elders and esteemed guests of considerable cultivation rose in astonishment, their expressions frozen in disbelief, gazing at the soft sword in Bai Feier's hand, their eyes nearly popping from their sockets. That was a sacred-grade, divine weapon. How could it be? Why did she possess such a sword? Well-versed in the ways of the world, upon witnessing the sword in Bai Feier's hand, they could sense the profound might emanating from its blade, and they immediately recognized the caliber of the weapon. Yet, Bai Feier paid no heed to their murmurs. Holding the sword, she effortlessly swept it forward. Swoosh! Bai Mei's raised mace shattered like tofu. The sword's icy momentum descended upon the severed mace. Ah! Bai Mei shrieked in agony as the sword's force struck her, driving her into the depths of the training ground, rendering her unconscious. Ultimately, Bai Feier had shown restraint. After all, Bai Mei was her cousin, and despite her loathsome demeanor, she remained a member of the Bai family. One could not simply slay her in the training arena. You, Bai Mei stammered, gazing up at Bai Feier from her prostrate position. Bai Feier then approached Bai Hao Xian, who was gripped with fear, lacking even the reckless courage that Bai Mei had displayed. Her eyes were indifferent, her tone frigid as she declared, "Remember my words. Should you provoke me again, I shall execute you." Having uttered this warning, she strode away without a trace of hesitation. The onlookers stared blankly at her, enveloped in a sense of disorientation. Only one person exhibited a hint of intrigue. The daughter of the Bai clan leader, appearing to be a spirited young woman, spoke up from beside Bai Qianshan, the patriarch of the Bai family. Chapter 16. The Saintess of the Divine Medical Palace, to sit beside the clan leader during the clan competition, elevated above the elders, signifies a position of considerable importance. Although veiled, the beauty discernible between her forehead and brows offers a glimpse of her captivating visage, undoubtedly worthy of being described as enchanting. The younger members of the Bai family, positioned favorably to catch a glimpse of her, displayed expressions of awe, some even entranced, unable to resist moistening their parched lips. In response to such gazes, she bestowed nothing but disdain. This young woman is not to be underestimated. Meng Yiru, at the tender age of 19, possesses a remarkable cultivation level of the second stage of exit. She is unequivocally a prodigy of this era. Furthermore, she hails from the esteemed Divine Medical Palace, one of the 3 great palaces of the world, and is a direct disciple of its revered master, the Saintess of the Divine Medical Palace. The Divine Medical Palace is an extraordinary force, vastly more powerful than the Sunfire Empire. Currently, the Saintess of the Divine Medical Palace is traveling the world to refine her medical skills. It is said that her expertise is exceptional, to the extent that even the master of the Divine Medical Palace feels she has surpassed his own capabilities at her age. As for her presence at the Bai family, it is a connection rooted in a past, neither profound nor trivial, established by Bai Qianshan. He was once an honorary disciple of the Divine Medical Palace, having studied for 2 years before departing. Nonetheless, a trace of that master-disciple bond remains, prompting her visit, coinciding with the clan competition, allowing her to observe. In terms of seniority, Bai Qianshan would have to address Meng Yiru as Master Aunt. Did not the clan leader claim that she had lost her powers and married off? Yet, it seems she does not fit the description of a mere wastrel. Upon hearing her inquiry, Bai Qianshan was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of how to respond. Before her, even the clan leader must tread carefully with his words, ensuring not a hint of offense. Well, Bai Qianshan hesitated. I merely intended for her to avoid the rumors circulating in the clan. Marriage is not a possibility, and while her cultivation has indeed suffered, it has already been restored. Is that so? A hint of derisive amusement flickered in Meng Yiru's eyes, clearly unconvinced by his assertion. Upon arriving in the Sunfire Empire, she had heard tales of a regrettable young woman from the Bai family. Subsequently, she had engaged in a pill concoction contest with the empire's most skilled royal physician, winning by a slight margin. It was then that the physician expressed a tinge of regret, mentioning that the Bai family woman had been afflicted by the devouring true demon goo, a condition deemed nearly irreparable. Of course, this matter bore no relation to Meng Yiru. She merely sighed in sympathy. The devouring true demon goo is a treacherous poison, specifically designed to cripple one's cultivation. To treat it, one must rely on the 11th-ranked divine medicine, the Star Moon Divine Water, which can transform the toxicity into medicinal power, offering a chance at healing. However, the efficacy of the Star Moon Divine Water is fleeting, lasting only a day post-refinement, making it impossible to preserve. Few possess the skill to concoct such a remedy, her master being one of those rare few, and the process is exceedingly arduous. Thus, aside from feeling a pang of regret for the extraordinary individual she had never met, Meng Yiru found herself at a loss for what else to do. If she could not save him, then she simply could not. However, the sight of Bai Fei'er earlier had piqued her interest. Her cultivation was at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage, which contradicted the notion of her having lost her powers entirely. Either the rumors of her poisoning were false, or someone had concocted the Starry Moon Divine Water to heal her, which possibility seemed more plausible. Moreover, Meng Yiru had observed the exquisite sword in Bai Fei'er's hand, a divine weapon of the sacred grade, while the national treasure of the Sun Flame dynasty was merely a sacred grade artifact. How could a girl from a prominent family possess such a magnificent weapon? Even the clan leader, Bai Qianshan, could not afford something of such caliber. It was evident that someone had bestowed it upon her, or perhaps she had encountered an astonishing stroke of fortune. Although tales of falling from cliffs to discover the abode of immortals had long ceased to captivate this realm, Meng Yiru found herself inexplicably drawn to Bai Fei'er. If it were not for fortuity, who else could have aided her? Well then, clan leader, will you not announce the ultimate victor of this clan competition? Meng Yiru inquired, casting a beguiling glance at Bai Qianshan. Her voice was soft and melodious, imbued with an enchanting allure. Bai Qianshan could only manage a bitter smile. Though he remained unaware of the miraculous circumstances surrounding his daughter, his astonishment was no less than that of the other clan members. Her cultivation had been restored, and she wielded a sacred-grade, divine weapon. Where had she acquired such treasures? A multitude of questions swirled in his mind, yet he merely declared to the assembly, "This year's clan competition champion is Bai Fei'er." The response was minimal. The training grounds were enveloped in a profound silence. The collective shock among the onlookers was palpable, rendering them indifferent to the clan leader's proclamation. As Bai Qianshan watched the elders retrieve the gravely injured Bai Mei from the training ground, he turned around only to find that their esteemed guest, Meng Yiru, had vanished without a trace. Bai Fei'er returned to her familiar courtyard. No sooner had she entered than a petite figure rushed towards her, enveloping her in a tight embrace. It was her devoted maid, Yanqing. "Mississippi, you have frightened me to death," the young maid cried, her voice filled with despair, which ignited a warmth within Bai Fei'er's heart. "Do not weep, see, I am safe and sound," she said, extending her delicate fingers to wipe away the tears cascading down Yanqing's cheeks, offering a gentle smile. Yanqing's sobs gradually transformed into laughter. Having served Bai Fei'er for quite some time, their bond was strong. Despite her lady's somewhat haughty demeanor and sharp tongue, she was inherently kind-hearted, and Yanqing had always been well cared for. It pained her to witness Bai Fei'er being neglected, scorned, and ultimately discarded like refuse in her marriage. In truth, as soon as Bai Fei'er left, Bai Mei had begun to harass her, sending Yanqing into a state of fright and confusion. Bai Fei'er placed a reassuring hand on Yanqing's shoulder and smiled. "Now, cease your tears. Quickly, help me prepare and adore myself. From this day forward, no one in the clan shall dare to bully you, for I will protect you." "Yes." Yanqing nodded vigorously. Her resolve strengthened. Her cultivation was rather meager, and she was unaware of her young lady's current condition. However, upon witnessing Bai Fei'er's demeanor, She surmised that the troubles stemming from her loss of cultivation had likely been resolved, allowing her to share in the joy. Suddenly, Byfair turned her gaze towards the shade of the trees in the courtyard and shouted, "Who dares to spy on my residence?" With a swift motion, a gust of wind arose beneath the tree's shadow, carrying a figure that gracefully descended. Meng Yiru landed softly, her veil still in place. Her eyes clear and piercing as she fixed her gaze upon Byfair. Who are you?" Byfair's focus sharpened. Her eyes locked onto Meng Yiru as she inquired in a low voice. "I apologize for the intrusion. I am Meng Yiru, the saintess of the Qini Divine Palace." Meng Yiru smiled charmingly, taking a few steps closer to meet Byfair's beautiful eyes. "What? You are the—" Byfair's brows furrowed in astonishment as she scrutinized Meng Yiru multiple times in disbelief. To her astonishment, this woman was indeed the saintess of the Qini Divine Palace. Chapter 17. To encounter such a reclusive master would be a privilege. In the realm of Xuantiang, the myriad forces are as countless as the grains of sand in the Ganges, ever-present and relentless. Whenever one faction falls, another rises from its ashes, embodying the unyielding law of the survival of the fittest. Among these countless factions, only the so-called extraordinary powers can endure the test of time, standing tall for millennia. Within these extraordinary forces, the most renowned are the three divine palaces. Their fame is universally acknowledged. The Asking Heaven Divine Palace, the Sacred Forging Divine Palace, and the Revered Healer Divine Palace. The Revered Healer Divine Palace is the foremost sect in the realm of healing arts, teeming with formidable practitioners and revered as the ultimate sanctuary for countless healers. It is even said that the palace master possesses the miraculous ability to revive the deceased and refine souls. With only a handful able to rival her prowess in this world, truly a behemoth of unparalleled stature. In comparison to the Revered Healer Divine Palace, the Bai clan pales in significance. Even the Sunfire Empire is decidedly a weakling. Byfair had heard of the illustrious title of the Revered Healer. It is said that at merely 19 years of age, she has already reached the out-of-body stage and attained the rank of a 6th-tier alchemist, astonishing all with her 1,000 lotus pill crafting technique. She is currently traversing the world, honing her medical skills. Never did she anticipate the arrival of the Revered Healer at her Bai clan. It is indeed a breach of decorum on her part. Byfair collected her thoughts and gracefully offered her respects, her demeanor one of utmost reverence. "There is no need for formality," Dream Yiru replied with a gentle smile. "I have come today primarily due to the connection between your patriarch and our Revered Healer Divine Palace. However, I find myself even more intrigued by you." Byfair was taken aback. "Might I inquire what the Revered Healer means by that?" "I have heard you were afflicted by a peculiar poison, rendering you powerless and betrothed to a distant land. Yet upon seeing you now," Dream Yiru's voice was melodious and soft, but instead of bringing comfort, it made Byfair break into a cold sweat. It appears someone has aided you." Byfair thought to herself that the Revered Healer had seen through the turmoil in her heart, an unnerving realization. Though she bore no malice and was merely curious about her recovery. "You are correct, Revered Healer. I was indeed afflicted by the devouring true demon goo, resulting in a significant loss of power, but fortunately, I received assistance from a hidden master, which led to my—" "How they save you?" Dream Yiru mused, her intuition guiding her close to the truth, yet she pressed on with her inquiries. "That master refined the celestial moon divine water, which restored me." Byfair increasingly sensed that the calculations of this revered healer were far from simple. Nevertheless, she could not withhold her response, for the visitor's stature far surpassed her own, and angering her was not an option. In fact, she had noticed Dream Yiru earlier in the martial arts arena. She was a figure whom even her patriarch father could not afford to overlook. I never imagined that within this insignificant Sunfire Empire, there existed such an adept in alchemy. It seems I must pay her a visit." Dream Yiru felt no suspicion towards Byfair's honesty. She lacked the audacity to fabricate lies. Instead, curiosity took hold. For the Sunfire Empire was not particularly formidable in the eastern frontier, yet harbored such a reclusive medical sage concealed within its streets. Her departure from the Divine Medicine Palace was primarily to embark on a journey around the world, seeking to broaden her horizons. Originally, Meng Yiru did not intend to linger in the Dayfire Empire, for there was little to hold her there. After all, the most esteemed alchemists in this empire had been bested by her, rendering any competition with the lesser ones unnecessary. However, she had not anticipated an unexpected gain. Where was that esteemed senior now, and what was their name? Upon hearing Meng Yiru's inquiry, Baifeir's expression immediately turned troubled. The saintess could not disturb that senior, who had long since descended into the mortal realm, seeking tranquility amidst the mundane. To intrude upon his peace might provoke his displeasure. That esteemed Gu placed great importance on her, yet now she was to introduce the divine medicine saintess to him, potentially disrupting his serene existence. If he were displeased, he might unleash his ire upon Baifeir, and should he extend that wrath to the Bai family, it would spell true disaster. Rest assured, I am merely curious. And as the direct disciple of the palace master of the Divine Medicine Palace, there is no one in this world who would dare disregard my master's honor. My visit is a gesture of respect. Moreover, I am on a journey to enhance my medical skills, and this endeavor is merely to humbly seek guidance. Meng Yiru replied with a smile, clearly resolute in her desire to meet that esteemed figure. Baifeir furrowed her brow, unable to counter her argument. Among the cultivators in this world, the most revered and capable of forging connections belong to the three great divine palaces, represented by the heavenly questioning masters, spirit artificers, and alchemical physicians. The heavenly questioning masters, as their name implies, seek to divine fate. In simpler terms, they are akin to fortune tellers. Many so-called divine calculators among mortals are mere charlatans, yet the true heavenly questioning masters possess formidable abilities. They can discern omens of fortune and misfortune, and it is said that the master of the heavenly questioning palace can predict the direction of this world 1,000 years hence. Truly profound. The national master of the Dayfire Empire is a heavenly questioning master, held in high regard by the royal family. As for the spirit artificers, their expertise in crafting magical artifacts, whether newly forged or repaired, is well known. The same can be said for alchemical physicians, who refine precious elixirs and possess remarkable medical knowledge. Not to mention the palace master of the Divine Medicine Palace, and even Meng Yiru herself, a 6th-grade alchemical physician, have amassed formidable connections capable of threatening the Bai family's existence, all through her own efforts. Many skilled cultivators sought her expertise in medicine and healing. When considering Meng Yiru's status as the Divine Medicine Saintess, there was no force in the world that would not extend their respect, let alone a mere reclusive figure. Disturbing his peace. So be it. She meant no harm, merely wishing to pay a visit. Was there truly a problem? Meng Yiru smiled sweetly, yet her aura began to subtly press upon Baifeir, devoid of hostility, simply hoping to elicit a response. Well, I suppose there is no alternative. I shall accompany the saintess. Baifeir conceded through gritted teeth. Meng Yiru's face brightened with a smile. That's the spirit. Time is of the essence. Let's be on our way, Miss Feir. Meng Yiru was rather hasty, showing little regard for Baifeir, who had just returned home. She swiftly seized her and brandished her sacred Inyang celestial disc, drawing a shimmering arc across the sky, vanishing in an instant into the distance. Miss, where are we headed? Yanqing murmured, gazing blankly at the heavens. Chapter 18. The grand compilation of herbal remedies is deceptive. As the evening deepened, in a certain thoroughfare of Qingshu City, Gu Heng sat at a table with another individual, exchanging cups and reveling in camaraderie. Their boisterous laughter occasionally drew the attention of passers-by. Gu Heng glanced at the pouch placed before him, without the need to open it. He merely weighed it in his hands and discerned that this esteemed brother Wu had indeed been overly generous. This is far too much. Dear Gu, please do not decline. You have been so considerate to everyone. If I were to give you less, not only would others have something to say, but when I return home, my wife would surely chastise me with her shoe. Well then, thank you, brother Wu. Haha, Gu, you are a straightforward man. Let us not speak of money any further. Come, let us drink and feast. Excellent. Gulme. Gu Heng was in high spirits. having finally sold his clinic after much effort. Brother Wu, a prominent local landowner, was known for his willingness to pay handsomely for medicine. Tonight, he had indeed offered a substantial sum for Gu Heng's clinic, much to Gu Heng's delight. Given that he was in the company of his benefactor, he could not show any reluctance and drank heartily. Although the wine was considered fine by ordinary standards, Gu Heng found it rather bland and not intoxicating. Naturally, Gu Heng took it upon himself to caution Brother Wu that Qingshu City was soon to descend into chaos. He had no qualms about sharing his intention to leave, yet Brother Wu seemed largely unconcerned. As a merchant well-versed in the ways of the world, he often employed cultivators, and to him, they were rather commonplace. While Gu Heng admired Brother Wu's audacity, his resolve to depart remained unwavering. After several rounds, the two bid each other farewell and returned home. Gu Heng pushed open the door of his clinic to find Xiao Shi dozing on a nearby rattan chair. He could not determine whether the cat was merely tired or asleep. He gently stroked Xiao Shi's fur and prepared to tidy up. Gu Heng rummaged through each drawer of the medicine cabinet, transferring herbs into his system backpack. This system, while not particularly useful, allowed him to practice skills that bore no connection to his earnings or cultivation. Nevertheless, it possessed other functionalities, such as the backpack, whose capacity remained a mystery to Gu Heng. All he knew was that it was quite voluminous. It resembled the spatial rings used by cultivators. Though Gu Heng could not afford such exorbitantly priced treasures, nor did he require them. After a brief period of busy work, Gu Heng laid out the remaining herbs on the table, deciding against taking them with him. He planned to use them to brew a medicinal soup instead. Just as Gu Heng was about to retrieve items from the back room, he paused at the threshold, turned, and returned to the table for dispensing herbs. He pried open a stone slab and extracted an ancient tome from beneath it. The book, though old, was well preserved with a complete cover, albeit cloaked in dust, the grand compilation of herbal remedies. The book was bestowed upon Gu Heng by the system after he had perfected his medical skills to an extraordinary level. Its title, grand and enigmatic, bore no relation to the contents within. Upon perusing its rather slim pages, Gu Heng discovered that the text merely instructed on the art of alchemy, and the names of the medicinal herbs listed therein. Upon comparing them with those in the system's marketplace, he realized they were identical. The book, shrouded in mystery, was merely a supplementary tool to the system's offerings. Should anyone else attempt to decipher it, Gu Heng was certain they would either fail to comprehend its significance or dismiss it outright. Previously, Gu Heng had engaged in casual discussions with other physicians in Qingshu City, but he soon ceased to do so. His herbs were all sourced from the system's marketplace, while the others foraged in the mountains or procured theirs from distant lands, resulting in a complete disparity in terminology. However, with the guidance provided in the Hongmeng Medical Classic, combined with the herbs from the system's marketplace, Gu Heng was able to concoct remedies and heal ailments, albeit through methods entirely distinct from those of others. He felt a profound concern that should his unconventional approach to alchemy be revealed, he might be labeled a charlatan, accused of malevolence. Sighing, he pondered the book's fate. Though he had grown weary of its contents, discarding it seemed unthinkable. It was a unique artifact. He muttered to himself, placing it haphazardly on the table. He had memorized the contents, yet he couldn't bring himself to part with it. Such a gift from the system was one of a kind, and if lost, it would be irretrievable. Gu Heng valued this object deeply, for even if it appeared worthless to others, the singular existence of the Hongmeng Medical Classic imbued it with intrinsic worth. The system had also provided him with other items, yet he had scarcely examined them. It was time to continue tidying up. The hour was late, and he needed to set forth early the next day. As he muttered to himself, he retreated to the back room, where a plethora of items awaited organization. Meanwhile, Su Jinshu observed the book abandoned on the table, her feline eyes narrowing. She leisurely hopped down from her rattan chair and, with a swift movement of her short legs, leaped onto the table. A few medicinal herbs nearby exuded a rich aura, and with a glance, she recognized them. Ah, Gu Heng truly seems indifferent to these treasures, she mused. The bailing sacred fruit, capable of restoring fractured souls, was a coveted item among the world's strongest, invaluable for preserving one's essence. The dragon claw flower, a material for body refinement, could bestow a temporary semblance of dragon-like strength and physique upon a practitioner once processed into a pill. Other herbs present were equally rare and precious. Su Jinshu was no stranger to such riches. Gu Heng's wealth far exceeded her expectations. She had once overseen the medicine pavilion of the 10,000 Monsters Emperor. Yet the treasures housed there paled in comparison to those displayed in Gu Heng's cabinet. However, it was the book that truly captured her attention. The book emanated an enigmatic aura, imbued with a profound essence that seemed to encapsulate the very principles of the universe. The Hongmeng Pharmacopoeia. Could it truly be genuine? Observing the elder Gu's demeanor towards this tome, she surmised he would not mind her perusal. Meow. Su Jinxie glanced towards the back room, where tranquility reigned, and thus she delicately lifted her fluffy paw, gradually unveiling the cover. In an instant, her feline eyes were enveloped by an overwhelming brilliance. Bang! With a clear sound, Su Jinxie was propelled backward, colliding with the wall before sliding down. Chapter 19. This place hardly seems to harbor any reclusive sage. Su Jinxie remained vigilant. The moment she opened the tome, Hongmeng Pharmacopoeia, she felt an overwhelming repulsion. Instantly, she summoned her entire inner energy, barely averting severe injury. Merely peeling back the cover unleashed such a terrifying force. Had she fully opened the book, she might not have withstood the onslaught. Filled with uncertainty, Su Jinshu hesitated to turn the next page. Even as a formidable demon at the 10th level of tribulation, she nearly succumbed to the weight of a single page, and she could not possibly endure the pressure of the entire volume. Yet, one truth was undeniable. This sacred text was authentic. Her gaze fixated on the Hongmeng Pharmacopoeia, her excitement palpable as her feline tail quivered with enthusiasm. It was said that this book was authored by a celestial healer during the era of Taishu, with its pages formed from fragments left over from the dawn of creation. Even the characters inscribed within contained the profound truths of the universe and the principles of the Great Way. Merely the existence of this tome placed it within the semi-divine tier of artifacts. True divine artifacts could already assume human form and possess remarkable intelligence, rather than remaining as mere books. However, it was rumored that the Hongmeng Pharmacopoeia possessed its own consciousness, though it could not manifest as a human. Most importantly, however, were the contents recorded within the Hongmeng Pharmacopoeia. In the realm of alchemy, whether concerning alchemists or the quality of elixirs, there existed a classification of 9 ranks, with each subsequent tier presenting a vast disparity. The 9th tier alchemist represented the pinnacle of contemporary achievement. Yet, during the ancient era of Taishu, this so-called ranking from 1 to 9 was merely regarded as mundane. Above the mundane tier, whispers spoke of the king, emperor, and sovereign ranks. Yet such legendary healers had long since vanished without a trace. Those capable of concocting 9th-tier elixirs were exceedingly rare. As the culmination of the celestial healer's lifelong devotion, the Hongmeng Pharmacopoeia contained recipes that were once the pinnacle of this world, now lost to time. It was even rumored that within its pages lay the essence of transcending the limitations of the mundane tier. The mere thought of comprehending this tome sent shivers down Su Jinshu's spine, her fur standing on end. However, not everyone could peruse such a treasure. While her esteemed elder seemed indifferent to the book, Su Jinshu could not feign such nonchalance. The worth of this Hongmeng Pharmacopoeia far surpassed the treasures amassed in his extensive cabinet. Little she, refrain from recklessness. You may harm yourself. Came a voice of Gu Hong from the adjoining room. At his warning, Su Jinshu immediately ceased her exploration. I am indeed curious to know how many such astonishing treasures you possess, she mused, realizing her covert glance at the Hongmeng Pharmacopoeia had likely been detected by Gu Hong. His admonition came too late. Had he spoken sooner, she would have lacked the audacity to turn the pages of the tome. As a being in the tribulation phase, she was unworthy of engaging with artifacts associated with the divine. Never mind. Perhaps I shall prepare something for her to drink. He was meticulously categorizing the plethora of useless items he had amassed while honing his system skills in the back room. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from the outer hall. unmistakably the result of that mischievous cat colliding with the table's edge. Keeping a cat is undoubtedly a source of endless joy, yet at times, felines can exhibit a rebellious streak. Nevertheless, Gu Heng had been caring for this little kitten for several days, and it seemed to subsist solely on the medicinal broth he prepared. Although Gu Heng understood that his concoction served to satiate hunger, it was quite remarkable that the cat was content with it. Contemplating this, he paused his task. The stove in the back room was still simmering. He collected the remaining herbs from the outer hall, carelessly tossing them into the pot to boil. In no time, the broth was ready, and he had added a touch of sugar for flavor. Xiaoxi, come here, Gu Heng called out, and Su Jin she bounded over, immediately burying the kitten's head in the bowl of broth without hesitation. Seeing her settled, Gu Heng resumed his tidying. In the twilight, Meng Yiru and Bai Fei'er arrived above Qingyu City. Following Bai Fei'er's guidance, they alighted on the street adjacent to Gu Heng's medical clinic. They refrained from landing directly at the clinic's entrance because Bai Fei'er mentioned that the esteemed elder preferred tranquility over frivolity, prompting Meng Yiru to exercise caution. Miss Fei'er, you are indeed a remarkable talent, and I am inclined to believe your words. However, Meng Yiru regarded Bai Fei'er with a conflicted expression. Doubts lingered in her heart. For during their journey, Bai Fei'er had revealed that the esteemed Gu had managed to refine the Star Moon Divine Water in a mere span of a tea break. Who could she be deceiving? Despite being merely 19, Meng Yiru was already a 6th-tier alchemist and a direct disciple of the Divine Medicine Palace's sovereign. While she may not have been able to concoct the legendary elixirs listed on the Divine Medicine rankings, she had observed true masters in action at the 5 Domains Alchemy Conference. The renowned 9th-tier alchemist, known as the Medicine Emperor of the Northern Desert, had required the assistance of 6 transcendents and nearly 100 days to amalgamate 3 types of herbs, followed by an additional 37 days to produce a tiny vial of the Star Moon Divine Water, which had even summoned celestial phenomena upon its emergence. That small vial had sparked fierce bidding among numerous powerful figures. The memory of that awe-inspiring scene still lingered vividly in Meng Yiru's mind. Initially, Meng Yiru had believed that the esteemed Gu would utilize the Star Moon Divine Water for her treatment. Yet Bai Fei'er informed her that he had merely used an ordinary iron pot and, within the span of tea break, had refined the 11th-ranked elixir on the Divine Medicine rankings. Furthermore, she had witnessed him crush a century-old longevity ironwood with his bare hands. It was hard for Meng Yiru to accept such claims. If the saintess doubts, she need only to see for herself. However, the elder has been in the mortal realm for quite some time, making it difficult to discern his true prowess. I, too, harbored skepticism at first, but having witnessed it with my own eyes, I was compelled to believe. Bai Fei'er forced a bitter smile. She had never deceived Meng Yiru. Yet this matter was truly extraordinary. Moreover, how could she dare to mislead her casually? Alas, Meng Yiru shook her head, stating, since you are so resolute, I must witness it with my own eyes. With that, she proceeded towards Gu Heng's medical clinic, and Bai Fei'er hurriedly followed suit. Upon arriving at the entrance, the antiquity of the clinic's exterior led Meng Yiru to feel that it hardly resembled the dwelling of a reclusive master. She stepped inside and surveyed her surroundings, finding no clues whatsoever. Miss Fei'er, you mentioned that this elder has a 9-lives demon cat as a pet, yet I see no sign of either, Meng Yiru remarked, glancing around, but spotting neither the elder nor the aforementioned feline. Perhaps the elder has stepped out, Bai Fei'er mused, her uncertainty growing as she observed the expression on Meng Yiru's face, which seemed poised to shift towards dissatisfaction. I hope my visit is not in vain. Meng Yiru narrowed her eyes and turned her gaze towards the nearby medicine cabinet. She then approached it, eager to discover what extraordinary herbs and treasures it might conceal. Chapter 20. Are they extraordinary or mundane? Meng Yiru's audacity was indeed considerable. When Bai Fei'er witnessed her intentions, her complexion turned pale, yet she dared not intervene, merely whispering, Saintess, you must not tamper with the elder's medicine cabinet. The saintess of the Qingyi Divine Palace truly possessed a boldness that was unparalleled. Even though Bai Fei'er perceived the elder Gu as rather affable, The act of rummaging through his cabinet in his absence was an affront that even the most temperate of individuals could not tolerate. Consequently, both she and Meng Yiru were at risk of dire consequences. "Rest assured, I am merely taking a glance," Meng Yiru replied, seemingly unperturbed. The title of saintess carried weight in this world, yet she did not believe that the reclusive Elder Gu was among those who would remain indifferent. Moreover, she was skeptical of the Elder's very existence. At the very least, she did not trust that any alchemist in this realm could concoct the Star Moon divine water within the span of a mere tea time. Her own master, a pinnacle 9th-rank alchemist, was incapable of such a feat. "Since you are absent, I shall examine your belongings," she mused, reaching for the drawer of the cabinet, only to find it unbarred and effortlessly opened. To her dismay, it was empty. Frowning, she opened several other drawers, but found nothing of note. According to Bai Feier, the Elder Gu had selected Changsheng ironwood, Qijing grass, and ancient dragon tooth powder from the cabinet before proceeding to concoct medicine, as if such rare treasures, even difficult to come by in the Qingyi Divine Palace, were carelessly left for anyone to discover. But there was nothing here. This only intensified Meng Yiru's suspicions. Regardless of their rarity, those precious materials must surely have been the Elder's cherished collection over many years. How could he neglect their safekeeping, only to establish a medical clinic and ostentatiously display an empty cabinet? Unless the Elder Gu was entirely indifferent to these so-called treasures, a disposition Meng Yiru had yet to encounter. She could not fathom that anyone could dismiss such valuable items, which could incite chaos and bloodshed. "Miss Feier, it seems your assertions may lack authenticity," Meng Yiru remarked, her disappointment evident as she turned to Bai Feier, raising an elegant brow. She did not believe Bai Feier had lied, for the poison afflicting her could indeed only be cured by the Star Moon divine water or even rarer divine medicines. Such remedies were not commonplace, and it was implausible for an ordinary individual to procure them. Treasures that even cultivators in the Great Ascension stage coveted were beyond the reach of the Bai family and the royal lineage of the Sinflar dynasty. Thus, Meng Yiru's doubts transformed. She speculated that perhaps Bai Feier had not actually fallen victim to the so-called swallowing true magic goo, but rather experienced a sudden loss of cultivation that she had simply regained inexplicably. After all, she was considered a prodigy within the imperial dynasty, and it was quite normal to feel disoriented after such a fall from grace. As for the alleged assistance from a reclusive expert, Meng Yiru still believed there was some truth to it. This was because Bai Feier's weapon, a divine-grade artifact, was undoubtedly genuine. Meng Yiru herself wielded a pair of divine-grade Yingyang jade rings, which she could afford due to her status as a saintess of one of the 3 divine palaces. However, Bai Feier, the head of the Bai family, Bai Qianshan, could not possess such a remarkable item. Furthermore, it seemed that Bai Qianshan was not particularly indulgent towards his daughter, as he would not likely bestow upon her a weapon so rare that it could not be found elsewhere in the Ri-Yin imperial dynasty. Despite her doubts, now that she had arrived, Meng Yiru thought she should at least meet the esteemed elder Bai Feier spoke of. Yet, this clinic appeared to be on the verge of neglect. Surely, there must be some medicinal herbs within Elder Gu's cabinet. Bai Feier also appeared quite flustered. Her concern was not that Meng Yiru might think her a liar, but rather for the Elder Gu, who had aided her with miraculous medicine and bestowed upon her a divine weapon. This seemingly youthful elder was of great significance to her. Rather than fearing an offense to Meng Yiru, Bai Feier was more apprehensive about Meng Yiru offending Guhong. Those prodigies emerging from extraordinary backgrounds often felt their power was immense, resulting in a generally unruly demeanor. Moreover, Bai Feier truly could not ascertain who was more formidable, the Elder Gu or the master of the Divine Medicine Palace. If she could not meet him, then this visit would be somewhat. Meng Yiru was initially discontent, but soon, a faintly indifferent voice reached her ears. "Miss Feier has returned." Just as Meng Yiru was about to inquire about the elder's whereabouts, she turned to find a young man standing at the entrance to the back hall, observing them with a semblance of a smile. Meng Yiru immediately scrutinized him. A mere mortal, he appeared entirely human. There was no trace of true energy emanating from him. One might argue he was exceptionally profound in cultivation, concealing it remarkably well. However, Meng Yuru had encountered numerous powerful beings, and true strength, even when undetectable, exuded an aura of authority. Yet this person lacked even a hint of that innate power. Or perhaps he had immersed himself in the mundane world so deeply that he had entirely lost that presence. Nevertheless, Meng Yiru furrowed her brows, sensing that he was likely just an ordinary man. In contrast, Bai Fei'er took a few steps forward and sincerely greeted Gu Hong, "Sir, young Master Gu, we apologize for the sudden intrusion." "Young Master Gu?" Meng Yiru's gaze flickered momentarily. Earlier, Bai Fei'er had warned her that this elder disliked being referred to as such and preferred the title of young master. Thus it seemed this was indeed the esteemed Gu, a young and audacious prodigy, despite his seemingly mortal appearance, displayed remarkable courtesy before the young man. Is he a recluse of extraordinary ability, or merely an ordinary person? However, Gu Hong gazed at Meng Yiru and after a moment remarked, "Is this Miss Fei'er's friend?" Indeed, she possessed a delicate beauty, distinct from the slightly resilient and spirited visage of Bai Fei'er. Although she seemed devoid of the aura of a cultivator, it was entirely reasonable for Bai Fei'er to befriend mortals, especially considering her affectionate demeanor towards her servant, Bai Mo. Surely, she would not disdain having a mortal as a close companion. "I am Yiru, a humble visitor, and I apologize for any offense I may have caused." Meng Yiru maintained her composure, lowering her stance as she sought to discern whether this individual was a figure of great wisdom or an ordinary man. She deliberately refrained from disclosing her own identity. Chapter 21. Do you also practice alchemy? Meng Yiru's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. She could not discern the true strength of the young man before her. Was he truly a formidable alchemist, or merely a humble physician running a seemingly bare clinic, struggling to make ends meet? Despite her status as the holy maiden of the divine healing palace, she understood that even the most astute cultivators or reclusive masters would think twice before antagonizing an alchemist of such extraordinary potential. Yet, she knew she must tread carefully. Provoking him could lead to unforeseen consequences. Thus, it would be wise to adopt a posture of humility, concealing her identity for the moment. If this elder were indeed a hidden master, she would gladly seek his favor. But if he turned out to be a narrow-minded mortal, well, then there would be no need for niceties. She sensed that this reclusive figure harbored a mere fraction of truth amidst a sea of deception. The one genuine aspect seemed to stem from the sacred weapon at Bai Fei'er's waist, which was difficult to explain away. Nonetheless, it was unlikely that this young man possessed anything of such caliber. The name Yiru was quite melodious. Gu Hong observed her, pondering how this mortal maiden was indeed charming. Yet he found it peculiar that she would venture out at night, accompanying her fellow cultivator friend. Her audacity was remarkable. However, Bai Fei'er appeared capable enough to protect her, alleviating his concerns. Yet, Gu Hong had noticed her subtle movements earlier. The audacity of this young lady to rummage through his apothecary. Was she contemplating theft? His voice remained calm, yet a note of authority seeped through. Meng Yiru's face finally registered shock, a reaction that Gu Hong observed keenly, further solidifying his suspicions. Indeed, this mortal maiden's hands were somewhat unclean. Although she had not anticipated that her transgression would be so easily perceived, Meng Yiru quickly composed herself. "I beg your pardon. I too possess some skill in alchemy. Upon entering your clinic and seeing familiar items, I could not resist the impulse to touch them. I apologize for my indiscretion," she said, inclining her body slightly in a gesture of contrition. "Oh, you practice alchemy as well?" Gu Hong raised an eyebrow, his tone unchanged, primarily due to his skepticism. This mortal maiden, adorned in such extravagant finery, donned garments that seemed far beyond the means of an ordinary household. Most likely, she was yet another heiress, unable to cultivate but hailing from a wealthy family. Could such a pampered young lady truly possess knowledge of alchemy? It was no trivial pursuit. Gu Hong had honed his medical skills to perfection, tirelessly attending to patients and prescribing remedies, often to the point of exhaustion. Alchemy required considerable time and patience. One must carefully monitor the flames, and certain herbs could not be added all at once, necessitating a methodical approach. Gu Hong discerned that he had undoubtedly observed a certain arrogance on Meng Yiru's countenance moments ago. After all, she was the cherished offspring of a wealthy family. How could such an impatient young lady, accustomed to luxury, endure the intricate and solitary nature of alchemical refinement? It was likely merely a pastime for her, devoid of true mastery. Yet, upon hearing the words "you understand alchemy too," and witnessing the skeptical expression on Gu Heng's face, a fire ignited within Meng Yiru's heart. This reclusive master, presumably indifferent to worldly affairs, might be unaware that she was the renowned saintess of healing. Yet how dare he question her alchemical skills? At the tender age of 15, she had already exhibited remarkable talent for alchemy, rivaling her aptitude for cultivation, to the extent that the esteemed leader of the healing temple sought her out personally to take her as a disciple. In just 4 short years, Meng Yiru had ascended to the rank of a 6th-tier alchemist. 6th tier, in the Radiant Sun dynasty, the highest-ranking alchemists were limited to 6th tier, and even that royal cultivator was deemed mediocre in precision and control of fire. She had effortlessly triumphed over him. Most alchemists spent a lifetime struggling to surpass the 4th-tier threshold, yet she achieved the 6th tier in a mere 4 years. Within the healing temple, many regarded her as a prodigy of millennia, believing she might break through the constraints of the 9th tier and transcend the mortal realm. Given all this, how could she now be subjected to doubt from this youth regarding her knowledge of alchemy? Truth be told, Meng Yiru considered her temper quite commendable. Irrespective of whether he was a reclusive master, daring to question her not only tarnished her reputation, but also that of her esteemed mentor from the healing temple. If her master were to hear such words, she would undoubtedly be incensed enough to confront him for an explanation, if this reclusive master were indeed genuine. However, Meng Yiru increasingly suspected that he was no sage, but rather a short-sighted and ignorant mortal. Though vexed, she resolved that since her abilities were being questioned, regardless of the other's identity, she must firmly demonstrate her prowess through tangible results. She simply had to prove herself. As a fortunate disciple of a revered master, her alchemical skills were indeed commendable, albeit merely superficial compared to her mentoress, yet they still garnered a modicum of respect. With a hint of pride, she lifted her chin slightly, reaching into her robe to produce a small jade vial, which she extended towards Gu Hong. He accepted it, examining the translucent vial and the spiraled, pale violet pill swirling within. After scrutinizing it for a moment, he inquired, "Is this pill of your own making?" "Indeed," Meng Yiru replied, her pride evident, and justifiably so. This was a 6th-tier, soul-severing pill. A peak out-of-body practitioner needed only to consume one to make a significant leap into the spirit division. The effects were straightforward yet potent, and even a 7th-tier alchemist might struggle to produce it successfully on their first attempt. She, Meng Yiru, at the age of 18, had crafted this 6th-tier, soul-severing pill in a single attempt during the 5 Domains Alchemy Conference, astonishing all present alchemists, including her mentor who presided as a judge on the high platform. Meng Yiru was undoubtedly proud of herself. To speak of nothing else, the 6th-grade elixir she possessed could certainly leave the person before her utterly astounded. She had no fear of being deemed a liar. Every alchemist bore a unique mark, rendering their concoctions impossible to be impersonated by others. The spiral pattern on the elixir was unmistakably her signature. Gu Hong scrutinized her for a moment, noticing her haughty demeanor. Her nostrils flared in his direction, and a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Look at her, so full of herself. Did she truly consider this trivial concoction an elixir? At best, it was merely a sugar pill with a slight invigorating effect. Gu Hong had mastered the art of alchemy. While he could not discern the potions of cultivators, it was laughable for mere mortals to attempt to flaunt their skills before him. Better to retire for the night. Chapter 22. Your master is certainly not that impressive, Meng Yiru observed Gu Hong as he focused intently on the elixir, her pride swelling to the point of near explosion. Are you astonished? Have you never encountered a prodigious beauty who, at the tender age of 19, has the ability to concoct 6th-grade spiritual medicine? Regardless of whether you are an ordinary person or a reclusive sage, if you possess the skills, You two should be able to refine 6th-grade elixirs by the age of 18. If not, then I regret to inform you that you must simply stand in awe of me, the divine healer. However, Meng Yiru sensed that this young man had yet to display any semblance of ignorance, suggesting he was no mere mortal. After all, an ordinary person would not be able to discern the efficacy of such an elixir, while cultivators could indeed sense the immense potency contained within the soul-severing pill. Of course, those seasoned alchemists who regularly handle heavenly materials and can refine 7th, 8th, or even 9th-grade elixirs would not perceive it with such depth. They would hardly be concerned with a mere 6th-grade concoction. Then, unexpectedly, Gu Heng inquired, "May I ask, Miss Yiru, your age this year?" Meng Yiru's brow twitched slightly as she feigned gentility, responding, "I have squandered over a decade, yet I am but 19 years of age." "Oh, quite young indeed." Gu Heng's realization prompted Meng Yiru to swell with even greater pride, convinced that this individual was utterly captivated by both her youthful age and her almost prodigious alchemical skills. "It's nothing. I am still quite young. And as for alchemy, I must continue to—" Before she could finish her thought, Gu Heng casually placed the jade vial containing the 6th-grade soul-severing pill on a nearby table, declaring with conviction, although this may not be the most pleasant observation, "I must say your alchemical skills, Miss Yiru, are still lacking in refinement." "What?" Meng Yiru was momentarily stunned, nearly believing she had misheard. "My alchemy is lacking in refinement?" Gu Heng shook his head, speaking earnestly. "To be frank, this pill is not particularly impressive. In my view, its efficacy is rather mediocre. Of course, I do not mean to imply that your abilities are subpar. After all, you possess patience. However, your technique requires considerable honing." He adopted a demeanor of elder wisdom, each word resembling that of an aged mentor imparting sage advice to a junior. Bai Feier looked on, astonished, as the divine healer, a true prodigy, faced such stringent expectations from Gu Heng. Clearly, Meng Yiru had never encountered skepticism or disparagement before. A 19-year-old 6th-grade alchemist is indeed a rarity in this world. Given her uniqueness and the extraordinary backing she possessed, how could she not be lauded to the heavens? As for alchemy, I do not claim to be an expert, yet I feel qualified to critique your efforts. Gu Heng's tone remained light and airy, as though he were merely chastising a naive girl who, with a bit of pocket money, had whimsically taken up alchemy as a pastime. He perceived at a glance that the purple elixir possessed merely some invigorating properties. He even suspected it might be sweet, as this Miss Yiru seemed to have quite the distinct personality, likely disdaining bitter flavors. However, she has managed to produce such exquisite and visually appealing elixirs, regardless of their actual efficacy, demonstrating that she has undoubtedly invested considerable effort and energy, albeit primarily in aesthetics. This signifies that Meng Yiru possesses a commendable degree of patience, for the art of alchemy is inherently averse to haste and reckless experimentation. A poorly crafted potion not only wastes precious materials, but may also tarnish one's own skills. Observing the presentation, Gu Heng is assured that Miss Yiru has indeed labored diligently in her crafting, perhaps with the ulterior motive of boasting to her close friends that she, too, has acquired some medical prowess. In the event of any ailments or discomfort, she might offer her assistance. Consequently, he reluctantly concedes to impart a few words of guidance. After all, he is her senior, and the young lady appears earnest in her studies. Even if her learning lacks refinement, likely due to the superficial instruction of a mentor who is more focused on monetary gain than on imparting genuine medical knowledge. Yet, one must ponder why he has not been invited to teach, while she has garnered such an opportunity, leaving his own practice in a precarious financial state. How vexing. Meng Yiru, taken aback by Gu Heng's admonition, fell into a profound silence, her expression oscillating between crimson and pallor, as if she were performing on stage. Since her emergence, she had never endured such humiliation. Not even her esteemed master had ever scolded her. After a moment of shock, she widened her eyes and, through gritted teeth, retorted, What did you just say?" Gu Heng, with a gentle smile, met her gaze and remarked, "Constructive criticism, Miss Yiru, heeding such counsel, is beneficial." This only incited further indignation in Meng Yiru, her countenance a tempest of frustration and urgency as she exclaimed, "How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Even your master would not reprimand you, but I am not he. The pursuit of alchemy cannot be treated with casual indifference. If the results are subpar, one must not simply accept mediocrity." Gu Hong recognized that Meng Yiru had likely never encountered such admonition and was struggling to digest it. Nevertheless, he perceived potential within her and was reluctant to abandon the opportunity for guidance. Moreover, it seems that the mentor you have chosen may not be as formidable as you believe. At least in the realm of instruction, I find his efforts lacking. What? You dare to criticize my master? Do you not know who he is? Before she could finish, Gu Hong interrupted, "What of his esteemed reputation? If he has failed to teach you adequately, then criticism is warranted." Meng Yiru was left utterly flabbergasted. Since her arrival, she had never anticipated being challenged, especially in her area of expertise, the art of alchemy. The notion that he would even dare to critique the esteemed leader of the Divine Medical Palace was unfathomable. Was the palace's ruler not an extraordinary figure? In the world, there are no more than 5 renowned ninth-tier alchemists, and her master is revered among them. How could he possibly be deemed anything less than remarkable? In the midst of her fury, Meng Yiru felt an overwhelming sense of grievance. Observing this situation, Bai Feier could not help but burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha! Senior Gu truly is a remarkable person, witnessing the holy maiden of medicine being so thoroughly admonished. Such an extraordinary sight is rare indeed." Meng Yiru shot a glare at Bai Feier, gritting her teeth as she whispered in reproach, "Miss Feier, who exactly is this so-called master you brought me to meet? Their arrogance knows no bounds. It is one thing to belittle me, but to disparage my esteemed mentor as well. To be candid, is this truly a master? I can't help but feel that this senior Gu appears rather woefully ignorant." Chapter 23. You are so impressive. Why not show me your alchemy skills? To be candid, Meng Yiru had encountered her fair share of proud and formidable practitioners, as many alchemists tended to possess such arrogance. However, the individual before her dared to belittle even the esteemed master of the Qingyi Divine Palace. If this remark were to spread, it would undoubtedly stir a considerable uproar outside. Could it be that he is truly an ordinary person? Or does he genuinely believe that his alchemical prowess surpasses that of the palace master, to the extent that he feels entitled to reprimand the methods taught to his disciples? Meng Yiru harbored doubts about the existence of such individuals. While it is said that there are always stronger beings beyond the horizon, there must ultimately be a limit to such claims. Bai Feier suppressed her excitement and said with a smile, "Saintess, please do not misunderstand. Senior Gu is by no means an arrogant person. He truly saved my life and bestowed upon me a second chance." Meng Yiru huffed, her lips pouting in indignation, a visage of utter grievance. How could she not feel wronged? This situation transcended her personal pride. It affected the entire Qingyi Divine Palace. The palace master, renowned for their exceptional and profound alchemical skills, had been publicly belittled. It was hard to imagine anyone, including the palace master, swallowing this slight, and Meng Yiru found it equally difficult to accept. Gu Hong cast a sidelong glance at her, choosing not to engage in a futile debate. His alchemical prowess was unparalleled. He could not possibly lose such an argument unless Yiru's master was a practitioner of the arcane arts. Yet, even if that were the case, a practitioner could only teach her the most rudimentary of skills, rendering them utterly inadequate. Moreover, this young girl was of such a tender age that he saw no need to argue extensively. She was fortunate enough to even visit this humble clinic, likely dragged here by Bai Feier. An overwhelming sense of embarrassment washed over Meng Yiru, especially in the presence of Bai Feier. Gu Heng's words struck her like arrows to the heart. She inhaled deeply several times, striving to quell the anger and shame that bubbled within her, before responding calmly, "Yes, perhaps you believe my skills are lacking, but I have witnessed my master at work. If you intend to disparage him as well, then I implore you, young Master Gu, to demonstrate your alchemical abilities for me to observe." Gu Hong raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "You wish to see me practice alchemy?" Without hesitation, Meng Yiru nodded. Given that he had so brazenly belittled both her and her master, she was determined to witness his capabilities firsthand. It It was impossible for her to swallow this bitter pill without question. She held her pride, as did all alchemists. If someone were to instruct her so bluntly, that person must possess the requisite qualifications. Yet, thus far, Meng Yiru could discern none that Gu Heng possessed, save for the unwavering faith evident on by Feyer's face. However, Gu Heng hesitated slightly, not for any particular reason, but because his approach to alchemy diverged vastly from that of conventional practitioners who learn step by step from their mentors, adhering to traditional methods. Instead, he had acquired his knowledge through a system that provided textbooks and allowed him to hone his skills through practice. The disparity between these two methodologies was as vast as heaven and earth. Due to the unique medicinal herbs he employed, it was inconceivable for any ordinary physician to concoct the elixirs he could. Should the wealthy young lady witness his alchemical techniques and proclaim him a heretic, Gu Heng's reputation would undoubtedly suffer. However, Gu Heng harbored little concern regarding this possibility, for Meng Yiru was not well versed in alchemy. She merely understood the art of crafting an aesthetically pleasing exterior for pills, lacking the depth of knowledge to discern efficacy. Even if she observed his methods, she would likely be unable to detect any discrepancies, especially without a seasoned physician at her side to provide insight. Furthermore, he possessed a distinct advantage, the ability to showcase his skills. This affluent young lady had likely never witnessed a single furnace capable of refining two different pills simultaneously. Coincidentally, Gu Heng excelled in this regard, and not only could he refine two distinct pills at once, but he could also manage to concoct as many as 7 different varieties simultaneously. Regrettably, this astounding technique had yet to be witnessed by anyone. It was not that he wished to conceal it. Rather, as an ordinary individual, it would be far more entertaining to watch a theatrical troupe perform than to flaunt his ability to refine 7 different pills at once. With this thought in mind, Gu Heng felt emboldened. He readily agreed. Very well, seeing your earnest desire for knowledge, I shall allow you to observe. Upon hearing his affirmative response, Bai Fei was momentarily taken aback, only to be subsequently filled with delight. To witness such a masterful healer performing alchemy was indeed a rare and fortuitous opportunity. The allure of powerful alchemists often draws numerous spectators, as the skills they exhibit during the process greatly benefit cultivators in solidifying their foundations and comprehending the essence of their craft. It is not uncommon for onlookers to experience unanticipated breakthroughs while watching a master refine pills. The two young ladies followed Gu Heng to the back room. The back room was adequately prepared. The forging table had been stored within his system backpack, and the old tables and chairs were left behind, as the generous payment from Brother Wu allowed for new furnishings to be procured in Baidi City. Observing the simplicity of the surroundings, Meng Yiru furrowed her brow, yet remained silent. Though modest, the space was clean. She had not come seeking opulent palaces. In the back room, there was only an unremarkable iron pot. Meng Yiru discerned that the pot possessed no precious materials nor any intricate spiritual formations. It was utterly ordinary. Yet, how could such a mundane vessel be capable of brewing the Star Moon divine water? That was simply implausible. The spiritual elixirs ranked among the top 15 of the divine medicine list were known for their immense potency during concoction. This iron pot would scarcely withstand the forces released during the refining of medicinal materials, unless the alchemist had attained such mastery that they could precisely control every vestige of extraneous medicinal energy, allowing even such a fragile iron pot to remain unscathed. However, an individual possessing such exquisite, even terrifyingly meticulous skills would undoubtedly be hailed as a medicine sage, requiring no crude mortal implements that would only serve to complicate the alchemical process. They would possess fine cauldrons and pill furnaces instead. It appeared that Gu Heng lacked such equipment. Currently, Meng Yiru remained quite skeptical of this esteemed elder. Gu Heng retrieved his alchemical furnace from the storage cabinet and placed it beside the stove. Dreamy Ro found herself momentarily dazed. After all, this furnace, though aesthetically pleasing with its normal size and crimson lacquer, was still an ordinary object. Hesitant to voice her thoughts, she chose instead to observe. For Gu Heng's alchemical prowess had already transcended her expectations. It would be better to watch and see what marvels he could conjure. Gu Heng had already conceived of the three types of elixirs he intended to brew: one for replenishing vitality, another for healing internal injuries, and a third for invigorating the spirit. This approach was simple yet effective, and by producing them simultaneously, he was certain to astonish Dream Ero. With a flick of his wrist, he retrieved 3 pre-measured ingredients from his system's inventory and almost instantaneously tossed them into the furnace. His movements had to be swift, otherwise, by Fei Air and Dream Ero might discern the secret, marveling at how a mere mortal could extract items from a mystical ring like a cultivator. Yet, Dream Ero still managed to catch sight of the ingredients. Her heart raced in astonishment. Chapter 24. How can someone refine elixirs this way? Meng Yiru had seen much during her time in the Divine Medicine Palace, where the treasure trove of divine herbs boasted countless rare materials. While the term countless might be an exaggeration, the abundance was undeniable. Since entering the palace, the divine herb repository had become her frequent haunt. As her knowledge expanded, she began to realize that the items within the repository were far from ordinary, some even being precious herbs long lost to the world, known only by name but never seen in reality. Thus, she could confidently assert that she had encountered numerous treasures. However, what had she just witnessed? This senior had produced 7 types of medicinal materials all at once, and she recognized their names. Thanks to her familiarity with the divine herb repository, she recalled them vividly. The 6 poison dragon snake gallbladder, aged 60,000 years. The 1,000-wood vine, aged 12,000 years. Not to mention the purple demon thornflower, mountain heart fire lotus, and ice soul phoenix leaf. Though it was merely a fleeting glimpse, Meng Yiru was certain she had not been mistaken. It was her first encounter with the 60,000-year-old 6 poison dragon snake gallbladder. For the 6 poison dragon snake would undergo a metamorphosis into another beast precisely at the 60,000-year mark, down to the very breath. Therefore, this gallbladder was indeed an exceedingly rare legendary herb. Even the divine herb repository did not contain such a specimen. Initially, she had deemed Gu Heng overly arrogant, daring to belittle even the palace master, while he resided in a dilapidated clinic in this crumbling town. Yet, observing the 7 medicinal materials now cast into the alchemical furnace, Meng Yiru suddenly felt that this senior's tone might not be as presumptuous as she had thought. However, the true test lay in what elixir he could concoct. Possessing rare materials and being capable of refining the coveted spiritual elixirs were 2 entirely different matters. Her lips trembled as she endeavored to veil her astonishment. At least her expression remained composed, for she was mindful of the presence of Bai Fei beside her. With her limited experience, Meng Yiru could not afford to appear naive before her. Wait a moment, what had he just done? These 7 medicinal materials possessed exceedingly potent properties, and their interactions were inherently volatile. Particularly, the mountain heart fire lotus and the ice soul phoenix leaf could not be combined. Otherwise, they would explode. In the northern desert, an 8th-grade alchemist had attempted to experience the sensation of ice and fire coexisting, tossing both materials into the furnace without even commencing the refinement. The resulting clash of their energies led to a violent explosion, resulting in the loss of that 8th-grade alchemist. Now, seeing him so boldly introduce these 7 ingredients into the furnace, Meng Yiru felt a surge of anxiety. Yet, she could not voice her concerns. During the alchemical process, an alchemist's focus must be absolute. Any disturbance could culminate in failure and potential backlash against the alchemist, though she herself was a 6th-grade alchemist. Witnessing Gu Heng's reckless and fearless approach filled her with trepidation. Gu Heng undoubtedly sensed the tension and unease emanating from Meng Yiru. He lifted his gaze to her and spoke softly. Pay close attention. The art of alchemy encompasses myriad pathways. Instantly, Meng Yiru and Bai Fei became wholly engrossed. Given his assertion, they were eager to observe. Beneath the alchemical furnace, an ethereal blue flame flickered to life, enveloping the furnace in a fervent heat. Gu Heng watched as the ingredients he had previously gathered, python gall, monk fruit leaves, red lotus, and purple orchids, rapidly dissolved under the intense temperature. The furnace, aptly named the Qian Kuan Purple Gold Furnace, was a gift from the system, though in reality, It bore no resemblance to purple or gold, nor did it possess any connection to the concept of qiankuan. It was merely a shabby vermilion pot, its sole virtue being its inherent ability to ignite without needing to be placed upon a stove. Gu Heng could manipulate the intensity of the flames merely through thought. It was convenient and effective, yet it remained, at its core, a mere rudimentary alchemical vessel. What transpired next left Meng Yiru and Bai Fei'er wide-eyed, seemingly enraptured by the marvel of Gu Heng's alchemical process. In an environment where tranquility and focus were paramount for an alchemist, they could perceive the potency of the flames and the finesse with which Gu Heng shaped the elixir. A warm current surged within them, not an illusion or a mere figment of their imagination. Though their experiences differed, one truth united them. They were irresistibly captivated by Gu Heng's every movement. No matter how subtle, even the slightest flicker of his fingers resonated with profound significance. His technique flowed with an elegance akin to poetry, swift, precise, and steady. A sight to behold. Meng Yiru and Bai Fei'er were utterly spellbound. Most astonishing to Meng Yiru was the manner in which the medicinal properties of the herbs were entirely contained within the flames. Typically, even the most adept alchemist would witness some degree of essence escaping, potentially damaging the furnace or pot itself. In such cases, superior quality vessels inscribed with spiritual formations were employed to manage the volatile properties of the ingredients and regulate the heat. Yet, Gu Heng's furnace was unremarkable, and despite the volatile nature of the ingredients, they were all combined within the same pot without any explosion or leakage of medicinal essence. What did this signify? It illustrated that Gu Heng's alchemical prowess was extraordinarily refined, approaching a level of near perfection. He commanded not only the properties and dissolution order of each herb, but also completely contained their essences, preventing any interaction between them. What caliber of alchemical mastery was this? Could it even be classified as mere alchemy? It was nothing short of artistry. Truly, he was a master of the craft. Meng Yiru couldn't help but murmur, her mind in a tumultuous whirl, desperately attempting to maintain an unbroken composure while her emotions surged like a tempest within her. She found herself unable to definitively judge whose alchemical prowess was superior, Gu Heng's or that of her esteemed master, since she was merely a sixth-tier alchemist and lacked the capacity to evaluate the techniques of two formidable practitioners. Moreover, the more she observed, the more she sensed an aura of profound mystery enveloping Gu Heng, a potent essence that resonated within her and Bai Fei'er's minds. In the next instant, Bai Fei'er trembled all over. As Meng Yiru turned to look, she realized that Bai Fei'er had actually achieved a breakthrough, reaching the 8th level of the nascent soul stage, and was even on the verge of touching the threshold of the 9th level. As for herself, during her travels, she had already advanced to the 2nd level of the out-of-body stage, and now her foundation was rapidly solidifying. Although she still had some distance to cover, Meng Yiru felt confident that she would soon be able to challenge the 3rd level. Merely by observing Gu Heng's alchemical practices, she had derived immense benefits. Chapter 25. Meng Yiru's heart can barely endure Bai Fei'er was overwhelmed with excitement, while Meng Yiru stood in stunned silence. However, Gu Heng paid no heed to either of them. With his eyes tightly shut and arms raised, he appeared to support a weighty peak of flames. This was, of course, for show. Typically, Gu Heng would prepare the herbs and then wait patiently, as there was little else to occupy his time. He could manipulate the cauldron's fire solely by his will, yet one cannot simply remain motionless while concocting medicine, especially with two lovely ladies watching. He felt compelled to put on a display. Meng Yiru's expression was perfectly etched in Gu Heng's mind. Quite composed indeed. Fear not. Soon you shall witness a dazzling display of skill. At last, within the cauldron, the flames stabilized, and Gu Heng beheld the nascent forms of 3 pills. They were on the verge of completion. Meng Yiru struggled to contain her excitement, eager to see what kind of pills could be forged from the 7 distinct attributes of herbs, each with fiercely conflicting properties. The fact that they had not been obliterated by their own volatile natures was already astonishing enough to leave the esteemed saintess of medicine in awe. Yet ultimately, no matter how intricate the alchemical techniques, one must witness the final product. Bai Feier, too, watched with bated breath, unwilling to miss a single moment, fearful of losing even the slightest detail. Just then, Gu Heng suddenly moved, his arms sweeping dramatically, causing the cauldron to release a thick plume of white mist, fragrant and potent. Meng Yiru looked up, her gaze seemingly piercing through the ceiling, and her expression changed abruptly. Above, dark clouds gathered, as if thunder was brewing. The completion of the pills was about to invoke a celestial phenomenon. This indicated that they were 8th-grade spirit pills. Yet she sensed 3 distinct forces, each bearing equal might, yet differing in essence. This medical hall, no, this entire Qingmu city, could not withstand such celestial wrath. Only cultivators in the tribulation phase could endure the onslaught unscathed. But if an alchemist were to confront the lightning, the process of pill creation would spiral out of control, likely resulting in a catastrophic loss of medicinal potency and a complete failure. What would he do? Meng Yiru felt a surge of anxiety, her heart heavy with concern for Gu Heng. In that moment, she sensed the true essence emanating from Gu Heng as it surged skyward, stirring the brewing storm and utterly dissipating the impending celestial tribulation. And then, nothing happened. Meng Yiru was left utterly bewildered. She had never witnessed an alchemist disperse a celestial phenomenon before it even manifested. As for Bai Feier, she was entirely unaware of the celestial event unfolding. It was only because Meng Yiru was also an alchemist that she could perceive such subtle changes. Yet regardless of her astonishment, the process of pill creation continued undisturbed. As Gu Heng opened the cauldron, he casually reached for it, extinguishing the flames in the process. He fetched a porcelain bowl to catch the freshly forged pills. Still hot to the touch. All done, he stated calmly. At that moment, Meng Yiru finally regained her composure. 3 pills. When Gu Heng placed the bowl containing 3 elixirs before Meng Yiru, she initially doubted her own vision. However, the fragrant aroma of the elixirs was unmistakable. Each of the 3 spiritual pills bore the same cloud pattern, and she could even sense the distinctly different energies circulating within them. No matter how incredulous Meng Yiru felt, she could not deny the reality before her. She recognized each of these elixirs: the Dragon and Snake Solid Heart Pill, the Thousand Lotus Rejuvenation Pill, and the Ice Jade Tranquil Mind Pill, all of which were 8th-tier elixirs. Meng Yiru's eyes widened in astonishment as she recalled the earlier celestial anomalies, where 3 entirely different types of extraordinary lightning had been brewing. Now, gazing at the 3 elixirs, she was utterly astounded that he had managed to refine 3 different types of elixirs in a single batch, each one an 8th-tier marvel. The sheer magnitude of this accomplishment left her heart racing, rendering her momentarily speechless. She suddenly realized that if her own master were to be overshadowed by him, it would be entirely justifiable. For the individual before her was not only capable of producing 3 elixirs in one go, but had also mastered the art of refining different 8th-tier elixirs. It was no wonder he had dared to combine such a multitude of conflicting medicinal properties in the same furnace. Initially, Meng Yiru believed this was a unique formula devised by Gu Heng, but upon further reflection, it was far more terrifying than merely creating an elixir. He had skillfully separated the conflicting energies, maintaining control over them while continuing to refine them within the same cauldron. Did you ever expect I could refine 3 different elixirs at once? Gu Heng observed the expression on Meng Yiru's face, and a wave of satisfaction washed over him. Indeed, such skill was meant to be showcased before a beautiful maiden, evoking astonishment. He regarded the noble lady, who had thought she was learning from those physicians who merely taught her a few tricks for a fee, although she was earnest. Her endeavors were but a trivial pursuit of elixir refinement. If he were to demonstrate the ability to refine 7 elixirs in one go, she would likely kneel in reverence and address him as Master Gu. Master Gu, if I have offended you previously, I beg your forgiveness. Without a moment's hesitation, Meng Yiru offered a sincere apology, her demeanor earnest to the utmost degree. Such a master was not someone she could afford to provoke lightly. Moreover, having just been chastised by him, she had felt quite indignant. Yet, With Gu Hong displaying such remarkable skill, she could not maintain her aloofness without disrespecting him. Ah, no need for such formality. I merely wish to convey that the path of alchemy is filled with intricacies, Gu Hong replied with a knowing smile, continuing in a seasoned tone that stirred Meng Yiru's emotions profoundly. This extraordinary individual was beyond impressive. She gazed at Gu Hong with growing admiration, declaring, "I shall forever remember the invaluable guidance bestowed upon me today by Master Gu." It seemed that the young lady had indeed been captivated. Truly, the skills imparted by the system proved to be of significant worth. "You may keep these elixirs as mementos," he added. He gestured towards the 3 elixirs nestled within the porcelain bowl. Of course, these were concocted by his own hand, and he was well aware of their properties. Each elixir held a simple yet profound efficacy. One could prevent hypoglycemia, another could alleviate bodily coldness, and the last was designed to invigorate the mind. In truth, they were not particularly precious items, and he thought it would be best to offer them to her. After all, she had graced his humble clinic with her presence, which certainly warranted a gesture of hospitality, did it not? This is too precious. I cannot accept." Meng Yiru promptly declined. She understood the immense value of an 8th-grade elixir, and these 3 were no exception, as they were crafted from exceptionally high-quality ingredients, with the alchemist exhibiting remarkable control over their potency. The quality of these elixirs was undoubtedly astounding, and yet Gu, the esteemed elder, was willing to bestow them upon her. Just as she finished her refusal, Bai Fei'er playfully poked Meng Yiru in the side and said with a smile, "You should accept them. Young master, Gu has some peculiar principles. If you do not accept, it may displease him." Chapter 26. This journey is a great opportunity. Bai Fei'er was oblivious to the preciousness of the elixir, as her knowledge of alchemy was limited, and being of her status, she could hardly expect to encounter an 8th-grade pill. However, witnessing the uncontainable astonishment and admiration radiating from Meng Yiru, she realized that Senior Gu must have accomplished something remarkable, akin to the time he presented her with a divine weapon of the highest order. Take it. After all, it is not a rare treasure. You could even take it home as a sweet treat. Gu Hong continued to persuade. Having already showcased his skills and played his part, he relished the sight of the beautiful maiden's admiration. Why not bestow a small gift before his departure to further enhance his favor? Who knows? When Miss Yiru returns home and mentions the extraordinary physician from Qingmu City to her affluent father, he might just teach her the art of medicine, leading to a future of abundant wealth for him. Yet, Meng Yiru's mind was preoccupied with the thought of consuming it like a sweet. "This medicine could burst me," she exclaimed internally. Was an 8th-grade pill not considered precious? After some contemplation, she decided that the perspective of a reclusive master was worth heeding, and resolved to maintain her composure. Taking a purple jade vial, she cautiously placed the 3 pills inside, exhaling a sigh of relief as if a burden had been lifted. "Thank you, young Master Gu, for your generous gift of the pills," she said, bowing deeply. Gu Hong merely waved his hand dismissively, indicating that such small gestures were of little significance. It was merely for her enjoyment. Indeed, both Bai Fei'er and Meng Yiru felt a profound sense of fulfillment from the evening's events. The experience of witnessing such a powerful alchemist techniques was indescribable. Not only had it solidified her cultivation, but it also deepened her understanding of alchemy, all thanks to Senior Gu, who had graciously overlooked her arrogance and offense. Furthermore, when Meng Yiru stole a glance at Gu Hong, she was taken aback by his striking handsomeness. Although she was unaware of his age, the sheer brilliance of his alchemical prowess made him increasingly appealing, evoking an admiration she could scarcely articulate, prompting her to draw closer. Gifted in alchemy and fervently passionate about the craft, she had initially thought her journey would yield little. Yet, who would have imagined that in the ordinarily overlooked Qingmu City of the Day Flame Dynasty, she would encounter such an extraordinary master of alchemy? And to top it all, he was remarkably handsome. It was truly a blend of beauty and talent, yet it was a pity he was not her mentor. Though Meng Yiru was captivated by Gu Heng's alchemical skills, she remained the saintess of the divine healing palace. Why is Miss Yiru staring at me so intently?" Gu Heng coughed awkwardly. Meng Yuru quickly diverted her gaze, feigning a cough to mask her embarrassment, her cheeks flushing as she lowered her head. Gu Hong, however, remained oblivious to her fluster, turning his attention to Bai Fei and the sword hanging at her waist. Surprised to recognize it as the soft sword he had gifted her, she surprisingly carried it with her. "Is this sword serving you well?" Out of concern, he inquired, although he was aware of Bai Fei's habit of utilizing inferior weapons to refine her swordsmanship. Nonetheless, no matter how formidable a sword forged by a mortal may be, it pales in comparison to weapons crafted by an adept spirit artisan. Should the day arise when she encounters an adversary and his gift is shattered in battle, it would indeed be quite embarrassing. Embarrassment, however, was secondary. He feared for the safety of the young and beautiful maiden. Nevertheless, Gu Hong felt a surge of joy seeing Bai Fei cherish the sword he had bestowed upon her, even if it was but a trifle from a mere mortal. Bai Fei was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Gu Hong to show concern for such a matter. Instantly, her countenance brightened, and with a spirited demeanor, she replied, "It is exceedingly useful. This sword resonates perfectly with me, as if it grants me wings." With a playful flourish, she lifted the sword, emphasizing its remarkable utility. She felt deeply touched that Gu Hong had considered her limited cultivation, fearing that a divine weapon might be unwieldy for her, and could even retaliate against her due to its spirit. This was indeed a thoughtful gesture towards her. Unable to suppress a chuckle, Gu Hong shook his head and flicked the sword sheath with his index finger, saying, "If it serves you well, then use it." After exchanging pleasantries for a while longer, Gu Hong indicated that he needed to tidy up and would not accompany the two lovely ladies as they departed. After all, his modest clinic was quite small, with the entrance just nearby, and he had numerous items to organize. Bai Fei and Meng Yiru watched Gu Hong retreat to the small courtyard at the back, and they obediently exited the rear room, standing in the empty front hall. Meng Yiru gazed at the jade vial in her hand, which contained 3 8th-grade elixirs, all produced simultaneously. Even through the exceptionally precious cold purple jade vial, from which the potent energies were sealed, she could still sense the 3 distinctly formidable yet harmonious currents of medicinal power swirling within, as if they were inhaling and exhaling spiritual energy, causing her heart to race. "Saintess, are you pleased with this journey?" Bai Fei inquired with a gentle smile, observing Meng Yiru's unabashed joy, which she made no attempt to conceal. She found it amusing, having witnessed Meng Yiru's fluctuating emotions. Initially resistant to Gu Heng's admonishments, she now wore an expression of admiration and reverence after witnessing his prowess. It was a reflection of her own feelings, indeed. "Of course I am satisfied. I must thank you, Lady Fei. Tonight, it seems we have both gained immensely." Meng Yiru responded with enthusiasm. Gu Hong had imparted valuable insights to her, although they had never met before. He had patiently instructed her and generously showcased an incredibly profound alchemical process. Yet, these were not the crux of her excitement. The essence was that this reclusive expert possessed both beauty and talent. Bai Fei smiled softly, then composed herself. "However, Gu Hong is already busy packing. I genuinely wonder where he intends to wander next. His immersion in the mortal realm seems so profound, merely to indulge in the pleasures of life. Such a carefree spirit is indeed a rarity." Meng Yiru contemplated Gu Heng's reclusive existence in the bustling city, leading a leisurely life. Upon deeper reflection, she realized that, were it not for his extraordinary prowess, he would hardly be able to attain such tranquility. Could it be that the ultimate destination for all peak powerhouses is to blend into the mundane world? She even began to entertain the idea that, upon becoming a formidable force herself, she too could mingle among mortals like Senior Gu, perhaps discovering a unique flavor to life. Just as they were about to depart, a fleeting glance caught her eye. She noticed an unremarkable book on the adjacent table. What could this be? Chapter 27. Thank you, Senior Gu. Everything in this clinic appeared ordinary, yet, in truth, it was indeed quite mundane. Such was the thought of Meng Yiru. The truly astonishing treasures were, in fact, embodied in Senior Gu himself. However, this book, not only did Meng Yiru find herself intrigued, but Bai Fei too, when she laid eyes upon it. was momentarily captivated, for the cover bore the grand inscription of Hongmeng Pharmacopoeia. Hongmeng Pharmacopoeia? What might that be? Though Bai Feier felt a twinge of doubt within her heart. She had no desire to delve into that book, nor did she comprehend its essence. After all, one ought not to meddle with Senior Gu's belongings. Had she not witnessed Meng Yiru's recklessness just moments ago, leading to her being caught red-handed? She certainly did not wish to find herself in a similar predicament and risk incurring the ire of Senior Gu, who had treated her with kindness. The Hongmeng Pharmacopoeia. Could such a thing truly exist? Meng Yiru, possessing a keener eye for treasures than Bai Feier, changed her expression the instant the name escaped her lips. Puzzled, Bai Feier inquired, "Do you know of it?" Meng Yiru pressed her lips together and whispered, "I once heard my master mention it. It is said that during the ancient Taishu era, a medical immortal authored the Hongmeng Pharmacopoeia and achieved great renown through it. Alas, this tome has since vanished without a trace. Could this book truly be the Hongmeng Pharmacopoeia? The Hongmeng Pharmacopoeia is a subject of legend, a pursuit that alchemists and physicians have never ceased to seek. However, no one has ever succeeded in locating it. After all, the Taishu era was over 1,000,000 years ago. Countless individuals have sought this priceless treasure. Meng Yiru was unaware of whether the Hongmeng Pharmacopoeia possessed the miraculous qualities as rumored, but her master had shared a few words on the subject with her. She recalled that her master had stated that, although penned by a medical immortal, the Hongmeng Pharmacopoeia was imbued with secrets of heaven and earth, and that only those of great fortune and immense perseverance may catch a glimpse of it. This, Meng Yiru gazed at the seemingly unremarkable old book, casting a hesitant glance at Bai Feier. No, it was simply too difficult to resist the temptation to look. Her passion for the art of alchemy surged within her, and the prospect of encountering a legendary treasure, albeit its authenticity uncertain, was overwhelming. Even if Senior Gu was remarkably powerful, the veracity of such an item remained dubious. Determined, Meng Yiru approached slowly, her delicate hand inching toward the cover of the book. Suddenly, an immense force surged toward her. Caught off guard, the pendant around her neck shattered in an instant, yet the overwhelming power continued unabated. At that moment, a silver cat materialized, leaping out of the book and swatting Meng Yiru's hand away with a swift motion. Meng Yiru clutched her hand in pain, stumbling back as if on the brink of falling. Miao Su Jinsi yawned languidly, her eyes filled with disdain as she regarded Meng Yiru. Truly, they were unaware of the gravity of their actions, daring to probe such divine artifacts at their nascent stage of cultivation. Having just consumed her medicinal brew, she was resting atop the cabinet, refining the medicinal essence. Little did she expect these two naive young girls to summon the audacity to touch the Hongmeng Pharmacopoeia. Had she not intervened in time, Meng Yiru would have undoubtedly been reduced to mere powder by the tome's formidable power. Upon encountering Su Jinxia, Bai Feier immediately recognized her as the legendary nine-lived demon cat cherished by the esteemed Gu. With a tone of trepidation, she expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, venerable demon cat, for saving my life." Just moments ago, a mere trace of the residual energy from the Hongmeng medical canon had nearly caused her body to shatter. Had it not been for the timely intervention of this demon cat, her demise would have been inevitable. Venerable demon cat, I am Su Jinxia, the esteemed elder of the nine-lived demon cat clan. You too ought to display more respect, she proclaimed, her demeanor fierce and commanding. That truly is the Hongmeng medical canon, Meng Yiru exclaimed, a shiver of fear coursing through her. The pendant around her neck, a sacred protective talisman capable of withstanding the full force of a tribulation stage cultivator, had shattered like mere glass. Thankfully, the nine-lived demon cat had intervened. Otherwise, her fate would have been most gruesome. Indeed, the authenticity of the medical canon was now undeniable. Are you a disciple of the Divine Physician Palace? Su Jinxia elegantly approached Meng Yiru, her feline grace on full display as she lifted her head slightly. Yes, but I am unsure of what Elder Jinxia. Do not pry into matters that do not concern you. Fortunately, my master has instructed me to keep watch. Otherwise, you two would be nothing but remnants now. Depart swiftly. Your presence disturbs my rest, and I shall not hesitate to take your heads. Su Jinye's shark fangs gleamed menacingly, her aura pressing heavily upon them. Instantly, Meng Yu and Bai Feier prostrated themselves in apology before hastily exiting. Two mere girls, Su Jinxia scoffed, flicking her tail as she cast a glance at the Hongmeng medical canon, resisting the urge to delve into its pages. She leapt onto the medicinal cabinet to resume her repose. The two girls hastily fled Qingmu City, stopping in a nearby woods outside the city. Meng Yiru, still trembling from the encounter, wiped the cold sweat from her forehead and gasped, "That demon cat." She claimed to be the esteemed elder Su Jinxia of the nine-lived demon cat clan. Bai Feier's face paled. That is what she said. Indeed, Meng Yiru nodded, suddenly struck by a realization. Wait. Recently, there were rumors from the demon realm that the elder of the nine-lived demon cat clan perished during her ascension to the great ascension stage due to failing to withstand the lightning tribulation. This scandal had stirred considerable gossip. Although Meng Yiru did not closely follow the affairs of the demon realm, such tales inevitably reached her ears. What? Bai Feier's face drained of color, urgently exclaiming, "Could the nine-lived demon cat we just encountered be?" Meng Yiru firmly asserted, "It must be that esteemed elder. She is still alive, yet now resides beside Gu. There must be a hidden secret behind this." However, such secrets were not hers to unravel. The affairs of the demon realm were best left undisturbed by humans, for the demon emperor harbored a distinct disdain for humankind. More importantly, there was the Hongmeng medical canon, along with the 3 freshly crafted 8th-grade pills in her possession. In this world, there exists an extraordinary figure possessing unparalleled medical skills. Merely by observing her alchemical practices, one might unexpectedly encounter a bottleneck in their own cultivation. Moreover, her alchemical abilities seem poised for a breakthrough as well. Ms. Feta, I have pressing matters to attend to and must return to the Divine Medicine Palace. I shall not forget the kindness shown to me tonight. From henceforth, we shall be friends, Meng Yiru stated with utmost seriousness. Although this opportunity was bestowed by Senior Gu, without the guidance and enlightenment from Bai Feier, how could she have possibly discovered it? Furthermore, it appears that Senior Gu has also gifted this young lady from the Bai family a divine weapon of sacred quality, clearly recognizing her talent and intending to nurture her. Given this circumstance, it would be prudent to establish a mutually beneficial relationship, which will undoubtedly prove advantageous in the future. Bai Feier was momentarily taken aback, but soon her surprise turned to delight, and she readily agreed. The prospect of befriending the holy maiden of the Divine Medicine Palace was something she had never dared to imagine. I must express my gratitude to Senior Gu. Chapter 28. Escape as dawn broke. A faint light illuminated the sky. In the city of Qingmu, the Mo family's residence exuded a somber atmosphere following the demise of its patriarch. With the passing of the Mo ancestor, the family could no longer maintain its once unassailable position atop Qingmu City. Outside the Mo residence, silence reigned, yet beneath this stillness, countless eyes were fixated upon the estate, vigilant and poised for action. At last, when the newborn sun unveiled its final rays, a surge of dozens of cultivators from 3 other factions surged forth towards the Missouri estate, their intentions clear. Ha ha! Today the Mo family shall be eradicated. Indeed, once the Mo clan falls, we shall each claim our share, taking whatever we can seize. Excellent. Let us slay them. After days of scheming, the other 3 families of Qingmu City had consolidated their strength, preparing to obliterate the most dominant surname in the city. The Mo family, known for its immense wealth, had left behind a treasure trove, safeguarded by a patriarch in the spirit-severing stage, now deceased. The conspirators were truly grateful to the formidable being who had vanquished the Mo ancestor, for as the saying goes, those who plant trees shall benefit from their shade. Outside Qingmu City, in a thicket, Gu Hong surveyed the surging auras rising from the city with a sigh. Indeed, a tempest had swept through Qingmu City. Having settled the terms of his departure the previous night and relinquished his medical practice to another, he had barely exited the city when chaos erupted within. Though Gu Hong was merely immortal, he understood the brutal law of the jungle among cultivators. The Mo ancestors' sudden death left the family unprepared, and the opportunity to feast on their spoils was too tempting for others to resist. Unfortunately, the fallout of their conflicts would inevitably ensnare the innocent. And for mortals like him, evading the turmoil was no simple task. Fortunately, he had departed swiftly. Had he known, he would have taken action against those pesky ants, eliminating them to prevent his master from having to conceal his formidable identity and continue living a mundane life. Perched upon Gu Heng's shoulder was the silver kitten, Su Jinxia, gazing disdainfully towards Qingmu City. With her cultivation at the 10th stage of tribulation, she could effortlessly discern the caliber of the cultivators within the city, none of them worthy adversaries. The strongest among them barely reached the 9th stage of out-of-body, while the spirit-severing stage appeared insurmountable. In short, they were utterly inept. Despite her ability to obliterate them with a mere release of her aura, she lamented that Gu Hong wished to keep his identity concealed. His immersion in the mundane world, running a medical practice and concocting potions from rare materials, was driven by a singular desire to save her life. He found genuine joy in this existence. After all, having achieved such strength, he had received ample accolades and admiration. Perhaps he had grown weary of it all and sought a change of pace. Forget it. Since the master wishes to depart, let him go. In this vast human empire with its myriad cities, he shall surely find one that pleases him. With this thought, Su Jinxia continued to nestle against Gu Heng's shoulder, playfully swaying her little paws and tail. "Here, eat this," Gu Hong said, noticing her movements. He promptly retrieved a small pill of candy from his system pack. This was something he had concocted the previous night, having prepared over 100 of them. These candies were meant to replenish energy during their journey, and they were quite effective. He had consumed one that morning and felt as though he could forego meals for the day. As Su Jinxia watched the purple round pill being offered, she extended her little tongue and swiftly rolled it into her mouth. "Meow," she exclaimed. "MMM. This 7th grade solidifying yuan and blood pill is potent, far superior to those I have previously consumed." Su Jinxia felt quite content with her life, save for her inability to transform into human form. It seemed Gu Hong preferred her in her beastly state, and she had to behave like a primitive wildcat in his presence. Of course, with such exquisite pills available daily, not just her, but even her rather unrefined clan leader would have to obediently take on a feline form, persistently pawing at Gu Heng's trousers for sustenance. The reason was clear. The rewards were simply too generous. As Su Jinxia gradually absorbed the medicinal power, she suddenly noticed that the scenery around her was shifting almost instantaneously. What was happening? She looked down and saw that Gu Hong was indeed walking, but with each step, the surroundings morphed rapidly, as if he was covering several miles with a single stride. As dusk approached and the night drew near, Gu Hong found himself halfway up a solitary mountain, gazing at the dense forest before him. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to start a fire there. A city lay 10 miles away, but once night fell, the city gates would be firmly shut to prevent bandits from entering, paying no heed to the common folk who had yet to enter the city by sunset. Of course, this did not apply to cultivators, who had their own means of entry. Those who could soar through the air disregarded such rules entirely, entering from above. Gu Hong considered this regulation to be merely an annoyance for mortals. Nevertheless, he resolved to rest for the night in the forest. He ventured deeper into the woods, locating a dry clearing where he didn't need to gather firewood. His system shop was stocked with plenty. He casually retrieved a few bundles and tossed them down, striking a match to ignite the fire. As the flames flickered to life, Gu Hong leaned against a nearby boulder and offered a candy pill to the little Su Jinxia nestled on his lap. "MMM. We still have a day's journey to reach the White Emperor City," he mused quietly, pulling out a map. This was the map of the Sunfire Empire, and the distance to White Emperor City was still considerable. Yet, he had already traversed half the distance in just a single day, all thanks to the remarkable boots he wore. These were indeed a remarkable asset. Among the gifts bestowed by the system, the swift boots stand out as the most practical. Their sole purpose is to enhance one's speed. In just a single day, he has traversed over 1,000 miles since departing from Qingmu City. However, the Sunflower Empire is vast, and one might even say that the world itself is immense. The distance a cultivator can cover far surpasses that of an ordinary person. Fortunately, with the system's generous offerings, Gu Heng does not have to spend a year and a half to reach the city of Baidi. Meow. Suddenly, Xiaoxi exclaimed. Gu Heng turned to his left, where a rustling sound emerged from the pitch-black dense forest. What on earth is that? Gu Heng became alert. Suddenly, from the darkness, a gigantic python, several zhang long, sprang forth. Chapter 29. This dense forest is unusual. Upon catching sight of the enormous python, Gu Heng initially felt no alarm. After all, there was no need for panic. It was merely a snake. This was just an ordinary python, albeit rather lengthy and sizable, with a head that appeared nearly as large as half of his body. It could potentially crush him with its sheer mass. Yet Gu Heng was no novice. He was an experienced physician who had traversed mountains and hunted in the wild. Even the small cat, Xiaoxi, perched on his leg, remained remarkably calm, indifferent to the looming threat, preening its claws with unabashed confidence. If even a cat could remain unperturbed by a snake, how could a grown man falter? Despite the python's intimidating presence, which suggested it could swallow him whole, Gu Heng maintained a serene smile as he observed the creature slithering toward him. Its vertical pupils opened and closed languidly, flicking its tongue and emitting a hissing sound. Gu Heng soon detected a heavy scent emanating from a snake, a pungent earthy aroma accompanying its hisses. Dear serpent, I have journeyed all day. Could you not allow me a moment of peace? Gu Heng spoke in a composed tone, as if engaging in casual conversation. Your actions complicate matters for me. The python twisted, emitting a low, throaty hiss, its massive, menacing head raised as it flicked its tongue at Gu Heng. The creature, having gained some sentience, understood human speech, a fact Gu Heng had anticipated. Even the wildcats he stumbled upon could comprehend human words and read characters. It was hardly surprising that the venomous beasts of these desolate hills possessed a degree of intelligence. However, should the serpent insist on making him its next meal, Gu Heng would not remain passive. Among the gifts bestowed by the system, the swift boots proved to be the most useful, and the second most effective was specifically designed for dealing with wild beasts. One more inch closer, it would mean death. Xiaoxi lazily lifted her gaze to fixate on the restless python. With a mere thought, she transmitted a message, causing the python's movements to abruptly freeze. Accompanying her mental command was an overwhelming aura emanating from her eyes, akin to a catastrophic tsunami. The fierce, destructive force made the python tremble, ultimately causing it to prostrate itself, shrinking down to the ground. In that moment, the python harbored a profound doubt. Should it dare to advance even a fraction further, that formidable presence could rend it asunder. Hissing nervously, the python shook its head and swiftly retreated, the rustling sounds of its departure fading into the depths of the forest, leaving only Gu Heng and Xiaoxi sitting in their solitude. Meow! Xiaoxi exclaimed, clearly exhilarated. Ah, how delightful! It seems our serpentine friend does not fancy dining on mere mortals. Perhaps my earlier words struck a chord with it. Gu Heng mused, feeling the warmth of the fire, and contemplating whether to hunt a beast for dinner and sample its flavor. Xiaoxi, wasn't that snake rather peculiar? Gu Heng stroked the silver cat's head, talking to himself. Yet, he suddenly realized that while a snake capable of understanding human language was unusual, it was hardly more strange than his own little wildcat, which could also comprehend human speech and written words. Even a master has sensed the oddity. Meanwhile, Su Jinsi gazed thoughtfully in the direction the python had vanished. Indeed, it is quite peculiar. She recognized the creature as a black-scaled earth python, a fourth-tier beast, comparable to a novice cultivator at the threshold of the out-of-body stage. It is not considered a formidable beast. However, just moments ago, this particular black-scaled earth python seemed to possess strength nearing the spirit-severing stage. It could even contend with sixth-tier beasts. This is exceedingly unusual, as a fourth-tier beast should not exhibit such power. Unless there is something amiss in this locale. This solitary mountain, along with its surroundings, is enveloped in dense forest, where spiritual energy is sparse, rendering it a barren wasteland. Yet within this desolation, a fourth-tier beast boasts the ability to rival a sixth-tier one. This is undoubtedly suspicious. Could it be that the master has already discerned the anomaly here? The more Su Jinshin pondered, the more convinced she became. This individual is indeed formidable. If there were issues with this solitary mountain, he would have certainly perceived them long ago. Why else would he deviate from the main road, forgo the city, and choose to linger in this desolate wilderness for the night? You find it fascinating as well, do you not? Gu Hong continued to stroke Xiao Xie's head, muttering to himself. Alas, he had become so bored that he was conversing with a cat about such absurd matters. Had he known, he would have ventured into the city, where he could enjoy a night tea at the market. He merely hoped that this little wildcat, capable of understanding human speech, would not deem her master to be deranged. So, the master has also noticed my keen interest in the peculiarities of this place? Su Jinshin felt that nothing could escape his notice. Nevertheless, since it had been brought up, why not investigate further? Perhaps there might be some discoveries to be made. With this thought, Su Jinshin leapt down from his lap. Observing Gu Hong's stillness, she took it as tacit permission to explore the solitary mountain for any anomalies. She then scampered away, leaving Gu Hong with a fluffy silhouette. Gu Hong, has this little creature gone to relieve herself? Oh well, this is indeed a solitary mountain. She is adept at human speech, and she will return shortly. If she does not, Gu Hong has his ways of locating her. He reclined comfortably, while amidst the dark forest, new observers emerged. Why is there a person here? In the depths of the forest, several figures congregated in the shadows. Evading the moonlight, their presence concealed. Caution was paramount, for they had suffered losses in this area before. They observed a clearing within the forest, where a young man sat beside a bluestone, tending to a campfire and poring over a map. What is happening? There is a very peculiar black-scaled earth python roaming nearby. Just 2 hours prior, they had barely escaped with their lives from its pursuit, descending the mountain in disarray, only daring to ascend again after sunset, hoping to circumvent the beast. That wretched serpent possesses strength close to the spirit-severing stage. How could a mere mortal remain so composed atop Tomb Mountain? One among the group murmured. They were originally scattered cultivators, each possessing some level of skill. All 5 were at the out-of-body stage. Yet this assembly, seeking an uncertain imperial tomb on Tomb Mountain, was indeed somewhat overambitious. The leader had learned from a certain celestial master that treasures lay hidden within this mountain, and perhaps even the burial cave of a formidable being. This was what they desired. However, they could hardly contend with a mere black-scaled earth python lurking nearby. They would have to wait until nightfall to slip past undetected. But now, occupying the clearing was not the serpent, but a mere mortal tending a campfire. Should they not eliminate him to prevent rumors of the treasure from spreading? If such news were to circulate, they might find themselves deprived of even the most meager spoils. That won't do. Are you out of your mind? None of us can sense any vital energy emanating from him. He is either an ordinary person or stronger than us. But what are the odds that a commoner would venture into this grave-laden mountain at such an hour? Upon hearing this, the group fell silent. Indeed, the villages, towns, and cities surrounding the burial mountain were rife with tales of misfortune, stories of those who came to gather firewood or herbs, only to be ensnared by malevolent spirits or devoured by monstrous beasts. Once such tales spread, no ordinary person would dare return to this place. Of course, some reckless youths might seek thrills and dismiss the superstitions. If this young man was not an ordinary mortal, he must be a cultivator stronger than the 5 of them. But by how much? Curse it! Surely others have caught wind of the treasures hidden in the burial mountain. One individual growled. As it stands, he's the only one here. I propose we outsmart him. Deal with him first. The group exchanged glances in the darkness, unanimously agreeing that the young man, be he mortal or cultivator, had to be eliminated, not for any other reason, but because he was an outsider amidst their graveyard. And any outsider must be dealt with ruthlessly. If they did not act, they risked losing their chance at the treasures. However, to kill him, they would need to employ cunning. Meanwhile, Gu Hong was intently studying the far side of the map when the rustling sound returned from the forest. He rolled his eyes. Could that serpent have come back? He set the map aside, retrieved a golden disc from his system backpack, tucked it into his garment, and called out indifferently into the dark expanse of the forest, "Stop hiding. I know you are there." His voice rang out, shattering the stillness of the woods. Yet, instead of the serpent, a disheveled middle-aged man stumbled forth, his tattered robe dirty and worn. His bloodshot eyes and the sword hanging from his waist revealed a state of distress and fear, as though he had endured some harrowing experience. Brother, please, don't be alarmed. I did not intend to hide from you." The middle-aged man raised his hands in a gesture of peace, his face finally breaking into a smile as he hurried to explain. "Who are you?" Gu Heng asked, frowning. "In this desolate wilderness, there are others? My name is Wang Qi, a hunter from the nearby village of Jingtu. I ventured into the mountains with the intention of hunting something to bring back for sustenance, but unexpectedly encountered a colossal python. The other hunters accompanying me lost their lives, and I was paralyzed with fear, unable to descend the mountain." Wang Qi spoke in a state of panic, gazing at Gu Heng's unfamiliar yet handsome visage, recalling the terrifying prowess of that black-scaled python, his face betraying heightened anxiety and dread. "Oh, you two have encountered that serpent?" Gu Heng inquired, perplexed. "Indeed," Wang Qi replied with a bitter smile. Gu Heng was momentarily taken aback, but then realization dawned upon him. "Ah, so the gigantic python spared you. It must have already feasted." Observing Wang Qi's demeanor, a sense of sympathy welled up within him. Hunters like Wang Qi ventured into the mountains out of necessity for survival. The mention of his fellow villagers being devoured by the serpent elicited fear, yet it seemed to evoke little more than a resigned acceptance. Such was the harsh reality of their existence. In this world, how could mere mortals aspire to live peacefully? Even he had to seek refuge elsewhere, due to the impending turmoil in Qingmu City. Alas, we share a common plight. Indeed, life is undeniably arduous. "Come now, my friend Wang, this place is warmer. Do you feel any discomfort?" Gu Heng stirred the firewood, gesturing for Wang Qi to sit and warm himself. "Ah, thank you. Young man, you possess such a kind heart. However, I must admit, that serpent struck me with its tail, and my chest and abdomen still ache," Wang Qi responded, hastily declining the offer, yet promptly seated himself, an action that brought a smile to Gu Heng's lips. Despite his words of refusal, his body obeyed a different impulse. "In that case, take this. Could it be that the python inflicted internal injuries?" No matter, for he was among the finest mortal physicians. Even without a clinic, he had prepared for the eventuality of needing to tend to the sick and wounded along his journey. He retrieved a medicinal pill from his system pouch and extended it to Wang Qi. Yet upon seeing the pill, Wang Qi was rendered utterly speechless. Chapter 30. Secrets Within the Tomb. Mountain. Wang Qi was not actually named Wang Qi. It was a name conjured by Qin Feng. Moreover, there is no village known as Jingtu Village in the vicinity. This fabrication was merely Qin Feng's attempt to establish rapport. Qin Feng was one of the 5 wandering cultivators who ventured into the mountain, all possessing the out-of-body stage of cultivation. Their purpose for traversing the Tomb Mountain was singular. Some days prior, Qin Feng had unexpectedly rescued a gravely injured old man, who turned out to be a master of fortune-telling. According to the teachings of the fortune-tellers, everything is bound by causality. Having saved the old man, the latter, adhering to the principle of reciprocal causation, offered to calculate a fortune for Qin Feng as compensation. The reward lay somewhere within the Tomb Mountain. If Qin Feng were to attain it, their fates would be balanced. If he failed, it would indicate that their destinies were utterly unconnected. Regardless, Qin Feng gathered 4 fellow cultivators with whom he was somewhat familiar and set off. However, their journey into the mountain was fraught with difficulties. After several days of searching without success, they were pursued by a black-scaled earth python that emerged unexpectedly, forcing them into a hasty retreat. As night fell, they ascended the mountain once more, only to discover another individual present. Qin Feng was determined to ascertain why this young man was there and whether he was aware of any treasures hidden within the Tomb Mountain, possibly intending to seize them first. The dilemma lay in their inability to discern whether this person was merely a weak mortal or a formidable cultivator. Thus, Qin Feng volunteered to investigate, armed with a secret talisman gifted by the old man, which could momentarily conceal his presence and obscure his aura. Coupled with a guise, He now appeared as a hunter who had lived in the village for decades. Qin Feng believed he had deceived the young man successfully. However, the young man then produced a solidified essence blood pill. This was a 7th-grade spiritual pill. Qin Feng's eyes widened in disbelief, his breath quickening. In that instant, he felt as though he could scarcely breathe, trembling uncontrollably, utterly stunned, forgetting to extend his hand to accept the pill. 7th grade. Such an item was beyond the realm of his imagination. As a wandering cultivator at the out-of-body stage, he possessed no background or resources, and the highest grade pill he had ever used was merely 4th grade, which he had painstakingly obtained. As for 7th grade pills, he could only claim to have seen them, and even it had been fewer than 5 times. Yet now, this distant dream materialized before him, within his grasp. Suddenly, Qin Feng found himself paralyzed with uncertainty. He pondered the implications of possessing a 7th grade pill. Such an individual could not possibly be an ordinary person. With the first assumption dismissed, only one possibility remained. This was someone they could not contend with. Moreover, Qin Feng had keenly noted that this individual had also encountered the black-scaled earth python, yet seemed entirely unfazed, as though the beast capable of battling a divided spirit stage cultivator posed no threat to him. Could it be that the serpent was already dead? Old Wang, why are you standing there in a daze? Gu Heng's voice jolted Qin Feng back to reality. Oh, right. He suddenly shuddered, hurriedly cradling the elixir in both hands. The pill was crystalline and translucent, glimmering with a faint luster. Its aroma invigorated one's spirit, bestowing a sense of comfort throughout the body. Although the extent of its potency remained a mystery, the moment Qin Feng acquired it, any lingering doubts dissipated entirely. This was indeed a 7th-grade elixir. A mere whiff of its fragrant essence allowed him to feel a subtle infusion of its energy coursing through him, initiating the healing of his injuries, sustained earlier that afternoon from a confrontation with a local earth python beast. Qin Feng swallowed hard, excitement bubbling within him. Gu Heng narrowed his eyes slightly. Though a mere mortal, he was not stingy in bestowing generosity upon others, especially since the old hunter before him was merely striving for survival. Observing the old man's demeanor, as he treated what should be a staple with such reverence, one could only wonder how destitute his past had been. Old Wang, consume it. I assure you, strength will return to you, and your blade will be swifter than before. Huh? Is that truly the case? Then I must thank you, young brother, but I shall refrain from eating it now. I prefer to save it for later. Qin Feng quickly shook his head and tucked the elixir into his pocket. Consuming this 7th-grade pill at present would be less prudent than preserving it as a family heirloom. Selling it was out of the question. A mere cultivator in the out-of-body stage had no right to possess such a treasure. Should others discover it, his life will be forfeit. Even those lurking in the woods behind him must remain ignorant of its existence. It was not an item of great worth. So why treat it as a precious gem? Very well, since I have given it to you, it is yours to keep. I shall not concern myself further. Gu Heng remarked, shaking his head, contemplating the grim reality of the impoverished, and recognizing his own fortune in having lived these years in relative peace. Not precious? A tempest raged within Qin Feng's heart. If a 7th-grade elixir could be so casually gifted, what then could be deemed truly valuable? He dared not ponder further for fear of igniting a spark of greed that might be detected by the other. Fortunately, the old man's secret talisman rendered him undetectable as a cultivator, allowing him to be treated as a mere mortal. Otherwise, the atmosphere might not have remained so tranquil. Ultimately, Qin Feng had lost the courage to act recklessly. The initial plan to outsmart this individual into losing his life seemed increasingly foolish. To take his life? If a 7th-grade elixir was not regarded as precious, then the black-scaled earth python was certainly beneath consideration. Thus, the young man's cultivation level could not be low. Even if it were not high, he must surely belong to a powerful faction, and such individuals were not to be trifled with. To do so would mean certain death. Excuse me, sir, but I am yet unaware of your esteemed name. Qin Feng inquired nonchalantly. Gu Heng. Gu Heng casually picked up a small stone and inscribed his name upon the soft earth, adding, and please, refrain from calling me sir. It sounds rather antiquated. Just Gu Gongzi will suffice. Oh, Gu Gongzi, what a splendid name. It carries an air of righteousness and virtue. Qin Feng smiled amiably and could not help but inquire. By the way, you don't seem like someone who ventures into the mountains to seek a livelihood at this late hour. What brings you here? Gu Heng casually replied. I am an alchemist, and heard that the mountains harbor some rather fine medicinal herbs. I intend to explore a bit, as, such herbs are not always easy to find. He would, of course, refrain from disclosing to Lao Wang that he was actually pressed for time to enter the city and had no choice but to spend the night in the mountains. In truth, despite Wang Qi's seemingly simple-minded and impoverished demeanor, Gu Heng remained vigilant. He had not survived unscathed among mortals in the past, and fortunately, with his acquired skills and medical expertise, he had evaded the treachery of cunning rogues. One should not be deceived by appearances. Those who dare to brave the wilderness for survival alongside wild beasts are hardly innocuous. Gu Heng certainly did not wish to be ambushed by the unscrupulous denizens of this desolate region due to his unwarranted trust. Oh, searching for herbs, Qin Feng nodded, choosing not to pursue the matter further. Yet a sense of foreboding gripped him as he realized that the worst possibility had indeed materialized. This gentleman, Gu, was undoubtedly after the secret treasure hidden within the burial mountains. Chapter 31. The senior had long seen through everything, but what should be done? Qin Feng found himself in a state of perplexity. The only certainty he possessed was that there were treasures hidden within the Mausoleum Mountain. Yet the exact nature of these treasures eluded him. This young Master Gu, a master alchemist and a formidable practitioner, was undoubtedly drawn here by the allure of these treasures. Eager to compete with him, his own group stood no chance whatsoever. What was he to do? Qin Feng furrowed his brows in contemplation, pondering a strategy. However, after a brief period of reflection, he conceded defeat, for there were simply no strategies to devise. The weak had no standing against the strong. Attempting to strike a stone with an egg would only result in a shattered outcome. Even if he were to persist and locate something, what would it matter? Thus, the quest for treasure within the Mausoleum Mountain had effectively reached its conclusion. How disheartening to miss out on such an opportunity. Observing Qin Feng's silence, Gu Heng noted the worry etched across his face, pale and drawn, as if he were contemplating some dreadful fate or perhaps suffering from extreme fatigue due to lack of sustenance. He appeared to embody the essence of a reluctant miser, a potential hoarder of wealth. With a countenance so wan, Gu Heng feared that the old man might collapse beside the campfire. That sugar pill proved remarkably effective, sustaining one for an entire day, yet the old man treated it as a precious gem, leaving Gu Heng helpless to compel him to consume it. However, as Gu Heng observed the old man's anxious expression, he realized that perhaps he had underestimated the situation. This old man was a hunter living off the land, and, given his current disheveled state, it was likely he had not caught any game that day. If he were not a widower, his family would surely be facing hunger. Yet here he remained atop the mountain, likely hoping to circumnavigate a few more times, determined to bring back at least something. Unfortunately, the mountain harbored a colossal python that he was ill-equipped to confront. If he did not descend soon, he might not only fail to find prey, but become prey himself. Who could say whether that serpent had a penchant for midnight snacks? It was evident that the old man was in a state of great urgency. Look at him. The sturdy man was on the verge of tears. Gu Heng had given him a single sugar pill, and it was no wonder the old man had been unwilling to consume it. He was likely reluctant to indulge in such a treasure alone. If he failed to procure food, that sugar pill might be the key to safeguarding his family's well-being. Sighing, Gu Heng reflected on his inclination toward benevolence, acknowledging that it was a habit difficult to alter. Old man, take this. He tossed a jade vial into Qin Feng's arms, causing the latter to startle, his eyes widening in disbelief at the four rolling, solidifying essence and blood pills within. What does this mean, young Master Gu? Qin Feng swallowed hard. Leaning against a large stone, the flickering firelight cast a half-shadow upon Gu Heng's face, and a sudden chill surged through Qin Feng's mind. Take it. We must leave this mountain. Remaining here could lead to dire consequences. Gu Heng intended to offer him a few more sugar pills, persuading the old man to descend the mountain. After all, if he valued the sugar pills so highly, then it would be prudent to provide him with several. For rarity lent value, and with 5 in hand, they were no longer exceedingly scarce. Consuming a single pill would suffice for his descent down the mountain, allowing him to return to the village. Even if he failed to hunt today, his family could sustain themselves with this medicinal confection, rendering any further pursuit of game in the treacherous terrain unnecessary, as it would only expose him to the peril of serpents. Sir Guyu. Qin Feng lowered his gaze to the jade vial. 5 7th-grade elixirs, perfectly aligning with the number of wandering cultivators who had ventured into the mountains. 5 in total. Was this an offer for each of them to receive one? He raised his eyes to scrutinize Gu Hong, seeking some revelation upon his countenance. Stop looking, Gu Hong interjected. Consider this a recompense for your losses. Depart swiftly. Should you linger here, do you wish to gamble with your life? Noticing Qin Feng's lingering hesitation, Gu Heng's expression hardened, revealing his growing impatience. This old Wang was too naive. Such earnestness often led to personal detriment. I comprehend now. At this juncture, if Qin Feng still failed to grasp the implications of Gu Heng's words, he might as well abandon any pretense of competence. Sir Gu had undoubtedly discerned his incongruous identity from the outset. After all, the likelihood of a mere mortal venturing to the Tomb Mountain was exceedingly slim. The previous discussions among their group had already hinted at the improbability of Gu Hong being an ordinary human. Qin Feng had initially believed that a secret talisman would shroud his true identity as a cultivator. Yet he had underestimated Gu Heng's insight. He not only saw through Qin Feng's foolish ruse, but also recognized that there were precisely 5 of them. The other 4 mere paces away. The significance of the 5 elixirs was unmistakable. 7th-grade elixirs as compensation, and upon receiving the spirit pills, they were to hastily retreat, relinquishing any thoughts of claiming the treasures of the Tomb Mountain. Thank you, Sir Gu, for your generous provision of medicine. I shall take my leave now. Qin Feng bowed respectfully before swiftly retreating, his figure vanishing amidst the dense foliage. At last Gu Hong exhaled in relief. The night would pass without the harrowing cries of those consumed by serpents echoing from a mountain. As Qin Feng reached the forest's edge, he called out, "Come forth." With a rustle, 4 figures emerged like phantoms. "What news?" one inquired, visibly anxious. "We descend the mountain at once, regardless of the treasures that lie within. They now belong to that esteemed elder, and we must not meddle further," Qin Feng stated earnestly, drawing a deep breath. Upon hearing this, the 4 men exchanged varied expressions. One voiced his confusion, "Esteemed elder? But isn't he immortal?" Qin Feng offered no reply. Instead, he revealed the jade vial containing 4 7th-grade spirit pills. His demeanor grave. "That elder has long been aware of your presence, and has seen through our clumsy machinations. Yet, he is willing to part with 1 7th-grade elixir for each of us, permitting us to withdraw." Gazing at the pills within the vial, the other 4 were momentarily stunned, quickly replaced by a palpable sense of dread. 5 7th-grade elixirs, so freely given? What manner of formidable entity could afford such largesse? Was it a core formation stage cultivator, a tribulation transcender, or perhaps even a great ascension stage master? Regardless of the tier, they were not beings they could afford to provoke. Moreover, lingering in their hearts, alongside terror, was an insatiable curiosity, a profound and deep-seated curiosity. If that esteemed elder was willing to exchange 5 7th-tier elixirs for their departure, did it not imply that the treasures concealed within this tomb-laden mountain were worth 1,000 times more than those 5 elixirs? Yet, curiosity aside, as solitary cultivators, their survival to this day was predicated on a keen self-awareness, understanding which matters warranted their involvement and which were best left unheard. The affairs at hand undoubtedly belong to the latter category. Curiosity, after all, has been known to be the downfall of many. Thus, the 5 of them convened, dividing the elixirs among themselves, and swiftly made their way down the mountain. Each obtaining a single 7th-tier elixir was already a considerable gain. If any lingering greed remained in their hearts, they might find themselves forfeiting not just the elixirs, but their very lives. Gu Hong fixated on the flickering campfire, suddenly recalling something. The silver kitten that had scampered off to relieve itself. Why had it yet to return? Surely it hadn't lost its way? Meow. The exuberant mew of Xiao Shi resonated behind him. Su Jinshi, brimming with excitement, appeared before Gu Hong, her tail and head swaying in unison, her four short legs bouncing energetically, embodying sheer joy as if she were on the verge of flight. Gu Hong couldn't help but smile as she bounded over. He extended a finger and gently touched her ear. Shall she close her eyes in bliss? Gu Hong inquired with a smile. What delightful treasure have you found? You seem so jubilant, unaware of the true source of her elation. One might mistakenly think she had discovered a companion amid the wilderness, engaging in some fervent spectacle. However, Su Jinshi's excitement stemmed from her genuine discovery of a secret hidden within this tomb-laden mountain. Do you want me to take a look? Gu Hong discerned her bouncy demeanor and the eager nod of her head, her tail wagging fervently as if urging him to follow her post-haste. Gu Hong shook his head in amused disbelief. While this pet was somewhat challenging to care for, her moments of exuberance rendered her irresistibly endearing. He too felt a flicker of curiosity. What other secrets lay hidden within this mountain? Chapter 32. The supernatural, seen too often, is uninteresting. The night was deep. Gu Hong silently traversed through the dense forest, delving into the inky darkness of a mountainside. After walking for a while, he came to a halt. Deep within the thicket lay a vast cave, surrounded by a thick mist that faintly illuminated a glimmer of light seeping from within. No wonder I sensed something amiss about this place. Gu Hong raised an eyebrow, contemplating this solitary mountain nestled within the forest, accompanied by a mysterious cave. Could this be what one refers to as an opportunity? He had often heard tales of fallen cultivators who leapt from cliffs seeking death, only to discover their fortunes at the bottom, rising to great heights thereafter. Such narratives were endless, yet their veracity remained beyond his mortal comprehension. However, was it truly his fortune to encounter such a situation? Perhaps his inability to become a cultivator was merely a sign that his opportunity had yet to arrive. But could it be that it had come now? Xiaoxi nestled beside him, her tail held high, her round, glistening eyes fixated on the immense cave. There was something peculiar about this place. For Su Jinsi could distinctly perceive an incredibly dense sword intent looming beyond the cave, resembling an insurmountable wall. Anyone daring to approach would be utterly obliterated. With her cultivation at the 10th level of tribulation, facing that intangible yet tangible wall of sword intent made her feel as insignificant as gossamer. Should she dare to reach out, demise would surely follow. Moreover, she noticed that this sword intent seemed slightly damaged, allowing a trace of spiritual energy to escape from within the cave. This minuscule essence was insufficient to sway the heavens and earth, yet it was ample enough to alter the spiritual energy concentration within 100 steps of the cave. No wonder that black-scaled earth python, although merely a 4th-tier beast, possessed strength comparable to that of a 6th-tier creature. It surely thrived in proximity to this cave, reaping the benefits of its location. Yet, Su Jinsi could not bypass the barrier formed by the sword intent, and was compelled to retreat in search of Gu Hong. The power manifested by that wall of sword intent far exceeded her understanding. Despite being a great demon with thousands of years of age, she now confronted a force she had never before encountered. This could only be a remnant from eons past. It was even possible that this was left behind by an ultimate being from the ancient Taishu era. Gu Hong crouched down, patting Xiaoxi. I will venture inside to explore. You must stay here obediently and refrain from wandering off. Understand? Meow. Xiaoxi protested reluctantly. However, she comprehended his intent and settled down, playfully pawing at her feline face, seemingly resigned to her position. Meow, her soft, delicate voice resonated. Gu Hong, satisfied, placed her on a stone and turned to step into the cave. Su Jinsi watched as Gu Hong approached the entrance, drawing ever closer to the barrier formed by the sword intent. He simply walked in. In Su Jinxi's eyes, Gu Hong emanated a more profound and powerful, nebulous golden light, which swiftly caused the wall of sword intent to retreat, creating a void nearly the same size as him. Subsequently, Gu Hong entered the cavern unscathed. Is it truly possible to achieve such a feat? Su Jinxi's eyes widened in astonishment. He was so formidable that he could compel the sword intent to circumvent him? Clearly, her estimation of his strength was gravely flawed. Gu Heng proceeded deeper into the cavern, traversing an exceedingly long flight of stairs until he reached the bottom. Hidden within this mountain was an entire palace. He found himself within a hollowed-out section of the solitary mountain, standing in a palace cavern. Before him loomed a dilapidated ancient hall. The hall appeared to be thousands of years old, yet even so, it could not conceal its intrinsic grandeur and solemnity. The palace cavern was scattered with remnants of walls, overgrown with moss, revealing a once glorious past. At the entrance of the hall stood a black stone tablet, half his height, upon which the inscriptions had been nearly eroded away by the passage of time. Nevertheless, Gu Heng managed to discern a few characters. Tomb of the Emperor? May our Lord rest in peace, awaiting the day. He leaned closer to discern the faint markings, barely able to make them out. Gu Heng's brow furrowed immediately. A tomb belonging to a certain emperor? Yet, the beginning of the first line had been worn away, leaving the identity of the entombed shrouded in mystery. This inscription appeared to have been etched by a loyal minister who served the emperor. Contemplating this, Gu Heng raised his gaze towards the main entrance of the hall. The bronze doors had long succumbed to corrosion and decay, emanating only a chilling breeze from within. Taking a deep breath, he prepared to enter for a closer inspection when suddenly he halted in his tracks. He sensed an unusual disturbance behind him. Gu Heng's eyes narrowed sharply as he turned around. Whoosh! The sound of rushing wind. A vague, pale specter abruptly appeared within the ancient tomb, its hollow eye sockets ablaze with eerie blue flames, menacingly lunging towards Gu Heng. What in the world is this? Gu Heng was seized by a sudden fright, and, as the specter lunged, he quickly sidestepped to evade it. The specter, missing its mark, halted midair. This creature is capable of evading my attack? The specter was equally astonished, having assumed that this intruder had stumbled into its lord's tomb by mere chance and was devoid of any aura, merely a mortal. However, any mortal who dared to intrude here would meet their demise. Before, he had been nothing more than an insignificant hair beneath his esteemed lord's feet. Yet now he was the sole guardian of this tomb. Although his once mighty cultivation had likely diminished significantly, he believed it would suffice to deal with a mere mortal. Thus, the specter lunged once more. No matter who this unfortunate soul may be, I shall not permit you to disturb my lord's tranquility. It resolved to tear the foolish mortal to shreds. Get lost. Who are you trying to scare? After initially experiencing a fright, Gu Heng found himself no longer fearful, for the entity before him appeared utterly devoid of threat. It was merely a shadow engaging in a charade, reminiscent of the theatrical illusions he had witnessed in Qingmu City, where performers, utilizing props crafted by cultivators, conjured a humanoid figure from wisps of white smoke. Although it appeared eerie, it was, in truth, a mere deception, designed to fool the unsophisticated populace. While Gu Heng had not encountered much of the world himself, he was not easily intimidated by such antics. Thus, he unleashed a punch. The mere mortal dared to resist. The ghostly figure reveled in a sinister glee, envisioning the delight of its claws rending the human's chest. However, before that could transpire, it sought to shatter the fist that had been thrust toward it. Bang! Gu Heng's fist tore through the billowing, spectral mist, and with a swift motion, he dispelled the phantasmal apparition entirely. I have seen enough of the world. He flexed his knuckles, yet was perplexed by an unexpected chill enveloping the joints of his fist. Why? Could it be that this being was not merely a mortal? This was the final flicker of consciousness from the dissipating, ghostly figure. Chapter 33. The Unfortunate One. Master Zhejiang, Gu Heng scoffed. Indeed, the theatrics were nothing more than a shapeless wisp of white mist, easily dispelled by his mere presence. He shook his head, refocusing his thoughts as he approached the imposing bronze door adorned with intricate patterns and symbols. The door was severely corroded, requiring only a gentle push to collapse, sending clouds of dust into the air. Upon entering the grand hall, a profound sense of decay enveloped him. The dome had shattered, and the surrounding stone pillars lay in ruin. If this place had managed to endure, it was likely because the hall was nearly embedded within the mountainside. The space was modest. He had anticipated uncovering something within that might shed light on the origins of this nameless tomb. Yet after a thorough inspection, Gu Heng found it nearly barren. The identity of the tomb's occupant remained an enigma. Who are you? Suddenly, a voice emerged from the fallen pillar beside him. Guhong turned cautiously, demanding, "Who dares to play tricks?" Then, a wisp of white smoke rose from behind the pillar, gradually coalescing into a glowing orb. It resembled a will-o'-the-wisp. It appeared that he truly was in the midst of a haunting. Guhong shook his head. He should have anticipated the eerie atmosphere, as this was indeed a tomb, and hauntings were to be expected. Previously, in Qingmu City, many had ventured into the desolate outskirts to gather firewood or hunt, only to stumble upon unmarked graves, resulting in terrified encounters with lingering spirits. They would then seek him out for tranquilizing potions, hoping for a peaceful night's sleep. In this world, hauntings were a commonplace occurrence. Moreover, these spirits posed little threat beyond their frightening appearances. Even some ordinary folk, skilled in martial arts, could easily banish them. Of course, there were malevolent spirits that, having committed heinous acts in life, were denied entry to the underworld and remained to wreak havoc. Such entities warranted the intervention of practitioners. Yet, as Guhong gazed at the hazy orb, he quickly formed a conclusion. This hardly qualified as a ghost. The apparition outside had at least resembled one, while this orb lacked even that semblance, failing to meet the standards of a horror film special effect. "Who are you? How did you come to be here?" The orb swayed beside him, its voice oddly robust, as if it had met its demise in the prime of life. If you wish to inquire about my name, perhaps you might first disclose yours?" Guhong remarked, casting a sidelong glance at the orb, his tone coolly dismissive. He had never anticipated engaging in conversation with a spirit. My reputation precedes me. Are you not aware of the illustrious Master Zhejiang?" "Master Zhejiang? I have not heard of you." Guhong replied with a chuckle. "What? How could that be?" "I am." The orb seemed to bristle with indignation, its glow flickering erratically, but Guhong unceremoniously interrupted. "What are you? You are nothing more than an ineffectual spirit, incapable of even instilling fear. You hardly qualify as a ghost. Thus, refrain from making such a ruckus before my eyes, you disgraceful wretch." He waved his hand dismissively, for this place was inherently eerie. He had been startled outside moments ago, and upon entering, he felt a twinge of trepidation. Guhong was rather exasperated. Do spirits in this era revel in seeking out mortals to assert their presence? You, Bai Qiu, oh no, Jian Xian, was now in a furious rage. He, Jian Xian, known as the Purple Sword True Man, the Grand Elder of the 10,000 Sword Immortal sect, a formidable being of the 10th level of the Great Ascension stage. However, upon learning of the news regarding the nameless Emperor's tomb, he believed there was fortune to be found in this location, and thus hastily made his way here. Jian Xian was overjoyed, for at the entrance of this mountain cave stood a wall of sword intent. He knew that this sword intent was merely a hindrance. The true fortune lay within. Drawing upon his formidable cultivation and the sword momentum he had independently comprehended, he exerted immense effort to disperse it momentarily, seizing the minuscule opening to rush inside. Yet, outside the grand hall, he was besieged by thousands of lingering souls, each possessing the strength of the tribulation transcendent stage. To pass the first trial, Jian Xian expended vast amounts of mental energy. Now, in the second trial, he fought with all his might, but he was utterly defeated. Desperate, he fled into the grand hall, only to be subdued by the ancient formation laid within, leaving behind a dying remnant soul. That event occurred countless years ago. In the recent years, he had slowly regained his strength, allowing this remnant soul to perceive the external world, move, and even regain the power of the unity stage. Yet, the ancient formation within the hall continued to operate, leaving him with no avenue of escape, and he remained oblivious to the conditions outside. Wait, why are you able to move about here so unscathed? Perhaps due to his prolonged death, he had grown numb to the situation, and Jian Xian initially failed to notice this detail. How did this individual, who seemed devoid of any aura, manage to enter here? The wall of sword intent at the mountain cave appeared to be everlasting. Even when dispersed, it would reform. Breaching that sword intent had been exceedingly arduous, even at his peak, yet this mortal. No, this individual is not a mere mortal. A mortal could never traverse the wall of sword intent. They would not even pass the first trial. HM, you inquire why I can move about so freely? Gu Heng regarded Jian Xian with a puzzled expression, as if questioning whether he had been dead for too long to grasp the situation. What within this hall could possibly impede my movements? After speaking, he casually strolled around the hall, returning to the mass of white before him, his face reflecting a sentiment of bewilderment at the absurdity of the conversation. This grand hall had been abandoned for so long, devoid of any living soul, with only two deceased beings present. Could there be anything else here? Gu Heng did not perceive it, yet he felt that this esteemed purple-sword true man might indeed be somewhat disoriented. It was not his fault, after all. He had been dead for so long. However, Jian Xian finally comprehended the reality. He could not even trigger the ancient formation. This person had brazenly stepped into the lethal zone of the formation, and then, as if in a fleeting moment, the formation was entirely stilled. Jian Xian realized that this individual had made no attempt to strike, and thus the formation could not have faltered. The only plausible explanation was that his very existence rendered the formation utterly ineffective. Could there truly exist such a terrifying powerhouse in this world? One capable of effortlessly slaying him, a formidable being at the pinnacle of the great ascension stage, yet unable to contend with this person? What manner of formidable entity has arrived in this place? May I inquire the esteemed name of this venerable one? If Jian Xian still possessed a corporeal form, he would certainly bow in respect, but alas, he did not. I am Gu Heng, and might I add, it has become rather bothersome that so many have taken to calling me senior or mister. It sounds quite unpleasant, Gu Heng remarked with a slight grimace. Then, how should I address you? Jian Xian queried, trembling with trepidation. Gu Gongzi sounds rather pleasant, does it not? Although you are a ghost. Encountering you in such a place is indeed a stroke of fate. I shall consider you a friend, and from now on, I shall refer to you as Lao Xian. Well, as long as it pleases you. Jian Xian pondered, realizing he had never before encountered a powerhouse with such a demeanor, one that feigned youthfulness. Chapter 34. So it turns out that young Master Gu is here for me. However, regardless of how this young Master Gu attempts to appear youthful, Jian Xian is acutely aware that his cultivation is undoubtedly far more formidable than in his previous life. He possesses the power to directly suppress ancient formations with his physical form, an entity not to be trifled with, since he is not someone to be provoked. The only recourse is to cling to his coattails. Jian Xian has been trapped here for an extended period, and regaining his consciousness and a portion of his cultivation has only taken a few years. Yet, even with this regained awareness, he finds himself unable to exit this grand hall. The ancient formations that permeate the chamber are capable of utterly shattering his lingering soul. While he is uncertain why he retains some remnants of his soul after experiencing complete annihilation, it must have been sheer luck. Now is not the time to gamble on fortune. He has no desire to linger in this nameless imperial tomb any longer. Regardless of the potential treasures or opportunities that may lie hidden within, he no longer cares. In the past, Jian Xian believed he would gladly sacrifice his life in pursuit of the Tao, but having truly experienced death, the years spent as a mere fragment of soul have made him long for the days when he had a complete and functioning body. If only he could escape and follow this powerful individual, he is certain that he would find a way to reconstruct his physical form in due time. Young Master Gu, I implore you to take me away from here. He immediately began to plead. Take you away? Gu Heng expressed surprise at this request. Yes, I am willing to follow young Master Gu, serving as a slave or a servant, whichever you prefer. Jian Xian hastily pledged his loyalty, stating that he could not escape on his own, but with Gu Heng's assistance, it would undoubtedly be achievable. Bringing a ghost along on the journey might not be ideal, Gu Heng mused, stroking his chin. The contemplative look on his face caused Jian Xian's heart to tighten, fearing that he would hear some words of refusal from Gu Heng, which would extinguish his last glimmer of hope. Not to mention, while you don't appear frightening, you hardly resemble a human. It would not be good if you frightened the neighbors. After all, they are all mere mortals. If you were to scare them into illness, I would have to deal with that. He shook his head with a sigh. Jian Xian responded, Why must young Master Gu's neighbors be mere mortals? Because I am a mortal, Gu Heng replied, gazing at the swirling white orb as though it were a fool. Here was a self-proclaimed Zhejiang real person who met his demise in this tomb and could not even transform into a fierce ghost. Gu Heng could only conclude that this fellow must have been a rather insignificant cultivator in life. It suggested that he could not even surpass a mere mortal like himself. Yet he spoke with an air of disdain for mortals. It appears that benevolent cultivators like Bai Fei are indeed a rarity. Since you say so, young Master Gu, I can assure you that I will not be frightening. All I need is a place to reside, Jian Xian replied, although he remained puzzled as to why someone who could disregard ancient formations would consider himself a mortal. However, since Gu Heng claimed to be one, then he was. Jian Xian had lived for many years and had encountered numerous concealed old monsters, yet he had never seen one like Gu Heng, who felt the need to consciously assert his mortal status in order to blend in. Yet, Jian Xian would certainly not engage in any form of argumentation. Following the intentions of this young gentleman, Gu was undoubtedly the right course of action. If he desired to be perceived as a mere mortal, that was entirely acceptable. His enjoyment was paramount. As for finding refuge, he could simply remain within this space. Gu Heng retrieved a lantern from the system's inventory. It was modest in size, yet perfectly suited to contain the orb of light. This was the primordial soul lamp, a limited item that could only be acquired once from the system's marketplace, and once obtained, its entry in a marketplace interface vanished entirely. Although Gu Heng was uncertain whether the marketplace would replenish the lamp if it were to be damaged, he had no intention of testing such a notion. Prodding the system at a cost would be an act of folly. Indeed, in Gu Heng's eyes, the so-called primordial soul lamp was something of a misnomer. He had grown accustomed to the fact that the system's marketplace seldom offered genuinely commendable items. The lamp appeared rather antiquated, encased in a layer of time-worn patina. However, it did possess its merits. It required no kindling and could illuminate at any moment. In his previous life, this item would surely have drawn just as a nuclear lantern. You wish for me to dwell within this lamp? Jian Xian inquired hesitantly. Precisely, this simplifies matters. A glowing lamp would not instill fear, whereas a floating orb of light certainly would. Gu Heng wore an expression that conveyed his thoughtful intentions. Yet, Jian Xian felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Having been a cultivator at the great ascension stage in life, though now reduced to a mere remnant soul, he still possessed the strength of the harmonization stage. To be relegated to such a fate, confined within a lamp, simply because this young gentleman feared alarming the mortals. Truly, the mightier the strength, the more peculiar the disposition. Yet, what choice did he have? Jian Xian could only acquiesce to Gu Heng's arrangement. Thus, the white orb of light entered the lantern, and upon doing so, Jian Xian was utterly astonished, for he had seemingly entered an entirely new realm. Before him lay a scene of brilliance, surrounded by the melodies of birds and the fragrance of flowers, with ethereal mists swirling and clouds drifting above. Moreover, a continuous stream of energy flowed into his remnant soul, gradually nurturing and mending its broken fragments. This lamp contained its own space and could nurture souls. Such a treasure existed in the world. Suddenly, Jian Xian comprehended Gu Heng's intention in inviting him into the lamp. It was to foster the healing of his soul. As long as he resided in this luminous realm, he could restore his spirit and one day reclaim his former prowess. Overwhelmed with emotion, Jian Xian felt as if tears were welling up within him, if only he were capable of shedding them. I understand now. This immense kindness shall be forever etched in my memory. Jian Xian exclaimed with fervor, From henceforth, I shall unwaveringly follow your lead. Esteemed Gu. First, silence yourself. Gu Heng waved his hand dismissively. I require nothing of you, merely that you refrain from startling me with sudden utterances. He was bemused by Jian Xian's inexplicable joy upon entering the lamp, yet it was of no concern to him. One could not apply the reasoning of the living to spirits, for such earnestness could lead to missteps. Rest assured, esteemed Gu, I shall remain silent. Jian Xian promptly assured him. Gu Heng's eyes brightened as he inquired, Ah, you perished here by accident, did you not? Indeed, had I not been so arrogant at that time, I would not have met such a fate, came Jian Xian's voice, laden with remorse. Do you know whose tomb this is? Alas, I truly do not know. When I first arrived, I was also curious about who lay to rest here. Yet my soul was fragmented, and many things elude my memory. Hearing this, Gu Hong felt a pang of disappointment. It seemed there was little hope of extracting further information from Jian Xian. However, this place remained unexplored. Having come this far, surely there must be more than just a ghost to uncover. Chapter 35. An abundance of tricks. Gu Hong felt that his trip had not been in vain. The setbacks he had endured were no less significant than returning empty-handed. Although, strictly speaking, he had at least gained a ghostly companion, which certainly could not be classified as a pet. With a lantern in hand, illuminated by the radiant Jian Xian within, the grand hall no longer appeared particularly dark. He wandered through the hall, taking a few laps around the space. Eventually, he paused, a sense of disappointment settling in his heart. This place undoubtedly held no fortuitous encounters. It was the tomb of an emperor, yet it bore no relation to the Sunfire dynasty. The royal mausoleum of that dynasty was not situated here, nor was it a place a mere mortal could intrude upon. The existence of a tomb in these mountains likely spoke of a fallen dynasty, with the last emperor's south resting place reduced to this desolate wilderness. At the center of the grand hall lay a bronze coffin, its lid carelessly pried open. Gu Hong realized with a heavy heart that he had arrived too late. Perhaps there were opportunities once, but they had surely vanished now. There was little left in this place. He could see some accompanying gold and silver treasures, or ordinary, inferior white jade. Yet these items held no allure for him. While wealth was indispensable, it was far from paramount. It was best to refrain from indulging in the theft of offerings. The only truly formidable sight was the 12 armored statues beside the coffin. In life, they may have been the emperor's mightiest generals, and in death, their armor was positioned here to guard the coffin. Yet, clearly, this did not deter those who had desecrated it. Alas, it seemed the one resting here was rather pitiable. Gu Hong bowed twice before the coffin to show respect for the deceased. Then, driven by curiosity, he peered inside, eager to behold the lavish resting place of the emperor. To his surprise, there were no remains within. However, at the bottom, a silvery jade pendant lay quietly, its luster unmarred even as the coffin itself appeared corroded. What could this be? Gu Hong picked it up, scrutinizing it, yet could discern nothing notable. Ultimately, he placed it directly into his system backpack. Suddenly, the 12 armored statues sprang to life. A cacophony of metal clashing resonated through the air as these statues brandished their swords and swiftly charged at Gu Hong. These entities could move? Jian Xian exclaimed in horror, sensing that within each suit of armor resided a dormant soul that had now been awakened, each possessing the strength equivalent to the 10th stage of tribulation. It seemed this nameless imperial tomb was fraught with peril at every turn. Jian Xian mused that had he managed to navigate the first 2 obstacles unscathed, he would likely have met his demise upon entering the Grand Hall. How tedious these trivial tricks were. Gu Hong frowned, contemplating that he had yet to encounter any truly dangerous traps within the tomb, only an array of deceptive ploys. Without hesitation, he unleashed his power, employing both fists and feet to reduce the animated armored statues to mere fragments. His physical cultivation skills are truly remarkable, and although this ability does not yield monetary gains, Gu Hong, having reached the pinnacle of mastery, has since been free from those common ailments. He once even competed against a 200-pound mortal strongman in a contest of breaking stones with his chest. Such feats are hardly intimidating. Are you all right, old Xian? Gu Hong inquired, shaking the lamp in his hand. I am fine. Indeed, young Master Gu's prowess is formidable. This arrangement is utterly ineffective against you, Jian Xian observed with astonishment as Gu Hong effortlessly dismantled 12 armor spirits, a feat that even he might not have managed in life. He pondered the sheer strength of this young Master Gu, realizing that discerning his aura was utterly futile, as it was concealed impeccably. Well, do as you will, Gu Hong replied, losing interest in him. Having transformed into a ghost, his thoughts were not particularly clear, and he might have genuinely mistaken him for a formidable figure. However, he was intrigued by the fact that as he approached the bronze coffin, these armored sculptures began to stir. Was it due to his removal of that jade pendant? If so, that pendant might possess significant origins. Yet, it was clear that he could not deduce anything further in this place. Gu Heng resolved to depart and head into the city. He turned and exited the Grand Hall, retracing his steps through the cave until he emerged outside, only to find that dawn had already broken. Unbeknownst to him, the night had passed. Gu Heng did not feel fatigued, perhaps due to having left the familiar confines of Qingmu City. In these wilds, slumber was indeed elusive. Ah, such obedience! Gu Heng mused as he spotted the small silver cat nestled by the tree roots, knowing it had patiently awaited his return without straying. Sensing a ripple in the wall of sword intent, Su Jinxie immediately looked up, seeing Gu Heng emerge with the lamp. She narrowed her feline eyes, realizing that within the lamp flickered a remarkably powerful remnant spirit. Has the master found something? Oh! It turned out to be a 9 lives demon cat at the 10th level of tribulation. Jianxian was taken aback upon seeing her. Who are you? Su Jinxie communicated telepathically, her gaze fixed on the luminous white sphere within the lamp. Zijianjinren, Jianxian, came to reply. Zijianjinren, the esteemed elder of the 10,000 Sword Immortal sect who mysteriously vanished over 2,000 years ago? Su Jinxie was astonished, never imagining that Gu Heng would bring forth this former elder, long presumed dead, from this hidden realm, now existing in the form of a remnant spirit. Over 2 millennia had passed, the sect leader had changed, and so had the elders. I once had acquaintances among the 9 Lives Demon Cat clan. I wonder how Su Fanchun is faring now. Su Fanchun is currently the leader of my clan, Su Jinxie replied. Jianxian felt that time had indeed flown by rapidly. It appears we now share a common sovereign. Su Jinxie regarded the ancient lamp that served as Jianxian's refuge, instantly recognizing its extraordinary nature. It seemed Gu Heng, moved by the pitiable appearance of this remnant spirit, had taken him in to allow him to nurture his soul in peace. The sword, Xian, has indeed encountered a stroke of fortune. However, why do you not reveal your true form? Xian inquired. He seems to find me in this guise endearing, perhaps believing it renders me more charming. Ah, Xian understands. He once cared for a diminutive demon cat, a creature of the spirit realm, so small and delightful to the touch, which fostered his profound affection for feline companions thereafter. Yet, in comparison to him, Gu Heng's pursuits are evidently more refined. While he nurtures spirit beasts, Gu Heng tends to the demon clan, specifically one of the 10th tribulation stage. Now, let us return. We must enter the city. Gu Heng stowed the ancient lantern into his system backpack, which, notably, cannot accommodate living beings. However, the lingering soul within the lantern is clearly not classified as a living entity. He cradled the little she in his arms and descended the mountain along the winding path. Chapter 36. Continuing to open a medical clinic in Yunling City as the sun rose, Gu Heng stood on the main road, gazing at the annotations on the map. He had spent the night atop the Tomb Mountain, and 10 miles away lay Yunling City. Now, that city was just on the distant horizon before him. With the aid of his magical boots, he traversed the distance in a mere span of breaths, arriving at the city gates. After exchanging a modest sum of silver with the city guards, he entered the bustling metropolis. The sights within the city starkly contrasted with the surrounding wilderness. Yunling City thrived with vibrancy. Shops lined the streets in a splendid array, and a multitude of citizens populated the thoroughfares. Many mortals donned exquisite garments, while others, carrying weapons and magical artifacts, strolled about. There were also the scions of affluent families accompanied by servants and maids, leisurely shopping. The law and order here were markedly superior to those beyond the city limits. Observing the throngs of people bustling about, Gu Heng couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. Yunling City was considerably larger than Qingmu City, with broader streets, and its inhabitants appeared to live in relative ease. He suddenly felt a pang of realization. Qingmu City paled in comparison to Yunling, and in terms of comparison with Baidi City, it seemed utterly feudal. Although he had sold his clinic in Qingmu City for a handsome price, he pondered whether that amount would suffice to purchase a similarly sized establishment in Baidi City. It was likely insufficient. He had been rather short-sighted, having spent too long in such a small place, which had hindered his broader perspective. While he could ask by Feyre for a space, he was reluctant to owe anyone favors, particularly not to fellow cultivators, as such debts could prove burdensome. Alas, it appeared he would have to settle for a compromise. Gu Hong murmured softly, stroking Xiaoxi's head, and resolved to find an end to settle in first. He intended to spend some time discerning the local market prices in Yunling City. If his silver proved sufficient to acquire a comparable shop, he would consider establishing himself there. Additionally, he aimed to gather intelligence on the prominent families and factions within Yunling City and its vicinity. Upon arriving in a new locale, it was imperative to identify those forces one should not provoke, lest he risk his life. After a brief search, Gu Hong chose the Yunding Inn, entered, and requested a room with a pleasant view. This choice cost him a significant amount of silver. The prices here were indeed steep. He had engaged in conversation with the innkeeper, who informed him of 3 prominent families in Yunling City, the Yun, Yin, and Lu clans. Though none of these were the most powerful, the true strength resided outside the city, embodied by the Yunling sect, a sect allied with the Sunfire Empire, boasting thousands of disciples. Their leader, Zhu Ling, was a formidable cultivator at the 8th level of the integration stage. The area surrounding Yunling City was fraught with peril due to numerous demonic beasts, yet the Yunling sect frequently purged these threats, ensuring a comfortable existence for all, even for the common folk. Gu Hong reflected that, in essence, this place was quite satisfactory, reminiscent of his time in Qingmu City. The presence of multiple factions was inconsequential, as long as one remained dominant, able to suppress the others entirely. Nevertheless, this place is rather delightful. Now, I must explore the city to see if there are any surplus shops available for sale. Upon thinking of it, he promptly set off. After wandering for several hours, Gu Hong finally discovered a shop in the southern part of Yunling City that was not too secluded. The shop was quite spacious, even larger than his establishment in Qingmu City, and it boasted a 2nd floor. Behind the shop lay a small villa, albeit overgrown with weeds, giving it an abandoned appearance. However, with careful tending, transforming it into a lovely garden would pose no challenge. The system's marketplace also offered seeds, genuine plants. Yet at that time, Gu Hong had little inclination to nurture greenery. Now, however, it was worth considering. Indeed, this shop seemed quite suitable, and he decided on it. He called out to the interior. Shortly, a gentleman emerged, his features handsome and refined. With a smile, he said, "Since you desire this place, it shall be sold to you." "Very well. Do you find this deed appropriate?" Gu Hong inquired, taking the deed from the man's hand and examining it closely. Satisfied, he produced a substantial amount of silver coins, thereby settling the cost of the purchase. The expenditure was not as significant as he had anticipated. Upon his arrival, he had observed that the majority of ordinary folk resided in the southern part of the city, while the northern, western, and eastern district were dominated by the 3 prominent families of Yunling City. Only the south remained. A chaotic mix. In other words, it was rather disorderly. For beyond Yunling City to the south lies a vast expanse of mountainous forest known as Yunling Forest, home to numerous wild beasts. And there were chilling rumors of ordinary folk being devoured by monstrous creatures. Surrounding the Yunling Forest, many small hills served as strongholds for various factions, resulting in a plethora of small, mixed influences. However, these matters held little concern for Gu Hong. He was merely there to establish a medical clinic. Having acquired the shop, he set about rearranging the front hall for consultations, organizing the medicine cabinet, and preparing beds on the 2nd floor. Finally, he cleared the weeds in the small courtyard behind the clinic and planted seeds acquired from the system's marketplace. Overall, it appeared quite neat and orderly. By the time Gu Hong completed his tasks, night had fallen. At that moment, Xiaoxi lounged in the front hall, idly wagging her tail. Gu Hong offered her a sugar pill and then settled down beside her, retrieving an ancient lamp from his system backpack. "Old Qian, how fares it?" Gu Hong inquired, gazing intently at the softly glowing orb of white light within the lamp. "This place is rather pleasant. The environment is agreeable. I truly appreciate your kindness in providing such a nurturing space." Young Master Gu, Jian Xian responded, his voice considerably gentler. Although Gu Hong was uncertain why he seemed so content within the lamp, he had contemplated releasing him for a brief flight. Yet, seeing his joyful demeanor, Gu Hong decided to let him remain inside for the time being. Ah, it is time to inscribe the signboard, Gu Heng declared, rising to retrieve rice paper and a brush from his system backpack. He dipped the brush in ink, preparing to write, when suddenly he paused. A commotion arose from outside. "You little rascal, you truly deserve a beating. How dare you return to steal our belongings? Do you not know the might of our Black Forest gang? Kneel and kowtow at once. Otherwise, I shall beat you to a pulp." Gu Heng furrowed his brow, picked up the ancient lamp, and approached the door. Peering into the narrow alley across the way, he beheld a group of 7 or 8 robust men. The leader, bearing a scar across his face, glared menacingly at the frail figure ensnared in their midst. Amongst the burly men stood a young boy clad in tattered gray garments, his skin a sickly yellow, shivering as he clutched a worn blanket, panic etched across his features. Despite the evident fear, he trembled uncontrollably, his eyes swollen and lips quivering. Gu Heng paused, momentarily taken aback by the boy's demeanor. It became apparent to him that the youth was not merely afraid. Rather, he harbored a profound resentment, an intense, rebellious spirit. Though he had endured numerous blows, his body a canvas of bruises, he remained resolutely silent, betraying not a hint of submission. Ah, this lad possesses an extraordinary defiance. The voices of the men resonated with mockery and bravado. Gu Heng stood behind the window, listening intently for a moment before a smirk crept across his face. Despite the Black Forest gang being one of the prominent factions in Yunling City, the audacity of these men to threaten one of their own was tantamount to courting death. A fleeting glance revealed that none of these ruffians were cultivators. They were merely ordinary men who had perhaps trained in some martial arts. Should he intervene? Gu Heng found himself in a quandary. Provoking local ruffians upon arriving in a new place was ill-advised, yet the thought of standing idly by as the boy was battered into submission gnawed at his conscience. Still unwilling to kneel, the scarred leader scoffed, noticing the boy's stubbornness. "Brothers, let's teach him a lesson. We must ensure he pays dearly today." "Yes," the others echoed. Charging forward, the men were hulking figures, while the boy appeared diminutive and malnourished. Yet, to Gu Heng's astonishment, the boy remained unperturbed, wrapping the blanket around himself defensively, fists raised in a protective stance, as if bracing himself for their assault. His unwavering gaze betrayed no fear, a spirit that compelled Gu Heng to admire him. Perhaps he should lend a hand. After all, regardless of the boy's transgressions, it would be excessively cruel for him to perish under such circumstances, an act that would weigh heavily on Gu Heng's conscience for a lifetime. With resolve, he stepped out of his dwelling and strode purposefully toward the fray. "Excuse me, might I have a word?" His gentle voice brought the ruffians to a halt, their attention shifting toward the unexpected figure, a youth draped in simple robes, illuminated by the flickering light of the ancient lamp, casting an air of surprise among them. However, the scarred leader quickly regained his composure, bellowing angrily, "What insolent brat dares to interrupt? Get lost. My apologies for the disturbance." Gu Heng replied with a courteous smile, "But I wish to convey a matter of some importance. I have just moved into this establishment, and should a death occur here, it would surely hinder my ability to conduct business. Might you consider sparing him?" The burly men exchanged glances, their expressions a mixture of confusion and intrigue. However, it was the scarred-faced man who quickly regained his composure, casting a sinister look toward him. "You little brat, are you attempting to defend him? I advise you not to interfere. Otherwise, once we have dealt with this insolent wretch, it will be your turn." He advanced menacingly, his gaze fixed upon Gu Heng. "Get lost. We are the Black Forest gang. If you dare to obstruct us, I shall make quick work of you as well." "Is that so?" Gu Heng responded, his smile unwavering. "In that case, I simply cannot leave. You are now threatening me." The scarred man had anticipated that a few menacing words would prompt Gu Heng to back down, yet to his astonishment, Gu Heng remained steadfast, displaying no hint of fear. "Not listening, are you? Then let us settle this directly." The burly man sneered, raising his fist with the intent to strike, his blow swift and forceful, generating a gust of wind as he aimed to shatter Gu Heng's face with all his might. Chapter 37. Doing good upon arrival. Hong Ba is a notorious bully in the southern part of Yunling City, yet he has never encountered a mortal so audacious. He is a mere pawn of the Black Forest gang outside the city, possessing some cultivation, but only at the foundation establishment stage. Against demonic beasts, or even ordinary wild animals, he would stand no chance. Nevertheless, his limited power suffices to instill fear in the southern region of Yunling City, for he is astute enough to discern whom to provoke. The young man before him, holding a lantern and exuding an air of fearlessness, is certainly not someone to be trifled with not a hint of true energy emanating from him. He is undeniably immortal. What need is there for a mortal to be afraid? I shall take you down first. Hong Ba's fist came swiftly, yet in Gu Heng's eyes, his movements appeared painfully sluggish, akin to a frail elder on the brink of death. Gu Heng effortlessly sidestepped the attack, scarcely raising a leg. Merely relying on his agile reflexes, he evaded the punch with ease. With a casual flick of his palm, he sent Hong Ba flying, crashing against the wall, where he succumbed to unconsciousness and spat blood. Those surrounding them stood in stunned silence, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. While they were cultivators, merely at the chi refinement stage, Hong Ba was a foundation establishment cultivator. How could this young man incapacitate him with a mere slap? Gu Heng raised an eyebrow, his gaze sweeping over the others. So, shall we try again? His tone was calm, almost laced with amusement, yet it sent a chill down their spines. The onlookers exchanged glances, nervously swallowing their fear. One among them stammered, "Do you know what consequences await those who provoke the Black Forest Gang?" The words dripped with palpable terror. With their leader now incapacitated, they dared not confront Gu Heng directly. Crouched in a corner, a frail figure gradually lifted his head, revealing only half an eye peering at Gu Heng, glimmering with curiosity. Gu Heng smiled nonchalantly. "The Black Forest Gang? I have never even heard of it." The burly men, witnessing the young man's disdainful demeanor, felt even less inclined to act recklessly. He appeared utterly unconcerned, despite the fact that their gang leader was a 10th level core formation cultivator, overseeing 2 mountain strongholds. Yet, he seemed unafraid. "Who is this individual? I shall give you 3 breaths' time to drag that fellow from my sight, or I will ensure your demise here," Gu Heng declared, shaking the ancient lantern in his hand. The pale light cast an eerie glow on his face, enhancing his enigmatic aura. He showed no mercy to these malevolent mortals. Gu Heng had previously dealt with marauding bandits in the wilderness. After mastering his body refinement techniques, he had grown fearless. Moreover, he was well-versed in alchemy, which naturally included knowledge of poisons. In this world, many cultivators had perished from toxins. In Qingmu City, he had unknowingly poisoned a cultivator from another family, a man at the core formation stage, no less. The so-called Black Forest Gang. It is likely that their leader has only reached the core formation stage at most. If they possessed any greater strength, they would not need to endure a life of hiding in the mountains and forests outside the city. Thus, Gu Heng felt no fear. The few individuals present, seeing the situation, no longer hesitated. 2 of them hoisted the unconscious Hong Ba and swiftly fled, disappearing into the alley like a wisp of smoke. Only Gu Heng remained in the alley with the young boy, who had been beaten quite severely. The boy's emaciated frame trembled slightly, but his dirty face bore not signs of pain, but rather a shallow semblance of stubbornness and curiosity. Gu Heng regarded him and inquired, "Does it hurt?" The boy shook his head. "Are you hungry?" He lowered his gaze, remaining silent. Yet, it was evident to Gu Heng that the lad was so starved that he lacked the strength to respond. "What is your name?" Gu Heng asked again, but received no reply. "Do you see that house?" Gu Heng pointed to the brightly lit clinic across the alley, where candles flickered, though it had yet to display a sign. The boy lifted his head to glance at the clinic, pursing his lips in silence. Gu Heng chuckled and ruffled the boy's hair. "Go wash up and have something to eat. Also, do not be so stubborn with me. I am here to heal and help." "It is clear what state you are in." The boy blinked in astonishment, seemingly puzzled, yet he began to move his unsteady legs toward the clinic. Watching his retreating figure, Gu Heng felt a subtle smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Despite the boy's gaunt appearance and miserable existence, he possessed a resilient spirit, an unwillingness to yield, which resonated with Gu Heng, reminding him of his own awakening moment. As hopes burgeon, disappointments often follow. The boy stood at the entrance of the clinic, gazing inside, Yet he hesitated to step in until Gu Hong approached from behind and gently nudged him forward. The first thing he noticed was the small silver cat sprawled atop the consultation table. Sensing the presence of a living being, Su Jinsi lazily opened her eyes and scrutinized the frail figure before her, only to find that he too was studying her. Su Jinsi soon averted her gaze, closing her eyes once more. "You head upstairs first. I will prepare some water for you to wash up, and then I will fetch you something to eat," Gu Hong instructed, placing the ancient lamp beside Su Jinsi as he pointed towards the upper floor. The boy hesitated briefly, but eventually ascended the stairs. Who would have thought that on my very first night in Yinling City, I would already be performing a good deed, Gu Hong mused to himself as he hurried to the back room to prepare water. In the front room, Su Jinsi slowly opened her eyes, watching the staircase leading to the second floor, swishing her tail before turning her attention to the ancient lamp beside her. "Xian, did you feel that?" she asked. "What? Elder Jinsi, do you share the same sensation?" The light in the ancient lamp flickered intermittently. "Indeed, although I do not comprehend the feeling, when I gazed into those eyes, it felt as though I glimpsed something ancient." Su Jinsi narrowed her eyes in contemplation, her mind faintly grasping a certain possibility. If that youth were indeed an ancient remnant, then he would possess a primordial bloodline, which might explain the peculiar sensation he evoked within her. Yet, this child appeared quite youthful, considering his frail form. He could scarcely be more than 15 or 16 years old. Moreover, he exhibited no fluctuations of true energy, making it improbable for him to be one of those ancient legacies. Forgive my limited perspective. I truly cannot discern. It seems that in our humble locale, there has emerged another extraordinary newcomer. Young Master Gu desired to immerse himself in the mortal realm and experience the life of common folk. Yet the matters and individuals he encounters are far from simple. Jin Xian lamented. Chapter 38. The young girl Qin Yao Gu Hong carried a pot of freshly boiled water upstairs, where a bathing tub awaited him, filled with cold water but lacking the warmth of hot water. As he entered the room, he beheld a figure lying in the tub, their back turned to him, eyes closed and breath steady. He approached cautiously, noticing the bruises adorning the face and the bloodstains at the corner of the mouth. Despite the disarray, the striking features could not be concealed, radiating an air of defiance. "This water is far too cold. It cannot be good for your health," Gu Hong sighed. But his voice startled the figure in the tub. A hoarse cry escaped the lips of the figure, who suddenly recoiled against the side of the tub in a flurry of panic. In that moment, Gu Hong realized something profound. This was not a boy at all. It was a girl. He had failed to perceive that this youthful form was indeed feminine. She appeared frail, having gone too long without proper nourishment. Her tattered clothing and soiled skin made it difficult to distinguish her gender at first glance. Yet, upon closer inspection, her beauty was undeniable, though still somewhat innocent. She possessed the makings of a stunning woman. With suitable attire and adornment, she would undoubtedly captivate all. As the girl submerged herself further into the icy water upon his entrance, revealing only her head, her arms crossed tightly beneath the surface, she gazed at Gu Hong with wide, fearful eyes, her eyelids reddened as if tears were imminent. Her delicate features, accentuated by her current state of distress, evoked an instinctive desire to protect her. Allow me to add some hot water for you." Gu Hong attempted to alleviate the awkwardness, though the intensity of her gaze made him acutely self-conscious. He had no intention of imposing. Please do," she replied, her scrutiny unwavering. Gu Hong gently poured the steaming water along the rim of the tub, testing the temperature with his hand, finding it just right. Well, you may wash first. I shall prepare some food and gather suitable attire for you." He coughed discreetly, lifting the pot and preparing to leave. Bang! The door slammed shut behind him. Once he departed, the girl finally relaxed, exhaling a sigh of relief as she raised her gaze to the ceiling, her eyes glimmering with confusion and inner turmoil. Looking at him, it seems I have truly lost the essence of being a woman over these years. Qin Yao had been reborn in this world for 16 years. Once known as the Holy Emperor Yao, she had conquered half of the Xintian realm and established the Great Qin dynasty. Yet, at the pinnacle of her power, she fell victim to treachery, ensnared by the venom of the slayer of immortals. A poison so potent that even at her zenith, she struggled to resist its effects. Fortunately, by a twist of fate, Qin Yao discovered a fragment of the medical immortal's legacy, which contained a celestial-level formation capable of saving her. In a desperate bid for survival, she constructed a tomb. With the celestial formation no longer feasible, she resorted to laying down 999 ancient formations from the primordial era to compensate for the might of the celestial formation embedded within the remnants of the medical immortal. Accompanied by thousands of loyal subjects and the 12 most valiant generals of Qin, she prepared for her burial. Surrounding the tomb, she established a boundless sword domain, a defensive measure gleaned from her enlightenment after ascending to the throne. Having accomplished all this, she entered the coffin and departed from life. Subsequently, she was reborn. Time passed, though its span remains unknown. Upon emerging from the coffin, she was taken aback to find her body transformed into a frail and juvenile form. The tomb had crumbled into ruins, and a mountain had arisen from its foundation, becoming a solitary peak. All the preparations made by Qin Yao before her demise, including the elixirs, magical artifacts, spirit stones, and her loyal subjects who had accompanied her in guarding the tomb, had their powers drained by the formations. Her cultivation had long since dissipated, neutralized by the poison that had claimed the lives of immortals. Ultimately, she had returned to the mortal realm, but as an ordinary being, utterly devoid of possessions. She was oblivious to the passage of time, since her era had faded into oblivion. The once magnificent Qin Empire reduced to ashes by the relentless flow of time. The world had long been fractured, and the stringent laws she had left behind had become naught but scraps of paper. For 16 years, she had lived as a powerless mortal, or rather, an insignificant insect, enduring humiliation and scorn, alone and vulnerable. Yet, there existed a glimmer of hope, albeit faint. She possessed the bloodline of a celestial ascendant, enabling her to transcend great tears in battle even during the Qi refining stage, an unparalleled lineage. She practiced the Inquire the Emperor's Heart technique, a treasure of the primordial era capable of refining the imperial purple aura and channeling the strength of the populace to ascend to sanctity. However, due to the loss of her early memories, she was utterly clueless on how to awaken the celestial bloodline within her. Unable to cultivate, the existence of such a formidable technique was rendered futile. She was no longer the sovereign who could alter the heavens with a mere wave of her hand or command the allegiance of millions with a glance. Now, she was but a mere mortal, barely clinging to life in the alleys of Yunling City, struggling to find sustenance. The very thought of leaving was a luxury, for the treacherous lands beyond the city posed a lethal threat to her survival. Even within the city, she faced the derision of those whom she once deemed beneath her notice. A once mighty empress reduced to such a state. Yet, Qin Yao found a semblance of acceptance in her plight, for she had traversed a similar path in her past. That night, she had braced herself for another round of torment. Those who sought to harm her would not dare to take her life. The true rulers of Yunling City, the Nianling sect, could not bear the thought of her insignificant mortal life tarnishing the ground of their city, cloaking their disdain in the guise of compassion for the common folk. Such hypocrisy elicited nothing but scorn from Qin Yao. However, she had not anticipated being rescued. The individual who intervened, though, did not appear to be an ordinary mortal. Stealing a glance over her shoulder, she noted that he had not approached further. In days of yore, to surreptitiously observe a lady in her bath could warrant the gravest of penalties. Yet, she is no longer an empress, but rather a person saved by another. Qin Yao currently possesses no cultivation, her bloodline dormant, and her ability to practice stifled. Nevertheless, her former perspective as an empress lingers, providing her with an innate intuition that distinguishes mortals from cultivators. Regardless of her observations, she perceives the youth as merely a commoner. However, even an exceptionally skilled mortal would find it challenging to contend with a half-baked foundational cultivator like Hongba. There is something peculiar about him. He could be an authentic mortal or perhaps a cultivator beyond her comprehension. Why dwell on such thoughts? It would be more prudent to ponder how to navigate her current existence. Qin Yao idly splashed the water's surface, droplets cascading from the lotus leaves, creating small ripples. Meanwhile, Gu Heng visited a tailor's shop to procure several ready-made women's garments. He also acquired some decent cuts of pork, eggs, and vegetables from a vendor who had yet to close for the day, before returning to the new medical clinic. Ascending the stairs, he found her still immersed in a bath. He placed the dresses beside her, saying, "I wonder if these garments will suit you. In any case, wear them once you finish your bath." Qin Yao responded with a soft acknowledgement. "You can wash up first. I'll prepare something for you to eat, even though my culinary skills are rather lacking." Gu Heng scratched his head, smiling shyly, and was just about to head downstairs when he heard her say, "Qin Yao?" He turned back. "My name." "Oh, that is quite a lovely name," he replied with a grin before descending. It was delightful that she had been reluctant to speak earlier, but was now willing to share her name, a sign of her easing some of her defenses. Returning to the kitchen, he stoked the fire and prepared 2 dishes, setting the table with bowls and chopsticks. At that moment, footsteps echoed from the staircase, and a delicate figure descended gracefully. Qin Yao donned a light green gown, her lustrous black hair cascading over her shoulders, having washed away the dust that clung to her. Her skin resembled polished jade, her features exquisite. Her thin lips and white teeth formed a visage that could be regarded as a masterpiece of celestial artistry. Each detail perfectly harmonized. If there were to be any flaw, it would be her slenderness. The dress, tailored to a rather small size, failed to adequately accentuate her form. Gu Heng raised an eyebrow, thinking himself fortunate to have stumbled upon such a treasure this evening. Noticing him watching her from the doorway, a faint blush graced Qin Yao's cheeks. She bit her lower lip, lowered her gaze, and nervously wrung her delicate hands together. Gu Heng, recognizing her discomfort, tapped on the doorframe and announced, "Dinner is ready." "Oh," she replied, hastily entering and taking her seat with a measured slowness. On the table lay stir-fried vegetables, braised beef, and scrambled eggs, an unremarkable presentation. Having dined on exquisite delicacies cultivated in spiritually enriched lands, she could hardly recall the last time she had enjoyed a simple, hearty meal since her rebirth. Thus, she hardly hesitated, devouring the dishes on the table with remarkable enthusiasm. Gu Heng observed her voraciousness, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. "Ah, it seems he has brought home quite the hardy little creature." After a moment, "I am finished," Qin Yao announced, letting out a satisfied burp as she turned to Gu Heng, her face lighting up with a radiant smile. Her smile was immensely infectious. In that instant, her entire being appeared vibrant and luminous, which in turn affected Gu Heng, who curved his lips into a gentle smile, a hint of warmth gracing his otherwise serene and handsome face. Having satiated her hunger and warmed her spirit, it was time to discuss serious matters. Qin Yao paused. "Serious matters? Why would the Black Forest gang pursue a young girl like you?" Gu Heng had an affinity for secrets, although he never pried. He was intrigued by the secrets that presented themselves so readily. "Why do you ask this?" "Seeing you all alone and without support, I simply wish to offer some assistance. Yet, if the truth remains elusive, my desire to help would be futile." His words were delivered with sincerity and candor. Chapter 39. A mortal takes a disciple. She cast him a glance, slowly lowering her gaze. Because of this, Qin Yao retrieved a purple golden pendant from beneath her neckline. The moment Gu Heng beheld the object, he sensed its considerable value. He reached out, eager to examine it closely, only to find Qin Yao regarding him with a wary gaze. Gu Heng paused, then smiled and shook his head. "This item, it must be quite precious, isn't it?" "Indeed," she continued, "I once resided in a narrow alley on the southern edge of the city, but that area was overtaken by the Black Forest gang, forcing me out. However, I managed to conceal this jade beneath a brick. Tonight, I returned stealthily to retrieve it, only to be discovered by them." She sighed. Gu Heng nodded slightly, contemplating for a moment. "Is this a relic left by your family?" "Yes," she reflected, considering it a possession placed in her coffin before her demise, thus qualifying it as a relic of great significance. The once expansive territory of the Great Qin Empire spanned half of the Xintian realm, with its treasury guarded by intricate and formidable arrays. This purple golden spirit pendant served as the key to unlock every treasury. Qin Yao had previously contemplated the potential downfall of the great Qin Empire upon her resurrection, anticipating a fresh start from scratch, even foreseeing the loss of her cultivation. Yet, she had never imagined that the numerous elixirs and treasures she had left behind would become ineffective due to the very arrays she had established. Consequently, the purple golden spirit pendant in her possession was rendered practically useless, yet she could not bear to part with it. Alas, the plight of this girl was perhaps far more tragic than Gu Heng could fathom. Observing her demeanor, it was evident she once hailed from a family of great wealth and status, but some unknown calamity had cast her onto the streets. The pendant was undoubtedly valuable, yet she hesitated to pawn it. How could one so easily dispose of a relic left by family? He reached out, gently patting her head in a gesture of comfort. Do you have anywhere else to go? Qin Yao shook her head. Then stay here with me. She looked up in astonishment, only to find Gu Heng already rising to clear the dishes and chopsticks. However, it won't be without cost. You must become my disciple, he added. Disciple? I am a physician skilled in alchemy, newly arrived in Yunling City, having just acquired this shop. Everything begins anew for me, and I could use an assistant. Since I saved you tonight, it seems we're fated to cross paths. Feel free to learn all my alchemical skills. It matters not to me. What say you? Will you accept? All right. Qin Yao did not ponder for long before agreeing. She truly had no idea where to go next. After all, she was utterly alone, likely without any acquaintances left in this world. Then you may call me master from now on. Gu Heng shrugged, contemplating the unexpected turn of events in which this mortal had taken on a disciple, something he had never envisioned. But, master, are you not concerned that the Black Forest gang will come after us? Qin Yao's concerns were not merely the whims of an anxious mind. After all, the Black Forest gang was a formidable force outside Yunling City, boasting 4 or 5 cultivators at the core formation stage. Although they dared not stir trouble in the eastern, western, or northern parts of the city, the southern region was different. She feared that Gu Heng might attract unwarranted trouble because of her. I'm not afraid. Gu Heng replied nonchalantly. The Black Forest gang is not worthy of my fear. Should mere lackeys come, I could dispatch them with just a few moves. If true core formation or foundation establishment cultivators were to appear, well, my poison has no antidote. He vividly recalled the first time he killed a core formation cultivator with poison in Qingmu City. At that moment, Gu Heng realized that the gap between weak cultivators and ordinary mortals was not as vast as one might think. Thus, there was nothing to fear. Qin Yao gazed at him in silence. Sensing that her impressions were likely correct, he did not resemble an ordinary mortal in the slightest. You should rest now. You must be quite tired. I prepared the bed upstairs. Also, take this and practice diligently. Gu Heng, as if conjuring a trick, retrieved a book from his system backpack and handed it to Qin Yao. She accepted it and examined the bold title on the cover, Body. Upon opening it, Qin Yao's brows shot up. The gilded, ancient characters revealed it to be the Taishu Immortal text. Suddenly, she recalled the significance of this book, having sought it herself, as it had completely vanished since the Taishu period. Legend had it that during the primordial age, the boundaries of the Xintian realm were indistinct, allowing for connections between several realms: the ancient realm, the immortal realm, the underworld, the demon realm, and the Xintian realm, the mortal domain. This confluence gave rise to a pathway, and from that time, a new tier, the Ascendant stage, emerged above the Sage stage within the Xintian realm. Beyond the 10 levels of Ascendance lay the Immortal realm, whereas all below were collectively referred to as the Mortal realm. In the Primordial Age, only a handful of Ascendant cultivators emerged in the Xintian realm, who penned precious tomes to pass down their insights and techniques. Among these were the Primordial Pharmacopoeia and the Supreme Method of Breaking Boundaries. The book Body was one of them, authored by a primordial powerhouse of the 10th level of Ascendance. He achieved unparalleled mastery in body cultivation, and by following the methods within this tome, one could refine their physique and undergo metamorphosis. Even an ordinary mortal devoid of foundational strength could cultivate their body to a certain extent, eventually sprouting the roots of the Tao. By adhering to the guidance of this text step by step, one could steadily ascend among the ranks of the strong. While further progress would depend on one's personal comprehension of the Tao, this book could significantly ease the arduous journey ahead. However, towards the end of the primordial age, cataclysmic wars among the five realms led to turbulent boundary walls, causing the pathways to collapse and even resulting in the annihilation of realms. After the calamity, countless beings suffered immense losses. Since that time, the concept of the ascendant stage became an elusive myth forever out of reach. Qin Yao had once sought the path to ascendance, striving to expand the great Qin Empire to its zenith, yet she had gleaned no rewards in her quest. Thus, she withdrew, filled with a sense of melancholy. She gazed at the weighty, ancient tome with its yellowed cover, her eyes shimmering with excitement, her heart in turmoil. This body cultivation manual was actually in his possession. Could it be that he had mastered its teachings? Qin Yao suddenly realized that her newly acknowledged master harbored numerous secrets that were beyond her comprehension at this moment, including his level of cultivation. Had he already ascended to the stage of immortality? It was highly likely. Although Qin Yao currently possessed no cultivation, her sensitivity to the power of any practitioner was indelible. Even if a sage stood before her, she could discern certain nuances. Yet with him there was nothing. Perhaps sensing her bewildered gaze, Gu Heng turned to her and said, "Your physique is frail. The methods in this book would suit you well. Strengthen your body, and perhaps you may even practice swordsmanship in the future." This book, of course, was a humble gift from the system after he had fully mastered his body cultivation skills. It was the simplest of tomes, bearing a single word that clearly instructed one to practice diligently to achieve a robust physique, unlike that esoteric Hongmeng pharmacopoeia, which was shrouded in mystery. Naturally, Gu Heng had no need to practice, as his body cultivation was already at its peak, and he had perused the book, finding its contents rather elementary. His own training had been guided by the system with meticulous care. The material in this book, in his view, was only suitable for those without any foundational knowledge, and Qin Yao was precisely such an individual. "Thank you for the gift, Master. I shall practice diligently," she replied with a smile and a nod. At that moment, when she looked at him again, she felt an ethereal aura, a sharpness contained within, as if a galaxy were shimmering forth, seemingly just a step away from reaching the pinnacle of existence. Was the final step on the path to immortality to descend into the mortal realm, to temper one's sharpness, to refine the heart of an immortal? Was that why he was here, wishing to experience the last vestiges of enlightenment that the mundane world could offer? Little did she expect that, in her former life, she had pursued the elusive path to ascendancy in vain. Yet in her rebirth, having been reduced to an ordinary person in a narrow alley of this later dynasty, she encountered someone who had genuinely embarked upon the journey to immortality. And now, she had become his disciple. Truly, it was fate and fortune intertwined. Qin Yao felt she might have finally discovered the opportunity she had long sought. Outside Yunling City, at the edge of Yunling Forest on Black Forest Mountain, the Black Forest Gang had established its stronghold decades ago. Bang! A thunderous sound erupted from the stone fortress atop the mountain, followed by the grisly sound of flesh and blood splattering. A robust man, drenched in blood, crawled out from the ground, staggering forward a few paces before collapsing to his knees, gasping as if he had expended every ounce of his strength to recover. "Please, Master, spare my life. I truly did not lie." He prostrated on the ground, fervently knocking his head. Nearby, a middle-aged man with a pallid face sat in the main seat, his expression dark enough to drip water. The leader of the Black Forest Gang, Huang Su, listened to the pleas of his subordinates, silently pondering the strange turn of events that had transpired that night. Before him, under the watchful gaze of a multitude of gang members, lay the lifeless body of Hong Ba, still radiating warmth, eyes wide open as if in a perpetual state of disbelief. His entire body was shattered, a testament to a death wrought with excruciating agony. As for what had occurred, after hearing the blubbering confessions of the terrified man, Huang Su felt an increasing sense of disquiet. The group had ventured south to Yunling City to exploit the common folk, seizing their properties with the intent of renting them out at exorbitant prices. Yet, a troublesome little rascal, after being expelled, returned in the dead of night to pilfer their belongings, only to be caught. When they apprehended the wretched boy, an unknown assailant had intervened, delivering a single blow that rendered Hong Ba in such a ghastly state. Chapter 40. New changes. Huang Su gazed upon the lifeless body of Hong Ba, meticulously analyzing the situation. From the ferocity of the attack, Huang Su concluded that his opponent was likely a cultivator at the Golden Core stage, comparable to his own strength. However, the southern region of Yunling City was predominantly inhabited by mortals and inept cultivators. Having navigated this locale for some time, Huang Su was well aware of this fact. Thus, it seemed a new face had arrived in Yunling City's south. Moreover, it appeared that his Black Forest gang had inadvertently forged an enmity with this newcomer. The southern part of Yunling City was rife with spies from various factions. They undoubtedly witnessed the lifeless form of Hong Ba being carried back and would soon deduce that someone had dared to strike against the Black Forest gang. This act had already tarnished the reputation of his organization. More critically, what had that little rascal taken from the house that compelled these individuals to pursue him so fervently? The common folk in that area were impoverished, with the land being the only valuable asset, not the people. Do you know what that little imp stole? Huang Su inquired, his tone devoid of emotion. It was a pendant, a purple gold pendant. According to Hong Ba, it is undoubtedly an item of great significance to a cultivator, possibly a spatial storage treasure or something equally valuable. What did you say? Huang Su slammed his hand against the armrest of his chair, springing to his feet, causing the chair to splinter into pieces. A mortal dares to possess such a treasure? He paced, his brow furrowed in deep concern and astonishment. Yet, as he pondered the matter further, a cold smile crept upon his lips. Regardless of the circumstances, a mortal wielding such an artifact was intolerable. Even if it was gifted to him or left in his possession, it mattered not. In this world, the law of the jungle prevailed. What one could not safeguard should be relinquished. Such audacity to pilfer from my Black Forest gang. Although Huang Su was unaware of the true nature of the treasure, the fact that it had been stolen by a mere mortal was utterly unacceptable. Should word of this spread, his gang's reputation would be relegated to the depths of disgrace. However, that little mortal had been rescued, presumably by a cultivator of comparable strength to his own, and likely a newcomer. If that were the case, he would have no fear for the reputation of the Black Forest gang, but the treasure had now fallen into the hands of another. Huang Su was unwilling to concede. He was but one man, yet the Black Forest gang boasted many capable fighters. Zhongjiu, he commanded. Instantly, a figure emerged, bowing respectfully. Boss, take a few formidable brothers with you and head to Yunling City at dawn. Investigate the background of that individual. If he is of equal strength to me, withdraw immediately and report back. I shall confront him personally. Zhongjiu hesitated for a moment before voicing, Boss, what if that individual is stronger than you? Huang Su's menacing gaze fell upon him. Understood. Zhongjiu darted out the door without a glance back. At the break of dawn, Guhong had already commenced tidying up the small courtyard behind him, where a modest house stood. He was discarding the clutter of items he no longer needed, tossing them all into the space. He dipped his brush into the ink, gracefully gliding it across the rice paper, inscribing 4 prominent characters, Gu Family Medical Hall. His calligraphy skills were indeed extraordinary, yet he seldom had the opportunity to showcase them, having long lost the inclination to write, as he was preoccupied with the demands of running a medical practice. However, at this moment, he sought someone to craft a new plaque for his establishment. Gu Heng rolled up the paper and tucked it under his arm, just in time to see Qin Yao descending the stairs, her eyes still heavy with sleep and her face bearing signs of fatigue. Did you sleep well? Gu Heng inquired with a smile. Qin Yao lazily rubbed her eyes in response. It seemed she was utterly worn out, having previously struggled to make ends meet on the streets. She had been deprived of proper nourishment and restful sleep. Gu Heng chuckled softly and shook his head, dismissing his concerns. After all, she was just a young girl. I'm heading out for a bit. You watch the shop well. There are warm steamed buns and boiled eggs in the pot. Take care, master. Qin Yao replied obediently. Gu Heng nodded and departed. Once he left, Qin Yao rubbed her eyes and stretched her body, the sound of cracking joints echoing throughout. Last night, she had immersed herself in studying a tome until the late hours, and now, the troubles that had plagued her for many years after her rebirth had finally been resolved. The roots of her path had manifested, marking the commencement of her cultivation. She immediately began to circulate the heart of the questioning emperor technique, a practice she had diligently honed before her demise, now ingrained in her memory. After a night of diligent practice, she, Qin Yao, had reached the 6th level of Qi refinement. Yet, even when facing an opponent at the first level of the core formation stage, she would not be at a disadvantage. After an eventful night, hope had finally dawned for Qin Yao. She pushed open the door to the kitchen and, upon lifting the lid of the stove, discovered the eggs within. She paused for a moment, then broke into a gentle smile, grabbing one and savoring it. It was quite delicious. She had a remarkably handsome and considerate master. Xian, did you sense that? In the front hall, Su Jinxia whispered to Jian Xian, who resided within an ancient lamp in the corner. Indeed, 6th level of Qi refinement, Jian Xian replied. Last night, there were no signs of the roots of her path manifesting. It is astonishing that after just one night, she has already advanced to the 6th level. Such speed is truly unprecedented. Truly, the master possesses a discerning eye, recognizing her extraordinary potential. Su Jinxia raised her paw to touch her face. Without young Master Gu, this prodigy might have faded away prematurely. Jian Xian chuckled softly. In the western part of Yunling's city, Gu Heng, with a scroll of paper in hand, was in search of a shop specializing in carvings. Instead of wandering through the southern part of the city, he engaged in conversation with the butcher from whom he had purchased meat the previous night. Through their exchange, he learned of a shop in the west of Yunling City that specialized in plaque carvings. It was said that an elderly gentleman surnamed Gu possessed remarkable skills and was an accomplished calligrapher. If someone else brought him a poorly written character for carving, he would become quite displeased and would instead write a character himself before proceeding to carve it. In summary, he is an eccentric old man. However, Gu Heng seeks precisely such a craftsman. After all, one must be worthy of their own extraordinary skills in calligraphy and cannot simply employ those lacking in craftsmanship. After searching for half an hour, Gu Heng finally discovered the shop nestled within a shallow alley, hidden deep within the bustling marketplace, as if it were a sanctuary of wisdom concealed beneath the clamor of urban life. You stubborn brat. Before even entering, Gu Heng could hear the raucous voices from within. My calligraphy is still lacking in finesse, but if the elder could offer me some guidance, I would humbly accept it. Ah, you young rascal. I've already told you. My writing is merely mediocre, yet you persistently pester me. If business arrives, I want to be able to focus. The altercation between the two provided Gu Heng with a fair understanding of the situation. It appeared someone was seeking to learn. This was not surprising. The old man's reputation was quite substantial. In the southern part of the city, anyone in need of carving would certainly seek out the old master. Gu Heng mused that even though the shop was tucked away, the old man's fame was an unimpeded path leading straight to him. Indeed, someone had come seeking his expertise. With a smile, Gu Heng reflected that although he possessed genuine talent, his own reputation was far from illustrious. Upon entering, he observed two figures within the shop, an elderly man and a young man. The elder, with a beard as white as snow, was slender and clad in tattered garments, his arms marred with scars, bearing the marks of exposure to the elements. He hunched over a desk, grasping a rather crude brush in his withered hands, infusing life into his strokes. It seemed that the unwavering persistence of the young man beside him had unsettled his mood, resulting in sharp and jagged characters that seemed to convey a wrathful spirit. Standing next to him was a youth of around 20. With long hair pinned up, he possessed a tall and slender frame, his eyes clear as an autumn moon, his lips delicately pressed, exuding a gentle yet aloof demeanor akin to a mountain spring. At first glance, he was indeed a striking young man. Gu Heng thought to himself that Yunling City was truly a splendid place, abundant with handsome men and beautiful women. Pardon my intrusion, Gu Heng said with a smile, offering a respectful bow. Oh, you wish to carve a plaque? The old man glanced over, scrutinizing Gu Heng. Upon noticing the scroll of rice paper tucked under his arm, the elder's brow subtly furrowed. Indeed, I have just arrived in Yunling City and heard whispers of a rather peculiar old man with an extraordinary talent for calligraphy and sign carving, which is why I felt compelled to pay a visit," Gu Heng candidly explained. A hint of amusement flickered across the old man's face. Yet the young man appeared displeased. "Your words are truly impolite. What is inappropriate about the elder's character? It is simply that others cannot endure his patience." From a moment he stepped inside, Gu Heng had taken a measure of the young man, who radiated a sense of affluence, reminiscent of the young Lady Meng Yiru who had once boasted of her alchemical prowess upon arriving in Qingmu City. This young gentleman, presumably from a wealthy family, is deeply enamored with calligraphy and now seeks to learn from this venerable elder. The affluent truly lead languid lives, devoid of pressing concerns. They can afford to seek out mortals for tutelage, acquire a few skills, and then return to boast among their peers, proudly claiming the titles of alchemist or calligrapher. How fortunate they are! However, judging by the earlier commotion, it is evident that the ancient master has declined numerous requests. Yet, this young man appears to possess considerable patience, or perhaps stubbornness, having likely worn down the elder's resolve to a frail state. He certainly cannot abide anyone speaking ill of the old sage. "Enough! You, who incessantly disturb my peace, settle down. I have business to attend to," the elder exclaimed, his face contorted with displeasure as he pushed the youth into a chair, leaving him feeling somewhat aggrieved and unable to move. Turning to Gu Heng, the elder inquired, "Did you bring your own characters?" "Indeed," Gu Heng replied, nodding as he handed the scroll he had tucked under his arm. "Humph. Those who wish for me to carve signs often bring me characters that are atrociously unappealing, resembling nothing more than scratches made by claws rather than elegant strokes of the brush." The elder grunted, accepting the scroll with visible annoyance without even unfurling it. Gu Heng raised an eyebrow, glancing at the characters the elder had just inscribed on the table. Questioned the heart's peace. "How peculiar," he mused, observing that this old man imbued his practice with an air of mysticism. Furthermore, the characters themselves were rather uninspiring. "I do not intend to offend, but dear elder, your writing lacks a certain finesse," Gu Heng remarked leisurely. At his words, the elder's expression shifted dramatically. Chapter 41. The past of the old man, "Your calligraphy lacks a certain finesse." As these words escaped his lips, Gu Heng noticed the old man straighten his previously stooped posture. He turned his head sharply, glaring at Gu Heng. "You claim my writing is deficient in refinement?" Gu Heng shook his head. "Your script is indeed sharp and striking, yet it betrays an impatience that disrupts its equilibrium. It seems this young gentleman has caused your mindset to waver." The old man's calligraphy was not poorly executed by any means. In fact, it was commendable, yet it paled in comparison to Gu Heng's own skills. His mastery of the art had been cultivated through meticulous training within a system. A mere mortal could scarcely produce script that rivaled his in strength and profundity. Suddenly, the old man burst into hearty laughter. To his astonishment, a master of the pen who had once vanquished formidable foes with his calligraphy, was being chastised by a mere mortal in this small town of Yunling. He had once quelled a vast power with a single scroll. His strokes had the capacity to leave countless onlookers in awe, as the adage goes. A stroke of the brush is a proclamation of truth, ink and paper manifesting profound meaning. The pen-wielding demon was indeed formidable. Yet for the old man, those glories belonged to a bygone era. He had been bested by another who similarly wielded calligraphy as a path to enlightenment, losing utterly in both skill and essence. Since that defeat, the pen-wielding demon had faded into obscurity, and in his place, the old man became known merely for crafting plaques in Yunling. He devoted himself to the study of calligraphy, seeking to erase the bloodthirst of his past and immerse himself in the way of the Tao, hoping one day to achieve a breakthrough. Over a decade had passed. The old man immersed himself in the subtleties of ink and brush, striving to comprehend the profound meanings within his own characters. Yet, despite his relentless efforts, he found himself at an impasse. His path seemed to have reached a stalemate. Nevertheless, he had indeed quelled his once impulsive, murderous instincts. In this secluded existence, he had forgotten that he was a cultivator in the tribulation stage. However, How dare this young man presume to critique his calligraphy? The old man felt a deep sense of insult. How could a mere mortal possess the audacity to judge his art? They could not even grasp the profound truths encapsulated within his characters. I know very well the merit of my own writing. You, with your youthful ignorance, have no standing to assess my work. The old man's words seemed to awaken a taboo, instantly heightening the tension in the air, causing it to grow palpably cold. The young man, upon witnessing the old man's fury, was visibly shaken. You dare to insult the esteemed elder Gu. I see you have a death wish, he exclaimed fiercely. Lu Yin, a first-level Yuanian cultivator, though still young and inexperienced, was adept at reading the atmosphere and discerning intentions. The ambience in the room had suddenly become oppressive. Even a mere hint of the old man's aura was nearly unbearable. His name is resplendent and commanding, yet in truth as the second son of the Lu family. The ruler of the western region of Yunling City, he diverges from his brothers who diligently practice the family's ancestral techniques or engage in cultivation within the Yunling sect. Instead, he is captivated by the art of calligraphy, aspiring to attain enlightenment through this medium. By mere chance, Lu Yin stumbled upon a narrow alley. After witnessing a piece of calligraphy casually inscribed by an elderly man, he was profoundly moved. The sharp essence contained within those characters enabled him to successfully transcend a significant threshold and enter the Yuaniing stage. Since that moment, Lu Yin has been filled with gratitude towards the old man, insisting on becoming his disciple, even if it meant merely serving as a humble apprentice. However, the old man harbored no such intentions. He merely recognized Lu Yan's genuine passion for calligraphy and offered some casual guidance, and nothing more. Yet, Lu Yan's stubbornness exceeded the old man's expectations. In the past, the old man would have swiftly dealt with such a brash youth. But he had long since quelled his inclination for violence and was disinclined to engage in pointless confrontations. Just as he was grappling with this dilemma, an arrogant young man unexpectedly arrived seeking business. Naturally, Lu Yin could not bear to see the profound art of calligraphy being disrespected by an ordinary person, dismissing the notion that it simply required more refinement, especially as he observed Gu Heng, whose aura lacked any trace of true energy, appearing as nothing more than an average mortal. Lu Yin even harbored concerns that the young man's arrogance might lead to dire consequences at the hands of the old man. Gu Heng raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Young master, I presume you also practice calligraphy, but it appears your talent is somewhat lacking. The esteemed old gentleman's work is beyond your comprehension, yet I can understand it." The young man was infuriated, exclaiming, "How can you be so arrogant?" The old man squinted at Gu Heng, gesturing for Lu Yin to step back. "Enough. You may sit." "But senior," the young man protested, still unwilling to concede. "Let him continue," the old man said solemnly. The young man gritted his teeth, casting a resentful glare at Gu Heng, but he complied and sat down obediently. "Child, speak your mind. I am curious to hear your justification for saying my characters lack refinement." Gu Heng smirked, his eyes sparkling with defiance, and declared, "Very well. If I am wrong in the slightest, I shall accept any penalty." He calmly approached the table, pointing at the character for Tao inscribed there, and spoke eloquently. "Esteemed old gentleman, this Tao is intricately penned, with deliberate strokes, its sharpness undeniable, yet it is tainted with too many extraneous thoughts and has not reached its pinnacle. Although it exists in a realm unattainable by ordinary folk." He intentionally left his statement unfinished, yet the old man's lips twitched. Indeed, he had been accurately critiqued. Despite his efforts to eliminate distractions while writing, the essence in his brushwork fell far short of perfection. However, could this young man truly discern such subtleties? How could a mere mortal grasp these intricacies? The old man narrowed his eyes. Ultimately, it was not without flaws. The ancient elder scolded, "Young man, cease your pretentious display before me. My knowledge far surpasses yours. You may have coincidentally guessed a few questions correctly, but I perceive that you are merely boasting." Gu Heng sighed and shook his head. "It appears you do not believe me." Indeed, a man of his age must have devoted his life to the study of calligraphy. How could he possibly accept a young person questioning his skill? Yet, regrettably, Gu Hong was indeed capable of such scrutiny. His calligraphy had reached a realm of sublime mastery, unparalleled by any mortal. He gestured towards the scroll in the elder's hands. "Open it and take a look. I trust that you, esteemed sir, are well versed in the art of calligraphy. I am certain you can discern the difference." The elder's face twitched as he failed to comprehend the source of the young man's confidence. Yet he skeptically opened the scroll, and his pupils constricted. There, a vigorous inscription sprang forth upon the paper. "Gu's Medical Hall." The elder was momentarily stunned, rooted to the spot. Liu Yan's eyes widened in astonishment. He glanced at the scroll and promptly closed his eyes. For the instant the scroll unfurled, an overwhelming aura of the Tao surged forth, and in that moment, Liu Yan felt the chilling threat of death. He could not bear to look at this inscription. His cultivation was insufficient. To glimpse the true essence of this profound path would lead only to his demise. Although Liu Yan knew that merely viewing the characters could elevate his cultivation, it was akin to indulging in a delicacy laced with poison. He could not risk his life for such folly. This, the elder's eyes, not so clouded, seemed to shimmer with golden light. Within these four simple characters resided an expansive Tao rhythm that nearly ensnared him, making it difficult to extricate himself. In contrast to his razor-sharp, true intent, this inscription felt as if it could encompass the might of myriad rivers and the vastness of the heavens. Manifesting in the form of these characters, the deeper he probed, the more profound mysteries he uncovered. It was as if the supreme essence of sword intent clashed with the overwhelming force of cleaving mountains and splitting earth, infused with the awe-inspiring might of 1,000 troops. And even the profound techniques of crafting sacred artifacts, the elder was rendered speechless. Yet, he had found his answer. This was a piece he could never hope to replicate. After a lengthy pause, the elder laboriously lifted his gaze, his voice tinged with bitterness. "Who exactly are you? If these characters were penned by this young man." "No, he cannot merely be a young man. What youth possesses such an expansive true intent. It is impossible. My surname is Gu, with the solitary character Heng as my given name. You may refer to me as young Master Gu. There is no need for further titles. I have heard enough during my visit, and it is rather tiresome. However, I am no different from you, merely a person navigating the mundane world." Gu Heng spoke candidly, without pretense. He understood that the elder had undoubtedly been captivated by his characters. The old fellow may have once been spirited and proud, perhaps still was, but being bested by mere youth must be a bitter pill to swallow. Yet, who else could he truly be? He is but a mere mortal, striving to make a living in the city of Yunling. The ancient man paused for a moment, then suddenly burst into hearty laughter. He couldn't help but furrow his brow. Had the old man lost his mind to laugh so heartily? His laughter echoed for quite some time before it subsided. "There is no difference between us indeed. You have achieved much, while I have devoted decades to the study of calligraphy, yet I have not reached the realm in which you reside." The ancient man glanced at Gu Heng, astonished to find that another recluse of exceptional talent had emerged in the bustling city of Yunling. Like him. Huh. The old man felt a twinge of shame. He had retreated from the world due to overwhelming trials and an inability to break through, seeking solitude solely for the sake of enlightenment. In contrast, Gu Heng seemed entirely different. He had ascended to a certain pinnacle of existence, perhaps having traversed the path of enlightenment long ago, leaving him with nothing else to pursue, thus retreating into the mundane. The realms of the two were utterly dissimilar. The ancient man sensed the vast chasm between his own level of understanding and that of Gu Heng. Accepting his fate, he rolled up the scroll of calligraphy and set it aside, yet his thoughts remained immersed in the boundless and profound essence of that art. He realized that the insight he had sought for so many years was finally on the verge of revelation. Chapter 42. The Gift of Calligraphy. Keep this piece of calligraphy. It is yours, Gu Heng remarked with a casual shrug. He understood that the old man could not be persuaded easily. It was best for him to ponder the matter at his own pace. After all, he was a grown man and should not become as obstinate as that brother Zhuge Qian, who had been driven to distraction by a mere comparison of skills. Suddenly, the old man was taken aback. "You wish to gift this calligraphy to me?" "Indeed, it is for you," Gu Heng replied nonchalantly. After all, it was merely a spontaneous creation meant for the old man to use as a plaque. Why hold on to it? Moreover, he needed it for practical reasons. He reminded the old man not to forget to carve his signboard, for his medical clinic could not be without one. Otherwise, people might mistakenly think he was engaged in some dubious dealings. With that, Gu Heng took his leave, for he had other matters to attend to. After Gu Heng departed, the old man remained in a state of shock for quite some time. He cradled the scroll bearing the words Gu's medical clinic, his withered hands trembling with excitement, and his breath quickened. "Thank you, Master Gu," he murmured, aware of the immeasurable value contained within the calligraphy. The profound essence encapsulated in those strokes could enable him to break through his current limitations once more. Then, he noticed Lu Yen, who remained with his eyes tightly shut, clearly on edge. With a sigh, he said, "All right, open your eyes. The power contained within this scroll cannot harm you." Only then did Lu Yen dare to slowly open his eyes. He was genuinely frightened. At the moment the old man unfurled the scroll, he had caught a glimpse of the briefest stroke and had already felt the specter of death looming over him. Had he dared to view even a single character fully, he might have succumbed to a fatal hemorrhage. "Senior Gu, the person just now was, do not speak recklessly." The old man slammed his palm onto the table, causing Lu Yan's complexion to pale further. "Do you have any idea who Master Gu is? He is a formidable being capable of obliterating the Sun Flame Empire with a mere flick of his finger. Do not let his youth deceive you. In truth, he is far older than I am." Lu Yan's eyes widened in astonishment. He never fathomed that such a terrifying presence would be found in Yunling City. The old man fixed Lu Yan with a stern gaze, warning him, "Your previous disrespect was a grave offense. Fortunately, that esteemed individual possesses a good temperament. He has chosen to live in seclusion among mortals and harbors a noble disposition. Otherwise, not only would you face his wrath, but your entire Lu family would also be unable to withstand it. What transpired just now must remain a secret. Otherwise, you will surely meet your demise." The old man's voice turned icy, imbued with an unmistakable air of menace. Lu Yen felt an overwhelming chill envelop his body. The old man understood well that such reclusive powerhouses loathed having their existence discovered by cultivators who would come knocking without restraint. Having lived in seclusion for decades himself, he was acutely aware of this fact. If one chooses to immerse in a mundane world, they must do so thoroughly. Even in the act of visiting, one must never display the demeanor of a practitioner, but rather blend in as an ordinary person. Otherwise, it would disturb their tranquil embrace of the mortal realm. He was utterly terrified that Lu Yen, in a moment of impulsiveness, might inadvertently reveal the existence of that formidable being. Was his life still worth living? Lu Yen hastily nodded in assurance, proclaiming, "I will absolutely not divulge any secrets." Yet, despite his verbal commitment, bitter sorrow enveloped him. His mind was consumed with the realization that he had inadvertently offended such a terrifying entity, and now he was expected to speak of it. If he were to utter a word, it would only serve to terrify others as well. "Well, since we are both entangled in this matter, I shall not treat you unfairly. Moreover, the esteemed elder's assessment of you was quite favorable. It seems that, although he may not regard your talents as extraordinary, he perceives potential within you." The old man recalled the evaluation that Gu Heng had given Lu Yen earlier, referring to him as slightly less gifted. Such words, spoken from the lips of a master, might merely be casual remarks. However, the old man was acutely aware that, having pursued the art of calligraphy to near obsession, he cannot claim to be worthy of even that modest assessment of talent. Thus, the elder's intent was crystal clear. This Lu Yen should I Gu In take him as my disciple, would undoubtedly be a worthy investment. He gazed at the somewhat restrained Lu Yen for a long moment before finally slapping his thigh. "I, Gu In, have never taken on a disciple, but from this day forth if you, Lu Yen, wish to be my apprentice, then so be it. However, how far you can go depends solely on your own understanding." Upon hearing these words, Lu Yan's face lit up with joy, disregarding everything else. He knelt and performed the customary bow of apprenticeship, exclaiming, "I pay my respects to my master." The journey from the Black Forest Gang stronghold to Yunling City took no more than a few hours. Zhong Jiu, accompanied by 4 or 5 subordinates at the Foundation establishment stage, entered the city and, guided by someone from the previous night, soon arrived at the entrance of an alley. "This is it," the individual trembled. Zhong Jiu merely cast a glance down the alley and then shifted his gaze to an aging shop across the way. There was a small courtyard outside, and the house appeared new, lacking a signboard. If the unfortunate soul's account was to be believed, a young cultivator resided within, likely at the core formation stage, comparable to their gang leader, Huang Su. Zhong Jiu scrutinized the place for a while, but discerned nothing. However, he could not simply stroll in and knock on the door. That would be tantamount to stepping into a trap. If the occupant had no fear of the Black Forest Gang's vengeance, 2 possibilities arose. Either he was stronger than their leader and was a nascent soul cultivator, or he was not particularly strong but had anticipated the gang's retribution and had made adequate preparations. Regardless of the angle from which he considered it, entering directly was out of the question. The outcome would surely be fatal. Suddenly, he noticed a delicate young girl emerging from the medical hall, strikingly attractive. She practiced a few sets of martial arts movements in the courtyard before retreating indoors. "Hey, that's the little demon from last night," exclaimed a surviving brawny man, eyes wide with disbelief. "What?" Zhong Jiu furrowed his brow. "Did you not say that the person you were pursuing was male? This is a girl." "I know it's a woman," the burly man said somewhat awkwardly. "How do you know that?" "I couldn't tell last night. She was so thin and ragged that I thought she was just a little imp." Another person expressed his confusion. "Because when I looked at her last night, I didn't feel anything." "That certainly indicates she's a woman." The group instinctively maintained their distance from the one who spoke. "If that's the case, the treasure that girl stole is likely already in the hands of that cultivator." "Damn it!" Zhong Jiu exclaimed. Although the few subordinates he brought were also at the Foundation establishment stage, they were undoubtedly inadequate to confront a core formation cultivator, or perhaps even a more formidable nascent soul one. He pondered over a strategy and eventually conceived a good idea. Being the strongest in this place, at the 3rd level of core formation, he possessed the speed to escape swiftly. "You few, go check the situation inside," Zhong Jiu instructed, pointing towards the clinic across the alley. "Yes." The crowd responded in unison and swiftly dispersed. After watching them leave, Zhong Jiu quietly slipped deeper into the alley, intending to find a suitable corner to conceal himself and observe the unfolding events. The room was eerily quiet. Apart from the delicate girl, there were no others present. The 5 men swaggered through the small courtyard at the front entrance, surveying their surroundings and discovering that it was a clinic. "Is that fellow a pharmacist?" one inquired. "So what if he is? Alone and unarmed, how can he possibly evade the Black Forest Gang?" Another retorted, just as they prepared to venture further inside. One suddenly spotted a rather exquisite, petite silver cat perched atop the medicine cabinet. "Oh, what a cute little kitty." The cat curled up, eyes closed, blissfully asleep, seemingly unaware of their intrusion. However, no sooner had the words been spoken than the cat abruptly opened its eyes. And with a flash of piercing red light slicing through the air, an overwhelming force descended upon them from all directions. Without even a scream, the 5 Foundation establishment cultivators were reduced to ashes. Zhong Jiu was horrified, feeling every hair on his body stand on end as his heart raced. He had fallen into a trap. It was indeed wise to send those inept fools to scout ahead. Had he entered himself, despite his core formation cultivation, he might not have survived. Terrified, Zhong Jiu fled from the alley in a panic. There's still one alive. In the corner, the ancient lamp flickered with a faint white light. He cannot escape. With such feeble strength, he dares to trouble the master. These fools are excessively ignorant. Su Jinxia remarked indifferently, swaying her tail. Before Zhong Jiu could distance himself from the street, that overwhelming force suddenly engulfed him, and when his legs became immobile, his face was a mask of horror. But soon he realized it was not a trap. Rather, their strength far exceeded their imagination. Thoughts abruptly shattered. On this bustling thoroughfare, the body of Zhong Jiu was suddenly obliterated, flesh and blood splattering, inciting astonishment and chaos among the onlookers. The blood of those insignificant creatures must not tarnish this sanctuary, revered as a treasure, the clinic. As for what lay outside the clinic, Su Jinshu could scarcely be bothered. Gu Heng returned to the clinic, tossing a sugar pill to Su Jinshu at the medicine cabinet. She effortlessly caught it between her teeth and swallowed, then resumed her playful antics with the cat's paw. Everything was in readiness, awaiting the arrival of the ancient signboard to commence the clinic's operations. Meanwhile, Qin Yao lingered in the back hall, scrutinizing Gu Heng's rather conspicuous casting platform. Upon hearing the curtain part, she turned to find her gaze locking with Gu Heng's. I see you possess a measure of strength now, Gu Heng remarked, nodding in satisfaction. Chapter 43. Your master can forge too, although Qin Yao's figure remained somewhat frail. She was undeniably in a far better state than the sickly and weak appearance she had displayed the previous night. Having nourished herself, she felt invigorated, and it was evident that she had diligently practiced according to the guidance provided in the tome on physical cultivation. The treasured book bestowed upon me by my master has been immensely beneficial. I shall soon grow stronger, Qin Yao replied with reverence, a flicker of excitement gleaming in her eyes. The techniques inscribed within that tome were authentic celestial arts. With such a treasure in hand, Qin Yao dared to assert that she could, within a few years, re-enter the tribulation phase and perhaps even reclaim the pinnacle she had reached before her demise, possibly within just a few centuries. Furthermore, she could reconsider her ambitions for dominance, beginning with the Day Sun Empire. Once her cultivation reached a sufficient level, she could initially secure an official position within this empire, gradually ascending the ranks. When her power grew formidable enough to gather sufficient support from noble families, the royal lineage of the Day Sun Empire would soon become inconsequential. At that point, her Grand Qin Empire would have the opportunity to return to this realm. Of course, despite her ambitious thoughts, she could not forget who had granted her this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It was Gu Heng, her revered master. Observing Qin Yao's motivation, Gu Heng felt a sense of comfort, yet he could not help but sigh, lamenting that he could not provide her with much more. It is admirable to aspire for strength, but one must also be cautious not to overexert oneself. I do not find the practice of martial arts and physical cultivation burdensome. Qin Yao resolutely shook her head. Moreover, this world is fraught with peril. Becoming stronger sooner rather than later is essential for self-protection. How delightful! So innocent, so young, so unyielding. This young girl had endured a long period of hardship, yet her outlook remained optimistic and uplifting. Far better than him. Ever since he had been deceived countless times by the system's wordplay, he had begun to resign himself to fate. Gu Heng felt a sense of frustration. She was so young, yet bound to him as a disciple. To be a disciple of a mortal was hardly comparable to that of a cultivator. But did she possess any talent? If she did, that would be splendid. He had some connection with Bai Feier, a cultivated lady of noble lineage. Surely, she could assist in finding a sect for this young girl to join. If not, Gu Heng would have no choice but to mourn for her fate. By the way, Master, why is there a forging platform here? Qin Yao inquired with curiosity. Gu Heng replied, Oh, this? I occasionally use it when I have nothing else to do. You may find it amusing, but aside from alchemy, I'm also proficient in forging, although perhaps it is better left unmentioned. He certainly did not wish to admit to his disciple that learning forging was a path filled with hardship, while the study of medicine offered a brighter future. Qin Yao was somewhat astonished. In her past, as the Holy Yao Emperor, she had commanded the most formidable alchemists and spirit artisans of her time, understanding that alchemy and forging were entirely distinct crafts. For anyone to master even one of these arts to perfection and rise to prominence was a remarkable feat. At least during her lifetime, she had never heard of an individual possessing the extraordinary talent to excel in both alchemy and forging. Why this sudden inquiry? Are you requesting me to forge a weapon for you? Gu Heng tilted his head to regard her. I wish to practice swordsmanship. Qin Yao hesitated. Although she was well-versed in numerous techniques, the sword was the weapon she wielded most adeptly. Currently, with her cultivation still immature, she intended to refine her sword skills anew. Yet, such practice required a formidable sword at her side. Oh, very well, follow me, Gu Heng replied, though perplexed by the notion that this young girl could indeed wield a sword. He nonetheless guided Qin Yao to a small courtyard behind the main building. where he opened the door to a modest room. Upon entering, Qin Yao was immediately struck by the myriad of glimmering blades that danced before her eyes, forcing her to momentarily close them and then gradually reopen them. It was then that she discerned the source of the radiant light. Inside the room stood several weapon racks, brimming with an array of swords, axes, and other weapons. There were dozens in total. Yet, not a single piece fell below the celestial grade in quality. The hierarchy of the 3 upper and 4 lower tiers of magical weapons had long been established during Qin Yao's era as an emperor. And even within the illustrious Qin Empire, only a handful could afford divine-grade weapons. Her own Yunlong Miao sword was a half-step celestial artifact. Celestial-grade items could not be forged by mere earthly craftsmen. Only celestial beings possessed the capability to create such masterpieces. Those artisans beneath the celestial realm, no matter how devoted their efforts, could never produce celestial-grade magical weapons. Thus, after the primordial era had passed and the 5 realms were severed for 1,000,000 years, even a formidable being like Qin Yao could only wield a half-step celestial sword during the Taimu era. True celestial-grade weapons. Master are all these. Qin Yao, her eyes stinging from the dazzling light emanating from the weapons, quickly diverted her gaze. Gu Hong smiled faintly. They're merely scrap metal. Remnants of my forging endeavors that I deemed imperfect, tasteless to keep, yet too precious to discard, and unsellable. In his early days of operating a forge, he had hardly any clientele, aside from occasionally assisting the neighboring plump chef in sharpening her kitchen knives. What use was it to master the art of forging if it could not sustain one? Weapons that could not be sold were no different from worthless scrap. Thus, he mused, pursuing medicine was a more promising path. Qin Yao blinked in disbelief. Scrap metal? There were at least 4 divine-grade weapons on that rack. To be dismissed as mere refuse was unfathomable. She wondered if her own half-step celestial weapon could earn a begrudgingly favorable assessment from this master. However, observing Gu Heng's nonchalant demeanor, it was clear he held little regard for the treasures before him. While she had yet to witness the extent of Gu Heng's alchemical prowess, if his skills matched his forging abilities, it would indeed be quite alarming for Qin Yao. Regardless, she felt a twinge of regret at the thought of losing these items, only to realize that an opportunity to put them to use had finally arrived. Gu Heng took her hand and led her to a specific rack, presenting her with a sword that was entirely enveloped in a rich crimson hue. Use this one, she suggested, her satisfaction evident among the myriad weapons she had forged. Qin Yao leaned closer to observe. Inscribed upon the scabbard were the words Zhu Yang. It was indeed one of the 4 imperial-grade weapons. Yet, as her fingers lightly grazed the scabbard, a torrent of fierce sword energy erupted from it, engulfing her entirely in an overwhelming heat akin to being immersed in molten lava. Her complexion paled suddenly, and she instinctively withdrew a few steps, gazing at the sword in astonishment, murmuring to herself, "What formidable sword intent! An imperial weapon possesses a weapon soul, and such a ferocious soul is beyond the grasp of one lacking sufficient strength. I cannot wield this." She shook her head, realizing that her master had perhaps overestimated her capabilities. After all, she was merely in the qi refinement stage. Just brushing against the imperial Zhu Yang sword felt like fire igniting within her, let alone wielding it as a weapon. Such an endeavor would be tantamount to courting death. "And which one do you wish to use?" Gu Heng inquired, his tone remaining calm, as if he had anticipated that Qin Yao would reject this choice. Primarily for its appearance. Its colors are a garish purple and red, which would surely not appeal to a young girl. She would prefer a weapon that exudes a serene and cool demeanor, with lighter hues, preferably white. He allowed her to choose at her leisure, confident that his assumptions were likely accurate. Qin Yao approached a nearby rack, selecting a celestial-grade, moon-white longsword. As she grasped the hilt, a refreshing chill enveloped her senses, and upon examining the scabbard, she noted the inscription Cold Moon. The weapon soul of this celestial sword was not as tempestuous, and it even possessed a calming effect to aid in focus. While it was undoubtedly inferior to the Zhu Yang sword, Qin Yao recognized that, given her qi refinement stage cultivation, she lacked the privilege to be choosy. In her estimation, without reaching the tribulation stage, one could not effectively wield an imperial weapon. "This will do," she declared, presenting it before Gu Hong. Upon seeing her choice, Gu Hong understood her inclination. As expected, the young girl favored this color. "It shall be as you wish." He chuckled softly, observing Qin Yao's barely concealed delight upon acquiring her new weapon, reflecting on how girls often revel in such charming things. Realizing her excitement, Qin Yao felt a twinge of embarrassment. Gu Hong reached out to gently ruffle her hair, saying, "If you wish to practice your swordplay, then do so. Perhaps you will even surprise me." "Yes, yes." Qin Yao nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling as she looked up at Gu Hong, reminiscent of a hamster eagerly awaiting a treat. May I go out for a stroll?" she asked, her voice hopeful. "Certainly, go wherever you like, but do not venture too far. It could lead to unforeseen troubles," Gu Hong cautioned. "Understood." With his approval, Qin Yao dashed out through the small door, her footsteps light and exuberant. Gu Hong watched her retreating figure, a smile gracing his lips. Once in the front yard, gripping her sword, Qin Yao took a deep breath and then swiftly drew the blade from its sheath. A chilling glimmer emanated from the blade, a piercing and frigid beam of sword light swiftly sweeping across, carving an exceedingly deep ravine into the courtyard wall. This was the first sword technique practiced by Qin Yao when she was just emerging from obscurity, known as the Moon Frost Sword Technique. This set of sword arts is characterized by its simplicity, suitable even for those in the Qi refinement stage, and it comprises merely 3 forms. Other techniques, given her current cultivation level, would only result in self-harm if forcefully executed. Yet, this was sufficient. Qin Yao gazed at the profound scar left by her sword Qi on the wall, silently sheathing her sword. She possessed a temperament that believed in patience, avenging herself only when the time was right. Regarding the events of her past life, she regarded them as bygone affairs, letting them drift away. However, the matters of her rebirth, those could not be easily forgotten. The Black Forest Gang, Qin Yao, shall soon pay them a visit, she murmured to herself as she returned to the medical clinic, ascending to the 2nd floor to continue her training. Meanwhile, a small silver cat atop the medicine cabinet lifted its gaze towards the front yard, the 6th level of Qi refinement. Yet the might of her sword technique equated to a full force strike of someone at the 5th level of core formation. Indeed, this girl is truly formidable. Su Jinshu felt she was witnessing the slow rise of a once-in-a-millennium genius. Chapter 44. An unexpected visit. 3 days swiftly elapsed. On that early morning, the ancient man's shop remained hidden deep within the alleys, its entrance adorned with a sign indicating that no visitors were welcome, and he had not ventured out. Of course, the locals paid little heed. Those residing in the western part of the city were mostly familiar with him. The old man was known for his eccentricity and reclusiveness, rendering him somewhat pitiable, as it seemed he must have endured some past tribulation. Nevertheless, his carving skills were undeniably exquisite. Throughout these 3 days, the old man had not rested, with Lu Yin observing him diligently by his side. Such strength and profoundness were indeed rare in the world. I, Gu Yin, have truly encountered great fortune. Within the small room, the old man was hunched over his desk, his carving knife gliding slowly over the sandalwood plaque, each stroke seemingly infused with his deepest comprehension of the essence of calligraphy. The scroll of characters that Gu Hong had entrusted to him had already been stored within his spatial ring. The old man understood that his grasp of the art of calligraphy paled in comparison to Gu Heng's. Thus, the profound meanings contained within that scroll remained elusive to him. For him, crafting plaques was usually a trivial task, accomplished effortlessly with a mere sweep of his qi. However, this time was different. To firmly engrave the insights gleaned from that scroll into his heart and mind, the old man chose the most traditional approach, slow and deliberate carving. Exceedingly slow, indeed. Master has entered a state of enlightenment. Lu Yin sat beside him, feeling quite anxious as he watched the old man carve. With each stroke, a flicker of insight illuminated his eyes, deepening his understanding of calligraphy. He had already strained his eyes to the point of dryness, veins suffusing them with a crimson hue. The old man was similarly consumed. For 3 days, he had nearly neglected food and sleep, wholly devoted to grasping the profound artistry embedded within that scroll. This was crucial to his breakthrough. Should he squander this opportunity, he might never ascend to a higher realm in this lifetime. He was unwilling to let it slip away. Time passed swiftly, and soon 2 or 3 more hours had elapsed. The old man exhaled, setting down his carving knife. Ultimately, he had fulfilled the task requested by young Master Gu. Finally, it was complete. He wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, feeling a slight relief, then lowered his gaze to his creation. The plaque bore the 4 powerful characters Gu Medical Clinic, skillfully carved. Though they were inscribed, the essence was rich, depicting mountains and rivers, dragons soaring, and phoenixes dancing, vividly alive. A discerning cultivator would be able to perceive the immense, all-encompassing significance contained within. Alas, it still felt somewhat lacking. A sigh of regret crossed the old man's face. Yet, Master S characters were undeniably impressive. I can only grasp a fraction of their essence. Lu Yin could not help but defend the old man. What do you know? The old man retorted, his eyes narrowing. It possesses form, yet lacks spirit, merely my clumsy imitation. He even doubted whether this plaque would satisfy Gu Heng. The ancient elder, with a solemn expression, addressed Lu Yin. Remember, that existence is far beyond my comprehension. If you aspire to reach such heights, you must diligently study. Only then will you have hope. Do not become complacent. Yes, I understand, Lu Yin quickly replied. The prowess of this venerable figure was unparalleled throughout the Sun Flame Empire. And Lu Yin's family was not particularly strong. His horizons were limited. He had come seeking guidance, and naturally, he was exceptionally respectful. Whatever his master said was absolute. Contemplate deeply. I can sense that your true energy is on the verge of a breakthrough. Wait here while I deliver this plaque to young Master Gu, instructed the elder before shouldering the large plaque and departing. In the southern part of Yunling City, within the medical clinic, Qin Yiyao adjusted her belt, admiring her delicate cloud-patterned boots and the cold moon sword at her waist, calling out to the back hall, "Master, I must step out for a moment." "Go ahead." "Return promptly," came Gu Heng's voice in response. Pausing for a moment at his words, Qin Yiyao then stepped outside, heading onward. Today was a day to make the Black Forest gang pay. She had devoted 3 days to intense cultivation and consumed Gu Heng's foundational elixir, now having reached the 2nd level of the foundation establishment stage. It had only been 4 days since Gu Heng had rescued her. Possessing the bloodline of an ascendant lineage and armed with an extraordinary ancient technique from the Void Era, although Qin Yiyao presently appeared weak, anyone who faced her in combat would undoubtedly be astonished by her strength. Glancing at her sky-blue dress, she mused that if it were to become stained with blood, it would be quite unfortunate. After all, this garment was a gift from her master. It must remain untainted. While it might seem absurd for someone at the 2nd level of foundation establishment like her to annihilate the entire Black Forest gang, her primary concern was to avoid sullying her dress with the blood of those insignificant pests. As she pondered, Qin Yiyao exited the southern part of Yunling City and made her way towards the edge of Yunling Forest. This forest was teeming with venomous insects and ferocious beasts, where even the weakest cultivators often met their demise. Clad in a thin dress as ethereal as early spring snow, she stood out conspicuously in such surroundings. Her beauty and exceptional demeanor made her a striking figure, even amid the harsh environment. Occasionally, passers-by would marvel at her beauty, while some individuals, with greedy expressions, eyed her hungrily. What a stunning girl. Unfortunately, we have no idea which noble family she belongs to. We are unworthy of such a treasure. What is there to fear? No matter how beautiful she is still just a girl. Cunning and perceptive, Qin Yiyao overheard the brazen remarks. Frowning, she cast a sharp gaze in their direction, her sword sheath trembling slightly, a chilling aura emanating from her. The men, realizing they had caught her attention, hastily retreated, fleeing in a panic. Incompetence. With a cold smile gracing her lips, Qin Yiyao continued her advance. Having resided in Yunling City for a decade, she was well aware of the forces lurking beyond its borders. The Black Forest Gang had established its stronghold on the treacherous Black Forest Mountain, situated merely 4 li away. The mountain's steep terrain rendered it easy to defend, yet difficult to assault, and it was rumored that the gang leader had achieved the formidable cultivation level of the 10th stage of foundation establishment, making it nearly impossible for ordinary cultivators to contend with him. Thus, the gang had become a dominant force in the vicinity, utilizing her vital energy to hasten her journey. Qin Yao swiftly arrived at the foot of Black Forest Mountain. She gazed upward at the dense forest covering the perilous peak, her fingers brushing the hilt of her exceptional sword at her waist. With unwavering resolve, she drew her sword and ascended. Meanwhile, within the stronghold of the Black Wind Gang, the leader, Huang Su, had been plagued by an unsettling feeling in his eyelids for the past few days. He had dispatched his second most skilled subordinate, Zhong Jiao, to gather intelligence in Yunling City, but 3 days had passed without any word from him. The possibilities weighed heavily on Huang Su's mind. Either Zhong Jiao had absconded with a treasure and established his own faction, or his entire team had perished at the hands of a young cultivator at the foundation establishment stage. Huang Su leaned towards the latter, a prospect that filled him with dread. The Black Forest Gang had already incurred enmity with this opponent, and none of their Sin agents had returned alive. Thus, despite his understanding of the situation, he was too fearful to send anyone else. As he grappled with his inner turmoil, a voice from outside the stronghold pierced the air. "Report. Leader, a woman is ascending the mountain from the foot of Black Forest." "Oh." Huang Su lifted his gaze, inquiring. "A woman? What is her identity? Do you know?" "We do not know, but her cultivation level is merely at the 2nd stage of foundation establishment. We have set up an interception along the mountain path. Please advise, leader." Huang Su's eyes narrowed, revealing a fierce glint. Regardless of her identity, a mere 2nd stage cultivator dares to intrude upon the entrance of my Black Forest Gang? Capture her and bring her here. Unfazed by the unexpected visitor, Huang Su dismissed the threat she posed. A 2nd stage cultivator? What trouble could she possibly cause? On the mountain path, the members of the Black Forest Gang had gathered, their eyes glinting with avarice as they beheld the approaching figure. Her skin, as pale as jade, complemented a slender yet alluring silhouette. Dressed in a fitted skirt, she still bore a hint of youthful innocence, yet it was evident that, given time, she would blossom into unparalleled beauty. However, at that moment, her expression was frigid, her aura radiating intensity. Qin Yao paused on the path, her icy gaze fixed upon the members of the Black Forest Gang. The gang leader, wielding a large hammer, wore a look of disdain and mockery, seemingly oblivious to any threat posed by the petite girl at the 2nd stage of foundation establishment. Fear was absent from their demeanor. With a firm grip on the sword hilt, Qin Yao's voice rang out. "Where is the leader of the Black Forest Gang? Little girl, have you thought this through? This is Black Forest Mountain, the territory of my Black Forest Gang. If you seek an audience with the leader, you must first pass through us, my brothers. Behave yourself, and perhaps we shall escort you back up the mountain for some fun. Ha ha ha." The members of the Black Forest Gang erupted into laughter. Beneath her gaze, a flicker of fury ignited. How could she endure such humiliation from these ruffians? Yet, even without their taunts, the outcome would remain unchanged. Ultimately, their fates were sealed. Thus, I shall vanquish you all and subsequently confront your leader. Her tone was as frigid as ice, as if a chilling breeze swept through the air. The gang's vice leader appeared momentarily taken aback by Qin Yao's audacious demeanor, but he quickly regained his composure and struck the ground with the handle of his hammer, bellowing. "Humph! You, a mere girl in the 2nd stage of foundation establishment, dare to spout such nonsense. Seize her. I shall reward anyone who captures her handsomely." At his command, the thugs instantly sprang to life, a dozen of them howling as they lunged towards Qin Yao, seeking death. With a sharp rebuke, Qin Yao spun her wrist, unsheathing the cold moon sword, which shimmered like a radiant silver moonlight. Chapter 45. The fall of the Black Forest Gang. With a swift draw of her sword, shadows danced. The thugs rushing forward had yet to react before they fell to the ground, shrieking in agony. Qin Yao's blade moved with such rapidity that they could only sense a chilling breeze brush against their necks, after which their bodies succumbed to the inevitable, collapsing lifelessly. Vivid crimson blood stained the path of Black Forest Mountain. She advanced gracefully, reminiscent of a specter, her sword gleaming incessantly. With each swing, a life was claimed. In the span of mere breaths, over 10 lifeless bodies of thugs lay at her feet, their eyes forever wide open in death. Yet, her delicate pale blue skirt remained untouched by filth. Coldly, Qin Yao flicked her long sword before ascending the mountain with slow elegance. "What sorcery is this?" the vice leader exclaimed in horror, his eyes widening as he retreated further with each step she took. These gang members were cultivators. Even the least skilled among them had reached the 5th level of foundation establishment. Yet, they were being slaughtered by this young girl. She was but a 2nd-level cultivator. Was she perhaps a prodigy from some unknown power? But the Black Forest gang had never antagonized such figures. How could they suddenly find themselves facing such utter devastation? Qin Yao paid no heed to his shock or confusion. Slaying mere ants was hardly a source of pride. "If you wish to obstruct my path, then you shall pay with your life," she declared icily. As her words fell, she surged forward, her cold moon sword transforming into a streaking meteor, hurtling towards him. The vice leader bellowed, swinging his massive hammer in an attempt to counter. Yet, there was no anticipated clash. The cold moon sword effortlessly severed the giant hammer, as if it were nothing more than a lump of clay. Seizing the moment, she struck with ferocity, her slender arm channeling immense power as the blade came crashing down. "How is this possible?" The vice leader's words were abruptly silenced. A mocking curve appearing at the corners of Qin Yao's lips as the headless corpse behind her swayed and toppled, its unuttered words stifled forever. In the Black Forest gang, perhaps only the leader could pose a challenge to her. It was said that Huang Su had reached the 10th level of core formation, and perhaps he had even made further breakthroughs. Nevertheless, today, Qin Yao was resolute in claiming his life. Step by step, she ascended the mountain path. While at the stone stronghold, as numerous gang members fled back in terror, Huang Su received a barrage of grim news, finally unable to remain still. Within the hall of the stone stronghold, Huang Su, his face darkened, listened intently to his subordinate's report. In a fit of rage, he slammed his fist onto the table, shattering it with a resounding crash that echoed throughout the vast chamber. "You worthless fools!" he roared. "What a bunch of useless gluttons. Leader, that girl's skills are truly formidable. We've suffered casualties of 7 or 8 out of 10. A subordinate lamented, his face a mask of despair. To be decimated by a mere 2nd-level cultivator. I could raise a few pigs instead of this useless lot. Huang Su howled, his anger boiling over. In a fit of rage, he kicked out, the force of his blow sending the trembling subordinate crashing through the wall, his head tilting an unnatural angle as he succumbed to death. The room was instantly enveloped in a profound silence. The remaining subordinates fell into a hushed silence, not daring to utter a word. Huang Su rose, his face contorted with rage, and pointed at the group, bellowing, "Why are you still standing there? Go out immediately and gather information. I want that wretched girl captured alive, her limbs broken, and then sold to a brothel for all men to toy with." A chill ran through his subordinates. At that moment, none dared to defy him, nor did they possess the strength to do so, and they swiftly departed to obey his orders. Once they left, the ferocity on Huang Su's face softened slightly. He inhaled deeply and murmured, "How could this girl kill 300 of my elite followers? What was her background?" He pondered whether his subordinates had recently provoked someone they shouldn't have. For how else could a mere girl dare to assault the Black Forest gang? However, this thought was quickly dismissed. It was not that he could not comprehend. Rather, the sounds of chaos from outside the stone fortress had begun to echo, the disarray of his followers being slaughtered. Then, the main door of the hall was flung open by the bodies of 2 men who were thrown through it. Qin Yao stepped in slowly, her sword shimmering with a chilling brilliance, droplets of blood cascading down its blade. Her gaze was unwavering, fixed directly on the middle-aged, rotund man seated in the hall's master position. "You are the leader of the Black Forest gang, Huang Su?" Noting the man's fierce visage, adorned with a scraggly beard and emanating a palpable aura of malice, she discerned he was a ruthless, bloodthirsty individual. Huang Su eyed Qin Yao's enchanting and alluring face. a stirring sensation igniting within him. He had never encountered such a captivating beauty. His own affairs paled in comparison to this young maiden. Yet, he had never faced a mere second-tier Foundation establishment practitioner who could so easily disregard his numerous gang members. This girl appeared anything but ordinary. Yet the Black Forest gang had stood firm outside Yunling City for over a decade. How could they be intimidated by a mere girl still in her youth? Indeed, I am the leader of this gang, he declared, lifting his chin with an air of arrogance, his face twisted in malice. In response, Qin Yao raised an eyebrow, a mocking smile gracing her lips. I offer you a chance. Either we engage in battle, or I will take your head. However, Huang Su remained unmoved, his body taut and leaning forward slowly. May I inquire which faction you belong to, and why you dare to invade the Black Forest gang? Qin Yao scoffed lightly, her hand delving in her neckline to retrieve a purple-gold spirit pendant. Your lackeys seem rather fond of bullying me. Her tone dripped with mockery, yet her eyes remained as cold as steel. You are. Huang Sui's pupils suddenly constricted. So you are a woman? Upon seeing the spirit pendant, he recalled that Hongba had met his demise while pursuing a mortal boy, only to be ambushed along the way. The girl before him was no ordinary mortal. She was a second-tier Foundation establishment cultivator. Moreover, she possessed the ability to fight beyond her level. Prepare to meet your end. Qin Yao had no intention of engaging in further conversation with this man. With that, the cold moon sword in her hand slashed forth, its icy sword energy piercing through the air directly toward Huang Su's throat. Huang Su had anticipated her maneuver, promptly leaping aside to evade her assault. Yet the chair he had occupied shattered with a thunderous crash. Ah, indeed possessing some skill. No wonder she was so arrogant. Unfortunately, she was still too inexperienced. He uttered a low growl, his robust and formidable spiritual energy surging from his dantian into his right palm, before he forcefully thrust it forward. The gust of his palm was accompanied by the crackle of thunder and lightning, directly targeting Qin Yao's vital points. His strike was a lethal move. In contrast, Qin Yao did not retreat, but advanced, her cold moon sword piercing repeatedly as she unleashed the first form of the moon frost sword technique. Moon kill. A razor-sharp sword energy surged towards Huang Su. Ho impiho miatrifis. Huang Su is native. However, when the two forces collided, the explosive gale that ensued caused his expression to finally crystallize. The true power embedded in that sword strike instilled a sense of peril within him. Huang Su staggered back a few steps, his palm marred by intersecting crimson gashes, glaringly vivid. Damn it! How could this girl be so formidable? This adversary, merely a young girl, had managed to injure him? A cold smile lingered at the corner of Qin Yao's lips as murderous intent radiated from her eyes. She continued her relentless assault, and Huang Su, provoked, retaliated with fervor. The grand hall of the stone fortress became a chaotic battleground, where the energies of their weapons intertwined in fierce combat, and in the blink of an eye, over a dozen exchanges had transpired. Yet, Qin Yao had no intention of exhausting herself in such a manner. After all, she was merely at the second level of Foundation establishment, her foundation weak, a natural disadvantage. If the battle continued, Huang Su would undoubtedly retain more strength. Huang Su shared this sentiment. Do not presume to take advantage of me, he roared in fury, and with a powerful thrust of his palms, he forced Qin Yao to retreat 10 paces. Seemingly resolute, he flipped his wrist, revealing a clay-colored pill nestled between his fingers. Without hesitation, he swallowed it whole. In an instant, his muscles swelled, and his bones cracked ominously. His skin expanded grotesquely, his physique becoming significantly bulkier, and his facial features contorted into a menacing mask. Huang Su howled in madness, white smoke emanating from his body, clearly having consumed some elixir to unleash his latent potential. Such a secret technique exacted a dire toll with each use, employed only in dire circumstances. Qin Yao cast a glance at him before averting her gaze. This fellow had been compelled to reveal his trump card. To drive me to this extent, your demise will assuredly not be in vain. Prepare to meet your end. Huang Su's eyes had turned a blood-red hue, exuding an aura of malevolence akin to a bloodthirsty beast. His movements became swift as lightning, and his strength amplified significantly as he hurled a punch that made the very air tremble with a mournful wail. Qin Yao scoffed, neither dodging nor evading. "Since you seek your own demise, I shall oblige." With that, she too swung her long sword, meeting his assault head-on. The second form of the Moon Frost Sword technique was unleashed. In that fleeting moment, the force of his punch roared, the sword's shadow danced menacingly, and the entire hall was enveloped in an overwhelming pressure, leaving no one to fathom that a mere second-level foundation establishment girl, who had possessed little cultivation merely days prior, could force the notorious Black Forest gang of the southern city into such disarray. A dull thud resonated as the sword's shadow cleaved through the force of the punch. Aiming directly for Huang Su's neck, the chilling blade mere inches away. Huang Su's pupils constricted violently. "No!" he bellowed, summoning every ounce of strength to raise his arm in defense. With a sickening sound, the blade withdrew, blood splattering forth. Qin Yao gasped for breath. Watching as Huang Su clutched his neck, his eyes filled with unwillingness as he collapsed, unable to close his eyes in eternal rest. Remarkably, not a single drop of blood marred her attire. It merely appeared somewhat disheveled, the hem of her gown faintly stained. She cast a cold glance at the lifeless body on the ground, her expression barely shifting, as if she had merely accomplished a task of little consequence. Empress Shengyao's conquests had long since spread throughout the realms. She had become the unflappable, iron-blooded sovereign, and even rebirth would not alter this truth. Subsequently, she exited the Grand Hall. From this day forth, the Black Forest gang would be no more. Qin Yao intentionally spared a few of the gang members. They would embellish the tale of this event as it spread far and wide, providing ample gossip for those with a penchant for scandal. Everyone would undoubtedly believe it to be the work of a prodigious figure from a prominent power, never suspecting that she dwelled in the southern part of Yunling City, mingling among the ordinary folk. Chapter 46. The unwelcome trouble of Qin Yao was reluctant to associate the potential demise of the Black Forest gang with herself or the newly established medical clinic in the southern part of the city. By doing so, she could preserve the tranquility that her master, Gu Heng, sought, his desire for seclusion and the cultivation of inner peace, thus avoiding any displeasure should someone come seeking him later. With this thought in mind, Qin Yao began her descent down the mountain. As she traversed the path, she encountered 3 or 4 young men approaching her, only slightly older than herself. Qin Yao furrowed her brow, scrutinizing them closely, only to realize they were clad in the azure robes of the spirit cultivation sect. They were disciples of the sect, out here for training. This was not particularly surprising. Qin Yao had seen them before. The sect's leader wielded considerable influence across several cities in the vicinity. As far as she knew, the 3 prominent families in Yunling City annually presented substantial tributes to the spirit cultivation sect, and even the common folk from the southern part of the city would flock to pay their respects whenever the sect descended from the mountains. Many affluent families from various cities were also eager to send their sons and daughters for refinement within the sect, all due to the fact that the sect's leader and the supreme elder were both in the integration stage of cultivation. In such a place, those at the integration stage were formidable indeed. Desiring to avoid entanglement with these individuals, Qin Yao intended to circumvent them. Yet they had already noticed her and were advancing in her direction. Wu Jie surveyed the Black Forest Mountain, noting the overwhelming scent of blood. He was the grandson of Wu Rong, the 3rd elder of the spirit cultivation sect, and had come with these disciples for training. Among them was a female disciple whom he found quite attractive. Thus, he had taken on a sect mission to eliminate the gang known as the Black Forest Gang. According to his understanding, the strongest member of this gang, the leader Huang Su, was a rather inflated figure at the 10th level of the Foundation establishment stage. Wu Jie himself was at the 7th level, armed with an 8th grade mundane sword and protective armor, which he believed would make defeating Huang Su a trivial task. Furthermore, once he dealt with the Black Forest Gang, the female disciple would naturally fall into his hands, becoming yet another plaything for him. However, to his astonishment, it seemed that the Black Forest Gang had encountered some misfortune. Along the path, he observed numerous lifeless bodies, all having succumbed to a single strike to the throat, suggesting that the assailant's prowess might rival his own. By the time they reached the mountainside, Wu Jie surmised that the gang had likely been preemptively eradicated. The failure of this sect mission was inconsequential. What truly vexed him was the loss of an opportunity to showcase his strength before the female disciple. Suddenly, Wu Jie's gaze was drawn to a slender, graceful figure descending the mountain path. Dressed in a pale blue gauze gown, she accentuated her exquisitely delicate and aloof features. In her presence, he found his accompanying female disciple to be rather ordinary and unremarkable. She was like a tender, frosty blossom. Upon closer inspection, he realized she was merely at the second level of foundation establishment, likely a young lady who had inadvertently wandered into the domain of Black Forest Mountain. Wu Jie's gaze instantly ignited with fervor as he stepped forward with a smile, inquiring, "My lady, what brings you here all alone?" "None of your business." Qin Yao shot him a glance before averting her eyes. She swiftly discerned him to be nothing more than a spoiled scion. Wu Jie's eyes blazed even more, for he relished the thrill of rejection. He spoke with feigned gentleness. "My lady, being alone in such a desolate place is quite perilous. There exists a notorious gang known as the Black Forest here, and it appears they have been eradicated. Should you inadvertently fall into their clutches, the consequences could be dire. Why not accompany me back to the Nianling sect? I assure you, you could become a disciple of the third elder." As he reached out with his hand, intending to place it on Qin Yao's shoulder, he felt invincible, bolstered by the reputation of his grandfather, a venerable elder of the sect. This young girl, at the second level of foundation establishment, was undoubtedly weak and inexperienced. His words would surely charm her. "Advance another inch, and you shall lose that hand." Qin Yao's icy voice rang out, dousing him like a bucket of cold water, freezing his hand in place. Wu Jie was taken aback by the rejection. His grandfather was one of the 3 core formation practitioners in the Nianling sect, and in this region, they had no rivals. The noble ladies and common girls he had pursued, even the female disciples of the sect, would never dare to refuse him. Yet, this second-level foundation establishment girl had the audacity to speak to him in such a manner. Such talent was hardly worthy of even menial tasks in the Nianling sect. A flash of rage crossed his face. "Do you know who I am? It is your fortune that I deign to notice you. If you choose to disrespect me, I assure you, you will regret it." "Humph, what a fool, barking nonsense." Vin Yao retorted coldly. Infuriated and impatient, Wu Jie unleashed a powerful strike, a torrent of force emanating from his palm, engulfing Qin Yao as if to consume her entirely. He refrained from aiming for her face. After all, there would be little satisfaction in damaging it. Moreover, there was no need for seriousness when dealing with someone at the second level of foundation establishment. She would surely be paralyzed with fear. Yet, a fierce glint erupted in Qin Yao's eyes as she retaliated with a swift thrust of sword energy, instantly condensing into a formidable sword aura. Blood splattered. Just as Wu Jie comprehended what was happening, he discovered, to his horror, that his hand had been severed at the wrist. A shriek of agony echoed through the tranquil mountains. The nearby disciples watched in shock as their senior brother, who had attempted to flirt, found his sword hand ruthlessly severed by this girl. Were they witnessing madness? The third elder of Nianling's sect had but one grandson, fiercely protective of him. Even the sect leader would tread lightly to avoid inciting the elder's wrath. But now, that hand wielding the sword had been so casually severed, a wave of terror washed over them. They feared that once this incident reached the Nianling sect, the third elder's fury would likely be unleashed upon them. The elder harbored intentions to slay those of lowly status and meager talent among the newly initiated disciples, a task that would be exceedingly effortless, as the sect leader would undoubtedly turn a blind eye to the matter. "How dare you?" Wu Jie, racked with unbearable pain, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, gazed in horror at his severed hand and bellowed, "Kill her! Kill her! Quick, take action! Hurry, slay her!" Upon hearing Wu Jie's frantic cries, several disciples of the Nianling sect found themselves paralyzed with fear. The mere sight of Qin Yao's sword pointing in their direction enveloped them in a chilling dread, rendering their limbs trembling. Then, they realized that the seemingly frail girl possessed astonishing speed. She did not draw her sword. Instead, she glided through the air like a specter. And in the blink of an eye, those disciples lay sprawled on the ground, clutching their chests, their faces ashen. Each of them ranked higher in cultivation than she did, with one even having reached the core formation stage, yet they could scarcely discern her movements. When had a mere second-tier foundation establishment cultivator become so formidable? I shall not slay you. Simply refrain from disturbing me. Qin Yao cast a cold glance at Wu Jie. With reddened eyes, Wu Jie, enduring the agony, retorted, "You wretched woman, I am Wu Jie. My grandfather is the third elder of the Nianling sect. If you dare to harm me, you shall meet your demise." It seemed he awaited a manifestation of fear upon Qin Yao's countenance, only to be met with disappointment. The only expression Qin Yao displayed was one of derision. "Go ahead, inform your grandfather that a mere girl of second-tier foundation establishment severed your hand with a single stroke. Let all know that you, a waste, cannot even triumph over a girl of foundation establishment." Qin Yao casually tossed this remark aside. Wu Jie's face flushed a deep crimson upon hearing her words. That contemptible woman, he seethed through clenched teeth. Very well, just wait. A glimmer of malice flickered in his eyes as he retrieved his severed hand, then fled without a backward glance. The other disciples, lacking the courage to linger, followed him in retreat. With that, he turned and ran. Qin Yao, however, let out a disdainful scoff. "Fool. Summoning your grandfather would only serve to gather both the young and old for a thorough reckoning. Let us sever ties cleanly." Initially, she had no intention of entangling herself with the Nianling sect, but now that the spoiled scion had brazenly approached her seeking conflict, she could no longer tolerate it. Although she might not currently be able to contend with the elder, she still had her master. Nonetheless, Qin Yao needed to return promptly. It was just noon, and perhaps she could still catch her master preparing a meal. The sun was high in the sky. In front of the medical clinic, Gu Hong beheld the old man approaching, bearing a signboard. "Ah, this old fellow certainly works swiftly." Gu Hong mused as he stepped forward. "Old Master Gu, what brings you here personally?" He held a deep admiration for the elder's stamina. At such an advanced age, he could still carry a signboard from the west of the city to the south, delivering it directly to him, leaving aside the quality of service. The dedication displayed in this door-to-door manner was indeed commendable. The old man surveyed Gu Heng's clinic and nodded. "Young Master Gu, this clinic appears quite impressive." "You flatter me," Gu Heng replied. The two exchanged a few pleasantries, and the old man placed the plaque on the ground, rubbing his hands together. A hint of nervousness etched on his face. Gu Heng approached, surveying the plaque. Truth be told, its craftsmanship exceeded his expectations. The base was made of sandalwood, and the characters were bold and vigorous, adorned with gilded paint, exuding an air of grandeur. Moreover, the style of the calligraphy bore a resemblance to his own artistic essence. His calligraphy skills were indeed extraordinary. This indicated that the old man possessed a commendable understanding and mastery of calligraphy. Even mere imitation could evoke a similar essence. The more he observed, the more he appreciated it, smiling and saying, "Indeed, old sir, your skills are remarkable." The old man became even more animated, yet also appeared more humbled, replying, "Young Master Gu, you flatter me. Your calligraphy is something I have contemplated for several days before gaining even a modicum of insight." Chapter 47. The trivial matters of apprenticeship. The old master was acutely aware of his own limitations. The profundity of Gu Heng's calligraphy was far beyond the comprehension he could achieve in just a few days. Truth be told, upon his arrival, the old master had even harbored concerns about the quality of his own plaque carving, especially since it had been generously gifted to him. Having made a trip to visit, the old master felt it was imperative to extend his hospitality, and thus decided to take a seat inside while he hung the plaque. Gu Heng warmly invited the old master into the clinic. "Please come in," he urged. The old master nodded eagerly, for such a distinguished individual's invitation was not one he could refuse. After hanging the plaque and meticulously wiping away the dust, Gu Heng felt a surge of satisfaction. The sign exuded elegance and style, perfectly complementing his clinic and sure to attract many patients. Upon entering the main hall, the old master was taken aback by the sight of Su Jinxia perched atop the medicine cabinet. A 9-lived demon cat? This lineage is notoriously proud, he mused. Moreover, given his own cultivation, he could not ascertain the true strength of the demon cat, suggesting that its power was significantly superior to his own. However, with Gu Hong's status and capabilities, the 9-lived demon cat had no grounds to exhibit arrogance in his presence. The old master proceeded to the back hall, where Gu Hong followed, retrieving the tea leaves he had purchased from the system marketplace. He brewed a pot with hot water and filled a cup for the old master. The aroma of the tea wafted through the air. Upon inhaling the fragrant scent, the old master felt invigorated. He took a sip and was struck by the exquisite flavor, exclaiming, "This tea is remarkable." The sweetness upon the palate, infused with medicinal properties, indicated it was no ordinary tea. The old master pondered his own limited experiences, unaware of the treasure before him. Yet, the esteemed elder's willingness to treat him with such high regard filled his heart with appreciation. I don't possess many notable items in my clinic, Gu Hong chuckled. While he found the tea unremarkable, others had praised it, including the old servant of the Bai family and Zhu Biqian. Even the old master concurred. Well, this delightful brew costs nothing, he added. By the way, that young man from the other day, you must have taken him as your apprentice, right? Gu Hong casually broached mundane topics. Indeed. Though I initially paid him little mind, his persistent nature wore me down. I thought, why not? I have yet to take on a disciple. The old master replied with a smile, stroking his beard. He felt a lack of discernment in recognizing talent. The primary reason he accepted Lu Yin as a disciple was due to Gu Hong's commendation of the young man's aptitude, coupled with the youth's unwavering dedication. The old master concluded that taking on a disciple was not an unwise decision. After all these years, he had been obsessively pursuing the ultimate understanding of the Tao, never considering that his insights and techniques should not be forgotten alongside him. The name of the Chimbi demon-slaying technique still holds a modicum of deterrence, does it not? If that is the case, nurturing this disciple would be a prudent endeavor. In time, he too may be regarded as a venerable master. Accepting him as an apprentice would not be a loss. Trust me. Gu Hong smiled, burying his envy deep within. The young man, adorned in such opulent attire, surely hails from a wealthy family. His determination to study calligraphy under this elderly gentleman speaks volumes, disregarding all else. This attitude alone makes Gu Hong believe he is a promising seed worth cultivating. Moreover, acknowledging a master naturally entails filial devotion to that master. Not to mention, it would be expected for this young man to one day establish a grand new studio for the old man, a basic operation indeed. Gu Hong felt a twinge of envy. While others' disciples bask in wealth and prosperity, his own were picked up from the alley, and to make matters worse, he had entangled himself with the local ruffians outside Yunling City for her sake, uncertain when those cultivators might come seeking retribution. Not to mention the additional mouth he now had to feed at his clinic. In his previous life in Qingmu City, he managed alone on slow days. When business was scarce, he would concoct sugar pills to stave off hunger. But that was no longer feasible. Qin Yao, still in her growing years, required a proper, nutritious diet. Suddenly, he felt the weight of life's burdens. Yet, there were benefits. At least Qin Yao was beautiful, a budding gem destined to blossom into even greater loveliness. Since young master Gu has spoken so, I shall certainly devote myself to her training. Hearing Gu Hong's words, the old man felt reassured. Accepting Lu Yin as a disciple was undoubtedly a wise choice. Perhaps a century hence, his sole disciple would be a formidable figure, renowned far and wide for his calligraphy. What a sense of accomplishment that would bring. Master, I have returned. Just as the two were engrossed in conversation, Qin Yao's voice resonated from outside. Oh, my little apprentice has returned, Gu Hong smiled. Has Elder Gu also taken on a disciple? What kind of prodigy could that be? Pondering this, the old man turned towards the entrance, where Qin Yao was peeking in, and their eyes met. Welcome back. That is good to hear. I shall prepare lunch now. Oh, by the way, this is Mr. Gu, an esteemed elder residing in the west of the city. who specializes in crafting plaques, Gu Heng introduced. Qin Yao blinked her eyes, sweetly greeting Mr. Gu. Her voice, gentle yet imbued with a hint of playfulness, instantly lifted the old man's spirits. "Oh, I merely made a casual visit. I was just about to take my leave," the old man replied with a cheerful demeanor. Qin Yao lowered her head thoughtfully. A tribulation transcendence cultivator? Is there truly such a formidable being hidden within Yunling City? She sensed the concealed aura of the old man and discerned his level of cultivation, yet she had previously been unaware of the hidden talents within Yunling City. Upon entering the front courtyard, she had noticed the plaque hanging at the clinic, pausing to admire it for quite some time, nearly a quarter of an hour. Due to the inscriptions on the plaque, Qin Yao finds it challenging to comprehend the profound and incisive essence it embodies. Such craftsmanship could only be achieved by those who have mastered the art of calligraphy and possess formidable skills. The elderly man scrutinized her for a moment before averting his gaze, having discerned nothing remarkable. This young girl, merely at the second stage of foundation building, appeared to be around 15 or 16 years old. By all accounts, such talent seemed rather lackluster. The old man stroked his beard, pondering this notion. However, he did not dwell on it. Although this girl seemed to lack talent, her eyes were strikingly clear and bright, hinting at profound depth and wisdom, as if they held the weight of extraordinary experience and character, revealing a poise and resilience that belied her age. Clearly, this young lady was far more complex than she appeared. Any impression of simplicity, he thought, was merely a result of his advancing age and diminishing ability to discern true potential. Chapter 48. Your master will protect you moreover. The ancient elder believed it wise to refrain from meddling in the affairs of others regarding their apprentices. He himself lacked the ability to discern the talents and comprehension of his own disciple. The elder recognized that the sword at Qin Yao's waist was a celestial-grade divine weapon and surmised that the young girl was only unable to wield a superior weapon due to her insufficient strength. This young Master Gu did not appear to be someone lacking in sacred or even imperial-grade divine artifacts. Since Master Gu cared so deeply for his apprentice, any words he spoke would be superfluous. Thus, as noon approached, the elder decided to take his leave, expressing a desire to visit again in the future. Should Master Gu not mind? Feeling the time was right, the elder rose, and Gu Heng accompanied him to the door, exchanging a few pleasantries before watching him depart. Gu Heng returned to the clinic where Qin Yao sat nearby, contemplating her sword at her waist. She was deliberating whether to reveal her intention to eradicate the Black Forest Gang and the ensuing conflict with the disciples of the Nianling sect. She had yet to witness Gu Heng's anger. She feared he might think that she, having entered the mortal realm, had caused trouble due to her new apprentice, inadvertently drawing unwanted attention to herself, thereby disturbing Gu Heng's tranquil existence. Gu Heng began preparing rice, placing it into the pot to cook, and spoke while busying himself. "Yao." "Huh, master?" Startled from her reverie by Gu Heng's call, Qin Yao looked up to see him engaged in his tasks, his demeanor calm and his gaze profound, making it difficult for one to fathom his thoughts. "You have been tirelessly practicing your body and sword for the past few days, yet upon returning today, you sit here in silence," Gu Heng remarked with a hint of detachment. Qin Yao's heart skipped a beat. Gu Heng was astute. Surely he could not be oblivious to her sudden departure from the clinic for several hours. I. Before Qin Yao could respond, Gu Heng interjected. "I know you have harmed someone, do you not?" How could he not deduce such a thing? This girl was both stubborn and tenacious. She had remained silent, even when beset by several burly men, those belonging to the Black Forest Gang. Besides those ruffians, there were certainly others who had bullied her. Now that Qin Yao had a place to reside, her physique was improved, and she wielded a sword. Gu Heng was certain she would not simply endure the grievances inflicted upon her. Having just stepped out, she must have gone to settle scores with those mortals who had once tormented her. Gu Heng did not intervene, for having accepted her as a disciple, it would be unreasonable for him, as her master, to impede her quest for long overdue vengeance. "Master, you already know," Qin Yao said sheepishly, a faint smile tugging at her lips. Indeed, she had not managed to conceal her intentions. Gu Heng sighed softly. You know, I was aware of your purpose for leaving this morning, he said, his tone tinged with a hint of exasperation. I do not wish to hinder you. Rather, I urge you to exercise caution and avoid complacency. You have only been training for a few days. What if you encounter someone more formidable than yourself? Gu Heng actually supported Qin Yao's desire to confront those who had once humiliated her. Yet, she seemed to be somewhat overly eager. Even if she did not reach his level of extraordinary skill, at the very least, she should have some foundational training to avoid minor ailments. Just look at her frail figure. If she were to encounter a brawny, martial-trained commoner, she would likely find herself at a disadvantage, let alone when facing a cultivator. The odds would be even more unfavorable. I understand, Master. I promise I will never act so recklessly again, Qin Yao declared, sticking out her tongue. In truth, she recognized the validity of Gu Heng's words. After all, she was merely at the second level of foundation establishment. Should she encounter a nascent soul cultivator or someone even stronger, she would be in grave danger. Indeed, she had been too hasty. While she could disregard the Black Forest gang she had obliterated, clashing with disciples of the Nianling sect was an entirely different matter. Although she had her esteemed master backing her, the Nianling sect was not to be trifled with. Their arrival would undoubtedly disrupt her master's peaceful days of immersion. Her master might not care about these insignificant ants, but when trouble came knocking at their door, it was an entirely different situation. Next time, I shall deliberate more before acting, Gu Heng replied, shaking his head. Qin Yao's attempts to appear cute were quite effective on him. Also, Master, it's possible that the elder from the other side may come looking for us, Qin Yao confessed. The lecherous youth, she had severed the right hand of claim that his grandfather was a third elder of the Nianling sect. That old man would undoubtedly not let this grievance go unpunished. Oh, what did that young man do to you? Gu Heng inquired. He struck you, and now wishes to involve his elder? How intriguing. He tried to touch me, Qin Yao whispered, casting a furtive glance at Gu Heng's expression. Her master's demeanor was grave. Then why did you not retaliate with greater force? I severed the hand he attempted to use, she replied. Well done. Gu Heng nodded approvingly. You acted rightly. Such a person deserves a severe reprimand. You have your master to support you. Do not fear any elder. Should he come, I will ensure he leaves in disgrace. While Gu Heng's smile remained gentle, Qin Yao sensed an undercurrent of fierce authority and protection within his words. Pursing her lips, she beamed sweetly. Thank you, Master. Gu Heng placed the dishes on the table and turned to see Qin Yao's radiant smile, which elicited a soft smile from him in return. After they finished their meal and took a brief rest, Qin Yao resumed her sword practice. 20 miles west of Yunling City lies Nianling Mountain. Atop this mountain is the Nianling sect. This sect has stood the test of time. When the Sunflame dynasty was just emerging, the Nianling sect had already established its roots here. As the years passed, the Nianling sect gradually flourished. Although it may not compare to the elite families within the Sunflame dynasty, its reputation here is quite formidable. Not only are the people of Yunling City aware of the Nianling sect's existence, but even in the surrounding cities, the local families, minor factions, and wandering cultivators regard the strength of the Nianling sect with considerable trepidation. At this moment, within a chamber of the Nianling sect, the third elder, Wu Rong, was seated in deep meditation. Suddenly, a commotion arose outside the door. He furrowed his brow and opened his eyes, only to see the door being pushed open by a disciple clad in the sect's robes. Who are you? How dare you intrude upon an elder's dwelling? Wu Rong's eyes glinted with barely contained anger. Being disturbed during meditation was an unpleasant affair. However, the disciple's subsequent words made Wu Rong's very beard bristle with alarm. Third elder, Wu Jie, has had his right hand severed. What? Wu Rong exclaimed, springing to his feet, an aura of lethal menace erupting from him, filling the room with an icy chill. The disciple shuddered involuntarily and quickly knelt, trembling as he recounted the events of the day to Wu Rong in their entirety. With eyes aflame with fury, Wu Rong's figure vanished from the spot in an instant. Chapter 49. What uses it to raise such a useless person? In the medical hall of the Nianling sect, Wu Jie gazed at his slowly healing palm, his face pale and contorted in pain. The sect possessed ample healing remedies. Yet the wound inflicted upon his wrist, severed by a blade, had left a scar on his heart that would not easily mend. Over time, it could very well give rise to inner demons. That wretched girl. How infuriating! Wu Jie clenched his teeth in resentment, unable to suppress the turmoil within him. The agony of a severed hand was excruciating, and the pain intensified when reattached. As a cultivator at the 7th level of the core formation stage, he was not the most formidable genius within the Nianling sect. Yet to have his right hand severed by a girl at the 2nd level of foundation establishment was an utter humiliation. Bang! The door swung open. Wu Rong, his expression dark and foreboding, strode in. Upon seeing Wu Jie undergoing treatment, his countenance grew even more grim. What a disgrace! How would he ever explain to Wu Jie's parents that their father had raised their only son to such a pitiful state? Over the years, with the backing of the esteemed third elder, he had been a notorious young scion within the Nianling sect. Yet this time, he had truly met his match and lost all face. Wu Rong took a deep breath, suppressing the furious tide that surged within him. He was thoroughly dissatisfied with his grandson. Wu Jie was not devoid of talent, yet his arrogant disposition, bolstered by his grandfather's influence, had led him to indulge in reckless behavior. Wu Rong genuinely hoped for his grandson's earnest cultivation, but Wu Jie's complacent attitude had extinguished any hope he once harbored, rendering him increasingly lazy. Moreover, this indolent grandson had caused considerable turmoil among the female disciples of the sect, once even drawing the ire of the sect leader, resulting in a most embarrassing situation. Had it not been for the sect leader's consideration for Wu Rong's reputation, Wu Jie would have long faced severe disciplinary measures. Disappointment aside, he could not abandon his only bloodline. This time, Wu Jie had lost a hand to a girl at the 2nd level of foundation establishment. However, Wu Rong had not entirely believed the disciple's account. Could a mere foundation establishment cultivator withstand the attack of a core formation practitioner and sever the hand of someone stronger? While it was not entirely implausible, Wu Rong found it difficult to accept. No matter how inept his grandson was, he was still a core formation practitioner. To be so grievously injured by someone at the foundation establishment stage, Wu Rong felt compelled to inquire further. "Grandfather, you finally arrived." Upon seeing Wu Rong, Wu Jie felt a glimmer of hope. Had his hand not still been in the process of reattachment, he might have knelt in gratitude. Silence. Wu Rong's face darkened as he waved his sleeve, effortlessly lifting Wu Jie. "Tell me, the girl who harmed you, was she truly at the 2nd level of foundation establishment?" "Yes." Wu Jie nodded. "Truly a waste. For all these years, I have personally nurtured you, confident in your potential, yet you have been bested by a mere child. What a disgrace to my name. What purpose does it serve to raise you?" He pointed at Wu Jie, berating him. The useless grandson was momentarily too intimidated to meet his grandfather's gaze. "Speak for yourself. What good deeds have you done to invite such calamity?" Wu Jie, feeling guilty, shrank back. Although he had witnessed his grandfather's fury before, he had never encountered such intensity and dared not respond directly. He hastily retorted, "Grandfather, I did nothing wrong. I merely saw that beautiful girl by the roadside and wanted to befriend her." Wu Rong's eyes widened, having seen through Wu Jie's feigned innocence. "Be honest. Did you not attempt to tease her?" I merely found her attractive and playfully engaged her. Who knew she would react so violently and draw her sword against me?" Wu Jie, emboldened by a sudden surge of defiance, argued passionately, "This incident is clearly her fault. She not only injured my hand, but also arrogantly declared that she cared nothing for the Nianling sect. How can this be tolerated, grandfather?" Wu Rong narrowed his eyes. "Oh, is that truly what she said?" Wu Jie immediately exaggerated. "Indeed, grandfather, I heard it with my own ears. She claimed that the Nianling sect is insignificant and unworthy of her regard. She must be tired of living." Upon hearing this, Wu Rong's expression shifted. A mere foundation establishment 2nd stage cultivator could injure someone at the core formation 7th stage? This was highly unusual. Such exceptional talent was rarely seen, especially in Yunling City. The Nianling sect had considerable interest in Yunling City, as the 3 prominent families were the most generous contributors. Given their role as the sect's main source of income, They needed to be closely monitored. If such a prodigy existed, the sect would have already recruited and nurtured her. If she truly disregarded the Nianling sect, it implied that she must have a more formidable backing. Contemplating this, Wu Rong's face transitioned through shades of anger and disbelief as he gazed at his useless grandson, whose expression resembled that of a beaten dog. Igniting a fiery rage within him, he felt an overwhelming urge to strike him. Yet, he refrained from throwing a punch. Instead, he raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap. Caught off guard, Wu Jie was stunned, clutching his swollen cheek and staring blankly at Wu Rong. "You foolish boy. Do you even comprehend the implications of your actions?" Wu Rong glared at Wu Jie. "What? Grandfather, you cannot possibly think this is my fault." "Of course it is. How could this be?" Wu Jie was dumbfounded. She was just a mere Foundation establishment second-stage girl. Even without your intervention, the law enforcement team could easily handle her. Wu Rong, facepalming, pondered whether this fool was truly so enamored by women that he failed to recognize the gravity of the situation, spouting nonsense without restraint. Taking a deep breath, he exclaimed, "She is young, yet already capable of severing your hand. Such a prodigy surpasses even our most gifted disciples within the Nianling sect. And she clearly disregards our sect. What do you believe her origins to be?" Struck into a daze by his grandfather's resounding slap, Wu Jie seemed to finally grasp the chilling realization that enveloped him. His entire being stiffened, and a singular thought emerged in his mind, a notion that plunged him into an abyss of despair. "Are you implying that A wave of icy dread surged through Wu Jie's forehead. "That damned girl with the yellow hair is a prodigious talent from a force even mightier than the Lingxian sect? Indeed, a Foundation establishment practitioner at the second level could feasibly inflict severe injury upon a core formation expert at the seventh level. Is it not true that those renowned prodigies of prominent powers, whose fame soars, possess some degree of prowess in surpassing their ranks? Yet, how unfortunate is it that he should cross paths with such a being?" His luck seemed utterly abysmal. Chapter 50. Quietly entering the city, Wu Jie was overwhelmed with despair. He had a powerful backing, yet if another's support was greater than his own, it would be tantamount to courting death. He felt his life was still too precious to lose. Wu Rong sighed, "You foolish child. It is fortunate that the young lady showed mercy and merely injured your hand. Otherwise, had she slain you today, even if I wished to intervene, it would have been utterly futile." Wu Jie trembled, fear overtaking him. His legs shook incessantly, rendering him restless even while seated, as if his very blood had turned to ice. But why had such a prodigy appeared out of nowhere? Judging by her direction, she must reside in Yunling City. Yet, in this vicinity, it was common for talented youth to have long been recruited by the Nianling sect, which selected new disciples every 2 years. Naturally, those aspiring to join would willingly seek the sect's tutelage. After all, the Nianling sect was the preeminent faction in the region, boasting profound heritage and abundant resources. What should be done now? Wu Rong furrowed his brow. "The girl who harmed you possesses an extraordinary background, and you were the one who provoked her first. In this matter, we hold no advantage. It seems I must take this upon myself. When one's strength is unknown, but likely superior, reason becomes paramount." He was averse to antagonizing a formidable opponent or powerful faction due to this reckless wastrel. If this incident were to reach the ears of the sect master of the Nianling sect, it would spell great trouble. Thus, it must be dealt with discreetly and expeditiously. Wu Rong lifted his hand and collected a drop of blood from Wu Jie's wound, carefully sensing its essence. The girl who injured you resides to the south of Yunling City." He focused on the residual sword aura, extending his consciousness until he traced it back to Qin Yiyao's location. South of Yunling City, that area is primarily inhabited by mere mortals, devoid of any significant power and teeming with insignificant beings, Wu Jie muttered. In truth, the southern part of Yunling City was quite a mixed bag. Due to its proximity to the Yunling forest, many rogue cultivators congregated there, drawn by the convenience of survival. In contrast, the western, northern, and eastern parts of the city were dominated by the 3 prominent families, where adherence to rules was expected, and few cultivators were fond of such constraints. These 3 families were not particularly formidable, especially when compared to the Yinling sect, and the city lord's manor paid little heed, as long as sufficient tribute was collected annually. Thus, the south was chaotic, filled with a considerable number of common folk and a fair share of rogue cultivators. Observing his dim-witted grandson, Wu Rong scoffed, "What do you know? In this world, there is no shortage of formidable individuals who choose to live in seclusion among the common folk. During my own solitary cultivation, I found myself stagnating at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. Fortunately, while passing through a small town, I encountered the proprietor of a tea house. Initially, I believed him to be an ordinary man, yet with merely a few casual gestures, he facilitated my breakthrough." Wu Rong spoke in a solemn tone. Wu Jie was taken aback. This was a tale he had never heard before. There are indeed people beyond the ordinary, and realms beyond the heavens. If you continue to act recklessly, one day, what you lose will not merely be your hand. The words of my grandfather were laced with warning, causing Wu Jie to wilt like a frostbitten eggplant. He lowered his gaze, concealing the fear within his eyes. Wu Rong, however, did not perceive that there were many hidden masters in this world. Rather, he knew that Yunling City had one, and serendipitously, this prodigal had encountered that master-esque disciple. This seemed rather peculiar, yet if he did not investigate thoroughly, Wu Rong would find it impossible to rest easy. Should that girl indeed possess a formidable backing, and were she to disclose this matter upon her return, it was highly likely that her patron would come directly to demand an explanation. The best outcome would be Wu Jie losing his life. The worst, both he and Wu Jie perishing, resulting in the complete extinction of the Wu lineage. Alternatively, this could simply be a coincidence, where the girl hails from humble origins, perhaps with only a moderately powerful mentor, making her merely a small fry before the Yinling sect. What was the truth? Wu Rong felt compelled to embark on this journey. Resolving his thoughts, he wasted no time and set off. The journey from the Yinling sect to Yunling City took merely a quarter of an hour, given his cultivation at the integration stage. Wu Rong carefully concealed his aura and changed into inconspicuous attire, presenting himself as an ordinary landowner. He wished to remain unnoticed, for it was still unclear whether he was there to seek an explanation, to exact vengeance, or to humbly apologize for his grandson's actions in hopes of obtaining forgiveness. He pondered the potential embarrassment of revealing his identity as the third elder of the Yinling sect, appearing before others in a posture of supplication. Wu Rong felt it prudent to preserve some semblance of dignity. Should he find himself kneeling, it would be best if no one witnessed it. Following the trace of residual sword energy, he arrived at a seemingly quiet street. Wu Rong's eyes brightened. At the end of the street stood an unassuming building, the entrance adorned with a sign that read Gu's Medical Hall. Why does this inscription feel? He murmured to himself, sensing a subtle stirring within, as if the four characters on the plaque harbored a nearly imperceptible concealed power that was in motion. Yet, he ultimately discerned nothing further. Approaching the establishment, he observed that the medical hall was of moderate size, within which a young man was attending to patients. He appeared to be in his early 20s, with a handsome countenance, dressed in a simple green robe. As he meticulously inquired about the patient's ailments, he deftly produced a silver needle, gently puncturing the acupoints of the patient, followed by a few delicate taps on his chest. Finally, Wu Rong observed as the young man carefully wrapped a sufficient quantity of medicinal paper and presented it to the patient. The man expressed his gratitude to the youth before exiting the clinic, passing by Wu Rong as though he were invisible. Wu Rong concealed his presence entirely, rendering him undetectable to ordinary mortals, akin to a phantom. Even those with slightly lesser cultivation would struggle to perceive him. Wu Rong held no interest in the patient, but rather in the young man, who appeared to be the proprietor of this clinic. With a sweep of his spiritual sense, he scrutinized the young man. Yet despite his efforts, he found no trace of any cultivation aura emanating from him. However, he refrained from hastily concluding that the youth was merely immortal. Could it be that, if my own integration stage cultivation cannot discern him, he might be in existence at the tribulation stage? Wu Rong furrowed his brow in contemplation. At that moment, the young man, standing by the medicine cabinet and organizing the quantities of herbs, casually remarked, "Come in, why linger outside?" Wu Rong was taken aback. Had he already detected his presence? Chapter 51. Already discovered how is this possible? He had clearly suppressed all fluctuations of his aura. For a cultivator in the integration stage, deliberately erasing one's presence and blending into the bustling streets was an effortless task. Yet, it dawned upon him that the other party had already perceived his concealed aura and form with crystal clarity. The proprietor of the clinic appeared rather unremarkable, tending to the ailments of mortals in this bustling marketplace. One could say that Wu Rong was now a prominent figure in this locale. Though lacking the demeanor of a master, he had encountered many such individuals. However, the young man in the clinic who had already discerned his presence exhibited none of that grandeur. Yet, the more ordinary he seemed, the more Wu Rong's heart brimmed with uncertainty. Could it be that this person's background was far more formidable than he had anticipated? Although Wu Rong's spirit trembled with apprehension, he did not reveal a hint of his unease. He ambled leisurely into the clinic, deciding that since he had been discovered, there was no need for further concealment. As Wu Rong entered, Gu Heng merely cast a glance in his direction and continued to organize the medicinal herbs, calmly stating, "I was just waiting for you. Your grandson's hand has been severed by a certain girl. If you do not come to seek an explanation, it would be rather unreasonable." In truth, Gu Heng had long since noticed the old man lurking about. As for how he had discovered him, the fellow was standing right outside the clinic, peering in with an expression of grave concern. It was evident he was not there for treatment, but rather to stir up trouble. Connecting this to what Qin Yao had told him during lunch, it was unmistakable. This old man must be the grandfather of the boy whose hands had wandered too freely, provoking a lesson that resulted in a severed hand. This elder, adorned in luxurious silks and gold bangles, despite his age, appeared less withered beneath the guise of wealth. Indeed, those of affluent families seemed to enjoy a comfortable existence. Aging with grace, it seemed he had raised a rather wayward grandson, likely accustomed to bullying others due to his wealth and wreaking havoc among virtuous women, only to have miscalculated this time and suffered the loss of a hand. Gu Heng could only commend the act. Now that the younger one had been punished, it was the elder's turn to seek recompense. However, this wealthy old man arrived without a single guard by his side. Could it be that he was a practitioner himself? Wu Rong's heart tightened with caution. Indeed, the owner of this clinic was no ordinary individual. Not only had he uncovered Wu Rong's painstakingly hidden tracks, but he had also deduced the reason for his visit. After a moment of contemplation, Wu Rong remarked, "Very well. Since you have been awaiting my arrival, it would be disrespectful of me not to enter." With the understanding that the other party had discerned his intentions, Wu Rong felt somewhat relieved, stepping further into the courtyard. Yet, just as he crossed the threshold, an unexpected transformation occurred with the plaque hanging at the entrance of the clinic. Wu Rong's steps seemed to freeze at that moment. His eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld a profound essence, vast as the sea and resolute as a mountain. Such formidable might, such profound mastery. The four characters of Gu's medical hall seemed to instantaneously extend into a torrent of profound resonance, enveloping Wu Rong within its embrace. His spirit was momentarily astonished, rendered speechless by the elegance encapsulated in those characters. In that fleeting moment, Wu Rong felt as though he were but a grain of sand in the vast ocean, utterly insignificant, incapable of standing in comparison to this profound essence. He yearned to grasp this true meaning, completely unaware that his consciousness had already plunged into its depths. What could possibly be so captivating about that plaque? If you wish to discuss serious matters with me, do concentrate. Wu Rong was abruptly jolted back to reality. The torrent of genuine meaning that had surged around him vanished in an instant. He had barely crossed the threshold, yet was drenched in cold sweat. How perilous! He realized he had just teetered on the brink of an extreme obsession, his mind scattered, his soul nearly ground to dust by the resonance within those characters. Fortunately, the proprietor of the medical hall had pulled him back from the precipice of this near-fatal state. Upon further observation, the owner merely regarded him with a faint smile, slowly shaking his head. This old man, even while walking, was lost in thought. Alas, Gu Heng, seeing him standing there in a daze, understood that this old fellow was undoubtedly preoccupied with other matters, fearful that he might trip over the threshold and fall flat on his face. Given his age, Gu Heng was concerned that a mere stumble might send him crashing down, let alone a fall. Although in this world, it was unlikely that an old man would attempt to extort him after a fall. It seemed I had underestimated the situation. Wu Rong discreetly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He suddenly felt that, despite his formidable cultivation at the integration stage, which allowed him to dominate in this corner of the Sun Yin dynasty, when compared to the vast multitude of humanity, he was merely a speck of dust. Even the most formidable individuals he had encountered in his life could hardly measure up to half the prowess of the person before him. Such an extraordinary powerhouse, residing in this seemingly inconspicuous locale, Wu Rong could not help but feel a sense of disorientation, swiftly followed by a mix of dread and astonishment. The worst outcome might be looming ahead. His female disciple had undoubtedly shared the misdeeds of her grandson with the proprietor of this medical hall. From the looks of it, he seemed to believe that Wu Jie losing a hand was insufficient to quell his fury. To be targeted by such an overwhelmingly powerful figure. Today, Wu Rong feared he was in grave peril. Regardless of the outcome, he had no choice but to muster his courage and face the situation. Turning to flee could result in an even more tragic conclusion. He finally stepped into this seemingly ordinary medical hall. The distance he had traversed was trivial. Yet Wu Rong felt a heavy burden lifted from his heart. "May I inquire your esteemed name?" Wu Rong clasped his fists respectfully. "Gu Heng. If the old gentleman does not mind, you may simply call me Mr. Gu." A detached voice responded. "Gu Heng." Wu Rong searched his mind for information regarding this name, yet found nothing. However, ignorance was to be expected. In this world, many illustrious names briefly shone before vanishing into obscurity. He only needed to know that the person before him possessed unfathomable prowess, for he had ascertained that this individual was undeniably formidable, to the extent that even the entirety of the Nianling sect could not provoke him. Respectful surname, indeed a display of dominance. "I am Wu Rong. Please forgive my impertinence." Wu Rong returned the gesture with a respectful salute. Gu Heng waved his hand dismissively, neither affirming nor denying, and replied coolly, "Old Wu, please take a seat." Wu Rong settled himself at the table, and with a flick of his finger, Gu Heng caused the teapot on the table to pour forth steaming tea. "Please indulge yourself." Wu Rong did not refuse. He lifted the cup and took a sip, immediately experiencing a wave of sweetness that soothed his throat. "This tea is extraordinary." Wu Rong savored it further, and upon confirming his suspicion, he finally dared to conclude that this tea was brewed from Bodhi leaves. Such a rarity could likely be enjoyed only by the sovereign seated upon the imperial throne of the Sun Flame dynasty. To think it was used for tea. Wu Rong's estimation of the background and capabilities of this medical establishment as owner rose significantly. "Now, do tell what brings you here." Gu Heng, with a dramatic flourish of his sleeve, adopted an impressively audacious demeanor. After all, the young girl he had taken under his wing had indeed severed the hand of this old man's grandson. He could not afford to appear weak in presence. Chapter 52. The apology of Wu Rong, the proprietor of the medical hall, inquired about his intentions. Wu Rong, secretly rubbing his hands together, felt an overwhelming sense of tension, his cold sweat threatening to pour forth. On this occasion, he could do nothing but offer an apology. Under the prevailing rule of strength, he, Wu Rong, had once protected his wayward grandson, assisting him after he had wronged a woman, relying solely on his own cultivation at the integration stage. Yet this time, his grandson Wu Jie had provoked a female disciple of a formidable individual, one who could potentially annihilate the Nianling sect single-handedly. The fact that she had not instantly severed Wu Jie's head with a single strike might be attributed to her consideration of the Nianling sect's trivial reputation. At this moment, all Wu Rong could do was lower his head as much as possible, contemplating whether this old face of his was worth preserving. He deemed that preserving his dignity was of lesser importance than preserving his life. "To be candid, Mr. Gu, my grandson is incorrigible and frequently finds himself in trouble, which fills me with deep remorse. The lesson he received from your disciple, in my view, may indeed be a blessing in disguise." Wu Rong sighed. "Oh, how intriguing," Gu Heng remarked, raising an eyebrow. He had initially assumed that Wu Rong had come to confront him regarding his grandson's actions, only to be surprised by his intent to apologize. It was unexpected that the elder, having been wronged, would come to offer an apology instead. Although Gu Hong did not believe there was any fault in Qin Yao's stern treatment of those who sought to harm young women, he could not help but notice the elder's discontent with his grandson's tyrannical and oppressive behavior. Nevertheless, this was still his own bloodline. The act of righteous indignation against one's kin was indeed a challenging endeavor. However, seeing the elder's age and the fact that his grandson had suffered a severed hand, Gu Hong felt a twinge of reluctance to pursue the matter further. Ahem. In that case, let's consider this matter resolved, he said, clearing his throat. Thank you, Mr. Gu. Wu Rong breathed a sigh of relief and quickly bowed in gratitude. There is no need to thank me, Gu Hong replied. I have acquiesced, but my disciple possesses a temperament quite unlike mine, and I cannot vouch for her actions. Should your grandson cross her path again, he must fend for himself. Furthermore, it is not wise for us to meddle too much in the affairs of the youth. As Gu Hong spoke these words, he felt a hint of amusement within himself. The term youth was rather humorous, considering he himself was only 20 years old. Wu Rong stood in a daze, followed by a bitter realization. If Mr. Gu's words were to be interpreted, it seemed that while the master was willing to overlook the incident, the disciple was not inclined to let the matter rest. The implication was clear: let the younger generation resolve their own grievances. Indeed, this was an unwritten rule among cultivators. When both parties were of equal strength, any disputes should be settled amongst the younger generation. If the elders intervened, it often resulted in an awkward and difficult situation. If Mr. Gu were to take action and demand accountability from the Nianling sect, would that not lead to a catastrophic fallout? Wu Rong sighed softly, feeling a long-suppressed breath escape his chest, leaving him in a state of unease. The extraordinary young woman, despite being merely at the second level of foundation establishment, had the audacity to slay a core formation cultivator. When Wu Rong traversed the Black Forest Mountain, he witnessed the near annihilation of the Black Forest Gang. From the leader downwards, several core formation practitioners met their demise, their heads severed by a single strike. Even the leader, Huang Su, at the 10th level of core formation, could not escape the clutches of death. Wu Rong discerned the lingering sword energy in the wounds of these scattered cultivators, identical to that on his grandson Wu Jie's severed hand. Did this imply that the young lady single-handedly pierced through the Black Forest Gang, and after a fierce battle, encountered Wu Jie on her descent, still possessing the strength to wound him gravely? What kind of prodigious talent in cultivation was she? A sense of dread filled Wu Rong's heart. This woman was destined to become a formidable figure in the realm of cultivation. Should she recall this incident in the future, harboring lingering resentment, she might very well obliterate the Spirit Thought sect. What then? In this world, there have been instances where sects and noble families turned to mere ashes overnight, often due to what they deemed trivial matters, resulting in tragic annihilation at the hands of those who were once inconspicuous. Realizing this, he pondered whether he could request to see the esteemed disciple of Mr. Gu, to ascertain what reparations could be made. It was imperative to resolve this matter promptly. Delay was not an option. Gu Hong paused momentarily, lost in thought, before nodding and stating, "Very well, since old Master Wu has made this request, I shall summon her." "Thank you, Mr. Gu." Wu Rong expressed his gratitude. Regardless of the cost, he was willing to pay anything to quell the young lady's fury. Gu Hong called toward the upper floor. "Yao, please come down. There are guests." Before long, footsteps echoed from the staircase. Wu Rong hastily turned to see a young woman descending gracefully in a pale blue long dress. Her beauty was indeed striking, yet her demeanor was frigid, her eyes glinting with a chilling detachment, her slender figure standing elegantly, exuding an enchanting allure mixed with an air of icy coldness. She approached them slowly and came to a halt before them, offering a respectful bow to Gu Hong. "This is my disciple, Qin Yao," Gu Hong introduced. Wu Rong nodded, his spiritual sense sweeping over her. Indeed, she was at the second level of foundation establishment, her foundation somewhat fragile, yet the profundity of her vital energy was something that ordinary core formation practitioners could scarcely rival. Observing the long sword at her waist, it was unmistakably a weapon of heavenly grade, while he could not ascertain the extent of her innate talent. The presence of such a celestial sword was sufficient evidence of Mr. Gu's high regard for this disciple. "Is there something you require, sir?" she inquired, her tone frigid. Qin Yao scrutinized Wu Rong in return. The visit from harmonization stage cultivator was unmistakably linked to the third elder spoken of by that young scion earlier that day. Judging by his appearance, he had likely been rendered speechless upon entering due to the imposing presence of his esteemed master. This humble clinic in the bustling mortal realm was overseen by a powerful figure at the ascension stage. "It is I, Wu Rong, who has come to extend my apologies today," he stated, lowering his posture somewhat. "Apologies? Vini yao furuit her diligate. Wu Rong hastily explained. "My grandson is quite unruly. His parents passed away early, and I have often neglected my duty to discipline him, indulging him excessively. Today, he has offended Miss Qin, and I suppose he has learned a lesson. Thus, I have come here specifically to apologize to you, and I earnestly hope that you might show leniency and let this matter pass." His words were imbued with sincerity. Qin Yao glanced at Gu Hong, who responded with a look that suggested she should handle the situation as she deemed appropriate. In that instant, she understood. Since he had taken the trouble to visit and express himself in such a manner, it would be rather inconsiderate of her to refuse. Suddenly, Qin Yao broke into a charming smile, her beauty radiant and captivating. Wu Rong, still feeling the weight of the moment, was taken aback when Qin Yao slowly continued. "However, I do believe that a little compensation from you would be in order, don't you think?" Gu Heng's lips twitched slightly. This little girl had harmed his grandson and was now attempting to extract some benefit from his grandfather. Quite clever indeed. She possessed a cunning nature that would surely serve her well in the world. Chapter 53. We are reasonable people. Upon hearing these words, Wu Rong's expression stiffened. It appeared that a sacrifice was indeed unavoidable. However, he was not the sort to be impoverished like a wandering cultivator. Having served as the third elder of the Nianling sect for many years, he possessed ample resources. He soon regained his composure and smiled. "What compensation does Miss Qin desire?" Your 1,000-sword hunting grounds is quite renowned, is it not?" A hint of mischievous delight flickered across Qin Yao's delicate features. Wu Rong hesitated briefly. "Could it be that you wish to?" With a sparkling gaze, Qin Yao cheerfully replied. "Then, old Master Wu, I humbly request your permission to enter and take a look." She blinked her large, shimmering eyes at Gu Hong, offering a saccharine smile. Gu Hong stifled the urge to roll his eyes. The 1,000-sword hunting grounds. It sounded like a hunting preserve, presumably a private one owned by old Master Wu's household. It appeared this young lady was eager to witness the lavish lifestyle of the affluent, or perhaps she had a penchant for swordplay. Yet, practicing her sword techniques within the confines of the medical hall could only yield limited results. Without exposure to true combat, she would remain oblivious to the efficacy of her skills. Venturing into the mountains, particularly the perilous Yunling forest, posed a significant risk, and Gu Hong was reluctant to allow her such an adventure. She seemed vibrant and full of life, and he did not want her to act recklessly and land herself in danger. However, if it were indeed a hunting ground established for the sons and daughters of the wealthy, where they could indulge in sport, that could be acceptable. The beasts kept there were likely tamer and less ferocious. Allowing Qin Yao to practice her swordsmanship and perhaps dispatch a few wild creatures in a controlled environment seemed quite reasonable. In this world, fraught with dangers, even if she lacked opportunities for cultivation, it was essential for her to witness the bloodshed. Otherwise, what would she do when faced with adversity in the future? Gu Hong, being relatively new and unfamiliar with the surroundings, considered that Qin Yao had resided in Yunling City for quite some time. She might possess valuable insights into the Wu family circumstances, such as their considerable wealth. This compensation struck him as quite fitting, especially as she had not explicitly asked for money. Yet, in the next moment, Gu Hong was taken aback by Wu Rong's hurried breaths, his aged countenance betraying a hint of anxiety. The 1,000-sword hunting grounds are not easily accessible to outsiders, he declared, The Thousand Sword hunting grounds were renowned as the most perilous yet fortuitous training ground for the Nianling sect. It was, in fact, a secret realm, with its entrance located 200 miles from Yunling City, within the Jianhuang Mountains. This place was akin to a graveyard for swords. Many powerful sword cultivators had perished there under mysterious circumstances, leaving behind a plethora of opportunities. The techniques, divine weapons, magical artifacts, and elixirs they had amassed during their lifetimes awaited discovery by those deemed worthy. The rise of the Nianling sect was largely attributed to the treasures found within the Thousand Sword hunting grounds, where numerous disciples had unearthed invaluable items or encountered the legacies of their predecessors, propelling them to meteoric ascents. This place, however, was heavily guarded, accessible only to the elite disciples of the Nianling sect. Even the most elite disciples within the sect must undergo a rigorous selection process before being granted entry. No elder has ever dared to bypass this rule, for those who do face the consequences dictated by the sect's regulations. After all, this is a mandate that has been passed down through generations in the Spirit Mind sect. Although Wu Rong holds the title of Third Elder and possesses certain powers, such matters are beyond his unilateral authority. Above him are the Second Elder, the Grand Elder, and the sect leader, with rumors suggesting that the Supreme Elder is still alive, albeit unseen by anyone. Thus, Qin Yao's request struck a nerve with him, as it was undeniably discomforting. Qin Yao pouted, her expression one of displeasure. If she was denied, she would bear the consequences herself. With a huff, she turned to leave. The threat in her previous statement was quite clear if Wu Rong declined. The future consequences could be dire. However, Wu Rong could not simply stand by and watch her depart. With a wry smile, he quickly called out, "Wait, Miss Qin, I never said I would refuse your request. It's just not that simple." "Oh." Qin Yao turned back. "Well, it seems I am at your mercy." Wu Rong sighed, shaking his head in resignation. "The Thousand Sword hunting ground is not within my purview. This matter requires proper consultation." "Then go consult." Qin Yao shrugged, adopting an indifferent demeanor. She was determined to enter the so-called Thousand Sword hunting ground, having not had the opportunity before, but now seizing this chance, she could not relinquish it. She understood well that this place was intricately linked to her past. During her time as the Saint Yao Emperor, she had established a tomb due to poisoning and had ordered the construction of a treasure vault nearby, ensuring it was guarded. The Thousand Sword hunting ground was, in fact, one of the treasure vaults of the former Great Qin Empire. If she did not gain entry, what justice would there be? Seeing Wu Rong's troubled expression, Gu Heng found it peculiar. Why did this esteemed elder, who exuded an air of nobility, seem incapable of making a decisive ruling? Allowing his disciple into their hunting ground did not appear to be an insurmountable dilemma, especially since Qin Yao had not demanded a fortune from Wu Rong. Yet, observing Wu Rong's evident distress, Gu Heng glanced at Qin Yao's stubborn visage and inwardly sighed. "How about this? If you, Elder Wu, cannot make the decision, let the one who can come to meet me. Would that be agreeable?" At Gu Heng's suggestion, a look of astonishment washed over Wu Rong's face, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. "Are you implying that you wish to meet the sect leader?" Wu Rong's mind raced with possibilities. Could this gentleman be seeking an audience with a leader of the Spirit Mind sect? It seemed feasible. Initially, Wu Rong had intended to keep the matter of this esteemed disciple secret from Wu Jie, fearing that should the sect leader learn of it, he might concoct an excuse to discipline Wu Jie according to the sect's regulations, thereby avoiding potential calamity should this formidable presence or his disciples come seeking retribution. However, if this elder and his disciple have already dismissed the matter, personally conveying their stance to the sect leader could indeed eliminate any grounds for dealing with Wu Jie. Wu Rong, a shrewd elder, swiftly discerned a clear line of thought. What is it not feasible? Observing the lingering contemplative expression on Wu Rong's face, Gu Heng felt a twinge of frustration, yet he resolved to appeal to reason. "Old man, you have come with sincerity, but it seems my disciple finds it somewhat lacking. Of course, we are not bandits engaging in coercion. How about this? Convey my words to those in your ranks who possess the authority to make decisions." Wu Rong immediately focused intently, listening carefully. Allow my disciple entry into your 1,000-sword hunting grounds, and I shall pay the entrance fee. How's that sound? Gu Heng believed this request to be quite reasonable. Chapter 54. How generous Elder Gu is. The 1,000-sword hunting ground does not seem to be a place entirely off-limits to outsiders. While it may be somewhat private, what issue cannot be resolved with sufficient funds? Gu Heng felt that his purse was rather ample. Of course, all these efforts were for his charming young disciple. Having taken in such a delightful girl, it was only natural to indulge her. Whatever she desired, the master ought to fulfill to the best of his ability. Observing Wu Rong's gradually easing expression, he knew his request had certainly been accepted by the old gentleman. If Mr. Gu expressed a willingness to pay an entrance fee, then this matter could indeed be negotiated. With a clap of his hands, Wu Rong beamed with joy. It was true that the 1,000-sword hunting ground was not easily accessible to outsiders. However, if Mr. Gu was willing to offer some compensation for his disciple's admission, it would be permissible. Gu Heng's lips curled into a slight smile. Indeed, those from affluent families are well versed in the art of negotiation. And although Wu Rong's grandson had suffered a wound from Qin Yao, the old gentleman seemed to have swiftly shed the burdensome mentality of an elderly man, exhibiting a remarkable adaptability. Gu Heng sensed that this elder had more than one grandson. Though he claimed to be here to offer apologies, he might not be overly concerned about the matter. Perhaps he merely sought to maintain a favorable rapport with Gu Heng. But was this necessary? Gu Heng pondered, feeling as though he, a mere practitioner from a humble medical clinic, had little to warrant such deference from a wealthy landowner. After a moment of silence, Gu Heng finally nodded. Very well, let us settle this matter. You may return and inform those in a position to make decisions to come speak with me. Qin Yao blinked in surprise. Was it truly so easy to reach an agreement? However, the matter of an entrance fee lingered in her mind. Standing behind Gu Heng, she felt an urge to tug at his sleeve, yet she ultimately restrained herself. Her new master was indeed willing to spend for her sake. Although Qin Yao's memories of her past life were somewhat hazy, she recognized that no one had ever treated her with such kindness before. Perhaps it was because, prior to becoming the renowned Saint Yao Emperor, she had lived a solitary existence. A warm sensation enveloped her heart, and the world seemed to blossom with beauty. By the way, I have some medicine I refined. Take it back and give it to your grandson. Gu Heng, seeing that Wu Rong was preparing to depart, had a sudden inspiration and pulled out a vial of medicine from his robe, handing it to Wu Rong. Wu Rong was momentarily taken aback, then quickly received the jade vial with both hands, bowing respectfully. Thank you, thank you. This medicine is... As Wu Rong pondered for an excuse to take his leave, he immediately accepted the vial upon hearing Gu Heng's words and examined it closely. Upon inspection, his eyes widened in astonishment. 2 7th-grade elixirs, adorned with intricate patterns. His breathing became labored. Mr. Gu, is this your handiwork? Wu Rong asked, his hands trembling. Gu Heng merely replied nonchalantly, it's just something I casually concocted, but it should provide some benefit to your grandson. Here is another for you. The elixir within this vial is not particularly precious. It merely serves to replenish blood and invigorate energy. For the youth, it induces a warmth throughout the body, while for the elderly, it offers clarity and vitality. Wu Rong's grandson, having lost a hand and suffered significant blood loss, cannot have his hand reattached. Yet this medicine will at least hasten his recovery. Wu Rong inhaled deeply, striving to conceal his excitement from the eminent figure before him. This transaction effectively equated to exchanging his grandson's lost hand for 2 exquisite elixirs, a remarkable gain. Initially, he had anticipated that his visit to apologize would cost him dearly, perhaps losing half of his savings. Yet he found himself with nothing lost and instead blessed with such a precious gift from Mr. Gu, a 7th-grade elixir. Such a treasure is one that could not be found even by overturning the entire Nianling sect. How generous of this recluse! Perhaps he had been moved by the loss of Wu Jia's hand at the hands of his disciple, but had he established a good rapport from the outset, the benefits would surely extend beyond merely 2 elixirs. With this thought, Wu Rong's ire towards his prodigal grandson intensified, wishing he could return and give him a thorough scolding. This wasteful lad only ever seemed to think with his baser instincts. Containing his tone and expression, Wu Rong cautiously inquired, "May I ask, Mr. Gu, is this elixir truly meant for me and my grandson?" "Of course. You have come all this way. I cannot allow you to leave empty-handed," Mr. Gu replied, waving his hand dismissively. "Then I shall express my gratitude on behalf of my wayward descendant for your generous gift, Mr. Gu," Wu Rong said, and with a nod from Mr. Gu, he hastily bowed and departed, cradling the precious elixirs as if they were treasures. His steps quickened with such urgency that he seemed to soar. Mr. Gu observed the old man's swift departure with a raised eyebrow, bemused by his vitality. "Master," Qin Yao whispered to Mr. Gu, leaning closer, "why did you give that old man medicine?" Qin Yao felt increasingly dissatisfied with her master's actions. Not only did he need to provide benefits to Nianling's sect for her entrance into the thousand-sword hunting grounds, an arrangement yet to be finalized, but he had also given Wu Rong 2 7th-grade elixirs. What loss? Even though she suffered no personal detriment, she still felt it was unfair. She understood that for someone like Mr. Gu, who had already touched the realm of immortality, these elixirs were hardly treasures, yet they were not mere pebbles either, to be bestowed so freely. Qin Yao wished for her master not to feel obligated to provide for her. He had already been exceedingly generous. Mr. Gu glanced at her. What harm is there in giving? They are merely 2 small candies, and besides, this is also for your benefit. He rose and playfully ruffled Qin Yao's hair. She pursed her lips, feeling a sweetness in her heart. Once she grew stronger, she would devise a splendid way to repay her master. Wu Rong hurried back to Nianling's sect. However, upon his return to his courtyard, he discovered that the sect master, Zhu Ling, was already there, her expression grave, as if she were ready to condemn him. His heart suddenly skipped a beat. In the Ling Zone, no event escapes the notice of the sect leader. With Wu Jie returning bearing a severed hand, it is likely that many disciples witnessed this incident. Naturally, the sect leader could not have been kept in the dark. Wu Rong felt a moment of tension, but soon found solace. Fortunately, he had acted decisively, humbling himself to offer apologies to Mr. Gu and his female disciple. Now, even if the sect leader were inclined to seek retribution, Wu Rong could refute him, for he held within his possession 2 7th-grade pills gifted by Mr. Gu. His act of contrition cost him nothing, yet he emerged with 2 precious elixirs. What does this signify? It signifies that the parties involved have long since dismissed the matter, since the individuals directly concerned have expressed their desire to move past this incident. Zhu Ling, as an outsider, has no grounds for unfounded accusations. Chapter 55. Why am I not blessed with such a foolish grandson? The sect leader entered the courtyard, bowing respectfully to Zhu Ling. At this moment, Wu Rong's confidence was brimming, and he met Zhu Ling's imposing gaze with calm composure, unyielding. Zhu Ling, though of unremarkable appearance, emanated an air of authority. With a cold huff directed at Wu Rong, he demanded, "Your grandson has caused trouble again, hasn't he?" "Indeed," Wu Rong replied, lowering his head. Zhu Ling fixed a chilling gaze upon him, exclaiming in fury, "You are utterly incompetent. Your own grandson, and yet you exert no discipline. His antics have turned my Nianling sect upside down, and he has bullied numerous female disciples. When they came seeking justice, out of consideration for you, I suppressed the matter repeatedly, yet he remains uncontrollably reckless." At this moment, Zhu Ling's anger surged. As the sect leader, his cultivation was significantly superior to Wu Rong's, and his shout rendered Wu Rong's face pale. He struggled against the surge of nausea rising within him and gritted his teeth, pleading, "Please, sect leader, quell your anger. This is indeed my failure in discipline." Even though Wu Rong wished to defend himself, he found it increasingly difficult to withstand the mounting pressure. In terms of cultivation, Wu Rong, being at the same stage, was no match for Zhu Ling. Aware that his grandson Wu Jie was indeed at fault, he refrained from unnecessary arguments, focusing instead on weathering Zhu Ling's wrath. Otherwise, he knew he would be unable to voice the concerns he truly wished to express. Wu Rong's perceptiveness allowed Zhu Ling to ease his fury somewhat. With a mocking smile, Zhu Ling suggested, "Since you recognize your failure in discipline, allow me to rectify the situation for you. Honestly, a mere girl of second-tier foundation establishment who severed your grandson's right hand, What kind of backing does she possess? Your grandson has provoked her, and while losing a hand may seem trivial, the repercussions to my Nianling sect are grave. Zhu Ling's mind was filled with calculations. Wu Jie, the most detested and reviled dandy in the Nianling sect, was someone he longed to deal with. This fellow had already drawn considerable ire within the sect, yet he continued to rely on the support of his grandfather, the third elder, along with abundant resources that elevated him to the core formation stage, remaining obstinately unchanged. In truth, as the sect leader, Zhu Ling could choose to ignore the matter, and it would hardly cause a significant uproar. After all, they were merely female disciples. Allowing Wu Jie to indulge in his behavior would not be a major concern. After all, how could a few disciples compare to the third elder, one of the pillars of the sect? Yet, Wu Jie utterly failed to comprehend the notion of restraint. His mischief extended beyond the sect, impacting numerous young women in the surrounding cities who had fallen victim to his lascivious antics. The reputation of the Nianling sect had begun to bear the brunt of countless negative sentiments due to his actions. And now, it seemed he had attracted a considerable amount of trouble. He had lost a hand, and the one responsible was a seemingly ordinary girl, merely at the second-tier foundation establishment stage. Zhu Ling realized that such ordinariness was impossible. A second-tier foundation establishment individual striking down a cultivator at the core formation stage could only be the act of a prodigy. Perhaps it was a disciple of a significant faction or a young lady from a prestigious family who ventured out, only to cross paths with this imbecile, Wu Jie. Zhu Ling felt it was high time to deal with this lecherous fool who thought with his lower half. However, before taking action, he found it imperative to convey the gravity of the situation to the third elder, Wu Rong, lest the higher-ups of their sect embroil themselves in a rift, providing other factions with an opportunity to exploit the chaos. You must realize that your grandson is nothing but a source of calamity. It is better to address this matter promptly, lest the powerful figure behind that young lady come knocking. Master, please wait a moment. As soon as Zhu Ling's words fell, Wu Rong knew it was time to reveal his trump card. He had already secured the forgiveness of that esteemed elder. As for the young lady, she merely wished to enter the thousand-sword hunting grounds for a glimpse, after which she would let the matter concerning Wu Jie slide. Furthermore, Mr. Gu was even willing to pay a fee for her entry. Thus, accomplishing this task would be a mere formality. He only needed to persuade the sect master before him. Do not continue to plead on his behalf. Zhu Ling's face bore a cold indifference. Sensing that the old man still wished to advocate for his grandson, his tone grew resolute. Wu Jie must be punished. Otherwise, how can we command the respect of our sect? Would the powerful ally behind that young lady accept such injustice? Wu Rong's brows knit tightly, his tone earnest. Sect master, I assure you that esteemed elder has no intention of pursuing this matter. I have already visited Yinling City, met with the young lady and her master, and offer my apologies. That esteemed presence has indeed shown mercy and forgiven Jie. Otherwise, if the matter were to escalate, today would not simply see him lose an arm. Even I would not have returned alive. At this declaration, Zhu Ling narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Wu Rong for a moment. What? The young lady's master resides in Yinling City? Zhu Ling's thoughts raced, quickly realizing that there were hidden experts in Yinling City. Moreover, Wu Rong had the audacity to pay a visit. Wu Jie, attempting to toy with the disciple, had his hand severed, and Wu Rong showing up might lead to a misunderstanding, whereupon he would be met with a crushing blow before he could even utter an apology. Yet, Zhu Ling was also taken aback, never expecting this third elder to show such commendable courage for his inept grandson. However, he had no intention of letting the matter slide so easily. You claim that esteemed elder has forgiven your grandson. Do you have any proof? Wu Rong hastily produced the jade vial given to him by Gu Heng, opening it to present before Zhu Ling's eyes. This was indeed the evidence. The fragrant aroma of the elixir wafted through the air. This was no ordinary pill. Zhu Ling's eyes lit up as he forcibly restrained himself from snatching the vial away. This elixir, I brought it back from Yinling City, Wu Rong quickly added. It is a 7th-grade spiritual pill gifted to me by that esteemed elder. Such a generous individual. I have only now had the privilege of encountering. Zhu Ling's gaze was utterly captivated. A seventh-grade spiritual pill. He had once possessed one himself. It was merely 2 centuries ago that he acquired treasures while exploring the profound secrets of the imperial dynasty. To evade the avaricious pursuers, he concealed them for a considerable time, until he utilized the 7th-grade Scarlet Fire Pill to successfully transcend the threshold of the integration stage. Now, he stands as the esteemed leader of the Mind-Spirit sect. It can be said that without that elixir, there would be no Zhu Ling as we know him today. However, that old rascal Wu Rong, having lost his grandson's hand, went to offer apologies. Yet he left without any compensation and even received 2 7th-grade spiritual pills in return. The leader's eyes instantly blazed with indignation. It was unclear whether he was incensed by Wu Rong's almost otherworldly fortune or simply consumed by greed upon beholding the coveted 7th-grade pills. Zhu Ling inwardly cursed vehemently. Damn it! Why didn't I have such a foolish grandson to provoke the disciples of a powerful figure? Chapter 56. The Grand Elder. Upon observing the shifting gaze of Zhu Ling, Wu Rong discreetly exhaled a sigh of relief. Indeed, this 7th-grade elixir might temper the temperamental disposition of the sect leader, at least for the time being. Zhu Ling took a deep breath, forcing down the tumultuous waves surging within him, and with a stern countenance declared, "Very well, Wu Rong, I shall spare your grandson this time. However, I trust that such matters will not arise again." Nevertheless, regarding this elixir, his gaze lingered on the jade vial in Wu Rong's hand, captivated by the fragrance and the shimmering patterns adorning the pill. How he longed for it! Wu Rong, noticing the glint of avarice in Zhu Ling's eyes, understood all too well that the sect leader had set his sights on the 7th-grade elixir. Yet, he was unwilling to part with it. "Sect leader, there is another matter that requires your judgment," Wu Rong interjected, momentarily dissipating the greed reflected in Zhu Ling's eyes. Clearing his throat, he spoke with an air of authority. "What is it?" "The disciple of that esteemed elder wishes to enter the 1,000-sword hunting grounds for an exploration." Zhu Ling's expression instantly darkened. The 1,000-sword hunting grounds? That was the most treasured cultivation site of the Nianling sect. Ever since the Nianling sect had claimed it as their own, no outsiders had ever been permitted entrance, not even the less talented disciples of the sect, let alone those from other sections. Zhu Ling's visage gradually tightened, his tone tinged with regret. Alas, such a request is quite difficult to fulfill. While we may not provoke such powerful beings, allowing outsiders into our most secretive domain is simply out of the question. Wu Rong offered a mysterious smile and whispered, "That esteemed elder is willing to offer a price for his disciple's entry. Moreover, he wishes for you to visit him personally to discuss the matter." "That is not impossible." Zhu Ling's expression brightened instantly. The thought of that elder casually distributing 7th-grade elixirs like sweets ignited his imagination. How much would he be willing to offer for his disciple's entry into the 1,000-sword hunting grounds? Perhaps an 8th-grade elixir? A heavenly-grade artifact? At this notion, Zhu Ling's heart raced. His breath quickened, yet he feigned calmness as he replied, "However, I must first confer with the Grand Elder and the Second Elder. Wu Rong, do not disclose this matter to anyone." Having said that, he turned to leave. Wu Rong hastily blocked his path. "Sect leader," his demeanor was grave. "That esteemed elder resides in seclusion among the common folk. His intent for you to visit is undoubtedly meant to remain discreet. As you know, the temperaments of these reclusive masters can be peculiar. It would be best if no third party were to learn of this. Otherwise, should word leak out and anything go awry, our sect may find itself in peril." Regardless of why Mr. Gu had chosen to open a clinic in Yunling City and treat mortals, if he wished to do so, it would be best to allow him to continue unperturbed. Any disruption of his tranquility could lead to unimaginable consequences. Upon hearing this, Zhu Ling's countenance grew serious. As the leader of the sect, he was well aware of Wu Rong's implications. He promptly replied, "I understand what must be done. Rest assured, Third Elder, I will handle this matter with care." Upon finishing his words, he flicked his sleeves and departed. Watching his retreating figure, Wu Rong finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Ah, what a discomfort it was. I nearly suffocated. Wu Rong wiped the sweat from his brow, unable to suppress his lamentation. The oppressive aura emanating from Zhu Ling had been bearing down on Wu Rong, for he had come to seek accountability, and without a commanding presence, how could he maintain the dignity of a sect leader? Nevertheless, he had managed to preserve his grandson's life. The sect's regulations are no trifling matter. Yet, this time, it was truly fortunate to have Mr. Gu's assistance. Without his grace, the situation could have escalated significantly. Wu Rong shook his head and turned to head towards the sect's medical pavilion, intending to check on his injured grandson. Meanwhile, after Zhu Ling hurriedly departed, he did not immediately make his way to Yunling City to seek out that reclusive sage. Instead, he journeyed directly to the main hall of the Yunling sect, proceeding downward into the depths of the palace until he arrived at the innermost chamber. He opened the stone door. Within the secret chamber sat a young man clad in pure white, with delicate features, meditating on a mat. His eyes slightly closed as if immersed in cultivation. Upon hearing the noise, he slowly opened his eyes, revealing a faint smile. "Supreme Elder, I, Zhu Ling, pay my respects," Zhu Ling said, bowing deeply with utmost reverence. The young man raised a hand and inquired, "What brings you to see me?" "It is as follows." Zhu Ling recounted the entirety of Wu Rong's situation. As he spoke, the Supreme Elder's gaze gradually intensified, and when Zhu Ling finished, he coldly snorted, "Humph. Wu Rong's grandson is indeed a source of trouble. This time, he has stumbled upon good fortune, but if he fails to learn from this lesson, it would be best to eliminate him early." Zhu Ling replied bitterly, "You speak the truth. Wu Rong's approach was quite prudent. This matter must not be taken lightly. If handled correctly, it could present a significant opportunity for our Yunling sect." The Supreme Elder narrowed his eyes, pondering for a moment before saying, "Proceed in this manner. But do not rush to meet Mr. Gu. Otherwise, it may reflect poorly on our Yunling sect, revealing us to be narrow-minded and lacking in foresight. He must understand that to facilitate his disciples' entrance into the thousand-sword hunting grounds, we must deliberate thoroughly. Wait for 3 or 4 days before you go." Upon hearing this, Zhu Ling immediately grasped the implication and bowed. "Thank you for your guidance, Supreme Elder. I understand." Although Wu Rong had instructed him that the existence of the reclusive sage in Yunling City must remain confidential, such a significant matter cannot be concealed from the strongest figure of the Yunling sect, the Supreme Elder, who stands at the cusp of transcending. If kept secret, the consequences would be unimaginable. He had witnessed the fury of the Supreme Elder before. The Supreme Elder of the Yunling sect had endured throughout the years, having attempted to break through the transcendent stage more than once, albeit without success. In truth, 3 mere core formation cultivators could never uphold the Yunling sect's dominance within a radius of thousands of miles. It is the Supreme Elder who serves as the pivotal backbone. In fact, this is what I wish to convey to you. At this moment, the Grand Elder's expression turned exceptionally grave. He slowly straightened himself and said, "I am preparing to once again attempt to reach the tribulation stage. Initially, I believe the chances of success were rather slim, but now an opportunity has arisen. That esteemed elder, having casually bestowed a 7th-grade elixir upon that martial genius, surely would not hesitate to exchange an 8th-grade elixir for his disciple's entry into the Thousand Swords hunting ground. This should pose no difficulty at all, since I cannot intervene directly. It falls upon you to ensure this matter is resolved." As he concluded, the Grand Elder's gaze was imbued with a profound sword intent, as if a mere glance could pierce through Zhu Ling. Should this endeavor fail, it would not only spell disaster for you, but might also lead to the decline of the spirit-nurturing sect. He sighed deeply, as if burdened by an immense weight. Zhu Ling, however, felt perplexed, and before she could inquire about the underlying reasons, the Grand Elder gazed at the stone wall and lamented. "The leader of the Wild Blade sect ascended to the tribulation stage just yesterday." Chapter 57. The stirring under the moonlit night, the leader of the Huangdao sect has ascended to the tribulation stage. Upon hearing this, Zhu Ling felt a jolt of shock, accompanied by an overwhelming wave of anxiety. The Huangdao sect is the greatest adversary of the Yunling sect, The Sunfire dynasty comprises 8 states, and within the Kuyun state, the Nianling sect and the Huangdao sect stand as the two most formidable powers, both in reputation and strength. Even the nominally strongest force, the Kuyun prefecture, must extend due respect and deference to these two sections. However, for nearly 2 centuries, the Nianling sect has been subjected to oppression by the Huangdao sect. The reason is simple. The master of the Huangdao sect, Huang Li, seems to have encountered some fortuitous opportunity, allowing his cultivation to flourish continuously over the past 200 years, and his swordsmanship has grown increasingly formidable. Zhu Ling is aware that the reason the Grand Elder has been sequestered in meditation is, in fact, to recuperate. A century ago, the Grand Elder and Huang Li, as representatives of their respective sects, engaged in a fierce battle that obliterated a mountain at the boundary of their powers. That conflict ended in the Grand Elder's defeat. Though he survived, the blade aura permeated his body, making it exceedingly difficult to dispel. It took him several decades to barely heal his wounds. Perhaps it is precisely for this reason that he has repeatedly failed to break through to the tribulation stage. Is what you say true? Zhu Ling was drenched in cold sweat. Yet, as the leader of a sect, he could not afford to lose composure. The Kuyun prefecture has already sent a congratulatory edict from the Sunfire Emperor to that old scoundrel Huang Li. The emergence of the 6th tribulation stage cultivator in the Sunfire dynasty has raised concerns within the imperial city. They worry that the Huangdao sect may grow increasingly powerful, beyond the capacity of the state to suppress, yet they must still offer their congratulations. The Grand Elder has his own informants within the Huangdao sect, and although he is merely a half-step away from the tribulation stage, he can sense the celestial phenomena triggered by someone who has broken through. A comparative verification indicates that Huang Li has indeed ascended to the tribulation stage. There can be no mistake. Even the Sunfire Emperor has extended his congratulations. Zhu Ling silently wiped the cold sweat from his brow. It appears that the situation facing the Nianling sect has grown increasingly dire. Prior to that battle a century ago, the strengths of both sides were relatively balanced, but following the Grand Elder's defeat, the Nianling sect has faced relentless oppression and erosion by the Huangdao sect. Many of its former supporters have been siphoned away, leaving only a handful of cities within a radius of several hundred miles still paying tribute to the Nianling sect. The days grow increasingly bleak. Were it not for the Nianling sect's substantial reserves, it would have long ago fallen to the status of a second-rate sect within the Kuyun state. Now, with the relentless adversary Huang Li having achieved a breakthrough to the tribulation stage, Zhu Ling could hardly fathom the potential outcome. This outcome could very well spell the annihilation of the Nianling sect. Grand Elder. Zhu Ling trembled as he spoke, struggling to articulate. If I could procure an 8th-grade elixir from that esteemed senior, would you then be able to break through to the tribulation stage? Certainly. Even if it is not the breakthrough elixir, merely the pure medicinal essence of any 8th-grade elixir would suffice for me to refine and achieve a breakthrough to the tribulation stage without issue. The Grand Elder nodded slightly, his tone imbued with assurance. To solidify one's realm of desolation, at least a month's time is required. However, if that esteemed elder from Yunling City is willing to produce an 8th-grade elixir for his disciple, then our Nianling sect may yet have a chance. Zhu Ling gritted his teeth and declared, "Rest assured, esteemed elder, I shall secure it." As the sect leader, he must contemplate carefully on how to proceed for the sake of Nianling sect. In the depths of night at Yunling City, Gu Hong was in the backyard, washing and hanging clothes to dry. Qin Yao, the young girl, had finished her bath, carelessly tossing her garments and undergarments into the room without tidying up, leaving Gu Hong to gather and wash them himself. As her master, he often felt more like a servant, attending to her daily meals, concocting potions, and assisting her physical training. This young man, barely in his 20s, lived a life akin to that of a young widower with a daughter. Yet Gu Hong found joy in it. After all, sharing life with another is far preferable to solitude, and the presence of a charming young lady brings a smile. Does it not? While he busied himself, the street outside the medical hall had descended into chaos. In the dimly lit thoroughfare, 2 graceful figures fled in haste, pursued relentlessly by 5 or 6 ominous shadows, intent on their demise. The two young women were desperately escaping. The speed of their pursuers was astounding, moving in perfect synchrony, striking just as the fleeing figures were about to vanish from sight, and each attack was delivered with ruthless precision. Boom! With a dull thud, one of the women was hurled backward, rolling twice before struggling to rise, clearly gravely injured. Ha ha ha! At this sight, the dark figures erupted into maniacal laughter, accelerating their pursuit, while the bloodied woman lifted her head, revealing a strikingly simple yet beautiful face. Dare to run? You came to our Qingfeng treasure house to eavesdrop on information. If we do not take your lives today, we shall have a hard time explaining ourselves, spoke a man clad in black robes, his visage shrouded in shadows, with a fierce glint in his brow, unmistakably a sinister character. He commanded these murderous assassins, Xiao Mu, you must hurry and find an opportunity to return to the treasure house and inform Miss Jiao. The fallen woman urged urgently. Do not speak of such things. Just get up, replied the one called Xiao Mu, returning to help her injured companion, displaying unwavering determination. If you are lost, the young lady will be heartbroken. Sigh. The gravely wounded Xiao Yu shook her head in despair at these words. You truly are they could not dwell on such matters. They continued to support each other, struggling to escape the clutches of the assassins. Unbeknownst to them, at the end of the street stood a sizable pavilion, its plaque inscribed with 4 grand characters, Gu S Medical Hall. Having just finished washing the clothes and hanging them out to dry, Gu Heng returned to the front hall, intent on tallying the day's accounts to see how many patients had visited and how much he had earned, when he heard the increasingly chaotic sounds from the courtyard outside. Confusion and cries echoed through the air. The small silver cat resting atop the medicine cabinet quietly lifted its head as Su Jinx gazed at the partially ajar door, swaying its tail in agitation. A palpable aura of danger approached. It was not directed at this medical establishment. What a commotion at such a late hour. Soon, the neighbors would surely emerge to voice their displeasure. Gu Heng, with a sigh of resignation, set down the ledger and massaged his forehead as he stepped outside. Upon reaching the front yard, he opened the gate, only to find 2 young women sprawled on the ground, their condition dire. Their clothing was disheveled, and one of them appeared deathly pale, barely clinging to life, evidently having lost a significant amount of blood from a grievous injury. Gu Heng surveyed the 2 desperate young ladies before casting his gaze down the dimly lit street. 5 men clad in black, wielding short daggers, were closing in on them. Gu Heng's eyelids twitched violently. What unspeakable situation had he stumbled upon this time? Chapter 58. Gu Heng's poison. No antidote. After pondering for a moment, he soon grasped the situation. In the dead of night, several burly men armed with knives were pursuing 2 young women. Was it not evident that they intended to inflict harm? Gu Heng was immediately consumed with rage, although he was not one to meddle in others' affairs. The fact that the women had sought refuge at the entrance of his clinic compelled him to intervene. Otherwise, his conscience would be forever troubled. Moreover, it was apparent that the 2 women were breathless and clearly exhausted, one of them exhibiting signs of internal injury. If not attended to swiftly, her life could be in jeopardy. A healer must possess benevolence and cannot stand idly by while a patient collapses before them without offering assistance. Xiao Mu, upon witnessing the door of Gu's clinic swing open, was met by the sight of an unassuming young man devoid of any martial prowess. Her expression soured further. It was over. This ordinary man was doomed. The assassins from Qingfeng Baohang were notoriously ruthless, willing to devastate the southern part of Yunling City to eliminate the 2 women. Even if the city lord's mansion sought accountability afterward, they would be powerless against Qingfeng Baohang. A sense of bitterness filled Xiao Mu's heart. Unexpectedly, her attempts at secrecy had stirred a hornet's nest, and now the life of an innocent was at stake. Young master, I am truly sorry, but please, you must flee, Xiao Yu said, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Yet she bravely urged Gu Heng. They harbor no ill will towards you. Distance yourself quickly, and they may spare you. Ha! Listen to those 2 wretches, the lead masked man sneered, twirling the dagger in his hand, tasked with hunting down the 2 women. He saw no issue in eliminating an ordinary person who had unwittingly become involved. With his cultivation at the first stage of the nascent soul, he could dispatch him with a mere wave of his hand. His four subordinates were all at the fifth stage of the core formation. It was merely a matter of whether the man was prudent enough to recognize the danger. Should he fail to comply, he would be slain. If he did comply, he could still be killed, depending on their whims. Eliminating an ordinary man posed no challenge at all. Gu Heng, however, smiled faintly and advanced deliberately. I cannot bear to see frail women standing up for me, he stated as he positioned himself as a barrier between the masked man and the two women. You two, please enter my establishment. Rest assured, you shall not perish tonight. You may withdraw now, and any grievances can be addressed after this night, or you must contend with me. At his words, the five masked men were momentarily taken aback. Then, they erupted into laughter, save for the lead assassin, who remained stoic. An ordinary man dared to play the hero in such a dire moment. Each of these men had blood on their hands, having taken numerous lives. Outside Yinling City, they slaughtered the weak without hesitation. Only within the city did they restrain themselves, for the families and the city lord would inevitably seek retribution if things escalated. Yet the lead assassin's gaze remained fixed on Gu Heng. This man appeared entirely devoid of cultivation, yet he dared to stand his ground with such audacity. The assassin found himself at a loss. Is this individual merely putting on a brave front, or does he possess some inscrutable ability? Young master. Both women were momentarily taken aback, and then hurriedly urged, Young master, do not act impulsively. These individuals are ruthless assassins from Qingfeng Treasure Bank. Together, we cannot match their strength. You should prioritize your own safety. In their anxiety, they realized that having someone stand up for them was hardly a cause for celebration. This young man, in his heroic folly, sought to rescue them, which was not a prudent decision at all. Oh, so they are cultivators? Gu Heng halted, turning to regard the masked assassins. Yet his expression remained devoid of fear. Cultivators? He had slain cultivators before. Gu Heng was aware that, after incurring enmity with the Highland gang outside the city, he had long since refined a fresh batch of poison for emergencies. Having previously poisoned a core formation cultivator in Qingmu City, dispatching this group of assassins in Yunling City would pose no challenge. Initially, he had assumed these individuals were merely brutish thugs relying solely on physical prowess. But since the two young ladies had offered their timely warning, he deftly flicked his wrist, revealing a collection of dark powder nestled between his fingers. This was an odorless, incurable corrosive poison. With a gentle shake of his fingers, the wind of the night swirled in, perfectly directed toward the assassins. The lead assassin observed for a moment, seemingly losing patience. Damn, this guy appears to be nothing more than an easily dispatched insect. Why should I be cautious? Just kill them all. His gaze sharpened, and he commanded, enough idle chatter. Attack. Leave the woman for later enjoyment. We can dispose of her once we tire of the fun. With a wave of his hand, four assassins brandished their daggers and charged toward Gu Heng. Quick dodge! Xiao Mu and Xiao Yu cried out in panic, yet they resigned themselves to despair, closing their eyes. How could mere mortals evade the onslaught of these core formation assassins? However, Gu Heng neither flinched nor retreated. He merely narrowed his eyes, standing resolutely in place, gazing directly at the approaching assassins, until he finally blinked. In an instant, a chilling gust of wind swept through. Silence enveloped the scene. The blades were merely 3 steps from Gu Heng's heart, yet the 4 assassins found themselves unable to advance any further. Suddenly, blood erupted from their 7 orifices. Their gazes dulled, and they collapsed lifelessly to the ground. What has transpired? The lead assassin gaped in disbelief. Why had all his subordinates died so abruptly? Moreover, the young man had not even moved a muscle. His mind raced, but there was no time left for contemplation. With a clenched jaw, he gathered his vital energy and prepared to leap at Gu Heng. Yet, he found himself unable to move. By the time he realized his legs were beyond his control, it was far too late. His eyes widened in horror as blood streamed from his facial orifices, and then, with a final roll of his eyes, he succumbed to death on the street outside the clinic. What? Xiao Mu and Xiao Yu were utterly bewildered. What kind of technique was this? They were in close proximity to Gu Heng, yet they could not discern the nature of his actions. The assassins who had pursued them relentlessly, leaving them battered and bruised, now lay before them in a chilling and utterly astonishing state of death, their eyes forever unclosed. Meanwhile, Gu Heng shook his head with a sigh, lamenting the futility of offering sound advice to those destined for demise. It seemed absurd that such weak young women could exhaust the efforts of seasoned killers, who, despite their relentless pursuit, had failed to extinguish their lives. Clearly, these assassins were not exceptionally formidable. Their reliance on numbers and weaponry was evident. After all, they were assassins, and employing some underhanded tactics seemed hardly excessive. Chapter 59. Qin Yao kills the mouse, I assured you. This night, you shall not meet your demise. Gu Heng turned to Xiao Yu and Xiao Mu, offering them a gentle smile. Are you no longer afraid? Young master, thank you, thank you. Xiao Mu gazed at Gu Heng with immense gratitude. She had never anticipated that, at such a critical moment, it would be this unfamiliar mortal man who would rise to their aid. However, witnessing a mere mortal cause the sudden demise of a first-tier nascent soul assassin seemed rather implausible. Not at all, Gu Heng replied, shaking his head slightly, his gaze drifting to the 5 corpses nearby. A troublesome matter indeed. Yet, he set it aside for the moment, as the 2 women before him required healing. Your injuries necessitate treatment. Let us proceed to my clinic. Supporting both women, he led them into the medical facility. Meanwhile, atop the wall in the front courtyard, a small silver cat lay in repose, its tail motionless, its eyes reflecting a semblance of gravity. Su Jingxing observed clearly how these individuals met their end. As a 10th-tier tribulation stage cultivator, she could sense even the slightest fluctuations of spiritual energy or celestial phenomena within 100 miles of Yunling City. Yet just moments ago, when Gu Heng personally dispatched those insignificant insects, there was not a trace of spiritual energy disturbance emanating from him. He had employed poison. This particular toxin, Su Jingxing had heard of and had the rare fortune to witness. Tianju dust, a greenish-black powder, tasteless yet exceedingly lethal, could swiftly corrode spiritual energy. If this poison entered the body, within 3 breaths, one would assuredly perish from a complete depletion of their spiritual essence, resulting in a gruesome demise. Such poison was remarkably difficult to defend against, as it could be seamlessly integrated into 1's attacks during combat. Should even a single grain of Tianju dust penetrate the body, it would spell doom, for the toxin would intensify in its ferocity alongside the erosion of spiritual energy, and no antidote existed. Su Jingxing had learned that this very poison had slain the previous 10,000 Demon Emperor. The current 10,000 Demon Emperor was its wielder. It was said that after the previous emperor was afflicted by this toxin, he resorted to countless life-giving elixirs and even contemplated fragmenting his soul to extend his life. Yet he succumbed 3 months later. Just moments ago, this same toxin, capable of slaying even an ascended stage cultivator, Tianju dust, was nestled between Gu Heng's fingers. Why did Gu Heng possess such a poison? Or perhaps he wielded the dragon-slaying blade, wasting such a rare and formidable poison on these worthless assassins, who could easily be dispatched with mere intimidation. None of this struck Su Jingxing as particularly odd. After all, such powerful beings, even when channeling their spiritual energy, could summon celestial phenomena with but a thought, an overt display that Gu Heng would undoubtedly wish to avoid, leading him to opt for poison to eliminate these pests. What weighed heavily on Su Jingxing's mind was the audacity of Gu Heng to physically touch Tianju dust. How could he possibly remain unscathed? When Gu Heng had extracted the powder, Su Jingxing had been horrified, for she understood that even a physique as robust as that of a demon would meet certain death upon contact with such substances. The only difference lay in the timing of their demise. If one were to rely solely on physical prowess, they would fear neither spider nor dust. Su Jinxi felt that if she continued to ponder, her mind would surely short-circuit. Xiaoxi, come back, Gu Heng's voice called out to her. Su Jinxi leaped down from the wall and then beheld a room on the 2nd floor of the medical hall, where a young girl named Qin Yao was leaning by the window, clutching a celestial greatsword. The unseen rodents had been left for her to deal with. She didn't need to look back. She could already sense their presence. Not far away, two figures lurked in shadows. "Did you discern what transpired?" one asked. "How did Qing Si meet his demise?" "The other four are inconsequential, but he was at the first level of the nascent soul stage. Only three others in the Baohang could match him." The two emerged from the shadows, their faces obscured and clad in black. Gazing at the five corpses sprawled at the entrance of the medical hall, their eyes filled mostly with dread. "What now?" one inquired. There is no choice but to take Qing Si's body back and inform Lord Chong that the two women from the Jinwang Baohang were rescued. Moreover, the Gu family medical hall in the south of Yunling City requires heightened vigilance. Although the owner has no cultivation, they can swiftly eliminate a first-level nascent soul practitioner. Caution is imperative. After exchanging opinions, they stealthily approached the entrance of the medical hall. One of them swiftly hoisted the lead killer's corpse and fled. However, just as they exited the street, a figure stood at the corner, seemingly unaware of the situation. The white dress she wore caught a faint glimmer of moonlight, and the soft sword she unsheathed radiated a genuine threat of cold brilliance. "What? Now you wish to flee?" Qin Yao's youthful face bore an expression of pride as she twirled her delicate wrist, the sword humming with energy. Rodents, after all, only dared to show themselves now. "Who are you?" The two halted, staring at the unexpectedly charming young girl. Second level of Foundation establishment? Initially, they found it amusing, for though they did not partake in the pursuit, they were both at the second level of core formation. How dare this girl obstruct their path? Yet their laughter faded. For that night, one of their most vital assassins from the Qingfeng Baohang had suddenly perished at someone else's doorstep. A grave matter indeed. They only wished to return quickly to report and bear the brunt of their superior's wrath. "You need not concern yourselves with who I am. You only need to know." Qin Yao's tone shifted abruptly. "You should accompany those who have offended this medical hall." "The medical hall?" The two finally grasped the gravity of the situation as her wrist trembled violently, the long sword soaring through the air, and in an instant, a chilling aura of murder enveloped them. This momentum far surpassed that of a mere second-level Foundation establishment practitioner. Their pupils constricted as they immediately channeled their true energy to confront her. With a sound that seemed to rend the very air, a wave of danger surged over them. And in horror, they realized her sword had sliced through one man's arm, while the other suffered a deep gash across his chest. The speed and strength of the young girl far surpassed their own. With a swift motion, Qin Yao unhesitatingly thrust her soft sword, piercing the neck of one assailant. And with a deft flick, his head fell to the ground with a thud. However, as she turned to dispatch the next foe, a billowing cloud of purple smoke erupted before her. Believing it to be poisonous, she retreated several steps, only to realize it was merely a ruse. By the time she comprehended the truth, the assailant had vanished, taking the corpse with him. "TSK, he managed to escape." Qin Yao clicked her tongue in displeasure, but chose not to pursue further, instead turning back to the medical clinic. Inside the clinic, Gu Hong applied his meticulously prepared herbal remedies to both Xiao Mu and Xiao Yu. For the more gravely injured Xiao Yu, he administered a pill to invigorate her blood and replenish her energy. Within the span of merely half a tea session, both were revitalized. Observing the rapid restoration of their internal energy and the healing of their wounds, the two young women were taken aback. This Gu gentleman's medical skills are quite remarkable. Chapter 60. The two great treasures. Initially, they believed that the medical practices of mortals could only remedy superficial wounds. However, to their astonishment, Xiao Yu's internal injuries had completely healed. "Thank you, young Master Gu. Without your intervention today, Sister Xiao Mu and I might have faced dire consequences," Xiao Yu expressed sincerely. Upon hearing this, Xiao Mu also nodded in gratitude. Indeed, had it not been for Gu Heng's timely assistance, they would have met their demise in the southern part of Yunling City, and given the ruthless methods of the Qingfeng treasure house, they probably would not have even been left with intact remains. Gu Heng waved his hand dismissively, replying nonchalantly, it was but a trifling effort. It had been a long time since he had engaged in acts of chivalry, and today he had once again intervened, albeit with lethal intent. The thrill of the encounter still lingered within him. He had once harbored aspirations of ascending to the pinnacle of cultivation with the aid of the system, but it had proven to be a source of great disappointment. Though he was merely in his early 20s, the system had dulled his ambitions, rendering the pursuit of his lofty goals in this lifetime seemingly impossible. Yet, even in a mortal existence, his life was not devoid of challenges. In this world, evading bloodshed was an impossibility. He had taken matters into his own hands before. The only significant upheaval he had caused was, as a mortal, vanquishing those of higher cultivation. By the way, from where do you two hail, and why are you being pursued by those assassins? Gu Hong inquired abruptly, his curiosity piqued by the hidden narratives surrounding them. It was hard to believe that two women, pursued by a band of killers in the dead of night, had no compelling backstory. Xiao Mu and Xiao Yu exchanged glances, and ultimately, it was the seemingly older Xiao Yu who pursed her lips and spoke. We are the handmaidens of the president of the Jinfeng treasure house in Yunling City. The ones pursuing us are assassins employed by the Qingfeng treasure house. Upon hearing those two familiar names, Gu Heng's gaze flickered. In Yunling City, only the Liu, Yun, and Yin families held significant power. However, there were two other influential factions that Gu Hong did not belong to: the Jinfeng treasure house and the Qingfeng treasure house. These two establishments were engaged in a fierce rivalry for market dominance and supremacy in Yunling City. Although they were merely commercial entities, their influence should not be underestimated, for wealth can indeed wield great power. The business of these treasure houses was accessible to both mortals and cultivators alike. It was said that the clout of these two treasure houses far surpassed that of the Sunfire Empire, with their presence in Yunling City being but a small branch. Nonetheless, they were unequivocally considered major powers within the city. In smaller locales like Qingmu City, they would not even deign to establish a branch. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Hong surmised that a fierce conflict was brewing between these two treasure houses. The president of the Jinfeng treasure house had dispatched his handmaidens, only for them to be pursued by assassins from the Qingfeng treasure house in the dead of night. These two young women were undoubtedly on a mission to uncover commercial secrets, and their lives were now at stake. Gu Hong mused that the world of business warfare was refreshingly straightforward. Just then, he heard Xiao Yu speak again. "Young Master Gu, do you have any further questions?" He was momentarily taken aback, entirely oblivious to the expression of intrigue on his face that had been fully observed by Xiao Mu and Xiao Yu, almost overflowing with curiosity. Clearing his throat, he inquired, "There is no particular question, but I would like to ask, are they pursuing you because you have uncovered some secret?" At the mention of this subject, a flicker of hesitation crossed Xiao Yu's eyes. Gu Heng's words implied a probing into trade secrets, and logically, they should maintain silence, confiding only in their president to make the ultimate decision. Yet, in the presence of this handsome young man who had just rescued them and tenderly tended to their wounds, even incurring the ire of Qingfeng Treasure Bank, Xiao Yu inexplicably felt a desire to confide. After a moment's hesitation, she resolved to be candid. From her bosom, Xiao Yu produced a small jade vial. Gu Hong took it in hand, observing that it contained a thick, deep green viscous liquid. Upon opening it, he detected a faint medicinal aroma. This was some form of topical healing ointment, but Gu Hong discerned that its efficacy was rather poor. If he were to describe it, it resembled the dregs left over from his early attempts at refining medicine, akin to the effects of this Qingling liquid. Such a concoction might be palatable for mortals, but for cultivators, it would likely find few buyers. "They are pursuing you for this vial of medicine?" Gu Hong raised an eyebrow in skepticism. He did not recognize this remedy, but for it to incite relentless pursuit by trained assassins of Qingfeng Treasure Bank after two young girls, it must possess some significance, albeit of inferior quality. Indeed, Xiao Yu gritted her teeth. This vial of Qingling liquid was specially concocted by a hired alchemist for Qingfeng Treasure Bank. While its efficacy may not be exceptional, the formula for its creation is exceedingly simple and costs very little to produce. Its purpose is to undermine us at Jinwang Treasure Bank, rendering our healing potions unsellable. Gu Heng's gaze narrowed slightly as understanding dawned upon him. This substance, though ineffective, was inexpensive, allowing Qingfeng Treasure Bank to sell the Qingling liquid in bulk at low prices. While Jinwang Treasure Bank's healing potions might be of superior quality, Their higher price would restrict their market. Consequently, Qingfeng Treasure Bank aimed to profit from the pockets of the impoverished and the weak cultivators. Once the production of this Qingling liquid ramped up and sales surged, Jinwang Treasure Bank's healing potions would inevitably struggle for market presence among the financially constrained populace. The smaller factions outside Yinling City would certainly purchase the Qingling liquid in large quantities, as would wandering cultivators who would opt for the more affordable remedy. Additionally, the common folk in the city, if able to procure such healing potions with mere silver, would likely bypass medical establishments for convenience. It was not that there were no buyers for Jinwang Treasure Bank's products. It was simply that the impoverished outnumbered the wealthy in this world. Everyone aspires for the best, yet many are compelled to settle for less. I comprehend now. No wonder those two young ladies were being pursued in such a disheveled manner. This can be regarded as a matter of utmost commercial secrecy. Qingfeng Treasure House could undoubtedly leverage this as a trump card, waiting for their stock of Qingling liquid to reach sufficient levels, creating an ample buzz, and then launching it in one grand sweep. It appears that Qingfeng Treasure House is contemplating a stealthy strike, intending to deliver a devastating blow to Jinwang Treasure House at a crucial moment. He returned the jade vial to Xiaoyu and remarked, "You wish to take this vial back, allowing your treasure house's president to ponder how to devise a more effective strategy. Correct?" Xiaoyu nodded in agreement. However, Gu Heng's next statement left them speechless, as if their mouths were stuffed with eggs. Yet, in my view, this vial of potion is rather subpar. The residue from my alchemical practices, when steeped in cold water, yields results far superior to this by several magnitudes. Chapter 61. Qin Yao, my master is incredibly powerful. Gu Heng chuckled, speaking with remarkable candor. However, upon his utterance, Xiaoyu was instantly taken aback, and Xiao Mu beside her widened her eyes in astonishment. What is it? Is there something amiss? No, there is nothing wrong. Xiaoyu shook her head, merely exchanging a glance with Xiao Mu. Serving one master for an extended period had honed their ability to understand each other through mere eye contact. Is it better than drinking the dregs of his alchemical concoctions? Why does this young master Gu sound so arrogant? The effects of the Qingling liquid are undeniably formidable. They had exerted considerable effort to infiltrate the Qingfeng treasure house and witnessed firsthand the enigmatic alchemist employed by them, who, using a large cauldron, produced 50 vials of this Qingling liquid in one go. Moreover, he demonstrated its efficacy on the spot. A cultivator in the core formation stage, sustaining external injuries, was healed within 10 breaths with merely a drop of the elixir. Furthermore, it also exhibited a mild, detoxifying effect. This is undoubtedly a second-tier spiritual medicine, and in vast quantities at that. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that the ingredients required for this Qingling liquid are rather commonplace. Yet the formula remains elusive, most likely a self-created recipe. Economical, capable of large-scale production, and with potent healing properties, it posed a significant threat. Though Xiaoyu was merely a maid, she was a senior maid, and she discerned that this elixir would thrust the Jinhuang treasure house into a dire predicament. Qingfeng treasure house aimed to capitalize on this moment, producing more Qingling liquid, which would enable them to deliver a devastating blow to Jinhuang treasure house with their stockpile. Notably, the most affordable healing medicine from Jinhuang Treasure House was only slightly superior to this Qingling liquid. Its production cost was exorbitantly high, retailing at 3 spirit stones per vial. In contrast, the Qingling liquid could be acquired at a mere spirit stone for 3 vials. Ultimately, Jinhuang Treasure House was destined to lose. You think I'm merely boasting, do you? Gu Heng observed the incredulity and confusion etched on their faces, undoubtedly pondering how this audacious individual could possibly breach the medical establishment. Yet, if he possessed genuine skill, why would he not be invited to concoct medicines? Frustrated, he regarded the Qingling liquid as utterly inferior. He could easily boil a batch and dilute it countless times, yielding a more effective solution than the Qingling liquid. While it may be our fault to harbor doubts about young Master Gu, it is undeniable that the Qingling liquid is indeed somewhat impressive. The one to speak up was Xiao Mu, her words tumbling out rapidly, and upon finishing, she hastily supplemented her remarks with polite explanations. fearing Gu Hong might misinterpret her intentions. Then wait here. I shall return to the back room to concoct medicine, for seeing is believing. Gu Hong resolved to convince them through reason. Although this was entirely unnecessary, having practiced as an alchemist for a number of years, he could not allow himself to be questioned by those lacking expertise. When challenged, one must rely on facts. He turned and retreated to the back room, while Xiao Yu and Xiao Mu felt hesitant to follow, as it was, after all, his domain. Then, they heard the crackling of the flames. Was that young master truly concocting medicine? Suddenly, the front door of the clinic swung open, and they turned to see a youthful maiden clad in a white dress, her face reflecting a sense of languor as she stepped inside. Upon closer inspection, they discerned her cultivation level, foundation establishment, second stage. Yet, inexplicably, she emanated a piercing sword intent and a hint of sanguine aura. Although both Xiao Yu and Xiao Mu were at the second stage of core formation, they felt an unsettling tremor in the presence of this maiden, whose cultivation was a full realm beneath theirs. This girl was extraordinary. Indeed, this was Qin Yiyao, who had just dispatched a rat before returning to the clinic. Xiao Mu instinctively positioned herself in front of Xiao Yu, furrowing her brow as she inquired, "Who are you?" Qin Yiyao cast a glance at Xiao Mu and replied nonchalantly, "Had I wished to kill you both, I would have acted earlier. Although you are gravely injured, do show some respect in my master's domain. I am Qin Yiyao, and I reside in this clinic as well." Xiao Mu and Xiao Yu were momentarily taken aback. "Your master?" This formidable young woman possessed a master? Yet, apart from young Master Gu, they could not identify anyone else who could be deemed her master. Could it be that young Master Gu was indeed her mentor? However, he appeared to be only a few years her senior and exhibited no signs of true energy fluctuation, indicating a lack of cultivation, while the maiden clearly possessed formidable skills. Unless, Xiao Yu recalled having seen the president of the Golden Phoenix Trading Company, a powerful entity at the ascension stage. From him, she had sensed no trace of true energy either. Just as her conjectures began to elicit cold sweat along her spine, her gaze fell upon the cold moon-soft sword at Qin Yiyao's waist, causing her pupils to constrict. Although she did not wield a sword herself, she recognized that the president practiced swordsmanship, and she could distinctly sense the low hum of a weapon spirit emanating from that blade. A sword possessing a weapon spirit could only be classified as a heavenly grade artifact. To wield such a weapon at the second stage of foundation establishment, undoubtedly, it must have been bestowed upon her by her master. But her master? Cold sweat trickled down Xiao Yu's back. Qin Yiyao, glancing at the sword at her waist, offered a faint smile and remarked, "Have you two not sensed any aura of cultivation from my master?" Xiao Mu and Xiao Yu, still bewildered, merely nodded. That is precisely the case. As cultivators at the second stage of core formation, you lack the qualification to perceive his aura. Only those at the tribulation or ascension stages possess such discernment. If he were to release his aura, it would signify that someone has provoked his wrath. And at that moment, not even within the expanse of Yunling City, nor for 1,000 miles around, would anyone be capable of withstanding the pressure of his aura. As Qin Yiyao spoke, her gaze turned sharp, and her words, slow yet resolute, echoed, "Do you two understand?" As she spoke, the chilling sword intent enveloped them, and Xiao Yu and Xiao Mu felt a cold shiver run down their spines. They nodded in agreement. "That is good." Qin Yiyao raised her chin with satisfaction and remarked, "Oh, by the way, my master lives in seclusion, shunning the limelight. He immerses himself in the world, pursuing loftier aspirations, and has no desire to reveal his identity. Therefore, the two of you must refrain from broadcasting his identity indiscriminately. Simply regard the proprietor of this medical establishment as an unassuming, ordinary alchemist who wishes to avoid disturbance from outsiders." "Yes, we understand," the two women replied respectfully. Only then did Qin Yiyao retract the sharp aura that enveloped her. Although her master had aided them, it was essential to instill some necessary discipline. Her master had chosen to enter the mortal realm to attain the final insights of the world's ephemeral nature, preparing for ascension. It was imperative that he not be swayed by any peculiar circumstances. Qin Yiyao felt quite adept in her role as a disciple. Chapter 62. This medicine, my disciple can easily refine. At last, it was accomplished. Gu Hong gazed at the large iron cauldron brimming with a pale blue medicinal liquid, his spirits soaring. This concoction was remarkably simple to brew. When he honed his medical skills, he did so gradually, starting from the most elementary techniques. This particular potion required no meticulous attention to the heat. As one progressed, the demands for precision heightened, and the timing of ingredient additions became critical. However, his medical prowess had now transcended the ordinary, and the techniques of alchemy had seamlessly integrated into his mind, impossible to forget. He had only simmered the liquid for the duration of a tea session, yet its efficacy was exponentially superior to that wretched Qingling liquid. Indeed, each drop could be diluted with water, and even in its diluted state, it would surpass the Qingling liquid in potency. Now, it was time to showcase his abilities to those two young ladies, to demonstrate that he was indeed a professional alchemist. With a gentle smile, Gu Hong emerged from the back room, only to be met with a rather unfriendly atmosphere in the main hall. Qin Yao stood with her arms crossed, exuding the haughty demeanor of a proud young lady, while Xiao Mu and Xiao Yu, resembling timid maidservants, trembled under her scrutinizing gaze. This girl could indeed exert a commanding presence. Yao, do not make things difficult for them, Gu Hong chided gently as he stepped forward. After all, these two young women had just narrowly escaped from the clutches of assassins. It was unclear how they had offended Qin Yao. They were still in a state of shock, yet she appeared intent on intimidating them further. Oh, Qin Yao pursed her lips, softening her stance slightly. Yet in her view, some individuals required a firm hand to understand their place. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. Also, I let a mouse escape. Qin Yao recalled her encounter on the street, where she had only managed to eliminate one of the Qing Feng Baoheng assassins, feeling a twinge of regret. Those two mere second-tier cultivators were unworthy of participation in the assassination. They were only fit to observe and relay messages. Yet, despite this, she had failed to conclude the confrontation swiftly, inadvertently allowing one of them to seize an opportunity to escape. The more she pondered, the more Qin Yao felt compelled to accelerate her physical training. If she swiftly assimilated the teachings from the tome on the body, her path to cultivation would encounter far fewer obstacles, enabling her to avoid many detours. Her master had already done enough for her. It was time for her to showcase her own talents. Let go, Gu Hong mused, initially perplexed as to why she was awake, only to realize it was due to the mouse. Such a spirited, stubborn, and sharp-witted girl was not without her fears. Contemplating this, he resolved to procure some rodenticide to maintain cleanliness in the medical clinic. Gu, oh no, Master Gu. At this moment, Xiao Yu trembled as she rose, her heart stirred by the profound implications of Qin Yao's words. It dawned on her that the proprietor of this medical establishment was no ordinary individual, but rather a formidable hermit residing amidst the common folk. Her prior remarks had been rather presumptuous, leaving her quite alarmed. However, as her thoughts shifted, she recalled that since the disciple had mentioned his desire for seclusion, wishing to conceal his identity and not be treated as a formidable figure, she immediately adjusted her address, opting to refer to him as master rather than senior. Despite her verbal reassurances, both Xiao Yu and Xiaomu felt a lingering awe as the powerful command respect, and they were acutely aware of their own weaknesses. Do not be so tense, come, follow me to the back, Gu Hong said, casting a glance at Qin Yao, fully aware that the two young women were clearly intimidated. Nevertheless, since the medicine was prepared, it was only fitting that they be allowed to witness it. Upon entering the back room, before they could even form opinions about the simple and unadorned furnishings, Xiao Yu gasped in shock, covering her mouth in disbelief as she beheld the large pot before Gu Hong, filled with a pale blue liquid that exuded a refreshing and ethereal fragrance. She had never encountered such an extraordinary aroma before. Furthermore, it was remarkable that he had employed an ordinary pot rather than the specialized alchemical cauldron typically used by practitioners. Master Gu, what kind of spiritual medicine is this? Xiao Yu and Xiaomu were naturally astonished, for even a mere whiff revealed that this elixir contained potent medicinal essence, far surpassing the Qingling liquid. It has no name, and I am too lazy to bestow one upon it. I merely wish for you to understand that the Qingling liquid is indeed insignificant, Gu Hong remarked with a slight smirk. Having heard such nonchalant yet commanding words, Xiaoyu dared not show any disregard. Before she could respond, Gu Heng instructed Qin Yao to fetch a basin of cold water. He then dipped a small amount of the spiritual liquid from the pot into the basin. Merely a single drop transformed the entire basin of water into a pale blue hue. To the astonished gaze of the two women, they observed the cold water rapidly emanating medicinal properties, and within just a few breaths, it had morphed into yet another basin of healing liquid. Is this truly possible? Though they were not alchemists, they had seen the potions and elixirs created by the alchemists at the Jinwang Treasure Guild. Yet they had never heard of such a method, where a drop of liquid could convert an entire basin of water into a medicinal concoction. Gu Heng retrieved a jade vial. Such items were commonplace for him, and filled it with the pale blue liquid from the basin, presenting it to Xiaoyu. My dear, why not compare these two potions and see which one proves superior? Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback. She glanced at Gu Heng, who appeared unperturbed, as if he merely wished for her to sample the medicine. Very well. After a brief hesitation, Xiaoyu extended her hand to accept the jade vial from Gu Heng. The cool medicinal energy coursed through her, awakening her senses with clarity. This blue liquid was undoubtedly more potent than the Qingling liquid from Qingfeng Treasure Guild. Moreover, its efficacy far surpasses the low-grade healing potions currently sold by their Golden Phoenix Trading Company. As for the difficulty of concoction, what a formidable figure this young Master Gu is. Just moments ago, his disciple had provided them with quite the awakening, leaving them thoroughly intimidated. For a powerhouse of his caliber, crafting low-tier healing potions might be as simple as a mere trifle. Seemingly perceiving the thoughts swirling in Xiaoyu's mind, Gu Heng drew Qin Yao closer, gently patting her little head. This potion, my disciple can master its concoction within a single day. Huh, what is my master doing? She pondered, for she had never engaged in alchemy before. Alchemy is an art that demands innate talent, and Qin Yao was acutely aware that she lacked such a gift. With a look of profound confusion, she gazed at him, while Gu Heng merely offered her a reassuring glance that conveyed a sense of understanding. This declaration undoubtedly delivered a profound impact on Xiaoyu. She cast a deep gaze at Gu Heng before ultimately lowering her eyes. Chapter 63. Collaboration. Xiao Yu and Xiao Mu exchanged glances, their thoughts aligned in perfect harmony. They pondered how to counter the Qingfeng Treasure House's upcoming release of Qingling liquid, and a solution had already crystallized in their minds. That is, this blue elixir. Its concoction was straightforward, its potency formidable, and even when diluted with water, its efficacy remained astonishingly powerful. Just imagine how many vials of healing potions could be produced from a single cauldron of concentrated liquid. Moreover, even after dilution, its effectiveness would still surpass that of the Qingling liquid. If even Master Gu's disciple could effortlessly brew it, then it surely posed no challenge. The formula must be exceedingly simple. After all, it seemed utterly implausible for a mere foundation establishment stage girl to claim mastery in alchemy. With newfound courage, Xiaoyu boldly inquired, Master Gu, may I ask if you, or perhaps your disciple, would be willing to collaborate with our Golden Phoenix Treasure House? Gu Heng smiled knowingly. Here it was, the moment he had anticipated. Initially, he had merely intended to showcase his alchemical prowess to these two young ladies. Yet, during the recent alchemical endeavor, an idea had taken root in his mind. The Qingfeng Treasure House was even prepared to dispatch assassins to eliminate the Golden Phoenix Treasure House's personnel over that vial of what he deemed subpar Qingling liquid. Surely, he could effortlessly produce copious amounts of healing potions. It appeared that the two major trading houses in Yunling City had exerted considerable effort to profit from ordinary mortals. The Qingling liquid was only suitable for the mundane, effective merely for treating common ailments like cold and fatigue, and would never be marketed to cultivators. If one sought to profit from the wealth of cultivators, Gu Heng believed he had no part to play. However, since the aim was to earn money from the medicinal needs of mortals, why couldn't he, a mundane endowed with profound medical skills, stake his claim? The potions he concocted would undoubtedly offer superior quality at a reasonable price, far exceeding the Qingling liquid. A collaboration with the Golden Phoenix Treasure House would yield mutual benefits. Establishing a clinic alone would not provide sufficient income, and now he had to support another mouth, particularly that of a beautiful young lady. He could no longer afford to live day by day, as he once did. At the very least, before Qin Yao came of age, he had to nurture this exquisite flower with utmost care. Daily watering and fertilization were indispensable. Now, he awaited the other party to initiate the request for collaboration. A lucrative opportunity had presented itself. Collaboration? Yet, I find little interest in such an alliance. I merely wish to convey that inferior potions like the Qingling liquid, not only I, but even my disciple could easily concoct something superior. Gu Heng maintained an air of indifference. He tactfully adopted a strategy of retreat to advance. He could not afford to appear overly concerned with monetary gain. Upon hearing this response, Xiao Yu contemplated further questions, but, recalling that he was a reclusive master capable of summoning clouds and rain with a mere gesture, she refrained, swallowing her words. Such a character, extending a hand to rescue her, might merely find it amusing, whether it be the Qingfeng Treasure House or the Jinhua Treasure House. These two branches in Yunling City are perhaps nothing more than trifles to young Master Gu, easily dismissed with a mere flick of his hand. One cannot resort to coercion. Rather, it is imperative to humbly beseech him for assistance with the Jinhua Treasure House. Moreover, the request must be sincere and humble. I find myself somewhat intrigued. Qin Yao interjected. Although she knew nothing of alchemy, she fully comprehended Gu Heng's gaze, thereby crafting an appropriate response. It seemed her master wished to engage in a transaction with the Jinhua Treasure House. Though the specifics eluded her, she surmised it must pertain to spiritual elixirs. Regardless, since her master desired involvement, she would oblige. Upon hearing Qin Yao express her interest in collaboration, Xiao Yu's expression shifted dramatically, akin to a changing mask, characterized by rapid fluctuations. Really? That would be splendid. Xiao Yu exclaimed in sheer delight, nearly leaping with joy. With the aid of this spiritual elixir, the Jinhua Treasure House would undoubtedly suppress the Qingfeng Treasure House completely. After speaking, she solemnly bowed to Gu Heng, her demeanor one of genuine reverence, which surprised him. He mused that this girl was particularly devoted to propriety. Observing this scene, Gu Heng felt an inexplicable pleasure. He raised his hand, signaling her to rise. There is no need for such formality. Since my disciple is interested in collaboration, let be guided by her intentions, mutually beneficial. Rest assured, young Master Gu, the Jinhua Treasure House will certainly cooperate fully. Xiao Yu nodded earnestly, declaring they would do their utmost, leaving no room for refusal. Gu Heng pondered for a moment. It might be premature for the young lady to speak thus. If I am not mistaken, the true authority over the Jinhua Treasure House lies with another, does it not? While Xiao Yu's attitude reassured him of the stability of the situation, the decision-maker at the Jinhua Treasure House may not share her sentiments. After all, Gu Heng was ultimately an outsider, having only recently arrived in Yunling City. With no roots in the area, the head of the Jinhua Treasure House would likely not trust him so readily. Indeed, Xiao Yu hesitated before nodding slowly. That is correct. The reins of this matter do not rest in her hands, and she could not pledge on behalf of her superior. The night has grown late. If the two ladies do not wish to travel by night, I have vacant rooms upstairs. The decision to stay is yours. Gu Heng noted the hour. Now, deep into the night, Xiao Yu and Xiao Mu whispered among themselves before deciding to return to the Jinhua Treasure House immediately. The pursuit by the Qingfeng Treasure House had already been thwarted. Rather than linger at young Master Gu's clinic until morning, it would be wiser to leave now. By the time the Qingfeng Treasure House realized their failure, they would have already returned to their own territory. Moreover, the information they had gathered must be reported promptly. With this in mind, they decided against further delay, expressing their gratitude for Gu Heng's life-saving deeds before swiftly departing. Once they had distanced themselves, Qin Yao quietly inquired, "Master, what exactly were you scheming just now? Were you contemplating a collaboration with the Golden Phoenix Trading Company to sell your elixirs?" She blinked, her curiosity piqued. Gu Heng shook his head and chuckled softly. "Of course, you think it's easy to run this clinic? Now I also have to support you, my dear girl. If I don't earn some silver to supplement the household, you'll be left with nothing but the sugar pills I concoct to fill your stomach. Oh, is it really just that? So, Master truly intends to collaborate with the trading company to sell his healing potions. How foolish of me to wonder if there was some grand secret behind it. Master is indeed just trying to make money, but he doesn't lack for such things. The notion of supplementing household expenses is something Qin Yao naturally finds hard to believe. With the treasures in his medicine cabinet and the high-grade elixirs he gives away so freely, sustaining the clinic would be no challenge at all. He could easily purchase the entire Yunling city without a second thought. Yao, you must understand that life requires careful planning and consideration. At a young age, you may not grasp this yet, but in time, you will come to understand, just as I have. Gu Heng sighed, patting Qin Yao's shoulder earnestly. In truth, he was merely in his early 20s. Qin Yao, however, fell into deep contemplation, having descended into the mortal realm for so long. Was it truly necessary for him to experience the complexities of human relationships to refine his own path to ascension? She began to reflect on her past as the Saint Yao Emperor, pondering where she might have faltered. Was it simply a matter of lacking this step into the mortal world? The more she thought, the further her thoughts drifted away. Chapter 64. The whipping of corpses begins in the western part of Yunling City. At the Qingsong Treasure Hall, the president, Shang Xiong, stood before a perfectly arranged 100 small jade vials, a broad smile gracing his lips. 100 vials of Qingling liquid. Remarkably, this was merely the yield from a single alchemical session by that esteemed alchemist. Now, Qingsong Treasure Hall boasted an impressive inventory of 1,000 vials. Shang Xiong realized that his position as the president of the Yunling City branch would soon be relinquished. With the tremendous profits anticipated from the Qingling liquid, his stature would soar to unparalleled heights. It was not merely the presidency of a small branch that awaited him, but the potential to ascend to the presidency of the entire Sunfire dynasty's branches. One day, this native of the Sunfire dynasty would venture beyond the confines of the Shantian realm to even grander horizons. President, while the efficacy of the Qingling liquid may slightly lag behind the healing water of the Golden Phoenix Treasure Hall, our pricing is undeniably superior. Beside Shang Xiong stood the vice president, Yi Gong, a shrewd and resourceful individual. He had garnered Shang Xiong's trust. After thoroughly analyzing the effects of the Qingling liquid, its production yield, and the associated costs, he swiftly grasped that the Golden Phoenix Treasure Hall would no longer pose a threat in Yunling City. Their rivalry had persisted for quite some time, with both factions enjoying their share of victories and defeats. However, in recent years, Qingsong Treasure Hall had begun to falter, particularly following the rise of a young female president at the Golden Phoenix Treasure Hall who had implemented significant reforms, catching Qingsong Treasure Hall off guard. Although it was rumored that her leadership faced discontent within her own ranks, her acumen was undeniable. Shang Xiong felt the pressing need to seize the opportunity to reverse their declining fortunes. This time, Qingsong Treasure Hall had to deliver a decisive blow to the Golden Phoenix Treasure Hall, for failing to do so would tarnish his reputation. Now that the moment had arrived, with the affordably priced and superior Qingling liquid as their commodity, a strategic operation could easily capture the lower-tier healing potion market from the Golden Phoenix Treasure Hall. As he contemplated this, Yi Gong's eyes sparkled with excitement, his brows raised high in delight. Yes, swiftly devise a plan. We have waited long enough. The launch of the Qingling liquid must be nothing short of spectacular. I want that young lady from the Golden Phoenix Treasure Hall to understand that experience outweighs youth. Shang Xiong stroked his beard, his gaze icy and fierce. Over the years, we have shown them leniency, and their audacity has only grown. It is time they recognize their own limitations. His eyes glinted with confidence, as if he could already envision the downfall of the Golden Phoenix Treasure Hall. Upon witnessing this, Yi Gong's face broke into a grin. Indeed, the president is wise. I shall prepare the plan immediately. As Yi Gong departed, Shang Xiong settled down, examining a vial of Qingling liquid with keen interest. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows, leaning in to whisper a few words in his ear. Shang Xiong's expression darkened swiftly, and he slammed his palm on the table, exclaiming, "You mean to say, Qing Si is dead?" "Indeed. How could this be?" Qingxi is at the first level of the nascent soul stage, while those two wretched girls are merely at the second level of the golden core stage. To ensure nothing went awry, I even instructed him to bring along 4 additional companions. In his fury, Shang Xiong was also taken aback. The shadowy figure had come to deliver grave news. You should see for yourself. He has returned with Qingxi's body. The others are likely already lost. Upon hearing this, Shang Xiong's countenance shifted dramatically as he sprang to his feet and hurried outside. In a secluded courtyard, the dark guards had already secured the entrance and allowed him passage upon his arrival. President, the man who survived Qin Yao's ambush is kneeling on the ground now, his face a mask of terror from the ordeal, and Qingxi's corpse lies before Shang Xiong. Shang Xiong gazed upon the lifeless body of Qingxi, blood streaming from his 7 orifices, his expression ashen. The assassination that night had indeed been a spur-of-the-moment arrangement. He had discovered that the 2 maids beside the president of the Golden Phoenix Chamber had somehow evaded the chamber's extensive patrols and infiltrated, stealing a vial of Qingling liquid in the process. This low-tier healing potion, both effective and frighteningly inexpensive, could not afford to leak any information. After years of being president, Shang Xiong was cautious in his dealings. Should they not be adequately prepared, the Golden Phoenix Chamber would catch wind of their plans. They could then summon the alchemist to enhance their existing healing potions. Although it was likely that Qingfeng Chamber would ultimately prevail, the victory would not be as resplendent, and profits would undoubtedly dwindle. Therefore, those 2 maids, who had come to unearth secrets, must be eliminated. He had dispatched one of his top 4 assassins, Qingxi, a first-level nascent soul cultivator who had earned his trust and had always executed his tasks proficiently. Yet now, Qingxi was dead. What had transpired? How could Qingxi have perished? Shang Xiong forced himself to remain calm. He could not afford to lose his composure. The man who had narrowly escaped Qin Yao's blade trembled as he recounted everything he had witnessed. From the sudden deaths of Qingxi and the other assassins to the actions of the girl, merely at the second level of Foundation establishment. He spared no detail. The Gu Medical Clinic? Shang Xiong furrowed his brow. Where in the southern part of Yunling City could such a clinic be found? Having conducted business in Yunling City for many years, dealing with both cultivators and mortals alike, he was well acquainted with the area and had never heard of a Gu Medical Clinic in the south of the city. If this were the case, it would imply that the clinic was newly established. Furthermore, the girl, at the second level of Foundation establishment, managed to handle Golden Core cultivators with such ease. She was no ordinary individual. Could it be that she was from outside? If they had rescued someone from the Golden Phoenix Chamber, did this not mean that Qingfeng Chamber had inadvertently acquired another foe? As his thoughts descended, Shang Xiong suddenly waved his sleeve with vigor, commanding, "Go investigate. Uncover the true nature of the Gu Family Medical Clinic." The dark guard accepted the order and departed. Alone, Shang Xiong gazed at the lifeless form of Qingxi, his expression fluctuating between gloom and fury. The death of Qingxi had momentarily thrown him into disarray. Regardless of the Gu family's origins, one fact remained. Their assassination attempt had failed, and the Jinhuang treasure house was likely already aware of the secret surrounding their Qingling liquid. The Jinhuang treasure house would undoubtedly begin to take measures. Cursed be it! How could they botch even this simple task? The more he pondered, the angrier he became, and he unleashed his fury upon the already stiffening corpse of Qingxi with a violent kick. The man beside him remained silent, fully aware of the severity of the situation. Recognizing that the president was so enraged, he had begun to desecrate the dead. Chapter 65. The Golden Phoenix Merchant Guild faces dire troubles. The Golden Phoenix Merchant Guild, nestled in the eastern part of Yunling City, is an establishment of unparalleled opulence and grandeur. It stands in stark contrast to the Qingfeng Merchant Guild, exuding an air of nobility and prestige. Furthermore, the Golden Phoenix Merchant Guild employs a substantial number of guards who patrol day and night. These sentinels possess formidable prowess, with many at the Foundation establishment and core formation stages, and even some rogue cultivators at the nascent soul stage. Their primary duty is merely to guard the premises. Yet such a display of might is indeed extravagant within Yunling City. At this moment, the president of the Golden Phoenix Merchant Guild, Feng Wuxin, sits in her study. scrutinizing the ledger presented by the chief steward, her brow furrowed in deep concern. Recent activities of the Qingfeng Merchant Guild have been rather peculiar. Their lower-tier healing elixirs, which have been suppressed by her guild, have shown an alarming decline in sales. However, it is indeed the core of the Qingfeng Merchant Guild's business. Strangely, in the past 10 days, they have ceased selling any lower-tier healing elixirs, as if they have exhausted their entire inventory, and their alchemists are not producing any new stock. Even more puzzling is the fact that the Qingfeng Merchant Guild has recently procured a significant quantity of low-grade medicinal materials from Baohua City, located 300 miles away. With no alchemy production, but hoarding such a quantity of inferior materials, what could they be planning? Feng Wuxin sets the ledger aside and rubs her temples. She finds it difficult to concentrate. She knows the financial standing of the Golden Phoenix Merchant Guild like the back of her hand. The guild has been thriving under her leadership for the past 2.5 years, with monthly revenues steadily increasing, a situation that should bring her joy. Yet, the recent anomalies at the Qingfeng Merchant Guild leave her feeling unsettled. Consequently, Feng Wuxin dispatches her trusted maid to investigate the recent maneuvers of the Qingfeng Merchant Guild. Miss, it is getting late. If you do not rest soon, it may harm your health. The chief steward, a middle-aged woman, stands behind Feng Wuxin, demonstrating unwavering loyalty. In her dual role as both the guild's chief steward and Feng Wuxin's foremost protector, she is among the few individuals whom Feng Wuxin holds in utmost trust. Yuan Yi, the actions of the Qingfeng Merchant Guild are exceedingly strange. Until I uncover the truth, I find it difficult to sleep. Feng Wuxin sighs. Miss, the operations of Shang Xiong from the Qingfeng Merchant Guild have always been shrouded in mystery. Even if you send Xiaoyu and Xiaomu to investigate, they may uncover little. Yuan Yi's head. At these words, Feng Wuxin manages a strained smile, though the worry in her eyes remains unshaken. She harbors an obsession that deeply concerns Yuan Yi. After all, being exiled to this sun-flamed dynasty and relegated to the president of a small city branch is, for Feng Wuxin, a profound humiliation. Once the most celebrated ninth miss of the Feng family, she has been rendered a solitary figure following the death of her father and the illness of her mother, compounded by the relentless pursuit of her cousins. Life has grown increasingly arduous. Ultimately, a directive from her clan led her to Yunling City, where she assumed the role of president of the local Golden Phoenix Merchant Guild. Feng Wuxin is determined to reclaim her former glory, with Yunling City serving as the starting point for her resurgence. Yuan Yi, realizing her attempts to persuade the young lady were futile, fell silent. She understood that her mistress possessed a rather stubborn temperament. When Xiao Yu and Xiao Mu pushed open the study door, the sight of them, though anxious yet unscathed, brought her some relief. Miss, we have found out, Xiao Yu exclaimed excitedly as she rushed to Feng Wuxin, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. It was hard to believe that she had just narrowly escaped death. What news? What is Qingfeng Baoheng up to? Feng Wuxin inquired, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. Xiao Yu produced a vial of Qingling liquid, placing it upon the table. This is what Qingfeng Baoheng has been tirelessly working on, a new low-grade healing potion called Qingling liquid. Feng Wuxin examined the vial closely. The Qingling liquid was indeed extraordinary, its transparent azure hue resembling droplets of condensed spiritual energy. Xiao Yu recounted all she had witnessed within Qingfeng Baoheng. Upon hearing her account, Feng Wuxin's expression shifted to one of grave concern. Is that so? It seems that Shang Xiong intends to stockpile a significant quantity of Qingling liquid, only to sell it in bulk at a low price, thereby rendering our healing potions obsolete in the market. Qingfeng Baoheng had recently been acquiring various low-grade medicinal materials at an alarming rate, a straightforward consequence of having discovered a mysterious alchemist who had devised a new formula capable of producing enough liquid to fill 100 jade vials in one go. The volume was vast, the formula kept under wraps, and while its efficacy was not quite comparable to theirs, the difference was marginal. Yuan Yi took the jade vial, inhaling its fragrance, and her expression darkened. As the most powerful practitioner present, she discerned the potency of the Qingling liquid more acutely. Given the similar efficacy, the production cost of this Qingling liquid was appallingly low, truly terrifying. Miss, this could pose quite a problem. Qingfeng Baoyang likely has a substantial stock of this new medicine, and it is rapidly increasing. Without Yuan needing to articulate the implications, Feng Wuxin could already foresee the impending troubles for Jinwang Baoyang. The influx of cheap Qingling liquid would compel Jinwang Baoyang to lower its prices as well. Yet the production costs of the two healing potions were entirely disparate, leaving Jinwang Baoyang at a disadvantage. Xiao Mu, I must trouble you to summon Master Mu, Feng Wuxin instructed. Xiao Mu complied without hesitation, and shortly thereafter, she returned with a middle-aged man. May I inquire why President Feng is so eager to see me? Master Mu's demeanor was less than pleasant. He had been engrossed in refining medicine to enhance his spiritual power when he was interrupted, which naturally left him disgruntled. However, he came nonetheless, recognizing the generous patronage Jinwang Baoyang provided him. Master Mu, please take a look at this. Feng Wuxin handed over the Qingling liquid, which Master Mu accepted. Upon observing the quality of the potion, a slight unease crossed his visage. After inhaling its fragrant aroma, it became evident to anyone that Master Mu was utterly astonished by this spiritual medicine. This is impossible. How could 4 of the lowest grade herbs yield a concoction nearly akin to a third-tier elixir? Although Master Mu was merely a second-tier alchemist, he possessed considerable experience in the field of alchemy. Even so, he found himself on the verge of praising the creator of this Qingling liquid. May I inquire, President Feng, whence did this potion originate? My maid infiltrated the Qingfeng treasure house tonight to procure it. In other words, Qingfeng treasure house intends to market this spiritual medicine. We are in grave trouble, Feng Wuxin replied, her tone growing increasingly chilling. Chapter 66, Seeking a Breakthrough. There is still hope. The healing spirit water from the Golden Phoenix treasures is a second-grade elixir. This remarkable concoction was refined by Master Mu, enhancing the efficacy of the original healing Qi water formula. Initially, the healing potions sold by the Qingfeng treasures were priced at 3 spirit stones per vial. However, their healing spirit water, while maintaining the same price, possesses superior potency. Moreover, the Golden Phoenix treasures boasts a more substantial foundation than the Qingfeng treasures, allowing Feng Wuxin to amass considerable wealth through the sale of the healing spirit water. Yet now, the new healing elixir from the Qingfeng treasures undoubtedly has a more promising market. Its affordability, due to bulk packaging, poses a significant threat to the Golden Phoenix treasures, which is likely to incur substantial losses and even face the risk of bankruptcy. The Qingfeng treasures had remained silent for 10 days, awaiting the opportune moment to make an impressive entrance. Master Mu, since you can identify the ingredients used in this Qingling liquid, I implore you to devise a method to enhance the healing potions currently sold by the Golden Phoenix treasures, at least to reduce costs, Feng Wuxin stated, emphasizing the reason for her summons of Master Mu. Having collaborated with the Golden Phoenix treasures for over a year, she had endeavored to meet his every request. Given that the formula for the healing spirit water remained in his possession, a closely guarded treasure of an alchemist, not easily shared, Master Mu nodded in understanding. Yet the flicker of uncertainty on his face did not escape Aunt Yuan's notice. You cannot do it, can you? Aunt Yuan's words were blunt, piercing through Master Mu's discomfort without hesitation. His face flushed, he offered an awkward smile. Director Yuan has misunderstood. I meant this matter requires careful consideration. Feng Wuxin, observing his demeanor, seemed to have anticipated this response. Master Mu, if you are unable to do so, please say so outright. The Golden Phoenix treasures will not impose difficulties upon you. Her statement left Master Mu momentarily speechless. Alas, indeed, I am powerless. Upon seeing the vial of Qingling liquid, he instantly recognized that, regardless of the identity of the alchemist from the Qingfeng treasures, he was far inferior. The use of 4 types of the lowest grade materials to produce a liquid of nearly third-grade quality had extracted all potency from the ingredients, leaving no trace of alchemical waste. What a marvel it is to have an alchemist so prodigious and gifted. How immense must their mental fortitude be? Master Mu, aware of his own mediocrity after decades of stagnation, remained merely a second-grade alchemist. The path to breaking into the third grade was fraught with challenges, and the chasm known as the fourth grade was beyond his reach. With age weighing upon him, he understood that some circumstances could not be altered through mere effort. Is that so? Feng Wuxin sighed, her grip on the jade vial tightening. If even Master Mu finds himself at an impasse, it seems the golden phoenix treasures may have no means of resolution. She felt a profound sense of discomfort. However, if the situation was indeed irretrievable, perhaps it was time to cut her losses promptly. For instance, she could swiftly sell off all the healing elixirs in stock and sever ties with Master Mu, redirecting her focus towards other ventures in the future. Feng Wuxin's brow furrowed deeper as she gazed out the window, her eyes distant. Unpleasant memories flickered through her mind, and she suddenly perceived that her ambition to rebuild her power and reclaim her family's position was perhaps overly fanciful. Even within the confines of Yunling City, she struggled to strengthen the Jinhuang treasure house. Just then, however, Xiaoyu interjected, Master Mu may not be able to resolve this predicament, but perhaps someone else can. This statement struck Feng Wuxin like a long-awaited rain after a drought, igniting a spark in her eyes. Who? She inquired. Xiaoyu did not respond directly, but produced a jade vial given to her by Gu Heng, which contained a drop of concentrated essence diluted in a large basin of water. To be candid, Xiaoyu felt a sense of despair upon realizing that the Qingfeng treasure house could produce 100 bottles of Qingling liquid in a single refining session, while Master Mu could only yield 10 bottles of healing elixir at a time. The disparity in quantity was astonishing, not to mention the even more staggering difference in cost. Yet, her despair transformed into shock upon witnessing Gu Heng's impressive yield from a massive cauldron of concentrated essence. It was indeed true that there would always be someone more formidable, and Gu Heng was that individual. She estimated that, when diluted to this proportion, that single cauldron could yield 4,000 bottles. Furthermore, these would be 4,000 bottles of a healing potion far more potent than both Qingling liquid and healing elixir. I lack expertise in alchemy. I kindly ask Master Mu to compare this vial with the Qingling liquid and discern which is superior. Xiaoyu respectfully presented the jade vial with both hands. Master Mu accepted the vial, and this time he required no sniffing. He raised his gaze, a grave expression upon his face as he regarded Xiaoyu, stating, "This Qingling liquid pales in comparison to this blue essence." Feng Wuxin was equally astonished. She took the vial and, after a moment, grasped Xiaoyu's shoulder. Her voice tinged with suppressed excitement. "Xiaoyu, where did you acquire this?" "From the Gu Medical Hall in the southern part of the city," Xiaoyu replied. "The Gu Medical Hall? What is the story behind this?" Feng Wuxin pressed for clarification. She had never heard of such a place. And the southern area of Yunling City was predominantly inhabited by common folk, with various small factions of mixed repute that had never captured her attention. Yet, it was evident from Xiaoyu's demeanor that she had encountered numerous events that night. Feng Wuxin was resolute in her desire to extract every detail before resting. "Miss, it is as follows. Xiaomu and I infiltrated the Qingfeng treasure house, but we were discovered, and Shang Xiong dispatched assassins to take our lives." Xiaoyu recounted her tale. As Feng Wuxin listened, her fingers curled tightly, her brow knitted in concern. Upon hearing that the master of the Gu family clinic, young Master Gu, had come to their aid and had even demonstrated a remarkable skill in alchemy, Feng Wuxin remained largely unperturbed, while Master Mu's expression shifted dramatically. "Wait, are you suggesting that this vial of spiritual liquid was merely derived from a single drop of concentrated essence diluted in a vast basin of water?" Little Yu nodded in affirmation. Master Mu's eyes nearly bulged in astonishment. A single drop of spiritual liquid, when diluted, possesses the quality approaching that of a third-grade spiritual medicine. This sounds even more bizarre and elusive than the concoction of the Qingling liquid. He harbored doubts regarding the veracity of this claim. Yet Feng Wuxin was unwavering in her belief, for she trusted Little Yu implicitly. Furthermore, Feng Wuxin was eager to uncover the true identity of the master of the Gu family clinic. Chapter 67. Such an early arrival, what is the background of that young Master Gu? Feng Wuxin continued to inquire. If Yunling City boasts an alchemist with such extraordinary skills, she must secure his allegiance. Failing to do so would allow Qingfeng Treasure House to gain an upper hand. To be honest, I am not certain, but he is undoubtedly exceptional. Xiao Yu recalled what Qin Yao had mentioned. Young Master Gu despises disturbances. He has come to experience a mundane life. Yet, Xiao Yu found it difficult to discern Gu Heng's true cultivation level and the forces backing him, as well as the reasons behind his seclusion in the mortal realm. Each aspect remained shrouded in mystery. Furthermore, probing into such matters could endanger one's life. Moreover, young Master Gu seemed disinterested in collaboration. However, his female disciple appeared somewhat intrigued. Are you referring to that female disciple with merely the second tier of foundation establishment? Feng Wuxin's brow furrowed slightly. Even Master Mu shared similar sentiments. As an alchemist, Master Mu understood, well, that one's cultivation level significantly impacts alchemical techniques. For a foundation establishment alchemist, even concocting the most basic first-grade elixirs is a laborious task, as manipulating flames with true energy is no simple feat a second-tier foundation establishment. For an alchemist, this seemed rather inadequate. It was not a disdain for the foundation establishment level, but rather that the craft of alchemy entails numerous stringent standards. Therefore, Feng Wuxin did not dwell too much on Xiao Yu's remarks and resolved to direct her focus toward young Master Gu instead. It appears that I must personally visit the Gu Medical Hall tomorrow morning. Feng Wuxin swiftly reached a decision. She recognized her advantage. The personnel at Gu Medical Hall had eliminated assassins from Qingfeng Treasure House and saved her most trusted maid. Out of both sentiment and reason, expressing her gratitude in person was only fitting. Regardless, Feng Wuxin needed to take action. Hesitation would merely grant Qingfeng Treasure House an opportunity to exploit the situation. Instead of allowing that, it would be wiser to seize the moment and see if she could align Gu Medical Hall with Jinwan Treasure House. Missed that young Master Gu. According to his disciple, he resides in seclusion and dislikes disturbances. If we approach him rashly, Xiao Yu cautioned. Regardless, this visit is necessary. Since they saved you, what harm is there in expressing my gratitude? Feng Wuxin remained steadfast in her original plan. You two stay at the treasure house. I will accompany the young lady. As Yuan Yi's words left her lips, Feng Wuxin felt a shift in her thoughts. Yet, having watched her grow, Yuan Yi continued before Feng Wuxin could voice her objections. Do not argue, miss. I must accompany you. The strength of the medical hall's owner is uncertain. I cannot allow you to go alone. Feng Wuxin found herself unable to resist her insistence. She was unaware of her Aunt Yuan's full name. All she knew was that Aunt Yuan had always been by her deceased mother's side, inseparable, like the closest of confidants or the most loyal of warriors. Now, she had become Feng Wuxin's most devoted subordinate. Perhaps some of this was due to her mother's influence. This night, the Golden Phoenix Treasure House was destined to pass without tranquility. The Qingfeng Treasure House was gathering strength, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to seize the largest profits from the Golden Phoenix Treasure House, allowing them to watch as their rivals weakened. Feng Wuxin found herself unable to sleep, her gaze fixed upon two vials of spiritual liquid throughout the night. On one side, it promised to inflict a grievous wound upon the treasure house, while on the other, it served as a blade that would cause Qingfeng to bleed profusely until its demise. She was determined to secure that blade the following day. At dawn, Feng Wuxin, having spent the night in her study, changed into a simple dress and casually tied her hair into a bun before stepping out with Aunt Yuan. They made their way to the southern part of the city, following the directions given by Xiao Yu. In half an hour, they arrived at the entrance of the Gu Medical Hall. The faade was modest yet exquisitely adorned, exuding a sense of comfort. Just as Feng Wuxin was about to enter the Gu Medical Hall, Aunt Yuan halted her. Allow me to go in first. Aunt Yuan, we are here to express our gratitude. It is only fitting that we enter together. Feng Wuxin had prepared a gift, 100,000 taels of gold, as thanks for saving Xiao Yu and Xiaomo. Naturally, she had considered the appropriateness of offering such a gift to a mortal. If the owner of the medical hall sought to remain untainted by worldly affairs, he would not appreciate being compensated with rewards meant for cultivators. Instead, offering him mortal currency would convey that the Golden Phoenix Treasure House had no intention of disturbing his serene existence, but rather sought to cooperate harmoniously. After all, there was an abundance of gold and silver within the treasure house. Miss, we know nothing of the Gu Medical Hall's background. It will be prudent for me to assess the situation first. Very well, Feng Wuxin conceded, albeit with concern. She understood Aunt Yuan's responsibilities and could only nod in agreement. Please be careful. After instructing Aunt Yuan, she watched her disappear through the grand doors of the Gu Medical Hall. Upon entering the front courtyard, Aunt Yuan noticed the plaque, its 4 prominent characters shimmering brilliantly. Squinting, she sensed a certain profound essence emanating from it. Is this a plaque carved by someone who has attained the Tao through calligraphy? Perceiving the sharpness flowing from the plaque, she could tell at a glance that its creator possessed considerable cultivation. This realization heightened her vigilance. The front door of the medical hall swung wide open, and she stepped inside, surveying the consultation area. There was nothing of particular note. The space was devoid of any personnel, save for an old lantern in the corner that had not been lit. Everything appeared as ordinary as any mundane medical establishment. Then she noticed the door leading from the front hall to the back hall was pushed open, and a young man emerged. Instantly, she focused her attention, recognizing him as the likely owner of the medical hall. Indeed, she sensed no trace of cultivation from him. Originally, when Xiaoyu informed her that the owner of the medical clinic was beyond their perception, she did not give it much thought. After all, she was merely at the second level of the golden core stage, incapable of sensing the aura of a formidable being. Yet, even she could not discern it. Despite her shattered true essence and the lingering injuries to her dantian, she could still exert the power of the 10th level of the spirit separation stage. But could it be that even she could not perceive it? Was the owner of this clinic perhaps more powerful than she was before her injuries? To what extent could this power extend, transcending tribulations, reaching the great ascension, or even attaining the status of a sage? She arrived quite early. Gu Heng was taken aback to find a middle-aged woman standing in the front hall. He had just opened the doors for business and gone to the back to organize some items, and already there was someone seeking medical attention. Moreover, she was a captivating beauty, still possessing a certain charm. However, the lady's condition did not appear to be well. Gu Heng scrutinized her visage. The darkened space between her brows and the makeup failed to conceal the pallor of her health, clearly indicating internal injuries. Yet, Aunt Yuan was even more astonished. He instantly recognized that her body harbored significant afflictions. Chapter 68. Healing? It is my expertise. Indeed, Aunt Yuan has sustained injuries, and they are grave. Her dantian is severely damaged, and her true essence shattered. As a cultivator, she has reached the end of her path. For the spiritual herbs required to mend her true essence are beyond her reach, even in her prime. Now, even if she were to acquire them, it would hold little significance. The journey to restore her cultivation after such a fall is exceedingly long. Aunt Yuan's thoughts are now solely focused on nurturing Feng Wuxin and assisting her in expanding her influence. Her own injuries have become trivial by comparison. May I inquire as to how to address you, madam? Gu Heng asked, striving to maintain a gentle demeanor. This beautiful woman appeared quite affluent, and he wondered how she had come to find his clinic. Nevertheless, since she was here, he ought to extend her a warm welcome. Simply call me Madame Yuan, she replied, contemplating whether her true intentions had been discerned. After all, he had noticed her internal injuries. Perhaps he had already detected her connection with Feng Wuxin even before they arrived. Yet, upon reflection, if that were the case, why had the owner of the clinic not directly confronted her? Perhaps he truly did not concern himself with such matters. Did he genuinely perceive her as merely a woman seeking treatment? Aunt Yuan speculated while observing Gu Heng's reaction. Seeing no suspicion emanating from him, she decided to play along. I am indeed experiencing some discomfort. Might you be able to examine me? Please, do take a seat, madam, so that I may check your pulse, Gu Heng replied courteously. As Gu Heng settled at the consultation desk, preparing to take her pulse, Aunt Yuan's eyelids twitched. Was he truly going to check her pulse? At their level of cultivation, and even more profound heights, one could ascertain the state of another's health merely by observing their aura, rendering pulse-taking unnecessary, unless the owner of this clinic intended to treat her as a mundane physician would. Such a descent into the ordinary was rare. She had encountered numerous reclusive powerhouses, yet most were not so much hidden as they were excessively reclusive, disinterested in worldly affairs. Individuals like him, who immersed themselves in the mundane, were indeed a rarity. Aunt Yuan felt a surge of astonishment within, yet maintained her composure as she extended her left wrist toward Gu Heng. "Please, go ahead." Upon hearing this, Gu Heng smiled and nodded, then placed his right index finger upon her wrist, closing his eyes in contemplation. His brow furrowed momentarily before relaxing, and he opened his eyes to regard Aunt Yuan once more. "Madame Yuan, your condition is quite severe," he remarked. "Your vital energy is significantly depleted, and this has become a chronic issue. Neglecting treatment has exacerbated the condition. I can indeed remedy it, but the recovery of your already damaged body will be rather challenging." Aunt Yuan let out a bitter smile. Did she not know her own injuries? The pain of being grievously wounded by treacherous individuals. Her true essence shattered. These scars could not simply be erased. Once a cultivator at the 10th level of integration, her powers had plummeted to the realm of spirit separation. Were it not for her unique cultivation technique, which prevented her dantian from shattering, retaining any semblance of her cultivation or even surviving would have been in question. However, healing is possible. Gu Heng, with a gentle smile, casually remarked, causing Yuan Yi's mood to tighten. Sensing her unease, he lightly patted the back of her hand in reassurance, saying, "Do not worry, I am here. I shall ensure your recovery." Can it truly be cured? Indeed it can. Yuan Yi understood that by utilizing spiritual herbs to reconstruct the shattered essence and subsequently employing various other herbs to gradually stabilize it, healing was possible. However, such treatment came at a steep cost, one she could not afford. Especially after Feng Wuxin was exiled and she followed, the possibility of treatment vanished. Scouring the entirety of the Dayan Empire would yield neither the precious medicinal materials nor formidable alchemists. Yet, if treatment were to be pursued, I fear I cannot bear such expenses. Yuan Yi sighed, lamenting her current poverty. How could she pay the owner of this medical establishment? Now it was Gu Heng's turn to be astonished. This beautiful woman, despite her seemingly prosperous attire, was struggling to make ends meet, finding it difficult even to seek medical help. No matter, he thought, given her exquisite beauty, he would perform an act of charity. "Fear not. I will treat you without concern for material recompense," he declared, waving his hand to dismiss her worries. He then retrieved a jade vial from the cabinet and placed it before her. "Take this, and I shall concoct a medicinal solution for you to gradually nurture yourself back to health." With that, Gu Heng retreated to the back room. Yuan Yi gazed at the elixir within the jade vial. It was a treasure she had encountered before. An 8th-grade elixir, the solidifying essence pill. It could fortify one's true essence, enhance cultivation, and for those with exceptional talent, it could even directly assist a practitioner in ascending a realm. For someone with a shattered essence, this elixir could serve as a means of reconstruction. Yuan Yi's heart trembled, yet she still found it hard to believe. Such a precious pill, even if she had lost her true essence cultivation, could slowly aid her recovery. Yet here was Gu Heng offering it to her, expecting her to consume it? Was the owner of this medical establishment not in his right mind? To freely bestow such a miraculous elixir upon a stranger he had never met? Thus, she hesitated to partake. However, refusing might also displease him, potentially leading him to misconstrue her as a miserly individual devoid of security. After much contemplation, Yuan Yi resolved to accept it. She uncorked the vial, retrieved the 8th-grade solidifying essence pill, and swallowed it whole. The medicinal power instantly surged within her. Meanwhile, Feng Wuxin waited anxiously outside, her heart fluttering with unease. Yuan Yi had entered voluntarily, and over a tea's duration had passed without her emergence. She paced restlessly in the courtyard, growing increasingly anxious for Yuan Yi's return. As she waited, a small silver cat approached quietly, observing her. What a delightful little feline," she mused, glancing down to find the tiny kitten gazing up at her with 2 bright, round eyes, exuding an endearing charm that melted her heart. "What's your name?" "I am Feng Wuxin. You may call me Sister Feng." The little silver cat seemed to comprehend, tilting its head. Feng Wuxin crouched down to stroke the soft, fluffy fur of the silver creature, which felt exquisite to her touch, making it difficult for her to let go. Then, the little silver cat spoke in human tongue. "Woman, what audacity do you possess to dare to touch me?" Feng Wuxin, taken aback and bewildered, suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon her. Her complexion paled, yet she could not muster her true energy, and thus was pressed against the wall. Before her astonished gaze, the little silver cat gradually transformed into a tall, stunningly beautiful woman, exuding an air of cold elegance that looked down upon all of creation. A member of the demon clan. How could there possibly be a demon here? Feng Wuxin was so frightened that her very soul felt as if it might escape her. Chapter 69. These were merely tests. Su Jinshu observed Feng Wuxin, who was rendered immobile by her aura, and gently lifted her chin with a finger. "What brings you to the entrance of this clinic?" "I." Feng Wuxin swallowed hard, thoroughly intimidated by the haughty beauty of the demon clan before her. "Do not move recklessly, or I may inadvertently cause your demise," Su Jinshu remarked, a playful smile gracing her lips, her tone languid yet beguiling. Glancing inside, she noticed a woman receiving treatment, seemingly gravely injured. Her gaze shifted back to Feng Wuxin, and her eyes fell upon the golden insignia pinned to her chest. That emblem was strikingly familiar. "Are you affiliated with the Golden Phoenix Treasure House?" Su Jinshu was well acquainted with the Golden Phoenix Treasure House, renowned throughout the Xiantian realm, even engaging in trade with the demon clan. They were truly audacious, undeterred by the animosity between demons and humans in their relentless pursuit of profit, earning Su Jinshu's admiration. Furthermore, the Golden Phoenix Treasure House wielded immense power, reportedly backed by multiple Mahayana stage cultivators. While they lacked a saint, Mahayana stage cultivators were formidable in their own right. "I am Feng Wuxin, the president of the Golden Phoenix Treasure House." Feng Wuxin took a deep breath, summoning the courage to reveal her name, feeling the weight of the beauty's presence pressing down upon her. Upon hearing her name, Su Jinshu's eyes narrowed slightly. "Your surname is Feng? What relation do you have to Feng Chongyu?" Feng Chongyu, a first-stage Mahayana cultivator and the former president of the Golden Phoenix Treasure House, had the ancient Feng clan backing him, a powerful lineage that enabled the treasure house's far-reaching business endeavors. "He is my grandfather," Feng Wuxin replied somewhat reluctantly. The thought brought her sorrow. Her father was Feng Chongyu's eldest son, who had died young, and the eldest son's wife had also succumbed to illness. Now, this granddaughter found herself exiled to the scorching Sunfire dynasty, feeling little connection to her familial ties. Upon learning she was Feng Chongyu's granddaughter, Su Jinshu's brows furrowed momentarily before relaxing. How did the grandson of that old man end up here as a branch president? It seems incongruous. Did your master save 2 human girls yesterday? Are they from your clan? Feng Wuxin nodded, striving to remain unaffected by Su Jinshu's reference to her master, and produced a wooden box from her arms. "I am here to express my gratitude." Su Jinshu snatched the box and opened it, revealing 10 gold bars and numerous Golden Phoenix tickets. The Golden Phoenix tickets were meant for mortals, each redeemable for an equivalent amount of gold at the treasure house. "Humph, you're quite astute. My master is presently among mortals, and your offering of wealth aligns perfectly with his preferences." Su Jinshu cast a disdainful glance at the gold bars and tickets before tossing the box back to her. "Senior, may I be released?" Feng Wuxin gritted her teeth, struggling to force the words from her throat. She truly believed she was on the brink of death. The strength of this demoness was overwhelming. Feng Wuxin, though merely 17 years of age and lacking exceptional talent in her cultivation, only possessing a 5th-level nascent soul, found herself at a disadvantage compared to those renowned prodigies. Yet, she exhibited an unexpected genius in commerce. However, such matters paled in comparison to the formidable power of the demoness, which far surpassed that of Aunt Yuan. Moreover, she referred to that young Master Gu as her master. All this made Feng Wuxin realize that the Gu Medical Hall was a veritable den of terrifying dragons. "Ah, look at you. I haven't even done anything to you." Su Jinshin suddenly withdrew her oppressive aura. "Since you have come to express your gratitude, do enter. There is no need for concern. He is quite amicable." Exhausted, Feng Wuxin collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. She rubbed her backside and stood up, only to discover that Su Jinxin had vanished. How frightening, Feng Wuxin murmured to herself. Just moments ago, she had experienced the true meaning of insurmountable pressure. She resolved to approach this seemingly courteous request for collaboration with utmost caution. She must not offend young Master Gu in the slightest. Although young Master Gu might be easygoing, those around him were certainly not to be trifled with. Feng Wuxin felt a twinge of fear instilled by Su Jinxin's overpowering demeanor. As she stepped into the front courtyard, just before entering, she sensed a force sweep over her, causing her to tense up and glance around nervously, ultimately spotting a plaque. Who is watching me? Such inner queries remained unanswered, compelling her to proceed further. Upon her entrance, Aunt Yuan noticed her and had yet to speak when Gu Heng emerged, holding 5 jade vials. Madam Yuan, please take this medicine back. Gu Heng lifted his gaze and abruptly halted his words upon seeing another presence within the room, a young girl with an impressive figure, her youthful visage evident. Young Master Gu. Feng Wuxin quickly stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Gu Heng, what a pleasant surprise to have 2 beautiful ladies visit so early in the morning. Back in Qingmu City, I had never been graced with such fortune all at once. Could it be that fortune has smiled upon me since arriving in Yunling City? I am Feng Wuxin, the president of the Jinwang Treasure Bank branch in Yunling City. Last night, you saved my 2 maidservants, and I have come today to express my gratitude. With that, Feng Wuxin placed a wooden box containing gold bars and gold notes upon the table. Gu Heng approached nonchalantly, lifting the lid of the box. Upon glimpsing the fleeting glimmer of gold within, a smile could not be contained at the corners of his eyes. My goodness, so much gold. President Feng, my act of assistance was merely a casual endeavor. As for this token of gratitude, I suppose I shall reluctantly accept it. He cleared his throat, his expression betraying a hint of embarrassment, feigning difficulty in declining, and ultimately accepted her generous offering with a smile. Feng Wuxin hastily waved her hand, expressing that her gratitude felt rather insufficient, uttering a few polite words. After a brief exchange, she apologetically remarked, I truly apologize, and I hope that neither I nor Aunt Yuan have offended you. Aunt Yuan? Gu Heng scrutinized both Feng Wuxin and the Lady Yuan, suddenly enlightened. Oh, it appears this is a subtle test orchestrated by the Golden Phoenix Treasure House. The esteemed President Feng seeks to ascertain whether this alchemist truly possesses genuine skill, hence dispatching a close acquaintance to evaluate him. However, it is evident that he has passed this assessment with utter ease. You two have certainly put on an excellent performance. It seems the Golden Phoenix Treasure House wishes to gauge my capabilities. So, tell me, are you both satisfied? Gu Heng remained unperturbed, understanding that such matters are inevitable. After all, they are engaged in business and must exercise due caution. Chapter 70. Everyone comes to test at this moment. Feng Wuxin was also tensed, hearing Gu Heng's words, which seemed to carry a hint of amusement, yet also a touch of indifference. She surmised that Gu Heng was displeased with their momentary probing. What a disaster. However, Feng Wuxin's mind was quick, and she promptly replied, I am very satisfied. We have no doubt about Master Gu's medical skills. Aunt Yuan also rose, sincerely stating, if I have caused any offense, I hope Master Gu will not take it to heart. The elixir she had just consumed was indeed a genuine 8th-grade pill. The potency of the medicine had already begun to reshape her true essence, healing her old injuries in the Dantian. Not to mention, just this generous bestowal made Aunt Yuan understand that her life was now indebted to him. The favors of an alchemist are never easy to owe, nor to repay. But what more could she say? The possibility of healing her lingering internal injuries was enough. It's quite all right. I understand your actions and would never hold it against you, Gu Heng continued. However, Madam Yuan, please take this. Add 3 drops to hot water daily and soak for 15 minutes. After a month of this, your body will be completely restored. He handed her 5 jade vials containing the medicinal liquid. Although it was a test, the burdensome ailments afflicting this beautiful woman were indeed heavy. Regardless, he had promised to help her, and he intended to see it through. Master Gu this. Aunt Yuan was bewildered, although she had little knowledge of alchemy. The fragrance emanating from the jade vials confirmed that these freshly refined elixirs were undoubtedly precious high-tier medicines. Take it. Let us settle our accounts. We can discuss collaboration. But as I have stated, I will cure your ailments. Gu Heng's declaration filled Feng Wuxin and Aunt Yuan with ecstatic joy. Aunt Yuan was overjoyed, and Feng Wuxin, too, understood that this woman, who had watched her grow, had once been severely injured while bravely defending her against a group of assailants. Gu Heng had made a promise to heal her. How could they not be elated? Please, both of you, follow me to the back hall for a thorough discussion. Gu Heng stepped aside, revealing a pathway leading to the rear hall. An hour later, Aunt Yuan and Feng Wuxin took their leave from Gu Heng and exited the medical hall. The expression on Feng Wuxin's face was one of profound relief and joy. The conversation had gone smoothly. Gu Heng was interested in the collaboration, but showed no desire to personally engage in alchemy. However, his female disciple was willing to assist Jin Huang Treasure House in providing more efficient elixirs for a simple fee of 100,000 taels of gold per month. To be honest, this deal felt almost too good to be true. As for whether the girl, who was at the second level of foundation establishment, could refine the blue elixir they required, of course she could. Feng Wuxin had no doubt about Gu Heng's words. The words of such a formidable individual required no skepticism. His strength was the finest proof. Furthermore, it had already been agreed that the first batch of golden elixirs would be delivered to Jin Huang Treasure House by morning, enough to fill 2,000 vials. If Qingfeng Treasure House dares to ignite a commercial war at this moment, it will undoubtedly face a comprehensive defeat. This name was conceived by Feng Wuxin. While Qingfeng Treasure House produces Qingling liquid, they shall produce Jinling liquid. Feng Wuxin inhaled deeply, as if she could already sense the taste of victory. Aunt Yuan this time? It seems to be our fortuitous opportunity, Feng Wuxin remarked with a smile. Indeed, miss. Aunt Yuan's spirits were equally high. This time, not only would the predicament of the treasure house be resolved, but she would also gain an additional reward, healing her hidden injuries. It is time for Qingfeng Treasure House to be expelled from Yunling City. A sharp and ruthless scheme began to take shape in Feng Wuxin's mind. The two major treasure houses of Yunling City were about to engage in a fierce battle, and she initially believed that Jinhuang Treasure House would be the unfortunate victim, perpetually at the mercy of Qingfeng Treasure House's relentless exploitation. However, the tides had turned. Once she obtained 2,000 bottles of Jinling liquid tomorrow, she could initiate an offensive, and Qingfeng Treasure House would soon discover the true meaning of pain. Yet, such an approach seemed rather mundane. Why not wait for Qingfeng Treasure House to make the first move, allowing them to believe victory was assured before delivering a heavier counterstrike? The mere thought was exhilarating. She was convinced that Qingfeng Treasure House could not escape this fate. Not long after Feng Wuxin and Aunt Yuan departed, Qingyi, the top assassin of Qingfeng Treasure House, appeared at the entrance of Gu's medical hall. This visit was also under the orders of President Shang Xiong. He had learned from past experiences and kept his distance. Qingyi understood that Qingxi had perished at the doorstep of this medical hall, most likely due to his excessive complacency. He was entirely unaware of the strength of the hall's owner, as Qingxi had fallen dead in an instant. Yet, as the most elite assassin under Shang Xiong, Qingyi knew how Qingxi had met his end. Poison. There were no external injuries, and even the true essence in his dantian remained intact. If a powerful individual had exerted pressure, their meridians would have shattered, and the dantian would have ruptured, leading to a chaotic demise. The presence of blood from the 7 orifices strongly suggested poisoning. If poison was the cause, it would be understandable. There are countless poisons in this world, and even those capable of killing a great ascension stage expert exist, let alone those that could take the life of a nascent soul stage cultivator. Even an ordinary person could easily be poisoned to death if a nascent soul stage cultivator were caught unawares. Qingyi was well aware of this. Once, as a mere orphan child, he was taken in by Shang Xiong, and the first life he took was that of a second-layer nascent soul cultivator. At that time, Qingyi was but an ordinary mortal. He sacrificed half of his palm to witness the decay and death of that nascent soul cultivator. The poison was known as bone-eating heart-piercing toxin. To avoid poisoning himself, Qingyi severed the half of his palm that had touched the toxin, and thus survived. while that nascent soul cultivator perished at the hands of a mere mortal child. Since then, Qingyi became the most formidable assassin under Shang Xiong, without exception. Gu's medical hall. He had never heard of such a place. If it was new, it needed thorough investigation. He concealed himself in the shadows, observing intently. Qingyi exercised extreme caution, even resorting to his soul qi concealment pill, a potion that renders one's aura entirely dissipated, along with all cultivated abilities, at this moment. He was akin to an ordinary mortal, until the effects of the pill would wane. To guard against the possibility of formidable practitioners in the Transcendence or Great Ascension stages residing within the Gu Clan Medical Hall, concealing both his presence and cultivation was futile. Only by utilizing the pill to disperse his powers could he ensure his safety. Of course, he needed to consume a recovery pill within a quarter of an hour, lest he lose his cultivation irretrievably. Nevertheless, a mere quarter of an hour was ample time for him to ascertain the circumstances within the medical hall. Observing two feeble mortals emerging from the Gu Clan Medical Hall, Qingyi adjusted his coarse garment and proceeded towards the establishment. Chapter 71. The provocateur Qingyi, now a mere mortal devoid of any cultivation, found this identity to be most advantageous for his purposes. After observing for some time, he noted that, apart from the president and the steward of the Golden Phoenix Treasure House, all who entered were ordinary people. Since he was seeking medical attention meant for mortals, he reasoned that his entrance would be unchallenged. With this thought in mind, Qingyi strode confidently into the front courtyard. The plaque above remained indifferent to his presence. He effortlessly entered the consultation hall, surveying his surroundings without detecting anything amiss. It appeared much like any other medical establishment, save for a slumbering wildcat atop the medicine cabinet. A sense of curiosity washed over him, but as he heard some commotion from the back room, he stealthily approached, his years as an assassin granting him the ability to move with utmost discretion, even in his current state. Peering inside, he beheld a young girl busily concocting some medicinal liquid in a large iron pot, the aroma of herbs wafting through the air. Upon closer inspection, he noted that the mixture was a thick, vibrant blue. What peculiar substance was she brewing? The scent suggested it possessed healing properties, yet before he could ponder further, the girl spotted him and rose to approach, scrutinizing him intently. Suddenly, Qingyi felt a surge of anxiety. This girl, though only at the second level of Foundation establishment, posed a significant threat, especially considering he was now a mere mortal. While he did carry some poison for self-defense, he was reluctant to act impulsively. According to a survivor's account, this girl had effortlessly dispatched 2 second-level core formation assassins, overpowering them with ease. He was uncertain if he could outpace her even in his diminished state. "Are you here for medical treatment?" Qingyi regarded the seemingly unfriendly man before her. Though he exhibited no signs of cultivation and wore a simple cloth shirt, his furtive movements did not inspire trust. She contemplated whether he was truly there for treatment or had nefarious intentions. If it were the latter, he would certainly deserve a lesson. Ah, indeed. Qingyi pursed her lips, concluding he did not appear to be a thief after all. She gestured toward a chair in the consultation hall. "Please sit there and wait. Do not look around." "Oh, understood. Thank you, miss. Please, carry on with your work." Qingyi turned and made his way back to the front hall. Observing him sit down, Qingyi furrowed her brow. This man was rather peculiar. At that moment, Gu Heng entered from the rear courtyard. Noticing that Qingyi was distracted, frequently glancing toward the front hall instead of attending to the simmering concoction, he cleared his throat, startling her. "Yao, what captures your attention? Your master instructed you to focus on the fire. Otherwise, the potency of the medicine will diminish." "Rest assured, master. I was merely contemplating other matters," Qingyi replied, sticking out her tongue playfully before returning to tend to the flames. Seeing her demeanor, Gu Heng felt no desire to reprimand her. It was difficult to chastise such an endearing disciple. Nonetheless, he held confidence in her alchemical skills. It appears to be progressing quite well." Gu Heng gazed at the azure concoction simmering in the pot, nodding in satisfaction. After Feng Wuxin and Aunt Yuan departed, he promptly summoned Qingyi, who had been diligently honing her physique upstairs, to attempt the art of alchemy. Initially reluctant, she eventually acquiesced. For as her master and a skilled alchemist, it was imperative that she learn. The outcome was indeed surprising. Qin Yao demonstrated a remarkable aptitude. This particular potion was not overly complex to concoct, and her master envisioned her crafting more intricate elixirs in the future. A smile graced Qin Yao's lips as she reflected on the unexpected success. Even she was unaware of the source of her formidable mental prowess. It seemed that upon seated before the cauldron, her spirit was ignited, for alchemy is a discipline that hinges on one's mental acuity, with cultivation being secondary. The strength of one's mental energy is pivotal to the success of the alchemical process. Yet, Qin Yao had previously possessed a rather feeble mental capacity. Upon her death and subsequent rebirth, her cultivation had vanished, but her mental fortitude had not regressed to its original state. This realization dawned upon her. It signified that she possessed the innate talent to become an alchemist. Do not grow complacent. I have merely taught you the most fundamental formulas and techniques. Gu Heng admonished gently, tapping her forehead to temper her pride. His medical expertise had been meticulously honed under the guidance of a sophisticated system, evolving from ignorance to mastery over the course of many years. In contrast, Qin Yao had only begun her journey into alchemy for less than half an hour. However, her rapid progress brought Gu Heng a sense of solace. In just a few years, he envisioned her ready to venture forth, opening her own clinic to heal and assist others. Even if she lacked the talent for cultivation as a practitioner, at the very least, she would have acquired a skill to sustain herself. The field of medicine indeed offers myriad pathways. Oh, and it seems we have a visitor seeking treatment, he remarked. Is it so? Continue your practice. I shall attend to business. Gu Heng made his way to the front hall, where he encountered Qin Yi, who sat nervously on a chair, scanning the surroundings. Upon his arrival, Qin Yi's anxiety intensified, for it appeared that this was indeed the proprietor of the clinic, as described by the survivors. He was youthful, exuding an aura of elegance. Yet the thought that Qin Si had perished at his hands made Qin Yi wary of placing too much trust in first impressions. The world harbors many who wear a courteous facade, while harboring a predilection for bloodshed. What shall I call you? Qin Yi inquired, rising to his feet. You may refer to me as Mr. Gu. May I inquire whether you seek medical assistance or have other matters to discuss? Gu Heng's demeanor was gentle, accompanied by a subtle smile that evoked the warmth of spring. Yet, this only heightened Qin Yi's apprehension. Such a seemingly amiable countenance could mask the darkest of intentions. He needed to ascertain the true nature of this clinic's master. Mr. Gu, are you new to this area? I have resided here for quite some time and have yet to encounter you. Qin Yi cautiously probed. Ah, indeed. I have just arrived from Qingmu City and have only recently settled in. The clinic's reputation has yet to be established, and it will require the favorable word of the neighbors, Gu Heng replied. Gu Heng was quite honest. After all, being new to this place, he naturally wanted to leave a favorable impression. However, there are numerous medical clinics in the southern part of the city, and I fear that given your youth, you may lack genuine skill and expertise. Upon hearing this, Gu Heng's brow furrowed in irritation. Was this person not here to seek treatment? It seemed more like an attempt to provoke. You are not here for medical assistance, are you? Indeed, I shall speak plainly. You have opened a new clinic in Yunling City, yet the other establishments are renowned for their seasoned practitioners. If you possess no substantial abilities, it will indeed be quite challenging for you. After uttering these words, Qin Yi felt a cold sweat begin to trickle down his back. Chapter 72. The Gu Family Medical Pavilion is not to be feared. Qin Yi's words were undeniably offensive. If the other party were indeed a reclusive practitioner, such an affront could provoke a lethal response. Setting aside other considerations, he was certainly adept at using poison, and his audacity to operate a medical establishment indicated he possessed considerable skill. His intention was to question the proprietor's expertise, to provoke him to the point where, regardless of his outwardly refined demeanor, any individual can become irate when their vulnerabilities are exposed, thus revealing their true capabilities. Qin Yi could then ascertain the depth of the individual's cultivation. However, this was a perilous gamble. Presently, he was merely an unrefined individual. and his protective talismans might not suffice to save him. Should he truly incite the other's wrath, his life could easily be forfeit. Thus, Qing Yi remained on high alert, ready to counter any movements from Gu Hong. Unexpectedly, Gu Hong was indeed furious, yet that was the extent of it. His expression darkened, and he waved his hand dismissively. What a troublesome fellow! Frustration simmered within him. This man, whose demeanor was decidedly sinister, bore no signs of illness, his aura stable. Since he was not there for treatment, he was likely there to provoke trouble. Observing the half-mangled palm, Gu Hong understood the man's nature all too well. This individual was undoubtedly one of those street ruffians from the southern district of Yunling City, notorious for extorting others and causing disturbances, relentlessly undermining their confidence with disparaging remarks. Gu Hong felt a wave of discontent. It had barely been a week since he opened his medical pavilion, and already competitors were seeking to disrupt him. Those seasoned practitioners offered no opportunities for the younger generation. Nevertheless, Gu Hong was undeterred. His medical skills were unparalleled, standing at the pinnacle among mortals. To have a street ruffian attempt to undermine his confidence? Such tactics were despicable and utterly ineffective. Moreover, he had already secured a partnership with the Jin Huang Bao Heng. Once his medicinal concoctions hit the market, even without patients seeking treatment, he would amass wealth beyond measure. Why should he concern himself with the petty machinations of his competitors? He stood at the entrance, dismissing the intruder with a wave of his sleeve, his displeasure evident. Qing Yi was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that the other would refrain from aggression and instead command him to leave. The proprietor of the medical pavilion was indeed furious. Such intense, emotional fluctuations from a practitioner were unmistakable, their true essence radiating with clarity. If he could not sense even a hint of cultivation, he was merely a mortal. The young woman appeared to be the true master of the medical pavilion. She had been preparing medicine earlier, and it was she who possessed genuine cultivation. It seemed that Mr. Gu was merely a servant employed by the young lady, devoid of any significant prowess, cleverly positioned to conceal the true identity of the Gu family medical pavilion's owner. Yes, it must be so. Qing Yi felt a sudden clarity in his thoughts. As his eyes darted about, a plan formed in his mind, yet his visage remained adorned with a cheerful smile. Mr. Gu is quite busy. I shall take my leave for now. Having reached a conclusion, he deemed it unnecessary to linger any longer and strode confidently out through the main entrance. The experiment was a success. The Gu Medical Clinic posed no real threat. It was merely a girl at the second stage of foundation establishment, accompanied by an ordinary person who dabbled in poisons. In comparison to Qing Feng Treasure House, they were insignificant. Once the figures had faded into the distance, Gu Hong could no longer contain his frustration. Damn it, I've only just arrived, and already I am plagued by such fools. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seemed that managing his clinic would not be an easy task after all. Should he request some guards from the Jin Huang Treasure House? That wasn't out of the question. Having some guards would surely deter these ruffians, who would think twice upon seeing blades. However, never mind, perhaps it was premature. Gu Hong shook his head. He had only just solidified his collaboration with Jin Huang Treasure House, and to seek favor so soon would be rather hasty. Besides, he still possessed ample poison, should such individuals dare to appear again. This thought soured his mood, prompting him to retreat to the back room to continue instructing Qin Yao in alchemy, while also providing her with a bit more rigor. Meanwhile, at Qing Feng Treasure House, in the Grand Hall, President Shang Xiong was in discussion with Vice President Yigong. To the side, a figure cloaked in black sat silently, with only their hands betraying their youth. Soon, Qing Yi returned, and upon receiving a glance from Shang Xiong, Yigong discreetly withdrew. The cloaked figure stirred slightly upon seeing Qing Yi, but remained silent. President, I have fulfilled my mission. I have ascertained the details of the Gu Medical Clinic. Qing Yi knelt partially, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, exuding confidence. Observing his demeanor, Shang Xiong's curiosity deepened, and he promptly inquired, "Pray tell, who resides in that clinic and what are their backgrounds?" There are two individuals within the clinic, an ordinary person and a girl at the second stage of foundation establishment, posing no threat whatsoever. Qing Yi replied with steadfast composure. Upon hearing this, Shang Xiong displayed an expression of skepticism. Are you certain? His countenance grew serious as he pressed further. The ones who pursued those two girls were a nascent soul cultivator and four-core formation cultivators. How could a mere ordinary person and a second-stage girl contend with such formidable foes? To suggest that the girl possesses some peculiar ability to overcome core formation with her foundation establishment is one thing. But surely a nascent soul cultivator cannot be so easily vanquished? Moreover, that Qingxi met his demise at the hands of the clinic's master. Could it be that the master is merely an ordinary person? An ordinary individual, effortlessly capable of crushing 5 cultivators? President, I assure you, I am utterly certain. Initially, I too assumed there would be some formidable presence at the clinic. To avoid revealing my intentions, I even took a concealment pill. Yet the reality proved I had overestimated the situation. That clinic is not to be feared. Qing Yi was resolute, while Shang Xiong harbored doubts. However, after years of unwavering service from Qing Yi, he deemed him entirely trustworthy and thus ceased to question further. Shang Xiong was already aware that Qing Si and his 4 subordinates had all succumbed to poison. The exact nature of the toxin remained elusive, appearing to be an odorless and lethal venom that struck swiftly upon contact with blood. Although it is not an easy task for mortals to eliminate cultivators, Qing Si must have let his guard down, falling prey to the very trap laid for him. As this thought crossed his mind, Shang Xiong's countenance darkened further. He slammed his hand upon the chair, his face flushed with rage. Who would have thought that a mere mortal, alongside a second-tier foundation establishment girl, could inflict such grievous losses upon Qing Feng treasure firm? The death of Qing Si represented a significant setback for Shang Xiong, and to perish at the hands of a mortal was an affront beyond measure. Chapter 73. Prepared and ready under the command of Shang Xiong. The only individuals he could genuinely trust were the 4 assassins known as Qing Yi to Qing Si. He valued the innate talents of these 4 orphans, investing considerable resources to cultivate their abilities. After all, they represented his formidable strength at the nascent soul stage, unmatched by others. Over the years, the Qing assassins had assisted him in numerous endeavors, and Shang Xiong had never been stingy with rewards, even nurturing a somewhat twisted sense of familial affection for them. Yet, when the crucial moment arrived, he would not hesitate to send these assassins to their demise. However, to perish at the hands of mere mortals? It was intolerable. A nascent soul cultivator poisoned by a commoner. Qing Yi had once acted in such a manner, and at that time, Shang Xiong had even praised his audacity in exchanging injury for life. But now that such an event had befallen him, his ire surged uncontrollably, ready to explode at the slightest provocation. It was time to raze that medical clinic to the ground. Shang Xiong's expression darkened ominously. He yearned to dispatch someone to the Gu medical clinic immediately, to tear that mortal apart and capture the young girl for some well-deserved torment, hoping to quell his fury. President, please calm your anger. Zing yihastidi advisit. While that mortal may wield poison, he is not to be feared. However, the young lady is an alchemist of considerable skill. Should she possess any means of defense, a reckless assault on our part could lead us into a trap. Qing Yi's words served as a timely reminder for Shang Xiong. Indeed, moreover, Qing Feng Treasure House held significant influence in Yunling City, rivaling the 3 major families. To suffer such a significant setback at the hands of a mere clinic would tarnish his reputation as president. If mishandled, this incident could disgrace the entire Qing Feng Treasure House. What was more troubling was the possibility that Jinhuang Treasure House would exploit this situation for their own gain. Let that clinic linger a while longer, Shang Xiong ultimately managed to rein in his fury. The most pressing concern was not the fate of a dilapidated clinic, but rather the formidable opponent that was Jinhuang Treasure House, which required his utmost attention. By the way, President, I also observed the president of Jinhuang Treasure House, Feng Wuxin, and the chief steward exiting the clinic. They may have conspired together to counter our treasure house. Qing Yi recalled, having seen them while lying in wait. At that moment, he sensed the gravity of the situation. The president, Feng Wuxin, had even brought the chief steward to personally visit the Gu medical clinic. coupled with the sight of that young lady concocting medicine inside. Qing, he felt there must be some ulterior motive at play. No matter, since last night's ambush failed. It was already within my expectations that Feng Wuxin would seek means to counter us. We now possess the upper hand. We must act preemptively, Shang Xiong declared confidently, waving his hand dismissively, as though this minor disturbance could not possibly impact the forthcoming plans of Qing Feng Treasure House. After all, even if Jin Huang Treasure House were to devise a more affordable and effective healing potion today, they would lack the inventory. Meanwhile, the Qingling liquid from Qing Feng Treasure House had a stockpile of 1,000 bottles at their disposal. President Shang. Suddenly, the figure in the black robe spoke, causing Shang Xiong to tremble and promptly turn around, bowing respectfully. "What command do you have, sir?" Qing Yi observed discreetly. This enigmatic figure, said to have approached voluntarily, was quite young and possessed a modest cultivation level, merely at the 7th stage of foundation establishment. However, his skills in alchemy were extraordinary. Qing Feng Treasure House had previously employed an arrogant alchemist, but after a single alchemical contest, the old practitioner was utterly humiliated by the black-robed individual. The newcomer was shrouded in mystery, with an unclear background, yet he exhibited remarkable talent, likely supported by powerful connections. "I have delivered the potion you requested. Now, I hope you can fulfill your promise and procure the herbal materials I need." The black-robed man's voice was youthful, akin to that of a 20-something, yet his tone was chillingly detached. Shang Xiong replied respectfully, "Of course. I assure you that I will deliver the required items shortly." "Very well," the black-robed man acknowledged before departing. Once he was out of earshot, Qing Yi inquired, "President, who exactly is this person?" Shang Xiong shook his head. "I am unfamiliar with him, but given his youth and exceptional alchemical skills, he must have formidable mentors behind him." The black-robed individual instilled a sense of trepidation in Shang Xiong. The alchemical techniques he wielded were indeed prodigious. Shang Xiong found it hard to believe that such a talent lacked a powerful alchemical master backing him, prompting him to treat the young man with utmost respect, never allowing his age to breed disdain or offense. Advanced alchemists are not to be trifled with. To provoke them is akin to disturbing a hornet's nest. After a moment of contemplation, Shang Xiong continued, "By the way, have you gathered the items I instructed you to collect?" Qing Yi furrowed his brow slightly. "President, those items are rather difficult to find. Regardless, you must search for them. Should we fail to keep our word, the black-robed man will not take it lightly. He may be unconcerned, but his allies are surely not to be trifled with. Alas, if only he were less mysterious. Otherwise, courting his favor could provide us with an advantage against Feng Wuxin." Shang Xiong sighed inwardly, harboring a hint of regret. "President, should we summon more personnel to eliminate the Gu Medical Hall?" "No need, since the medical hall is suspicious. We must refrain from rash actions to avoid giving our adversaries an opening. Instead, send someone to monitor the movements of the Jin Huang Treasure House. They will undoubtedly take further action. Our immediate objective is to swiftly acquire and assimilate the Jin Huang Treasure House to strengthen our own power." "Understood, President. I shall attend to it at once." Qing Yi clasped his hands in salute before taking his leave. Meanwhile, within the medical hall, Qin Yao gazed at a pot of thick, fragrant blue spiritual liquid, wiping the sweat from her brow. She had succeeded. After 2 hours of carefully controlling the heat and measuring the ingredients, she had finally managed to concoct this golden spiritual liquid, albeit in blue. In her quest to compete with the Qingling liquid from Qing Feng Baoxing, Feng Wuxin aptly named her own concoction the Golden Spirit Liquid. Indeed, its quality is commendable. Although it still lacks some experience, practice makes perfect, and with time, she will surely refine her skills. Gu Heng nodded in satisfaction. How delightful it is that this young girl learns with such remarkable speed. Whether it be forging her physique or wielding a sword, she immerses herself in her studies, exhibiting the grace of a valiant heroine. Now, as she delves into the art of alchemy, her progress is equally impressive. Gu Heng mused that he may have inadvertently taken on a prodigious disciple of unparalleled versatility. Chapter 74. The troubles of the spirit thought sect have arrived. Master Xie praised her, and Qin Yao beamed with a radiant smile. Subsequently, She reached for a container filled with spiritual liquid, presenting it to Gu Heng. Master, after diluting these golden spirit liquids, we will have precisely enough for 2,000 bottles, sufficient for sale at the Golden Phoenix Treasure House. She understood that the collaboration between her master and Feng Wu Xin was largely orchestrated for her benefit. Gu Heng merely required some mundane silver to ensure he could experience the vicissitudes of mortal life without descending into destitution. However, the alchemical work fell squarely on Qin Yiyao's shoulders, as did the responsibility for delivering it to the Golden Phoenix Treasure House and instructing them on its preparation. Thus, this partnership was, in essence, a collaboration between Qin Yiyao and the Golden Phoenix Treasure House, with Gu Heng merely playing a facilitating role. For Qin Yiyao, this was indeed a precious opportunity. She regarded the ambitious President Feng Wu Xin as a force to be reckoned with, driven by a fierce determination to ascend. This golden spirit liquid had the potential to obliterate the Qingfeng Treasure House, allowing her to dominate the market in Yunling City. Beyond that, the surrounding towns and even distant cities would inevitably fall under her sway. Qin Yiyao, in this scenario, was the architect of such opportunities. Though she had lost everything upon her rebirth, she had previously risen from obscurity to wield significant power. Now, she was equally capable of achieving greatness. Feng Wu Xion's ambition and expansion aligned perfectly with Qin Yiyao's aspirations. The name of the Saint Yao Empress would not fade into obscurity so easily. Moreover, this promising beginning was more splendid than anything she had ever envisioned. With a wise and supportive master guiding her, she had a comfortable bed to sleep in, ample food to sustain her, and the freedom to devote herself to cultivation, unencumbered by the lurking dangers of the world. In the past, such a life had seemed unattainable. Emerging from anonymity as a solitary cultivator, she had carved her path through a ruthless world fraught with peril. Even after establishing her own faction and gathering followers, she found herself ensnared in the complexities of external threats and internal treachery, where the harm inflicted was far more than mere arithmetic. The intrigues of her previous life had nearly extinguished Qin Yiyao's patience for ascending to immortality. But now, circumstances had changed. She was under the protection of another. Yiyao, why are you staring at me like that? Gu Heng observed Qin Yiyao gazing intently, her face flushed with excitement, resembling a blooming flower. What had caused this sudden daydream? Why the blush? It was only then that Qin Yiyao realized her demeanor, hastily lowering her gaze to conceal her emotions. Raising her eyes once more, she smiled brightly and declared, "I'm simply grateful to have encountered such a wonderful master." Gu Heng chuckled heartily, tousling her hair. "Silly girl, I merely stumbled upon you by chance. What if I had found another child elsewhere? As long as you are sensible, I am content." Qin Yiyao nodded obediently. "Well, it's been 2 days since old Master Wu returned, and there has been no news since." Gu Heng recalled another matter. The old man Wu Rong had assured them just a few days prior that he would effectively relay their concerns regarding the Thousand Swords hunting ground. However, 2 days had passed, and while he had successfully negotiated a lucrative deal with the Golden Phoenix Treasure House, there was still no word from that side, like mud flowing into the sea, utterly silent. This young lady of his had rare and special requests, and Gu Heng was determined to fulfill them. He had promised to pamper her, and he intended to keep that promise. If they refused, then so be it. Qin Yiyao blinked and shook her head. She was not entirely convinced by the assurances of the third elder from the Nianling sect, and was naturally prepared for any eventuality. If the Nianling sect refused her entry, she would simply breach the blockade of the Thousand Swords hunting ground herself. Mentioning this was merely to save face for the Nianling sect. If they did not agree, all the better. Qin Yiyao did not wish for Gu Heng to expend resources on these forces she deemed beneath her, as it would be a tremendous waste. No, dishonesty is not a virtue. Old Master Wu had promised me he would send someone with authority to negotiate. Perhaps it would be prudent to wait another day. If nothing comes of it. Gu Heng's gaze gradually darkened. In any case, he had already established a connection with the Golden Phoenix Treasure House. If that wealthy merchant family refused to comply, he would find another way to make them feel his power. It would not be difficult to leverage a bit of authority. Suddenly, a tumultuous sound erupted above Yunling City, as if a tempestuous wind swept through, shaking the very foundations of the city and startling many within, both cultivators and ordinary folk alike. In the west of the city, within the ancient craftsman-esque carving shop, Liu Yin had been diligently practicing calligraphy when the swiftly passing force disrupted his concentration, causing his final stroke to lose its grace. He steadied his breath and focused. For entering the Tao through calligraphy required a tranquil state of mind. The old craftsman, noticing Liu Yan's mistake, immediately reprimanded him. "Your master speaks the truth." Liu Yan nodded, continuing his practice, while the old craftsman gazed discontentedly at the sky, muttering, "Just a mere first-stage tribulation cultivator, and he dares to be so arrogant." The old man exuded a stronger aura, enveloping the small shop. He could not allow that fool to disturb his disciple's state of mind. In the southern part of the city, Gu Hong stepped into the front courtyard, observing the unmistakable traces of energy left in the sky. It was clear to him that a formidable figure had passed by. Truly disruptive to the populace, he murmured, frowning. Witnessing these powerful cultivators traversing mountains and seas, soaring through the heavens, Gu Heng's feelings had changed from before. Previously, he had believed he could also become someone who looked down upon the world. Now, he merely perceived these individuals as show-offs. Qin Yao sensed the fluctuation of that power as well. She recognized it was a tribulation stage expert soaring across the sky. Moreover, judging by the direction, it appeared to be heading toward the Nianling sect. At this moment, within the gates of the Nianling sect, the sect leader, Zhu Ling, was in the main hall, engaged in discussions with several elders. Suddenly, his expression shifted dramatically. He rose abruptly, shaking out his sleeves, and commanded, "Prepare at once to activate the protective formation." The elders, taken aback, exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain as to what could necessitate the activation of the sect's formidable protective array, a measure not to be undertaken lightly. "Hurry!" Zhu Ling barked, his voice laced with urgency, his complexion ashen. Seeing his demeanor, the elders dared not inquire further and promptly complied with his orders. Once they had departed, Zhu Ling's figure flickered as he leapt from the hall, his true energy surging as he hovered in the air. Yet he was drenched in cold sweat, for the swiftly approaching figure exuded an overwhelming aura that instilled within him an undeniable sense of formidable power that could not be defied. Chapter 75. Defeated in one move, ha ha ha. The Yanling sect. Your grandpa, Huangli, has arrived. A voice, brimming with arrogance and overwhelming dominance, echoed through the area, shaking it to its core. The immense pressure seemed to descend from the heavens, leaving all nearby cultivators in a state of shock, wondering what had transpired. Huangli, who is this? How dare this individual act so brazenly at the gates of the Yanling sect? Could he be yet another formidable opponent? Regardless, such blatant disregard for our sect cannot be tolerated by the elders or the sect master. At this moment, just before noon, numerous disciples were practicing outside the Yanling sect's gates. However, they soon beheld a figure, draped in a dull brown hue, approaching rapidly, enveloped in a colossal and robust aura, akin to a mountain pressing down upon them. The overwhelming presence made it difficult for many to breathe, with some disciples kneeling in submission. This man is undoubtedly a powerhouse. But what of it? The Yanling sect stands firm here. Surely we possess our own strong cultivators. Rather than succumbing to the fear instilled by this intruder, they yearn to witness the sight of him being chased and humiliated by their elders and sect master. As anticipated, when the oppressive force surged forth, a figure emerged from the Yanling sect, poised in midair. With a cough, he deflected the encroaching pressure, asserting his own formidable presence. It is the sect master, Zhu Ling. It is said that Zhu Ling has refrained from engaging in battle for many years. This time, we are fortunate enough to witness his prowess. His appearance instilled a sense of security among the disciples. A sect master should possess such fortitude. Damn it! How did this fellow find us so quickly? Zhu Ling maintained an outward calm, hands clasped behind his back, yet beads of cold sweat trickled down his temples as he silently cursed within. The brown-clad figure halted, confronting Zhu Ling across the distance. This uninvited powerhouse was none other than Huangli, the sect master of the Huangdao sect. Huangli, garbed in tattered brown robes and barefoot, with disheveled hair and beard, might have been mistaken for a destitute beggar if not for the overwhelming pressure he exerted at the sect's gates. It had been a long time since Huangli appeared, yet his intention to dominate upon arrival suggested ill intent. Zhu Ling clasped his fists, his expression far from pleasant. Ha ha ha! Huangli laughed heartily, his voice resonating through the air, while a terrifying whirlwind of blade energy swirled around him within a span of several dozen feet. Enough of the pretense. Zhu Ling, your Yinling sect is now but a shadow of its former self, merely a second-rate sect in Quine Prefecture. Meanwhile, my Huangdao sect is far superior. As Huangli's words fell, over a dozen colossal crimson blade phantoms materialized around him, each radiating an astonishing malevolence that caused the very grass and trees at the Yinling sect's gates to tremble in response. As the bloodthirsty blade's aura emerged, everyone felt an abrupt drop in temperature, accompanied by a piercing chill that seemed to linger on their skin. Wait a moment. That figure is the leader of the Bloodblade sect, the very culprit who has relentlessly suppressed our spirit thought sect. At last, some disciples recognized the man, and they exclaimed loudly, causing a stir among the crowd. After all, those who came to cultivate in the spirit thought sect had some knowledge of their rival sects' histories. The Bloodblade sect was undoubtedly the sworn enemy of the spirit thought sect. A century ago, the esteemed elder of the spirit thought sect, Shaoling, was defeated in a fierce battle by the very same man, and shortly after returning to the sect, he met his untimely demise. This enmity runs deep. Now, the adversary has audaciously come knocking at our door. As the blade's malevolence surged forth, Zhu Ling felt the oppressive force sway his posture. Yet he steadied himself and roared defiantly. And what of it? Our sect has harbored grievances for ages. Yet you wish to subjugate the entire spirit thought sect for the sake of one individual. Dream on. With a final thunderous shout, his voice reverberated, sending crimson waves of energy cascading outward. Arrogantly, the leader of the Bloodblade sect smirked, unfazed by Zhu Ling's defiance, and continued to stare him down. Oomph. It seems the spirit thought sect has truly fallen to such depths that a wastrel like you dares to speak boldly, surrender willingly, or, with a menacing gaze fixated on Zhu Ling, a chilling aura of murderous intent enveloped him. I could easily annihilate your spirit thought sect all on my own. Buzz. Over a dozen blood-red blade phantoms hovered in the air, and with a wave of his hand, they descended upon Zhu Ling with terrifying ferocity. The blade's radiance surged, enveloping Zhu Ling in an instant. Take this, old fool. Let us see how much spirit you have left, oh so-called leader. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The multitude of blade lights sliced through the air simultaneously, their immense might causing the disciples beneath to falter, their faces paling as they collapsed to the ground. Even though the assault was not directed at them, the residual energy alone was enough to inflict severe injuries. This is intolerable. Zhu Ling, enraged, could no longer contain himself. Despite being merely at the 8th level of integration, his dignity had been challenged, and he was determined to retaliate. He raised both palms, a blazing curtain of fire erupting from his hands as he leapt into the air, unleashing a torrent of flames that surged towards the oncoming blood-red blades. The flames roared like molten lava. However, the blood-red blades proved as unyielding as iron fortifications. The scorching flames merely rippled across their surfaces without causing even the slightest damage. A trivial trick, scoffed the leader of the Bloodblade sect with disdain. Then he brought his fingers together, pointing towards Zhu Ling. In an instant, the blood-red blades hurtled towards him with ferocious intensity, casting an overwhelming shadow over the mountain gate. Zhu Ling's pupils contracted in fear as he realized that even his most powerful move, the Sea of Fire, could not withstand the onslaught. In a frantic attempt, he hastily invoked defensive techniques to counter the terrifying blade lights. Unfortunately, such struggles were in vain. Under the enveloping terror of the bloodlight, Zhu Ling's defenses were swiftly torn asunder. Zhu Ling was violently propelled backward, crashing into the mountain gate hall, which collapsed partially under the impact, leading to his utter defeat before the watchful eyes of the crowd. A collective gasp filled the air as everyone present witnessed this scene. What realm did their sect leader occupy? The 8th level of the harmonization stage. He even had the potential to challenge the tribulation stage. Yet, what was the outcome? He was vanquished in a single strike. The disciples, seeing Zhu Ling grievously wounded and spitting blood, felt an overwhelming dread, as though the pillars supporting their hopes had shattered within their hearts. Coughing, they could hardly fathom that the might of a tribulation stage expert could be so formidable. Zhu Ling was not dead. However, he bore severe injuries to his chest and abdomen, his breath already disordered. The force of the blade had surged into his body, causing waves of excruciating pain, rendering him incapable of further resistance. Moreover, the formidable force had indeed shown restraint. Even though he was merely at the first level of the tribulation stage, ending Zhu Ling's life would have been a trivial matter. Chapter 76. The Grand Elder takes action. The chasm between those in the tribulation stage and those below is indeed monumental. Even though Huang Li had only recently ascended to the tribulation stage, he still exerted overwhelming dominance over Zhu Ling, who was at the 8th level of the integration stage. Ultimately, this disparity arises from the fact that cultivators in the tribulation stage can harness the power of the heavens, each strike resonating with the faint echoes of celestial laws, whereas those below the tribulation stage lack such capabilities. Merely borrowing a fragment of heavenly power is sufficient to instill a sense of superiority. Huang Li exemplifies this. Although he had yet to stabilize his realm, rendering his foundation susceptible to damage, he boldly approached the Nianling sect, unperturbed by any adversary, simply because none could withstand his might. They were too weak. Huang Li appeared somewhat regretful as he shook his head. Huang Li, how dare you be so arrogant? Do you truly believe there is no one in the Nianling sect to challenge you? A venerable elder stepped forward, fully aware of the disparity between their strengths. Yet he shouted with indignation. Umph. A smirk appeared at the corner of Huang Li's mouth. Indeed, the Nianling sect has no one left, do they? A profound silence enveloped the sect, with numerous disciples rendered speechless, their faces pale, although they felt a twinge of resentment. Such emotions were utterly futile in the face of Huang Li's overwhelming pressure. Even their sect leader had been defeated by this uninvited guest in a single blow. What do they possibly do? The elder faltered momentarily, but quickly gritted his teeth and declared fiercely, I vow to fight you to the death. I shall not retreat an inch, even if it costs me my life. The Nianling sect is not yet at the mercy of others. To fight to the death? Upon hearing this, Huang Li laughed as if he had heard the most amusing joke. However, his expression suddenly shifted to one of ferocity, his eyes narrowing like those of a venomous serpent as he fixed his gaze on Shaoling. Who are you? How dare you speak of fighting to the death with me? It is utterly ludicrous. Make your move. The elder, summoning all his vitality, conjured an ancient fragment of a stone tablet, transforming it into a streak of azure light that surged towards Huang Li with the force of thunder. Yet, before it could even approach Huang Li, his expression darkened. With a casual flick of his finger, an invisible wave of malevolence swept forth, shattering the stone fragment into pieces. Puffed. As the artifact was destroyed, the elder suffered a backlash, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his spirit dampened. Nevertheless, his gaze remained resolute as he once more gathered all his strength. Umph. Huang Li scoffed, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. Since you remain obstinate, do not blame me for what follows. This individual was far too stubborn. The gap was glaringly apparent, yet he persisted in his futile resistance, igniting a torrent of murderous rage within Huang Li. What fate awaits one so obstinate? In the next moment, Huang Li's body trembled, and an immense force surged forth from his limbs as torrents of power spiraled around him. As this energy swirled, crimson blades materialized in multitude, densely hovering around him, exuding an exquisite sharpness, as though they were poised to cleave through the disciples, sending chills down their spines, as they felt the terrifying aura emanating from the blood-red blades floating around Huang Li. Zhu Ling and the others' expressions instantly shifted to one of horror, prompting them to retreat hastily, unwilling to remain in place. This time, no one could save them. However, at that moment, Huang Li suddenly smirked disdainfully, waving his right hand. Instantly, 3 blood-red blades detached from before him, shooting forth like lightning towards the elder. The elder, realizing the imminent danger, attempted to withdraw, but he could not outpace the momentum of Huang Li's blades, which swiftly reached him and pierced through his body. With a horrifying scream, the elder fell backward. In a single strike, a life was extinguished. Witnessing this, Zhu Ling and the others' faces contorted with fear. Yet, Huang Li showed no intention of sparing them. It seemed he believed that the Nianling sect had exhausted its fighting capabilities and decided it was better to obliterate them entirely. He prepared to wave his hand once more, summoning dozens of blood-colored blades to descend upon them. Zhu Ling steeled himself, knowing their sect's protective formation was ready to be activated, but he doubted its efficacy against a tribulation stage Huang Li. Moreover, Zhu Ling, the main formation's wielder, was already severely injured. Was the demise of their sect truly imminent? Just as despair gripped them, a calm voice rang out, "Enough." As the voice echoed, everyone turned towards its source, where a young figure was gracefully approaching. It was none other than Xiao Ling, the Grand Elder of the Nianling sect. He had no choice but to intervene. If he did not act, Huang Li would indeed destroy the foundation established by their ancestors and the sect itself. Though Xiao Ling had only attained half-step tribulation stage, Huang Li had merely recently ascended to the first level of tribulation stage. Xiao Ling was not without the means to fight back. Moreover, once the protective formation was activated, it would help bridge the gap in their strengths. However, engaging Huang Li directly would inevitably lead to the sect's ruin, especially with thousands of disciples within who would not survive the aftermath of such a battle. Grand Elder Zhu Ling called out upon recognizing Xiao Ling. "Rest assured, I have my methods," Xiao Ling replied with a confident glance towards Zhu Ling. Seeing this, a hint of a cold, relieved smile emerged on Huang Li's face. He took a deep breath, his gaze growing ever more frigid. "Ha! I knew you wouldn't be so easily defeated." "Enough with the pleasantries," Xiao Ling retorted coldly. "Does your Huang Dao sect wish to declare war on my Nianling sect today? If so, what of it?" Huang Li crossed his arms, clearly aware that Xiao Ling had not yet entered the tribulation stage. Engaging him would yield no chance of victory. He also recognized that the Nianling sect must possess some formidable array, similar to the protections of the Huang Dao sect. Yet, Huang Li dared to confront them alone. "You think today's Nianling sect is still the same as it was 200 years ago? You're already crippled. My Huang Dao sect is the paramount sect in the Ku-Yun state," Huang Li proclaimed with reckless arrogance. With a thunderous roar, a torrent of energy surged within him, manifesting as serpentine black dragons that coiled around his form, intensifying the terror of his presence. Dark clouds erupted in his vicinity, accompanied by the resounding peals of thunder and the ominous approach of a tempest. Inwardly, Xiao Ling sensed a foreboding shift. This aura undeniably surpassed his own by a considerable margin. Indeed, it was the calamity of the tribulation stage. He had anticipated an unavoidable clash with Huang Li, yet he never imagined this adversary would act so hastily. Having just achieved a breakthrough, he seemed disinclined to take the time for a month of quiet cultivation to solidify his foundation, instead opting to confront him directly. Annihilating your mind-spirit sect is merely a trivial endeavor, devoid of challenge. Huang Li's tone shifted, his sinister grin widening as he declared, "Do not presume that my Huang Dao sect requires an all-out mobilization. With but my singular prowess, I can vanquish you all." Xiao Ling found himself speechless, unable to refute such a daunting assertion. Chapter 77. At the brink of life and death under the tribulation, one must not challenge those above it. This is an undeniable truth. Even with the protective array of the sect in place, as the master of the formation, he had merely a 1 or 2% chance of triumphing over the formidable Arid Force. The most likely outcome would be that Arid Force would sustain injuries while Xiao Ling would perish. Yet, despite this grim reality, Xiao Ling could not retreat, for he bore the hopes of the entire sect on his shoulders. Fortunately, Xiao Ling had a keen understanding of his relentless adversary. Arid Force was a rather fanatical individual, Perhaps it was precisely because there was no one in the spirit thought sect capable of challenging him that he harbored murderous intent to annihilate the sect. "If you wish to fight, I shall gladly oblige," Shaoling declared, issuing a challenge to Arid Force. "Oh." Arid Force's lips curled into a smirk. "But your half-step to tribulation strength is hardly impressive. Give me 4 days, and I too can ascend to the tribulation stage." Shaoling gazed calmly at him. Arid Force's eyes suddenly turned sharp. "What nonsense are you spouting? 4 days? You, a half-step to tribulation, have been stuck for quite some time. Now you claim you can surpass this hurdle before me in merely 4 days? If you do not believe me, let us engage in a fierce battle right now." However, Shaoling resolutely asserted his stance. With a swift motion of his sleeve, a deep azure energy manifested, presenting Arid Force with a choice: either fight now or wait 4 days to battle. He did not waver. Rather than crushing this foe immediately, he preferred to wait 4 days and see if Arid Force could provide him with a surprise. "Very well, I shall grant you 4 days." Arid Force chuckled sinisterly before vanishing into the distance. As he watched the retreating figure, Shaoling's tense expression finally relaxed. Observing his slightly weary and weakened demeanor, Zhu Ling and the others couldn't help but express their concern. "Elder, are you all right?" "No worries." Shaoling forced a smile and shook his head. His earlier words were merely a ruse to buy time. After all, he had no absolute confidence in the battle that awaited him in 4 days. Yet, he could not afford to show any sign of weakness. His audacious claims seemed to resonate with Arid Force, who thrived on such bravado. Any hint of fear would undoubtedly lead to catastrophic consequences. Regardless, the priority was to buy time. Shaoling's mind raced. Although he was a half-step to tribulation, it remained impossible to secure victory against Arid Force, who had reached the first level of tribulation. Let the disciples return to rest and prepare a proper burial for Elder Mo, Shaoling sighed, giving his orders. "Understood, Elder." The group responded in unison. Subsequently, Zhu Ling followed Shaoling to the Grand Hall at the sect's mountain gate. Shaoling seated himself cross-legged, closing his eyes to recuperate and restore his depleted energy. The previous clash, which could hardly be termed a confrontation, had inflicted significant damage on his internal organs. The disparity between him and Arid Force was undeniably vast, and a fierce battle loomed ahead. If he did not ascend to tribulation, all would be lost. The venerable elder, sensing the impending threat from the ferocious force, expressed his concerns through Zhu Ling, who was deeply troubled. It appeared that seeking a medicinal pill from that esteemed senior was now an unavoidable necessity. With his eyes opened, Shaoling's gaze shimmered with an unusual light. As the venerable elder contemplated, Zhu Ling hesitated momentarily, seemingly feeling that such a question was inappropriate, and fell silent. "Contemplated what?" Shaoling inquired, raising an eyebrow. "What if he refuses to provide it?" A bitter smile crossed Shaoling's lips as he remarked, "If he declines, you might as well disperse the disciples of the Nianling sect, for I shall face the ferocious force alone." Upon hearing this, Zhu Ling, despite having more to say, found the words stuck in his throat. "You should accompany me to plead personally. Such an effort would demonstrate sincerity. As our sect teeters on the brink of life and death," Shaoling continued, standing up and heading towards the mountain gate. "Indeed," Zhu Ling replied after a brief silence. Hastily following suit, the two traveled swiftly, soon arriving at Yunling City. According to Wu Rong's information, the esteemed elder preferred solitude, having descended to the mortal realm for that very reason. While cultivators could pay him a visit, they must not be overly ostentatious. He had already shed his former grandeur. Thus, as they approached the city, they descended and walked leisurely. "Do not speak for now. I shall handle the communication," Shaoling advised. "Understood," Zhu Ling nodded. Once inside Yunling City, Zhu Ling remained silent, but Shaoling observed the bustling streets filled with people, feeling a tinge of melancholy. I have not left the tranquil confines of the sect for a century. This place feels remarkably refreshing," the venerable elder murmured. "You are absolutely right. You should explore more," Zhu Ling encouraged, going along with the sentiment. As they conversed, they made their way to the southern part of Yunling City, effortlessly locating Gu Heng's medical clinic following Wu Rong's directions. Standing at the entrance, Xiao Ling scrutinized the plaque, his eyes narrowing slightly. What troubles you? Zhu Ling noticed a shift in demeanor and inquired. Xiao Ling whispered, this esteemed elder is likely not an ordinary individual. Zhu Ling was taken aback. He examined the plaque several times but found nothing amiss, furrowing his brow. What do you mean, venerable elder? Xiao Ling replied softly. The essence conveyed by this plaque is profound. Having 1 foot already in the tribulation stage, he was more adept at discerning the rhythm of the characters than the average cultivator. He could perceive the latent power within the meticulously crafted letters. Not to mention that the inscription bore another distinct flavor, an intense battle spirit. Although concealed, he could faintly detect a potent aura of slaughter emanating from it. This plaque was likely carved by the clinic's proprietor himself. Gazing at the 4 characters, Xiao Ling felt as though he had glimpsed the individual's past. Taking a deep breath, he slowly exhaled. It seems this esteemed elder was once a formidable character. The characters inscribed on the plaque exude a sharpness that is difficult to conceal, suggesting that the hands that crafted them are stained with the blood of numerous adversaries. Is this so? Zhu Ling's eyes widened in astonishment. Xiao Ling nodded slightly, pondering for a moment before responding. However, we must exercise caution. Although this elder appears to have retreated into obscurity, should we inadvertently awaken the latent ferocity of his past, our lives could be in jeopardy. Upon hearing this, Zhu Ling immediately comprehended the gravity of the situation. He nodded in agreement with Xiao Ling's assessment, recognizing the wisdom of the elder's words. After a brief discussion, Xiao Ling lifted his foot and proceeded towards the medical hall. Meanwhile, in the front room, a young man sat there, perusing through the account books. Gu Heng lifted his head and noticed a youth who appeared to be of similar age. Accompanied by a middle-aged man, entering the room, he furrowed his brow, and then he heard the young man inquire, "Are you the proprietor of this Gu family medical hall?" "Indeed. I presume you are the individuals referred to by the esteemed Master Wu Rong, those who possess the authority to make decisions, correct?" Chapter 78. Surprisingly free of charge? Gu Heng meticulously observed the 2 individuals before him, possessing an acute sense of perception. The young man, who led the way, was accompanied by a middle-aged gentleman behind him. Both were modestly attired, yet exuded an air of refinement. Their moonlight blue robes appeared to be crafted from exquisite fabric, far removed from the coarse linen worn by common folk, thus indicating their distinguished status. Furthermore, the young man radiated confidence and displayed an upbringing steeped in education. Although the middle-aged man adopted a humble demeanor, stepping back in deference, he maintained a respectful bearing, resembling more of a guardian to the young nobleman. With these observations, Gu Heng was already convinced. They hailed from the family of the venerable Wu Rong. This young gentleman must be the pivotal figure Wu Rong had alluded to. Yet, despite his youth, Gu Heng found the affluent merchant family rather progressive in entrusting leadership to someone so young. Perhaps this individual possessed exceptional capabilities himself. Since the esteemed senior is already aware of our identities, I hope you will forgive my audacity in intruding, Xiong Ling said, bowing respectfully. Little did they anticipate that even before entering the city, they had pondered excessively, only to find that upon stepping into the medical hall, their identities were readily discerned, along with the purpose of their visit. In the presence of such formidable individuals, concealment was futile. Xiong Ling endeavored to adopt a modest posture. For the sake of the Ling Zone, this request for medicinal pills must be approached with humility. He could not afford to let the other party perceive him as an equal, lest the situation become exceedingly precarious. "Oh," Gu Heng raised an eyebrow, noting the young man's courteous demeanor. It reminded him of Feng Wuxin, the president of the Golden Phoenix Treasure Trade, who also exhibited such politeness. This realization warmed his heart, prompting a congenial smile. "To say you're disturbing us would be an exaggeration. Please, take a seat." Exchanging glances, it was ultimately Xiong Ling who spoke. "Thank you, esteemed senior, for your gracious hospitality. May I inquire your name?" Gu Heng replied. "You may simply call me Gu Heng." He found it curious that a relative of Wu Rong bore the surname Xiong rather than Wu. However, upon reflection, it seemed that Wu Rong was likely a distant relation, while the Xiong surname belonged to the true head of the family. It was no wonder Wu Rong claimed he had no authority. Xiongling seated himself beside Zhuling. And then Gu Hong wasted no time in addressing the matter at hand. You are both aware of my identity. Wu Rong visited me not long ago regarding a certain incident. My disciple severed the hand of Wu Rong's grandson. Since you are the one who holds the reins, I wish to ascertain your thoughts on whether it is time to put this matter to rest. Gu Hong was straightforward, for the reasoning was simple. The other party belonged to a prestigious family that valued reputation highly. Although Wu Rong suggested that the incident regarding his grandson's hand be forgotten, it did not necessarily reflect the sentiment of the rest of the family. Certainly, Wu Rong is a notorious character. I have contemplated taking action against him on several occasions, yet out of respect for Wu Rong, I have refrained from doing so. This time, allowing your disciple to administer a lesson serves as a warning for him. Xiongling promptly replied, What difference does it make to dwell on the past? This Nianling sect cannot even handle a novice like Huang Li in the tribulation period, let alone the enigmatic Mr. Gu, whom even Xiongling cannot fathom. The plaque seen upon entering was sufficient to convey that the strength of the owner of this medical establishment far surpasses his own, as well as that of Huang Li. Just moments ago, he had the audacity to probe Mr. Gu's aura, yet discerned nothing. This indicates that Gu Heng's power has reached an inscrutable level. Therefore, let us not speak of past grievances. If necessary, Xiongling would personally rid the world of Wu Rong and Wu Jie, all to win Gu Heng's favor. Gu Hong smiled amiably and nodded. That is good. Ah, young Master Xiong is quite reasonable. No wonder such a prestigious family has chosen him as their spokesperson. He clearly understands right from wrong and the significance of reputation and prestige for the family. In comparison, while Wu Rong exudes an air of wealth, is this plainly dressed young Master Xiong who possesses greater grace. Now, let us discuss matters at hand. He adjusted his posture. My disciple wishes to enter your 1,000-sword hunting grounds. Wu Rong claims he lacks the authority to decide, yet I have conveyed my intentions through him, which is to offer you an entrance fee in exchange for my disciple's admission. What do you think? That is agreeable. Xiongling replied straightforwardly. After all, Gu Hong appears affable. He surely does not favor beating around the bush. Xiongling decided to cater to his preferences, striving to gain his goodwill. Then, please state your price. Gu Hong waved his hand grandly, exclaiming, I have ample funds. President Feng Wuxin has just bestowed upon me a sum of 100,000 taels of gold. If I were to spend it as I once did, it would last me a lifetime. Purchasing an entrance qualification for Qin Yao at the hunting grounds should be effortless. Even if this young Master Xiong were to ask for a sky-high price, it would certainly not exceed 1,000 taels, and given his astute nature, he would not demand such an exorbitant amount. After all, Wu Rong's grandson was the one who first provoked his disciple, and in this matter, they are indeed at fault. Well, Xiongling began to feel anxious. Ultimately, he must broach this subject. He needed to request an 8th-grade elixir from Mr. Gu. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to advance into the tribulation period within 4 days, placing the future of Nianling's sect in jeopardy. However, Xiongling remained unable to decipher the elder's intentions. Despite his outwardly amicable demeanor, the essence of that plaque revealed a ruthless and formidable individual. Even if he currently lives in seclusion, cultivating his temperament, it does not imply a transformation of his true nature. Mr. Gu, you are quite knowledgeable about alchemy, are you not? After much deliberation, Xiongling cautiously ventured. Indeed, although puzzled as to how the conversation had veered so far, Gu Heng nonetheless nodded in acknowledgement. Then, grant me a pill of sufficient rarity, one that you have personally concocted, as a form of exchange for your disciple's entry into the 1,000-sword hunting grounds. What do you think? Upon uttering these words, Xiaoling felt as if his heart were a drum, beating faster and faster, to the point where he could not suppress a gulp. A sense of trepidation washed over him. Yet, remaining silent would only lead to a slow demise. Oh, Gu Hong was momentarily taken aback. It was not a demand for gold, but rather for a pill he had crafted himself. He had anticipated expending several hundred taels of gold, yet Xiaoling's request left him perplexed. In his view, a pill deemed sufficiently precious should be one that he had meticulously created, but he realized there was none. What he could easily concoct hardly merited the label of rarity. Chapter 79. Salvation for the Spirit Sect. However, since Xiongling has expressed his intentions so clearly, and observing his demeanor, it seems he genuinely lacks any interest in wealth. Gu Heng finds himself compelled to ponder this matter more thoroughly. The absence of a desire for money is not difficult to comprehend. He was born with a silver spoon in his mouth, possessing riches ample enough to indulge in lavish baths. What he can offer is but a mere drop in the ocean. Yet, what are the elixirs he seeks to refine? Undoubtedly, it is not for personal consumption. Such affluent families surely have their own trained alchemists, and should they fall ill, they would not need to seek treatment at external establishments. Hence, they are not in want of medicinal pills. So what could be the motive of this young Master Xiong? After a period of contemplation, Gu Heng suddenly arrived at a hypothesis he deemed plausible. Could it be merely for amusement? It is quite possible. The young lady, named Meng Yiru, born into a wealthy family, grew weary of the languid life within her gilded cage, prompting her to seek out an instructor in alchemy. Believing herself to have acquired exceptional skills, only to be schooled by his perceived mentorship. Perhaps this young Master Xiong is similarly inclined? However, given his responsibilities, it is unlikely he would have the leisure to dedicate to the study of alchemy. Nonetheless, Gu Heng surmised that he might simply find it intriguing and entertaining, desiring a particular pill for collection, or perhaps to feed his dog. To be candid, he finds it perplexing, as the thoughts of the affluent can often be rather eccentric, a consequence of their abundant indulgence. Yet, this matter is of little concern to Gu Heng. If Xiongling only desires this, it would be exceedingly simple. While he cannot claim his most precious elixirs, he certainly possesses a selection of beautifully crafted pills, resplendent in color. Their efficacy in treating qi deficiency and coughing is assured, yet their primary allure lies in their aesthetic appeal. Are you certain? Gu Heng hesitated before deciding it best to clarify. If there is anything amiss, we can. Xiongling faltered, fearing that his intentions might be too transparent, potentially revealing his true motives to Mr. Gu. While he could not decipher Gu Heng, he was acutely aware that Gu Heng could see right through him, understanding that as a practitioner on the cusp of transcending, he required an 8th-grade pill to ensure the success of his advancement. Upon entering this pharmacy, he feared Gu Heng had already discerned his every thought with clarity. Thus, Xiongling unconsciously sought to relax his stance. Should he fail to procure an 8th-grade pill, settling for a lesser alternative would certainly be preferable to leaving empty-handed, or worse, meeting his demise on the spot. Yet Gu Heng chuckled lightly, quickly assuring him, no need. There is nothing amiss. It appears that this young Master Xiong is earnest. He does not seek silver or gold, but rather a pill, whether for collection or canine nourishment, is of no consequence to Gu Heng. What reason does he have not to accommodate him? He has already bestowed many pills upon others. With that, Gu Heng rose, approached the nearby apothecary cabinet, and opened one of the drawers, retrieving a jade vial. Young Master Xiong, in my view, the elixirs I have concocted are not particularly rare. But if you desire it, I shall gladly offer you this one. He placed the jade vial upon the table, within which resided a 4-colored elixir, exuding an exquisite beauty. This creation emerged from Gu Heng's ingenious mind while honing his medicinal skills, emphasizing both aesthetic appeal and delectable taste, boasting a sweet flavor. Observing the sudden stillness in Xiaoling's gaze and the nearly imperceptible sound of his breaths, Gu Heng surmised that this elixir had struck a chord with the aesthetic sensibilities of the young master. Xiaoling detected a uniquely subtle medicinal aura and the faintest whisper of dragon's roar. His eyes fixated on the jade vial, sparkling with desire, as if he yearned to consume it at once. This elixir bore the 4-colored patterns of the Qianlong pill. Xiaoling had only heard whispers of a pill adorned with such designs. The Emperor's Qianlong pill, an 8th-grade elixir. This pill necessitated the combination of 14 rare herbs, along with the blood and scales of ancient dragons, requiring nearly a month of refinement to achieve. Its effects were straightforward. One who ingested this pill would possess the physical form of the ancient dragon clan for 7 days. The ancient dragons were the mightiest of races. Their scales could withstand the tribulations of thunder, and their bodies could regenerate endlessly. For an ordinary cultivator, the tribulations of ascension could be utterly terrifying, potentially claiming one's life in an instant. Yet for the ancient dragon, it was merely a light drizzle. Should he acquire this Qianlong pill, Xiao Ling was not only 12 parts confident he would ascend to the tribulation phase, but also believed he could vanquish the wild forces with his formidable physical form. Take this. It should suffice for your needs, Gu Heng remarked, noting the spark of excitement flash across Xiao Ling's face, knowing he was pleased. Henceforth, the transaction could proceed smoothly. Then I shall graciously accept it, sir. Xiao Ling inhaled deeply, suppressing his inner exhilaration, and stowed the Qianlong pill safely within his robes. He refrained from uttering words of gratitude. Perhaps to Gu Heng, this 8th-grade elixir was merely a bargaining chip, insignificant in value. Yet Xiao Ling understood that. In an unspoken manner, he had spared the Nianling sect from annihilation. Furthermore, he could reclaim piece by piece what had been taken from him by the Huang Dao sect. Then we have an agreement, correct? Gu Heng observed Xiao Ling's acceptance of the elixir, his brows relaxing in relief. Xiao Ling nodded affirmatively. No issues whatsoever. Upon concluding their discussion, he produced a white jade token and handed it to Gu Heng. The next opening of the 1,000-sword hunting ground will be in a week. Your disciple may enter directly with this proof. Gu Heng accepted the token, examining it thoroughly before nodding in affirmation. Very well, I shall pass it on to her. After finalizing their arrangements, Xiao Ling did not linger. Hastily bidding farewell to Zhu Ling, Gu Heng tucked away the jade token, intending to present it to Qin Yao upon her return. She had gone to Jin Huang Treasure House to deliver the spiritual liquid and to familiarize herself with President Feng Wuxin for future endeavors. Outside the medical hall, Xiao Ling could no longer contain his excitement. Grasping Zhu Ling's shoulders and whispering, by the grace of heaven, the Nianling sect is saved. He withdrew the jade vial, his hands trembling with excitement. The Qianlong pill. Consuming this elixir would bestow upon him the immense potency necessary for a successful ascension to the tribulation phase. For the subsequent week, he would possess a physique akin to that of an ancient dragon, enabling him to withstand the agonies of advancement and confront the formidable forces of the wilderness with unparalleled strength. Though this enhancement is merely temporary, it is more than sufficient. Esteemed elder, just how beneficial is this pill for you? Zhu Ling, rarely witnessing such fervor from Xiao Ling, found herself intrigued about the nature of the elixir mister Gu had bestowed upon him, as she was unfamiliar with such high-tier spiritual pills. Chapter 80. The golden spirit liquid is in great demand. Xiao Ling, without hesitation, revealed to Zhu Ling the efficacy and rarity of the Qianlong pill. Zhu Ling was taken aback. He had never anticipated that Mr. Gu would present such a precious elixir in exchange for his disciple's qualification to enter the 1,000-sword hunting grounds. Although he had never heard of the Qianlong pill and was unaware of the challenges involved in its concoction, he understood that the ancient dragon scales and ancient dragon blood were among the most elusive treasures in existence. The ancient dragons harbored a disdain for outsiders, and they regarded their own possessions as sacred. Even the mere discovery of a stray ancient dragon scale could provoke a fierce retaliation from them, demanding restitution with ruthless force. In this world, few powers could contend with the ancient dragon clan, and even rarer were solitary cultivators capable of matching them. If Mr. Gu could procure both ancient dragon blood and dragon scales, one could only speculate about the true extent of his strength. Zhu Ling dared not ponder further. Realizing such thoughts were futile, it was far more prudent to ensure that the Nianling sect survived the impending crisis of annihilation. He cautiously turned to Xiao Ling and inquired, "Are you now?" "Indeed. With this pill, I shall ascend to the tribulation stage within 2 days." Xiao Ling's tone was resolute and commanding, a hint of cold disdain gracing his lips. The madman Ali, obsessed with his swordsmanship, would find little satisfaction in obliterating the defenseless Nianling sect. However, a one-on-one battle to the death with him would provide a sense of fulfillment. Xiao Ling knew his old rival well. By baiting him in this manner, Ali would grant him the time needed to refine the pill and ascend to the tribulation stage, rendering Ali no longer a threat. In other words, Ali's intellect was rather lacking, at least in comparison to Xiaoling's. "How confident are you, elder?" Zhu Ling whispered. "With the aid of this Qianlong pill, I am certain of victory against him. However, to slay him, that remains uncertain." Xiao Ling gazed into the distance, his eyes piercing through layers of mist, as if seeking the location of the blade of ruined sect. There, Ali might be preparing for battle, or perhaps he dismissed Xiao Ling's bravado, awaiting the day when he would storm the gates of the Nianling sect to unleash carnage. Is that not feasible? Zhu Ling felt a twinge of disappointment. Should they eliminate Ali in the decisive battle, the Nianling sect could seize the opportunity to expand recklessly, reclaiming their former territory and perhaps even becoming the preeminent power in the Qian prefecture. Such ambitions are not easily realized. We have only just entered the tribulation stage, and our comprehension of power is still shallow. Even with this precious pill, should he choose to flee, I would have no means to stop him. Xiaoling, with his half-step tribulation period cultivation, has gained some insight into the powers that lie beyond this stage. One of these revelations is that, after the tribulation period, cultivators are far less susceptible to death in battles of the same rank. However, I am confident that I can bring Huangli down to a level below the tribulation period. Xiaoling gazed at his sect leader with a knowing smile, aware that Zhu Ling's perspective remained somewhat limited. For the Nianling sect to expand, it is not always necessary to eliminate Huangli. Reducing him to a state below the tribulation period would render him equally harmless. Those who have just entered the tribulation period often face instability in their realm, and engaging in reckless, unreserved one-on-one combat is likely to result in a fall from their current level. Yet, Xiao Ling possesses the Qianlong Dan. While what does Huangli have? When the battle commences in 4 days, it is possible that neither will be able to best the other, but Xiao Ling, fortified by the ancient dragon physique granted by the Qianlong Dan, will maintain his realm, whereas Huangli will not fare as well. By then, what difference would there be between Huangli and death? I understand now. Zhu Ling's intellect is not dull. He quickly grasped the underlying meaning in Xiao Ling's words. After their conversation, Xiao Ling and Zhu Ling discreetly departed from Yunling City before daring to fly back to the Nianling sect. Upon their return, Xiao Ling announced a 4-day seclusion, enveloping the entire sect in an atmosphere of tension. All disciples knew that the survival of the Nianling sect hinged upon this esteemed elder in 4 days' time. After 2 uneventful days, Yunling City faced a significant upheaval. On this day, Qingfeng Treasure House and Jinhuang Treasure House simultaneously